Water vapor's what?
It doesn't matter, dude. We argue about the goofiest shit I've never seen this happen ever. About these
Yeah.
little goofy things we argue about.
It's important not to get attached to an argument so much that you start arguing the things that are, related to it that you don't even agree with, I think that happens sometimes. Like I've seen people being in arguments with flat earthers and they'll start claiming, you know, nonsensical things that I don't think they believe in really, but it helps that their other argument.
Yeah, you do that shit all the time.
Maybe I've done it before. I don't know.
You've done that so many times, gone back and forth with open and closed systems, and what was the other one?
That's not an example of that, dude.
Gas.
Open and closed systems argument are based around the fact that there's a lot of people who don't understand what that even means, and so you have to argue with them about what the words open and closed mean instead of what an open system and a closed system is representing.
Plasma being a gas, you flip flop on that shit all the time, depending on what your argument needs to be.
Well, no, I mean, somebody corrected me, but plasma is defined as ionized gas, but it is true that it is a different state than gases, of course. So, I guess ultimately, I guess it'd be wrong to call them gases, even though they're defined as ionized gases.
Finally got through to Zanuck last week about how you would see the divergence and convergence of star trails at the equator without a fisheye lens. People kept saying it was the fisheye lens. It's the fisheye lens, not knowing how their globe model works.
Well, no, it is due to your position and perspective, though. It's not something that's happening. That you'd be able to see it from any position. It's something that from certain positions, that's what you'll visually see.
Yeah, from the equator, you would definitely see convergence and divergence of the star trails, whether it's a fisheye lens or not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on a
I spit
ball though.
That's right.
Yeah, right. And you're in your own model. I shouldn't be arguing with this shit with you guys because it's supposed to be happening in your own fucking model.
Wait, I mean, you mean at the same time, in your single field of view, like
well, it wouldn't be a time thing because he's talking about star trails. So he's talking about marking the position over time, and then looking at that position over time, and seeing how it's behaving. And from a single position, it'll look like it's behaving that way. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, like what Jeremy's saying is he's saying that we can do like a whatever it's called, the star trail thingy, where you can kind of do the whatever, and then is he saying you would see that all in one image?
Yes, one image.
Well, I mean that would. I guess it would depend, obviously, on your field of view. I guess most cameras have enough field of view for that.
No. It would not depend on your field of view. All you would need to see is one star trail to the left and one star trail to the right of the equator.
Yeah, but you said one image, Jeremy, and I'm sure you mean an image taken from a series of images that have been overlaid on each other. Because the star trail's image is not a single image. It's a long exposure, right?
It's a long exposure shot. Yeah, one image exposed for a long amount of time. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess in theory, as long as you have a field of view greater than 90, then so I guess because greater than 90 would mean you would see, well, I don't know about that actually.
Truth is that the field of view wouldn't matter because
it's irrelevant.
Even if you were looking at a short, let's say
you're right.
above your head is where let's say you're on the equator and it's directly above your head, right? Is there directly above your head from your if you look at the star trails, their paths would be the closest, and then they'll diverge as they go away from you, and they will diverge in the opposite direction.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you're right. Okay, fair enough.
But these are just, like I said, this is just a perspective thing based on, looking at not a position of something, but the position as it changes over time from your position. So it's kind of that's why that argument got funky, is because some people think the claim is, something different.
Like seeing like both like centers of rotation or something like that.
No, I think they were thinking that Jeremy was claiming that they were actually diverging, like the paths, the actual positions were diverging and stuff like that. But it's really just an optical thing.
Okay.
Perspective thing. I mean.
Yeah, so we see this thing happen that we know is not happening in the sky.
Say that again.
Right, guys? We see this thing happening in the sky, the star trails converging and diverging, and we know that's not happening, right?
Well, no, we understand why we see that, though.
Right, but why are you guys? I know this is hard. This is why you guys fight this so much. We're seeing something happen in the sky that we know is not happening, right?
We know it's happening, dude. But that's what I'm saying. Your language is not.
So you're saying they are. You're saying they are diverging and converging.
I'm saying their paths do appear to be converging and diverging from your position.
But we know that's not happening, right? Why is this sentence so hard for you to agree with? I don't understand. It should be easy to agree. This is what I'm talking about.
Just say it without using any pronouns.
Without any pronouns? What? Dude, we see
because those are more specific.
We see the stars appear to converge and diverge in the sky. We know that's not happening.
Wait, how did we confirm that? How do we confirm that?
You agree with that?
When did
you agree with that, Kosho? Armor.
I agree that the actual paths, their actual distances from each other, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's not actually happening. It's only something from your perspective, from your position.
Yeah, so we see something happen in the sky, but we know it's not happening.
I guess that's as important as it is to claim that you can see railroad tracks right beneath you and you see them converging in both directions, and that's not actually happening. But, yeah.
So you agree, we see something and we know it's not actually happening in the sky, right? Why is this so hard to? That should be easily.
It's either a redundant statement to make, because that's everything you look at is like that. You see perspective in everything you see. Like a door is going to look like it's misshapen but it's not. It's not actually misshapen, right? Like, yeah, no, it's not actually misshapen. So it's like I'm trying to see where you're trying to go with this.
Don't worry about where I'm going with it. I made an easily agreeable statement that you should be able to,
a redundant statement. Yeah, right. I agree that I agree.
It's not redundant. What's redundant about it?
I say everything that you can see right now is it behaving the exact same way that you're describing, and to say that it's not actually, like you see the table doing something that's not actually doing. I'm like, what? No, I see a table doing exactly what it is doing. But in your image, it's going to appear to be bigger, closer to you, and it's further from you. It's going to seem shorter, so it looks like it's a parallelogram or something.
Wait, but okay, I think I'm starting to get the argument now. So he's saying that the star trails are doing like a weird perspective thing, where it's like the train tracks or something. Is that what's going on?
Similar to train tracks. Yeah.
Here, I'll post the image real fast. Oh, well, okay, never mind. I don't really like sending PNGs. I'd rather send the link, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, this is a good picture. Yeah.
So we're definitely going to take perspective into account when we look at this any star kind of movement from now on.
No, but this specific thing would be subject to perspective. Yeah.
Well,
so we're just going to pick and choose when perspective. So we're just going to pick and choose when we apply perspective to the stars when it doesn't work for you guys. That's what we're doing.
No, Jeremy, this is just what it would look like if you're inside a celestial sphere.
Right.
You can recreate this effect.
Yeah,
right, I understand that.
I was going to ask, what's the never mind. Yeah, the context, whatever. I mean, because I feel like if you take the whole star trail, sky in mind, whatever, right? Then it doesn't really seem like a perspective thing. You got, centers, points of rotation to the right and left of you. You know what I'm saying? And you got like everything's sort of, everything.
I don't know. Is it a perspective? Kosho's the one arguing its perspective. I didn't say nothing about
image. I'm saying this image and the phenomenon you're describing if you look at a single point and then everything converging downward and then upward from, that center path or whatever, That's due to perspective, because in actuality, those lines are all parallel. But from where you're standing, they seem to be curving both directions.
Right. So we see something happening in the sky, star trails converging and diverging. We know they're not actually converging and diverging, though, right?
As I just said, they're
Right,
all
guys?
parallel.
Hey, Jeremy, it appears that way, but I'll give it to you. No, they're not actually moving farther away from each other. They're not
Yeah.
converging and diverging. That's what it looked like.
Right. So we see the sky doing something we know it's not doing, right?
It's what
Well,
it
when you're
appears to
saying
be.
we
Yes.
know, who are you referring to? The globalists or the globe?
Yeah, just in their model. This is in their model. Like, they know it's not happening, but we see it happening.
Sure.
This is just what it would look like when you're inside a celestial sphere. Like I said, you can
We know.
recreate this effect.
We know. In the meantime, we're sitting here on Earth and we see something happening in the sky that we know is definitely not happening, right?
But
Yes,
but
in this case,
technically,
yes. Right.
yeah, it is happening. But that's what we see.
So they are converging and diverging.
But we know the stars. We know the stars aren't physically moving away from each other. No.
So they're not converging and you guys got to make your minds up, man.
No,
I mean, that's what we see, Jeremy. This is the observation we see.
here, I'll clear up what.
This is exactly what we would expect to see.
Okay, so
We,
never mind.
go ahead.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
just-
Armbar. Go ahead.
no, I don't even. Let me just try to come up with like a really, really good argument. Just give me a bit. You guys continue.
You don't have a good argument, because my argument is we see something happen in the sky that's not actually happening in your model.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, because you need. Okay, so like I said, right? Yeah, you could say maybe perspective for this really, really small part, but obviously, if you take the entire picture, if you look at the entire picture, then you say, okay, no, that's not perspective, right? There's clues that's show this is not perspective at all. I mean,
Well,
Well, if you're
so
saying it's
context is
not
really important.
perspective, then you got to.
I was going to ask, who's the one that said we know they aren't actually converging and diverging? Who said that?
Well, I've been saying that because that's what the Globers claim. I'm just going along with them for now because it works for my argument.
Oh, okay. I know you were saying that, maybe just to beg the question, but
No, but he's right.
what's
Yeah,
the proof that they're
and
not actually converging and going away and then diverging and going
he's
away
right
from each
though.
other?
If this
What's
were
the
some,
proof
if
of
you
that?
had some objective view of star trails, this impossible sort of picture, where you're seeing star trails in an objective view, then these lines would all be parallel to each other because they're based on the rotation of the Earth in our model. So those lines
Yeah,
are all
if they're
circles
parallel
going around
to
the
each
Earth.
other. If they're parallel to each other, but if they're not parallel to each other, then they diverge.
Yeah, that's
Just like the map I just posted in the live stream. It works just like that.
Listen, the whole point is in their model, we're seeing something happen that's not actually happening in the sky. And then they want to look at other parts of the sky and be like, this is actually happening. We see it happening and it is happening.
No,
Even
but
though we already know we could be seeing shit in the sky that's not actually happening.
yeah, but it's only
No,
if we
well,
don't think about it.
Were you
okay,
on
so-
yesterday, Jeremy, when Gio posted that zoom in of the globe model where it could look like they're converging and diverging, even if it's a globe? Did you see that?
I didn't see it. No.
There's a GIF. I'll post it.
Mic check. What's going on, everyone?
So,
Basic.
But yeah, what was the point that?
Yeah, that one it's basically an animation. Maybe Arma just posted it, but it shows like close and local stars to a globe Earth, so it's not quite their model, but it does show them diverging at the equator.
Oh yeah, they would have to be close, so it doesn't actually work.
No,
It doesn't work
no,
for their model. It only works if their model has
Really-
close stars. But that doesn't
Really,
make any sense.
really
That's
quick.
not true.
That map that you just posted. How would you
Nothing
get?
actually works in their model. Once you start to analyze
Hold on.
everything, it all falls apart.
That's
I don't think so. New perspective. How would you get 24-hour sun in the northern hemisphere on that map?
Because shit's happening in the sky that we see that's not actually happening, just like the divergent and convergent star trail.
I'll post another one.
That's a different argument. That's a different thing.
It's the same. This encompasses Says anytime you look at the sky, convergence and divergence at the
Robot and Jew.
this encompasses all of that.
So you agree with
I
this
don't
map?
think I get this argument.
You roboted through most of that, Jeremy.
Jeremy, do you agree with that map that New Perspectives posted?
I'm in a
That's
bad
even
spot.
worse.
Let's ask him as many questions as we can when he's roboting.
Yeah, the one I just posted, there's 2 star trails that are adjacent to each other in the sky. They converge and diverge through the celestial equator. They'd be parallel. Then the stars go off their separate directions, come around, and then meet up again. This is from my friend E1. He actually would love to hear any criticism you have, because he's pretty positive. This is true. And then you'll see the sun trails, the sun going over a flat Earth, just like it's been depicted in other ideas about the flat Earth.
Okay, really quick. So let's say I'm in Australia in that map you just posted. Would I have to look west to see the southern star trails?
Did you see Australia in his map? Can you see it? I'm driving.
Yeah. Would I have to look west?
To see the
So on your map, I'm looking west. Yeah, I would be looking west to see the southern celestial pole in the sky. So I don't know.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I can say that's not true.
Is that your only pick apart on it?
Let's see.
And then from the United States, you'd have to look northeast to see the southern celestial pole. How would that work? I mean, that's just in my observation.
Is he roboting for you guys, or is that
explanation for it?
Yeah, he's roboting.
Roboted a little bit.
He's also extremely low for some reason.
Who was talking before? Armour.
Was I?
Who was talking that was roboting?
Wait, what? You asking me who's roboting?
Was it?
Somebody
me
roboting? Asked was somebody was roboting.
No, I don't know.
It was Jeremy earlier. Is it me now?
I guess. I'm not really paying attention. Sorry. I have a very selective, attention. I just kind of listen in on something that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna debate that, and then I jump in. So I apologize.
I'm very generalised. I don't usually jump in very often.
Anyway, what's the argument again?
Yeah, good question.
South Celestial Pole.
Yes,
Jeremy
I
actually
have one
hasn't
of
made
them. I've got one of them.
He hasn't made the argument yet. He was just asking questions about if it's actually happening or not actually happening. I think he was going to make a point after that.
Whew.
Well, if we see it, it has to be happening, isn't it? Isn't that a fair statement?
Well, I mean,
No. Yeah, that would be a fair statement in your model, because you guys act like everything we see happening in the sky is actually happening. However, when we look at the star trails and the convergence and divergence, you guys know it's not actually happening. So we're seeing stuff in the sky.
Yeah.
What's up?
No, my bad. I have a habit of doing that. Like, continue. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You're talking about star trails converging and diverging like corpuscular rays and anti-corpuscular rays in the same perspective scenario as that.
That's right.
Well,
I'm talking about things we see.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bart.
Okay. So what I was going to say was, okay. So what I was going to say was, you're saying, maybe perspective, but like, what evidence do you have that this is perspective other than converging and diverging? Because perspective has other rules to it. You can't just say this is perspective because it's doing that one thing.
I didn't say it was perspective. Kosho did. I don't make any claims as to why this is or isn't happening.
Well, I feel like you took him out of context. Though he was just saying, like here, I'll post what I clipped real fast, or whatever. So Like I real fast kind of took
Dude,
this.
I never put a cause to this.
All right. Well, he's just,
I can't hear
why
you,
we
Jeremy. You're breaking
see
up
this.
too much.
yeah. Well, all Kosha was saying is that if you were to take a small part of the picture, like I have here, you know, one might think that, oh, you know, maybe that's some kind of, you know, perspective thing. No, maybe not perspective thing, but, you know, they are kind of converging or whatever and diverging in this picture that I sent, whatever. Obviously, if you take the full picture into, you know, account, then you realize, ooh, it's not doing at the proper rate, you know, so that can't be perspective. So that's all Kosha was, I guess, was saying.
Not at all. I was saying that if you had a ball, let's say the Earth is a ball, and let's say instead of star trails, you have hoops that are all parallel around the Earth, as far away and huge as the stars are, so you can see them, they light up. If these hoops were all parallel around the Earth like that, right? When we see them for any given position, I would like say the equator, those hoops would appear to us the same way those star trails appear to us, where they're converging and diverging. That's what I'm saying. They're not actually converging and diverging. Their paths are parallel. It's just from our position where we are, that's what appears to be happening. Just like in Geo's GIF as well. I've made a GIF in the past. It was like that. Actually, I don't know if Geo's GIF shows the equator. I think.
Hey, am I still roboting?
You're
rambling.
good.
You're rambling. Am I still roboting?
I know I posted.
Okay, so if you're at the equator,
I didn't create that, but anyways, go ahead.
If you're at
There you went again.
equator and you're looking up, right? This
Still roboting.
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
Stars
Oh, you are rude.
straight above the equator. They're gonna. What's up?
You're good sometimes. So I guess just keep trying.
What the fuck? If you're
Where are
standing
you,
at
Jim?
the equator,
Okay.
I'm in the science department.
Oh,
of the
okay.
fucking school. Don't make me go get a globe right now.
Wrong.
Listen, you're at the equator and you're looking at star trails. They're going in a straight line, right? That are directly above the equator. They're going in a straight line, right? Those star trails.
Yeah, if you're standing directly underneath the equator looking straight up.
Okay, and the ones to the left and the right of that going in a straight line, can they?
Jeremy, again, that's because you're looking at the celestial
Hold on,
sphere.
follow me. Just me through with this. The left or right can't be going in a straight line, right?
I mean, I guess relative to, you know, you visually, they wouldn't be in a straight line, but I mean,
Yeah,
if
they'd arc away from you or over you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, arc away.
Oh yeah, in an outward direction.
That's right.
Same principle as the sun going overhead compared to winter.
Okay, I don't know then.
Take any one of their positions and you're on the equator, it's going to be closest to you when it's directly north or south of the equator, and it's going to move further away from you. The amount, even though it's moving further away from you going forward, it's going to be moving further because it's southern. Yeah, so they're going to be moving away from. It's going to be moving away from the center star above you. This is how we discuss it whenever we were discussing this whole thing. If you have three stars that are all north and south, like the same longitude from each other, their positions in the sky from your perspective is going to appear that when it's right above you, they appear to be the closest, and as they move away from you, their distance increases.
So,
I still don't understand the confusion here, Kosha.
Well, I don't know if there's a confusion. I think, and I don't want to speak for Jeremy, but I'm going to do it anyways. I think he's trying to form an argument to make a claim that because we, in this instance, claim that something we appear to see, there's a thing that's happening in our perspective that's not actually happening because they're not actually moving apart, and so because we have this phenomena where we see something that's not actually happening, then all the other things about space we claim, like I don't know, a supernova happening somewhere, is not actually happening either.
Okay,
Okay.
this isn't even an art. Am I roboting? Am I
You're
roboting?
good.
Not yet. Not yet.
You might want to hurry up.
No, you're
Hey,
good,
listen,
Jimmy.
this isn't even an argument. This is objective. We see something happen in the sky. It's not actually happening. That's objective. It's not even up for debate.
What
In your
is that?
model,
What?
that is star trails converging and
Yeah, but I
diverging.
think you're
Right? Do
just
we all
kind of
agree it's objective?
misunderstanding.
Do we all
No, I
agree it's
think you're just
objective that we?
misunderstanding.
Do
Sorry.
we all
Yes,
agree
we.
that it's objective?
Yes, we
Well,
hear you.
B-ball just told me I'm misunderstanding it. Do we all agree, or am I misunderstanding it?
Yeah, it's just like the sunset. It appears that the sun is moving across the sky, but in actuality, just like the star trails, it's our movement that's creating that.
I think you're looking too deep into it, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think you don't understand what's going on, B-ball.
No, I
All
mean,
right.
you can recreate this same
So
effect,
we
Jeremy.
objectively see something. So objectively, we see something happen in the sky that you guys know is not happening.
Yep.
That's
It is happening, though. It's not happening the way you think it is.
objective, right? That's not my argument. That's just an objective fact of reality, right? So they are converging and diverging. They are actually converging and
That's
diverging.
just
And
what it looks like. Do you believe that they're...
that's your argument,
Hold
B-ball,
on.
that they are
No,
converging and
Jeremy, hold on.
diverging?
You're roboting, man. Does it appear that way? Yes, it does, but no. That's just because you're looking at a celestial sphere again.
Or from a celestial sphere.
From a
Well, the
Again, my
stars would have to be
argument is
closer for it to look like that, I thought, right?
No, it's not true.
I would just say
Really?
they look like they should to me.
Yeah, they look exactly what we would expect to see if we're rotating.
Well, my friend, I talked to him for the first time a couple weeks ago, for the first time in a while. I asked him if he's still confident about his map there, and he's very confident. I was bringing up the suggestion that someone else said that the stars stay parallel with each other, 360 degrees. And he said, "Show me proof of that. I want to see proof of that." That's not the way it is.
It's not.
He knows more about the stars than anyone I've ever talked to, at least as far as I can tell. Actually, I was mentioning yesterday he's a freehand climber. I think that's what you call it, freehand climber. Yeah, he was planning on etching his model into a stone up top of a mountain. That's the reason I mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, he should
He's
do
that
that
confident.
sure. No, but yeah, I think when somebody said earlier about what you said about the stars being parallel, we're strictly talking about the star trails being parallel, which are not an actual object or anything, or it's not actual positions in space or something like that. But the star trails, if they were actually circling, if they were actually making circles in the sky at whatever range they are, from our perspective, they'd appear parallel.
Yeah,
I mean, from where we are, they're parallel. I'm saying.
Yeah, technically, yeah, it would be parallel.
Parallel only through the celestial equator, and then they diverge from each other as far as he can tell. Where's the proof they don't?
No, they make.
First of all, we should be clear. We're talking about star trails, which aren't a real thing. Okay, it's the star trails are strictly where the stars appear to be over time, and the entire time that you're taking this observation from the perspective of Earth.
Right, but if you're standing at the celestial equator and they appear to converge and diverge, for the distance that they are away, you shouldn't see that only from one angle. It should always look just like the stars are going and where they're going, and they shouldn't appear to come in from other directions and go out to other directions. Only if they were close would that seem to be the case.
Why do you say that?
Look at the GIF that Geo did that get reposted, Geo? The one that
Geo posted a picture where they are close. Do you think that you could post a picture where they weren't close and that wouldn't happen?
The reason that happens is because they're close. I can't post a picture where they're,
I made a GIF just like you made where they weren't close.
But that's some kind of I don't know what fallacy that is, but that's definitely some kind of fallacy. You can't just assume the other doesn't work. I mean, you have to kind of you could say this one works, sure, but to say that the other one doesn't
work, but you wouldn't think intuitively that would be the case if they're so like trillions of miles away. I didn't see your GIF yet.
You understand those lines, the lines that the star trails are It'd be like if there was a point on Earth where the GP is, if there were a vertical pole that extended out for fucking wherever, as far as you want to extend it, including the height that Geo put, and then you made a circle that goes all the way around that latitude. This is just what you would get, and you can do that. You can do that at any distance, and you'd get this these star trails.
Wait, so you made one where it shows them far away, looking like
They're further away. I probably still have to give. I made it almost exactly the way that this one is, but it's like less. It's not as good.
They have to be like trillions and trillions and trillions of miles for it to really be
Yeah,
like
but you understand that doesn't matter. Like, if all that matters is that you can see the point. If you can see the point, then just like we talked about a few weeks ago, if you see a point in your room and you're in your computer chair and you spin it around, doesn't matter how far away that point is. As you do a circle in your chair, that line is going to become a 360-degree circle wrapped around your position. It doesn't really demark how far away the object is, but we're talking about the path that light is making in your observation.
Well, like I said, he's convinced if you could get past out off Easter Island, if you could go out there, I guess it's a restricted area, maybe, I don't know. But if you could get out there with a telescope, you'd actually see these stars separating from each other completely and going off in their own directions.
As we stated, that's expected when you're looking at star trails.
No, I mean like completely separating and going off like at two adjacent circles of stars above us, adjacent, not around a ball.
I would doubt that. I would doubt that.
Well, of course you would.
I don't know.
It seems like that has to be the way it worked. In fact, he left the conversation because of this, because of the denial of the Southern Star Trails. He left the whole flat Earth conversation for a while because he had to go figure it out. He's like, I know there's Southern Star Trails. You can't just keep saying reflections or that they go east to west because they're going circles. There's two of them, but they're adjacent to each other and they work like thermodynamics.
Terry lives in Australia. He's still in here. And I think Easter Island is in the same latitude of Australia, right?
That would be pretty close.
So this phenomenon you're talking about is just, like I said, this is what we're talking about. The convergence. They appear to move apart. They're only going to be closest together when they're directly over your head. As long as we're talking about three stars that are on opposite sides of the equator.
Yeah, so you'd have to get like way deep in the Southern Ocean and see that those stars are still parallel with other stars that are in the Southern Hemisphere for it to be proven wrong, I guess. Which is not likely, right?
Well, all star trails that are on the same side of the equator are they're parallel curves, I guess. I don't know if you call them parallel, but yeah, they're parallel, but they're going to be curving still, and they're more and more curved the further their paths are more and more curved if you're looking further south and north.
It's kind of like the circumpolar navigation argument, like if you could do the circumpolar navigation and actually end up like around the top of the ball the way that people have never done. They claim to. They just dip down into Antarctica and then dip back up. And, we did circumpolar navigation. They never do. They just dip down and then come across the face of the Earth.
Let me ask a question. In a flat Earth cosmology, on Earth, why do we appear? Why do the stars in the northern sky? Why do the stars appear to make a curved path?
I would say because they actually are. That's the path they're making.
Okay.
They're making circles like cars on a racetrack.
Okay. And so that curved path is because they're making their circular path. That's why the question. The next question was going to be, why is it that the stars in the south make a curved path?
Because they're also making circular paths around their respective poles.
But is it true that the curves, the path, these curves though, they appear to be more and more curved as you look further north or south? They're the straightest closer to the equator.
Yeah, because there are slight differences. Like on a globe Earth, basically it's all perspective, the way that you see the stars. On a globe kind of idea with the stars that are light years away, because you've got these stars that are light years away, even though they say all those stars are moving and the solar system's moving, but let's just say for a moment it's all just, because they're so far away, we can't notice them moving. So let's just say for a moment they're stationary. But if you have this huge star field and you have this globe, the only reason that the stars look like they're making circles in the north and south is because you're on a globe that has curvature and that's spinning. So it's all perspective at that point. On an Earth that's stationary and flat and planar, essentially you would have, I mean, people could have different concepts of this as well, but you would have the stars above that actually are doing what they're doing. They actually are going in circles or whatever it may be. And you have some perspective as well because you're on the Earth. So there's a bit of a mixture of both, but in that concept, the stars actually are making particular paths, local instead of being light years away.
Yeah. I understand whether it's the firmament rotating or the stars themselves rotating, that yeah, like you said, if you're looking at star trails from the equator northward, the ones closer to the equator are going to be straighter but still curved, and the ones further from the equator, closer to the North Pole, are going to be more and more curved, showing you that there's these paths that they're making they get smaller and smaller as you look closer to the North Pole. But that's what I'm saying is this exact same arrangement of star trails, the behavior of them is exactly the same in the south, being that they're more straight closer to the equator and they become more and more curved as you look south, which
Right.
It can't be. If it's the same reason as that happens in the north, it doesn't make sense because it happens in the north because those circles are getting smaller, meaning that the surface that they're over is getting smaller.
Right. So, well, as I've often said, what I think is occurring is that we live in a quadrupole system. So there's actually 4 corners of the Earth, if you will. So there's 4 southern poles. There's one south of Africa, one south of South America, one south of like Hawaii, Fiji, and then you've got the sort of Australia. So you have all 4 of those, and each one in a quadrupole magnetic structure, you have like each of those 4 poles has a circular arrangement of stars around it, and then you have the center pole. So if that's the case, what you're describing would be the case. Every time that you go south, you're getting closer and closer to one of those 4 poles, which is going to has that circular pattern.
Okay. But those 4 south poles, they have a unique sky. I mean, they have an identical sky.
Yeah, they're
Identical stars, right?
They're the same stars. Yeah, it's the same.
They're quadruplets.
Yeah, so it's sort of like if you're in a room with 4 corners and the corners all look the same. It's in that same way. Yeah, each of the
but then we'd be able to. But Gio, then we'd be able to film all 4 of them, or 2 of them at the same time.
The Earth is too large.
East.
It's too large to be able to do that. You could
So
only.
wouldn't I be able to? Sorry.
Well, I would think that the point of rotation wouldn't always be due south for everyone at different positions in the south.
And then wouldn't we be able to go to a location on Earth and see where all those rotations converge?
You mean like in this deep southern oceans?
Yeah, like, if you're seeing all these, well, let's say 2 rotations in the south, we would be able to go to locations and see these 2 rotations simultaneously. That's never been filmed.
Yeah, go film it. So I just posted, that's the Pierce quincuncial layout, and then I just put a little quadrupole system. So yeah, if you have a pole at each one of these, and it would function exactly like a magnetic quadrupole would function. So essentially, in this concept, the sky would be like if you had like a plasma superfluid, whatever that might be, the dome, the firmament, and there's stars embedded with that. If the magnetic field of that is then made into a quadrupole, then you would have the focuses of the rotations at each of those 4 poles, and then you'd have the one in the center. Now I hear what you're saying, that in the middle Like if you were to go between South America and South Africa and go south, south, south all the way, what would we see? It's a great question. I would like to see that myself.
I just posted a picture that has kind of a panoramic view of that.
Yep. But I mean,
Yeah,
the Earth it's massive, so you're never going to really be able to see two of those poles at once. Like if you even look at that layout, the way that the north, like that 4-poled kind of map layout one, that's called the Pierce quincuncial layout. But like if you imagine like what you can see, like the North Pole, like if you're in Texas, yeah, you'll be able to see the North Pole. But you won't be able to see the South Pole. As you travel south, the north one will sort of disappear, go below the horizon, beyond the horizon, and then the one in the south will become visible. But you're never going to be able to, because of these sectors are so large, you would never be able to see two of the poles, unless perhaps if you went all the way in, like you said, in the deep Southern Ocean, could you see them both? But even that might be just too far away. The same way that the North Pole vanishes when you're too far away from it, each of the South Poles will vanish when you're too far away. Therefore, you'll only ever see one at any one time.
Look at that picture that New Perspective posted, and then look at the star trails on the right. Like, where is the rest of the trails? Like, to me on a flat Earth, I wouldn't be able to comprehend that on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's too far away.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be? I mean, would the stars be parallel to the surface?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I mean, everything converges at the horizon beyond which you can't see. So, like even in that new on the what's it called, The Next Level documentary, there's a clip of David Weiss where he's in like a big hallway and he's holding like a ball and he's walking away and then the ball's setting, like he's got a camera at the other side. So it's just another example of that. But I mean, everything will set due to perspective. So those stars are too far away to see. But yeah, if you traveled all the way over there, then yeah, those stars would be above you. But
Now, but do you see why this? Do you understand why this would work on a globe better?
not better, but I understand the conception of why the idea of how the globe.
All you would need is a sphere and to rotate it. It wouldn't have to be all these other convergence, divergence, too close to the surface. It wouldn't have to be all that. It would just be a sphere and you rotate it.
Okay. I mean, the Earth isn't a globe, but if you want to see it that way or try to believe it, I guess.
But do you understand why?
This isn't what it actually is. So what it actually is perspective.
But do you understand why we believe?
People's thing is, why is it that you assume that it has to be easy to be true? I mean, it doesn't.
Occam's razor.
No. Occam's razor is a philosophy, right? You can choose to apply it or not. It doesn't mean it's some sort of empirical law, bro. Sometimes Occam's razor is wrong.
No, because I wouldn't be able to recreate this effect over a flat surface without somehow those star trails going below the surface.
Why not? I just posted this one. This one only shows 3 poles, but I posted it. But if you had something like that, then that's precisely what it would be. If you're in the south, you're going to see the stars up, and as you move away, everything will converge at the horizon over a huge surface like this because your eyes can't see forever. So as you do that, things are going to rise and fall and set and rise due to perspective. I mean, you can recreate this on small scales with all kinds of ways.
No, but then we would see how those lines are curving like that. We would see the stars doing those same curves.
That's what we see. Look at the one Dave just posted. New Perspective just posted.
No, I don't see that.
For whatever mediums in between us and whatever's up there, the refraction between all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, the sky just is the sky. Like if you had a huge warehouse, like let's say a Costco or something, a huge warehouse. Let's say it's like 100 square miles, a massive warehouse, and then you're standing in it. You're not going to see the whole warehouse at 100 square miles or 500 square miles. You're not going to be able to see every corner of the warehouse from where you're at. Let's say you're in the. Hold on, let me just finish my thought. If you're in the center of it, let's make it a 2,000 square mile warehouse. Make it huge. There's no way you're going to see all the corners. You're only going to see a little part of the ceiling where you're at. And whatever the ceiling is, whatever the lights are in the ceiling, they could be in any arrangement. They could be making circles or swirls, anything in the world. And you would just be walking around and you'd be looking up at the sky. And as you walk around, you're going to see different parts of the sky. And as you get further away, the part of the sky that you were seeing, the part of the ceiling, is going to set and not be visible anymore. It's going to converge at the horizon point, and et cetera. And if you got close enough to see one of the corners, you would see one of the corners. You could not see two corners at once because it's massive. If you wanted to see another corner, you got to travel all the way over to see the other corner.
But Geo, if let's say the stars are painted on the ceiling, as soon as you move away from the center of those stars, it wouldn't be a perfect circle anymore.
But who's to say, Bebo? Who's to say that that's how it works, right? Because with the whole flat Earth and not knowing what we live on theory, is also we don't know what's going on in the sky. So who's to say what kind of motions these things are actually doing, or what they're at, or if they even are functioning when we're not seeing it, right? Like we don't know what they're doing. So to assume that it's easier to just choose our reality because it makes sense, or because the numbers, the figures. I mean, it seems it's on paper. It seems like it should be, right? But when you think about it, it seems flawed.
Well, let me ask this. Is it possible that the stars could be doing something and we see something different? Is that possible?
Well, I would say you have your perspective point, which is your
But could you
perspective, but the stars are actually doing what they're doing. I mean, as much as people could think or say that we don't know exactly what's happening, that makes sense. From my perspective, it fits the pattern of a toroidal quadrupole. So
I know, but Gio, in these guys' models, they have the stars doing something. We see them doing something that they're not doing. So I'm asking them, is it possible that we see the stars doing something that they're not? They probably won't answer this because they know what the answer is.
No, I just told you, Jeremy. You could recreate this same effect.
It's begging a big old question.
So you're telling me everything we see the stars doing in the sky, they're doing that thing?
Yes, if that's what you see,
so
that's
the
what
star
you're doing.
trails are trails are converging and diverging at the equator.
If that's what they appear, and that's what you want to believe. Yes, that's what they're doing, Jeremy. Jesus.
No, I'm asking you. Can we see them? Is it possible that the stars could be doing something and we see them doing something different?
No, they're doing exactly what we would expect to see.
Dude, that's not. I know you want to tap dance around this. I know this is one of your guys' tactics.
It's not. How does this help your argument though? You think the stars are doing something, but they're not doing. How does this? I don't understand.
I'm asking you: is it possible that the stars could be? We could see the stars doing something. That's possible. Yes or no?
No, the stars are doing exactly what we would expect them to do.
Well, I don't want to speak.
Go ahead, Gio.
Well, you were roboting a little bit, and I don't want to speak for you, Jeremy, but it sounds like what you're saying is that if these guys are saying that the star trails converging and diverging at the equator is not actually happening, but it's only happening due to perspective, then how can they also say, oh, but the southern star trails are because it's at the bottom of the sphere and they're all spinning in circles?
Yeah, I'm saying he's tap dancing around my question, but the question is, could we see the? He's tap dancing around my question, but the question is, and this is rhetorical, by the way, because we already know the answer to this, is could the stars be doing something? Could we see the stars doing something, but they're actually doing something else?
That's as big a begging the question as it gets.
That's a straightforward, simple question. I'm not begging the question. It's
the simple answer is yes.
Yeah, this scares them, so they're going to tap dance around it, act like I'm doing a fallacy. When in reality, we already know the answer to this. Yeah, we already know the answer to this question. That's why B-Ball was dodging it so hard. So
I'm not dodging it at all. I keep telling you, you could make this same. You could recreate this same effect and ask the same question. Like put yourself inside of a sphere, right, and make concentric circles.
That's begging the question.
From the bottom to the top, and be like, not at all. And then you could be like, wow, this looks exactly as excuse me. This looks exactly like what we see when we view star trails.
Yeah, so we see the stars doing something that they're not actually doing, right?
You keep saying that, but I don't know why you keep saying that.
Because it's a true statement. It's objective. It's not the only one. The only one that it's in contention with is you for some reason.
So do you think the stars are actually moving away from each other, and then coming back?
Didn't say that. Didn't
That's
say
what you're
that at all.
saying,
You're
though.
not even paying attention. No, I'm saying we see the stars do something, and they're not actually doing that thing.
They're
That's
doing
all I'm
exactly what we
saying.
would
Stop trying
expect.
to read into it. Stop trying to read into
Jeremy,
it and play the Glober game. Dude, stop trying to read into it and sit and play the Glober game. Okay? Your tactics are just boring.
no, they're doing exactly what we would expect them to do, and that's my answer.
I'm not talking about what you would expect them to do when you're begging the question.
That's the answer.
And you're begging the question model. I'm not talking about what you expect them to be doing and you're begging the question attitude. I'm talking about
Jeremy,
what we versus what they are actually doing.
get yourself a camera and film them.
Yeah, in your model, B-Ball, in terms of what they're actually doing, in your model, they're light years away in a galaxy far, far away. And I guess you also somehow believe that they're moving and going at millions of miles an hour, but somehow the movement is so dramatic or little because they're light years away. But in your model, they're not doing any trails at all. They're literally light years away, out in a vacuum somewhere.
Yeah, they're making trails because we're rotating.
Right.
That's
so you
the
would have to
assumption.
say that what they're doing, what you see them doing, is not in any way, shape, or form what they're actually doing.
Okay, if you put
Plus,
right,
they've died out
like
millions of years ago, right? They've already
If
died.
you put it like that, okay. If you put it like that, yes. Okay, they're not actually making trails, but it's the reason why the trails happen is because we're using time lapse, and the Earth is rotating. So yes, okay, I would agree with you, Jeremy, there on that point.
No,
Or
that's not
the stars are moving and we're stationary, which is what it seems.
my point is we see the stars doing this convergence and divergence at the equator. You guys know that's not actually happening. So
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with
as
you.
far
It's
as
not
you know,
it's not actually
as far
happening
as you
because
know,
we're
we
rotating.
see something happening. As far as you know, we see something happening in the sky with the stars that's not actually happening.
Right. Okay, I'll agree with you. Yeah, and it's not happening because the Earth is rotating.
Right. I don't care why or what your begging the question fallacy is going to be next. That's fine. Now it's time to talk about other things the sky is doing and the stars are doing in the sky that we see that might not actually be happening. Is that possible? That we could see the stars doing something that's not actually happening, B-Ball?
So the stars aren't actually rotating. It's because we're rotating. That's what they appear to be doing. So yeah, I'll agree with you. Go ahead.
So it's possible we could see the stars doing something that's not actually happening. Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
when we film star trails, no, it's because we're rotating.
Oh my God, I'm done with you. You're a fucking waste of time. You're just a straight up waste.
You could get a camera and you can film this yourself, Jeremy. I don't think he's ever even tried. I've done it. How come you haven't done it?
Done what, dude?
Make observations, Jeremy. Make observations, Jeremy.
What, things that are actually happening or things that aren't happening?
You're a truth seeker, right? Seek the truth, man. Make some observations.
The truth is that so hard. Hold on.
I gotta go.
Let me just make my closing statement. Yeah, I know. Bye, B-Ball. Thanks. Fucking waste of time.
No, I can hear you, but I'm on my bike, so I won't be able to talk.
Bye. See ya.
So guys, has the model ever been like replicated, like the actual Earth and the millions of miles of the stars and their movement? Has that been like simulated to see if it's like even possible?
Yeah, use Universe Sandbox.
Universe Sandbox, or you can use Space Engine. Yeah.
Hold on, right? Hold on. So you guys are talking to me about code, right? A program, something that could be programmed.
A simulator, yeah. You said have they been simulated? Yeah, that's where they've been simulated.
That's where the simulator.
Yeah, if you have a planar Earth, the stationary planar geometry Earth, with a celestial sphere that surrounds it and creates the field of the stars, that would be that. You then can invert that if you really wanted to, and make the Earth a sphere, and then make the celestial sphere much larger and have it outside of the sphere. Just because those two geometries correlate doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere. So you could all day long be like, oh, but it works if I make the Earth a sphere. So what? There are certain geometries that are interchangeable depending the way that planes and spheres function, it actually comes down to the way a toroidal field functions, because you have a sphere and then the dielectric inertial plane in the center. So it goes down to like the foundations of geometry and so on. But just because you can invert those and then beg the question and assert that it's a globe because of those observations is not a valid way to acquire the truth. It's just one possible window that you could view it through.
But Geo, making it a planar Earth with a celestial sphere will not replicate what we see in the southern sky.
Yes, it does. In the way I've described it with a quadrupole, it absolutely does to a T. Why would it not?
What about someone that's south of the equator in between the quadrupoles? Which way do they look to see this rotation?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Someone that's in between, halfway in between one of those quadrupoles that looks south, what does he see?
If they're close enough to see one of the poles, they're going to see it. They're going to see that corner of the universe. They'll see that corner. If there's 4 poles and you're only close enough to see one of them, then you're just going to see one of them. Is that what you're saying? If you're in the middle?
So who came up with these equations? Was it the Pythagoras guy?
Hold on, I don't know if the connection dropped out. Howard, is that what you meant? If somebody's like at the equator, which one are they going to see?
He might be driving.
Yeah, he might have dropped out.
That was for Koshal. I was asking him about Pythagoras. Was he the guy that came up with like the equations for the movements of the sun, of the stars?
No. Equations for them. What do you mean?
Yeah, was he the one that first came with the equations? Was it him?
I'm not sure what you're asking about. Are you saying the equation for the movement of the stars?
Yeah, or how they move or whatever. That he supposedly came up with like a pattern.
I'm not sure. I'm lost a little bit because if you're talking about kept. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest.
We was talking about it yesterday. We was talking about it with High Flow, I think. And the geometric patterns and all that shit.
Yeah, well, there's geometric patterns that are made from. You're talking about the wandering stars, then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if that was Pythagoras. I don't think it was.
I was going to ask whoever was it, the equations or the observations, which one came first?
I'm not sure if there are equations for it, other than the ones that are based around like their orbital movements and stuff. So
how is it that we're able to predict these things without like equations? How is the predicting being done?
From patterns.
Okay, and how does one recognize patterns?
Well, if a cyclical pattern, if they see this happens every, 80 days, 100-something days, this many days, and they can, just write that fact down.
But in order to be able to predict, there would have to be some sort of numerical system involved there, right?
Yeah, sure. The amount of days or the amount of time.
That's what I'm saying. Equations. These would be equations. Are these not?
Like I said, I don't think that there's any. I mean, unless you're talking, there might be equations needed if you're like, well, how many times does this cycle fit into this cycle? Then you have to do some algebra, but.
Well, anyway, my general question is, what came first? Was it the fancy equations, right, or was it the observations? Because if it was the observation that came first, I mean, I don't see how hard it would be to just reverse engineer everything, right? Because when you see it and you already understand that it's a pattern, you could pretty much come up with whatever system you would like to explain it.
Reverse engineering is extremely hard, though. It's not as easy as saying, here's this pattern. It happens every 365 days. So here's my equation: the Earth orbits every 365 days. That's not really the reverse engineering that's being talked about. The reverse engineering that would have to happen would be the description of Kepler orbital mechanics that describes how fast an object as far away from the sun as the Earth is would orbit around the sun due to Newtonian gravitational that equation. So they would have to create both of those based on the fact that the Earth is 365 days, and then not only that is that those same laws that worked on the Earth orbiting the sun would have to also work on every other object orbiting anything else. So
Yeah, now
to reverse engineer that based on that would be borderline genius. Impossible.
Well,
Not
that's
borderline genius would be genius.
I don't see it as genius, perhaps, but that would be completely reverse engineered. Like if you have a planar geometry Earth, and you have the tropic of above that, you have the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, and coming from a concept where like Polaris is in the middle, North Pole's in the middle, the continents coming out like an AE map, sort of like cars in a racetrack. They're all going between the tropics. So basically, the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, etc., are all wandering in between the tropics, from the Tropic of Cancer over the equator, Tropic of Capricorn. And they all do that cycle within a certain frequency time period. And if that's what they are, like they're just in their position in the firmament, as it were, and they're all making their cycles at their different speeds, then it would be a massive feat of reverse engineering to just say, well, hey, you know what? I want to take those patterns and I want to just completely turn it into this heliocentric thing. I want to put the sun at the center. And then if you do that, and I want to make all those things up there, I want to make them all spheres, and I want to make them in kind of a heliocentric type layout. You then would have to make the you would have to
hold on. Who's got all the background?
It's New Perspective.
Yeah, it was New Perspective. I muted him. I muted you for a second, New Perspective, but just because you were hot micing. So if you then wanted to take that and say, okay, I want the sun in the middle, and you then have to put Mercury next. You then have to put Venus. You have to put the Earth, the third rock, etc. And then if you want to come up with a bunch of orbital theories and ideas, it's basically just a massive reification fallacy of reverse engineering.
Yeah, everything up until the last part of what you said would be true. If somebody just saw that happening and then said that it's happening because of this, and they gave that bare minimum explanation without the actual Kepler mechanics and without the Newtonian's law of universal gravitation, if they did it without those two things, then you could say, actually, that would just be reverse engineering. You're just claiming this is happening because that also fits the thing that we're already seeing. But to do that and then come up with these laws that are not, they don't change. And we're not talking about general relativity or anything. So not Mercury, but with everything else, like in our speeds and size and everything. If they behave based on those same discrete laws that behaved on any one of those things. So it's like if you just look at Earth's orbit around the sun, you use those laws and they fit, and it also fits with anything else. So you'd have to reverse engineer it and make this this law that works, but it also works for every other thing. That seems like that would be either impossible or coincidental, the most coincidental thing ever, or it had to be because those laws that you made up are actually what's true. Because what are the odds
so if I have in a room in my house, if I put lights that are going in circles, like little race car lights doing that, and they're going at different rates and speeds, could I then say, you know what, I want to make one of those lights the center, and then I want to make all the other ones going out from that one, and I want to make it in like a sort of a 3D thing with spheres? I could then reverse engineer various theories that would correlate with that, and then you have a reverse engineered fabricated system with there is a root of truth in it in terms of like the actual frequency of the frequencies of the way those things are moving in the sky. There is like a rhyme and reason to the way that those work. So there is a part of that that's true, but they've just reverse engineered the physical model of it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you invented a rule, if you had things in your room, like you said, lights going around or whatever, and you had them such that the lights go around any individual object at a rate at an orbital period that is dependent on the distance it is from that object, and that was a rule that was there. Then no matter what perspective you're looking at this from, that rule would have to be consistent. And so it appears that rule is consistent in our observations, that no matter for any object, if it has multiple things orbiting it, the distance it's orbiting it from is going to completely dictate the amount of time it takes to make one complete cycle.
Yes, but they made that. They reverse engineered that. They put Pluto on the outside. They put Neptune. They put Saturn. They made that part of it. So they're using the actual movements of the sky clock, but they're the ones who made those distances, and they're the ones that made the gravitational theory. So of course it matches up. They just made something that they wanted to fit, but they reverse engineered it from the actual way the sky's moving.
Yeah, but you can confirm this with something that you can see the entire entire system, like Jupiter. Like when you're seeing Jupiter and its moons, you see the whole system. You see the objects that are going around it, and you see the distance that they are from the object and the time it takes, and it fits that same pattern, that same rule. But anyways, that's the only reason why I think the reverse engineering it's too easy to say, but I don't think it would actually be easy to accomplish. It'd actually be more amazing to accomplish that than to actually have found out whatever the truth was.
Why? It's just a mathematical model.
Yeah, but the mathematical model, hollow mass, is that some sort of empty cathedral?
No, it's just a hollow mass that looks like it's 3D. It's just an optical illusion.
But I don't understand. It's a hollow mass that is 3D. Yeah, hollow mass would be 3D. Yeah, it's just a hollow object. I don't understand what you're saying. You'd have to elaborate, maybe, because I'm not sure what that is.
I'm about to post it. You should check it out.
Sure.
Yeah, you mentioned Kepler's laws. I mean, they're literally just all reverse engineered into the model that they wanted. They had to make the orbits elliptical. Like, in my understanding, since they go from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, when they get to the Tropic of Cancer, they kind of pause there, and that's like the solstice point, and then they start going back outwards, and vice versa. There's like the solstice points. So you have to make the orbits elliptical because of that. So that's just completely reverse engineered. The second law has to do with like the amount of space that it covers. So that's completely made up with their model of the distances that they made. And then the third one has to do with the orbital period and how it's proportional to the size of its orbit. And the orbital period is proportional to it. And that's also just made up from the actual frequencies, the way that they actually move in the sky. They reverse engineered that to make the orbits, which is why they had to put Mercury first and then Venus and then, the orbit of them. So literally all of Kepler's laws are just complete reverse engineered reification that works in terms of its mechanics, but doesn't mean that that's actually what reality is. So there's nothing impressive about those.
Well, it's got two impressive coincidences. One being that the second law, as you said, it was about the area. I think it's talking about the speed. Basically, it's describing the distance, the amount of orbit it's going to be taking, going to be consistent. So the area of the pie basically is going to be the same area, meaning that depending on how close it is to the object it's orbiting, it's basically going to be moving faster. And the equation of time that we have today, that we use to, we're talking about that with flat Earth data. It corroborates that same rule or whatever. It seems that it appears that this, we're moving faster when we're closer. If that's true, if it's reverse engineered, then it's just a coincidence. And then the other thing you said about right. The other coincidence would be that the order they put the planets in being related to how long their orbital periods are. That would coincide with the fact that Venus and Mercury have phases, but the other planets don't have phases. And they also, according to the period thing, they appear to be closer than we are. So it's like there's all these happy coincidences that fit our model the way it works, but also we're reverse engineered, and so have to be coincidences that they happen to work.
Right, but you're getting that based off parallax. I could take two light flashlights that are same 10,000 lumens, make one brighter than the other at the same distance, say like 40 feet away from the observer, and move them around in a circle, and the observer will presuppose that
ahead of the sun, and then it goes what's called direct motion, so it stops retrograding and then starts going slower than the sun, and it goes retrograde, so it keeps doing that, and it never gets further than about 21 degrees from the sun. And then Venus is similar. It does its retrograde cycle. It goes in front of the sun, behind the sun, same thing, except it gets about 45 degrees from the sun. So those two are sort of phasing like cars on a racetrack. One of them goes a little bit in front of the other one, and then it goes behind it, etc. And those two are doing that. So in the heliocentric model, that's why they put Mercury first, and then Venus, and then the Earth. And that's why they call them the inner planets, Mercury and Venus. But again, that would just be reverse engineered from the way that they're actually moving in front of the sun and behind the sun, whereas none of the other wandering stars do that. Like Mars makes its full cycle all the way. It's not tied to the sun in that way. And then the phases would be, I think, connected to that too, since they're kind of tied to the sun in that way.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's my point, though, is that those two, which due to Kepler's law, Kepler's third law, they would seem that their periods are smaller, and so they're closer, and they both have those complete phases when they can even transit the sun. When Mars, I think, gets a little bit dimmer. It doesn't have a full set of phases. Jupiter, same thing, and Saturn. So it corresponds completely with the thing that they reverse engineered, but they reverse engineered it using something different. So it's like a coincidental fact that they just happen to have phases in correlation with the distance that we are supposing they are in our model. At any rate, I still think that's the main reason why a lot of stuff fitting together is really hard to reverse engineer. So it's just impressive, I guess. When did Kepler do all this stuff? In like the 16th century?
It was like Galileo's time, shortly before Newton.
Right.
It's like the 1600s or so.
Oh, wow. Okay. It says he died in 1630 at age 58. So, yeah. I guess it was right around the same exact. It was like right around the same time as Galileo then. Right, slightly before you. Okay. But yeah, his laws are beautifully succinct. Like the crazy thing about it is, like I said, it's consistent with different systems. So you could say it's coincidental with the solar system, but the same thing is observed with the Saturn system. The same thing is observed with Jupiter's system.
Well, so then, Coach, how do you know that you're not just basically like believing a cult? Meaning that like what you actually see, like there's no curvature, there's lights in the sky that move above us, and this whole like the Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, the whole story, the whole mathematics. Like, how do you know that you're not just basically believing a big religion?
Because I'm telling you that the religion that if that were true, the religion that they've invented and the lie they pulled over my eyes, that is actually perfectly explaining everything, even the coincidence, like two different lies they made up correspond with each other, and in a way that it seems like it would be impossible to reverse engineer. Something so a lie that works in reference to one thing, and then the lie that they made up, it makes this other thing make sense that didn't even cross their mind when they made up the other lie. So it's like, I would just be impressed with both counts. I mean, I'd tip my hat off to them and say, wow, you guys got me, man. Can't believe that. That's what I told you. If I found out the Earth were flat and I was tricked, I'd just be like, can't believe everything that I thought that fit together and the way I make sense of the world was all. I'd have to.
Well, lies are designed to be resonated with.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a cult if it wasn't convincing. Isn't that kind of part of what cults do? They're very convincing. It seems like that's the reality, whatever the cult is. Usually there's like charismatic leaders and shoulders of giants, and there seems to be a whole thing as a reason to believe it. So, I mean,
it's more convincing than any alternative model.
There's something interesting about the Kepler story, and obviously, like, I know how this could be interpreted as just him sort of making it seem more convincing, but actually Kepler was a Neoplatonist, so he wanted to find like the mathematical perfection of the universe, and so he was basically hoping for, and he was trying to make it work, make circular orbits work for like, for like 10 years. He tried to make circular orbits work. And when he finally, did the elliptical orbits and saw that they worked, he was really disappointed. He was very disappointed because he thought that it was imperfect. And he tried to find a way to make it work with circular orbits for a long time.
That's right. I remember hearing about that. And obviously it wasn't even him who was able to describe how they worked. He perfectly described the pattern of cycles, all this kind of stuff, but without an actual mechanism on how this works. The whole thing would seem confusing.
Yeah, and then it took till Newton put it all together. Like, Newton took these. Newton figured out a way to unite the downward force that we see on our, in our daily life, unite that force with whatever is keeping these planets in an elliptical orbit, the Kepler's elliptical orbits.
Yeah, that's a beautiful synchronicity. That's the reason why. That's like probably the number one reason why his claim to fame is combining those two, uniting those two phenomena. But like, again, if that was reverse engineered, that those laws work in both cases, it's like that to me would be just as impressive to reverse engineer something like that.
Yeah, this notion of reverse engineering, like, it comes up a lot in here, and I think that reverse engineering that's how we build models, right? Like, isn't reverse engineering just the way that you build scientific models? Like, you take the data and you build mathematical structures to replicate it. That's how models work. Like, so how could we build a model without reverse engineering in that way?
Sorry, there's different types of models. So you definitely wouldn't have a scientific model and just do some math for it. That'd be a mathematical model, right?
Right.
For a scientific model, you would actually need science backing it up, wouldn't you?
So what a scientific model does, though, is it's basically, it's like a toy. It's a mathematical toy that we build it so that it can replicate or represent something in the real world, and then we check it against the real world using measurements. And the heliocentric model, like we've been saying with the movements of the planets, like the retrograde and of all these things, the heliocentric model can predict all of those movements.
Yeah.
You don't need heliocentrism to predict retrogrades at all. Heliocentrism has an explanation for retrogrades, but you don't require it in any way at all.
Yeah, you totally ignored what I said.
I would agree with that. I would say though that the heliocentric model can explain them more elegantly than the Ptolemaic model. The Ptolemaic hypercycles, it gets really messy when you try to explain it with the hypercycles. But the heliocentric model is super
Christians
simple.
would say the same thing about an elegant explanation, though. What an elegant answer. Because God said so. That's the most elegant answer. Because God made it this way is the most elegant answer of all time.
Well,
So
but it hides a lot of
no argument.
complexity inside of it. But that's a different question, you know.
Well, retrograde motion, essentially, you have the speed of the fixed stars, like 23 hours and 56 minutes is how long it takes for the stars to make one, full sidereal day. And usually when we look up at the sky, something, let's say Mercury, is moving slower than the fixed stars. So the fixed stars are making 23 hours, 56 minutes. Mercury will be going a little slower than the fixed stars. Therefore, it's moving through the zodiac. And so that's why it moves through, Aries and Taurus, Gemini, etc. It's moving through the zodiac. When it goes retrograde, essentially it does what's called stationing, which so there's direct motion, stationary, and retrograde motion. So direct motion is when it's moving slower than the fixed stars. So when you look up at the sky, it's moving a little slower, and it's moving in, that's called direct motion. And then it starts to station. This is before it goes retrograde. It starts to station. When it's stationing, it's going the exact same speed as the fixed stars. So it's 23 hours, 56 minutes. That's exactly what Mercury's doing when it's stationing. And then when it goes into retrograde, it's going a little faster than the fixed stars, just a little faster. That's called retrograde motion. And it moves backwards through the zodiac because now it's moving faster than the fixed stars. Mm-hmm. So that's all retrograde is. It's literally just changing speed from going slower than the fixed stars. Then it stations, it goes the same speed as the fixed stars, and then it goes faster. So it's literally just slightly changing its speed.
Yeah. And for sure, you can make a model where you can make a geocentric model and make sense of that. And people did, like the Ptolemy did that, But you can make a model that accounts for retrograde with the same, that accounts for it just as well with heliocentric elliptical orbits. And I think that model is actually more elegant. Like it requires less sort of ad hoc stuff to add on. Like with Ptolemaic, retrograde, you need to add all of these weird, circular orbits on top of the norm of the or orbits around the sun. And with the heliocentric model, it's just simple elliptical orbits. All the planets, their orbits don't change. They just take simple elliptical orbits the whole time.
Yeah, you might be thinking about epicycles, but you might be thinking about epicycles.
Yeah, I probably mistook the name.
Yeah, you don't need those either.
You don't?
No. What I just described is simply what we actually observe. It's literally Mercury is going slower than the fixed stars. It picks up pace, goes the same speed, and then it goes faster. It's like cars around a racetrack. Yeah. Like if you have, let's call the fixed stars are just one car on the racetrack, and then Mercury is another car. It's literally as simple as they're going around a racetrack, and Mercury's car is going a little slower than this fixed stars car, and then it literally Mercury just puts a little more gas, and it goes the same speed as a fixed star, and then it goes a little faster. Then when it's done retrograding, it just lets off the gas and starts going slower again. You don't need epicycles. You don't need elliptical orbit explanations. Like really, it's that simple in terms of what we actually observe.
I understand. Like I understand that we can model it if we just so a geocentric astronomer can just take note of when the retrogrades happen, and they can predict the planets just as well as with the epicycles. But it's not as elegant, because you can take the Newtonian mechanics, and you can go to any possible system, and any possible system of planets and model their motion. But with the Ptolemaic model, you have to mark down all of these sort of random times, these like individual specific times when retrograde happens. It's just not as elegant. I don't think it's
as got no predictive capability outside of
right.
We're seeing the same repeated pattern.
Right. And like we can use the same model. We can use the same model that we use to explain the orbits around the sun to explain the orbits that the moons have around the planets. We can use the same law. But you can't use the same principle to explain the orbits around the planets in the Ptolemaic model. You have to develop new ideas for like what those little balls are doing, orbiting Jupiter.
So I'm waiting for some science for your scientific model that you got. Do you have any science behind it or no?
Well, so like this whole model thing. So a model is it spits out predictions, and then we can look and see if those predictions are confirmed or unconfirmed by what we see in reality.
Are you talking scientific predictions, like hypotheses? Yeah, so you break me off with a hypothesis for this globe, scientific globe model you got.
So, like specifically with this like heliocentric, model of the planets, a prediction could be on January 5th, 2018. We can take the heliocentric model and tell it to spit out where Mars is going to be in the sky. And you can go and, like I just picked out a date in the past, but we could pick out a date in the future, right? And it spits out a prediction. We can go and then check that prediction against reality.
Can you give me a hypothesis or no?
I was giving you like a prediction from a model.
Yeah, well, in order for it to be a scientific model, you're going to have to be doing science. And a scientific prediction is a hypothesis. Do you have one or not?
Sure, yeah. So I guess a hypothesis would be that, our hypothesis would be that on this day, Mars will be here in the sky. That's our hypothesis. We would use
what
the...
You think you think that's a hypothesis?
What do you think a hypothesis is?
I don't know. What's your independent variable in that?
How about this? Well, the hypothesis would be, in this case, probably along the lines of that the sky, the wandering stars in the sky, as well as the moons of Jupiter, are behaving or appear to be behaving the way they are because they're due to Kepler's orbital mechanics and Newton's laws of gravitation. That would be like a hypothesis.
I like how you're calling them wandering stars instead of planets.
Well, no, but that's what I'm talking about.
Language. That's not a valid hypothesis.
Yeah, that is a valid hypothesis. Yeah,
what's your independent variable?
Well, no, you're talking about a test now. What test would you do? The test would be like what he just said.
A hypothesis is a
experiment is a hypothesis test.
A hypothesis is a presupposition that you're going to go forth and do an experiment. If not, we're doing pseudoscience.
Oh, exactly. So the hypothesis is what I've just said. And then the test that he just said would be testing that hypothesis.
No, you said something's going to be somewhere, and then you see something somewhere. That is in no way any kind of scientific endeavor.
No.
You know what that is? That's literally the definition of pseudoscience.
He talked about where the position of a planet on any given day or time or whatever like that in the sky.
Yeah, that's pseudoscience. I know. You don't have a valid hypothesis. You don't have a valid hypothesis to back your shit up. You don't have
the valid hypothesis is that he's using Kepler's mechanics and Newton's law of gravitation to make this prediction. And so that's going to be the test. He's going to use that, make the prediction based off that, and see what he sees.
You guys but there's like I know that you have this whole like independent dependent variable thing, right? I understand that. Like I
don't.
It's not Jeremy. It's the scientific method. He's telling you that's the scientific method for everyone, not just him or anybody.
Let's hear this guy out, though. Yeah.
I can't even go on. Yeah, my bad. Sorry to interrupt. I just whatever. Go ahead.
He's really passionate about this, man.
Yeah,
Well, you guys
the
can't.
science. I love the science
Let
stuff.
this guy finish up first, man.
Who are you? Who are we talking about?
Oh, you were saying something, Jeremy. You got really animated and you're saying
I like
the
this
scientific method.
Yeah, I like this scientific method stuff because it feels like it's something that we can kind of like get at, you know, just sitting on Discord here, right? We can argue about how the scientific method works with just ideas, and I like talking about it, but there's like certain responses that I've heard that I hear from like flat earthers about like what true science is, and a lot of it, I don't know. Like I've done science I've worked for labs and done science before, and like my job, we do like we do testing all the time, and we don't use these super strict labelings of things that I hear in discussions about the scientific method on here.
Yeah.
Then how then you'll never know the code.
Hey, Brian, real quick. I was going to say, Entmonk, you started out by saying, isn't making a model reverse engineering it? All the talk about reverse engineering.
Yeah.
And then you started talking about how the model predicts things. But if the model is reverse engineering, it's not predicting things. It's just seeing how things work and then making a model based on how they know they work.
Yeah. So that I understand. That's a valid question. I would argue that there have been instances, a lot of instances of the model predicting things that we didn't see before. So like things like comets, the paths of comets, and cycles of comets that whereas scientists saw a single path, not knowing when the next one would come around, and then predicted when it would return, and it was accurate, and like that's a new prediction.
But the cycle is what they studied, and then they figured out when it would come around again. It's not like they predicted it like some kind of like.
There are some like a famous example of
kind of like prophet. Oh, I predict it's going to be here. It's like you see how the cycle is, just like everything else, and then they make the model based on those cycles, or reverse engineer the model, however you want to call it. So you can't really use the word predict.
So what I'm saying is, what I'm saying with comets, there have been instances. So like there are comets that have super long cycles, right? Like, and there are instances in the history of science, in the history of astronomy, where an astronomer saw a comet that there was no data on, because if a comet cycle is longer than like 50 years, then it's
a model
very
killer.
possible.
If it's longer than 50 years, it's a heliocentric model killer. You can't.
No,
you can't predict the speed of Halley's comet.
Hold on, let him finish what he's saying, man.
Yeah. So there are comets like I think Halley's comet is like the most famous one, and that's like 70 years or something.
76.
And yeah, and there are comets like that where an astronomer saw it the first time. There was no previous cycle data to look at, but they were like, that comet, this is how far away it is. I'm going to predict that it's going to take this long to come back, and it was validated. So that's a prediction with no knowledge of the cycles beforehand.
That was confirmed from Halley, from confirming a cycle, man. Look, there's no speed you could put on that comet of where it comes in and out of range and then disappears for another fucking almost 80 years. There's nowhere, the solar system ain't fucking nowhere near big enough to make that prediction, man. It's a model killer.
It's over light year wide. You talk about this stuff, but the place that it comes from is like the Oort cloud, and something further than Pluto.
The demonstration of the model in a classroom is a close and local sun. I'm sorry to break it to you guys. There is no whatever you just said, Gosho. It's close and local. Go look.
To back up what he just said, though, about the comet, if somebody was capable of doing that, this would be a direct confirmation of Kepler's laws, because Kepler's laws state that if you can determine, say, the orbital speed of something, then you also know how far away it is at that point. And you also know, you'd have to view the eccentricity as well. So be more that goes into it. But
when they show you it in a lab, they show you
What
a little
gravity is it in, Coach
shoebox.
O?
They show you a shoebox. It's big. It's no bigger than like 2 shoeboxes, and the source of the sun and the moon. How are they going to get Halley's Comet right when they show you a moon that is exactly a light bulb and the Earth is just a hair bigger than a light bulb? So how does this even fit? What do you? I don't know.
because I think you got a point, man. Because that sounds like a 3rd grade classroom or something like that. Well, a lot of these guys, they have educations beyond the 3rd grade, and I think that they utilize that.
Yeah, well, get their model. Where's their model do any different than that? I'm waiting.
So, like, but how then? So the question is, how did Halley predict correctly?
He didn't. It's called.
I mean,
reporting.
I can't argue.
If I see something happen and I see it happen again, I write that down.
But Halley only saw it once. Halley only saw the comet appear one time.
How do you know that?
I mean, if you want to argue, like, we could argue about like whether or not this history was rewritten, right? But I can't convince you that. Obviously, I can't convince you that Halley's story is real. You could say that was made up. But if it was,
right now, hold on. Can you redo what Halley did and look up right now and tell me some object that's not going to pop up that we don't never know about that's going to pop up tomorrow or the next day? Do you got one in your pocket that you can use his same math to do? I doubt it. How come he's the only one that can do this math, this special wizard math?
he's not the only one that could do it. I mean, anyone could see an object in the sky and then
No. Predicting lotto numbers and stuff, like to be able to predict something. I know this is going to happen in 70 more years. How did that go about? Show me.
So he used the model of gravity that we have. He said there's an object in the sky. Yeah, well, that's what right. This is what our whole argument was.
Math. He doesn't know math, so
by numbers.
Math. You don't know math.
Let this guy finish real quick.
Me?
Yeah. I thought you were saying something.
Yeah. So like, yeah, shit up, man. You don't even know. He's making shit up.
Doesn't matter. D-Mug doesn't know any math. You didn't even talk to him.
You don't know how a clock
works.
Guys,
He's too stupid to understand what you're even saying to him.
No, you're too goofy to understand a flat clock works just fine.
Can you guys get to the DMs?
Yeah, go ahead, and Muck.
I mean, all right. I this conversation has probably taken its course, but I just think, like, how could Halley? It's possible that for some reason he predicted it and he didn't. There's some other explanation that he was able to predict when this comet would return. But if the Earth was flat and this model that he's using is totally bunk, then how was his prediction correct? That's
same way astronaut predicts all of NASA's fucking eclipse for NASA using the solar cycle with a fucking flat Earth, which is a flat Earth cycle, geocentric. But look, you can't do math on just one pass of a comet, bro.
Yeah, you can't.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what he did.
How are you going to know how far it is, how big it is? You got to get that information about at least a couple passes, dude.
Right. So I you do that earlier, and when in reference to Halley's comet, before Halley had done that, there was not even any idea that comets were cyclical. This wasn't even postulated. No, there was not. This wasn't postulated. There was no model for comets being cyclical. There was not one at all.
Dude, the sky has been charted, bro. Show me something new in the ephemeris, dude. I mean, and fucking show me something new in the Vedic. The sky's been charted for way longer
than that. Of anybody before Halley who had asserted that comets were cyclical in any way.
Yeah. How many times did he observe Halley's comet?
I have to look it up. But man, you can't just assert shit without evidence. I mean, without even knowing it, man. We could play guessing game. But we're talking about shit hardly nobody even knows about, man. There ain't no experts on that shit in here. Right?
Brian, you can look it up if you want.
But just common sense tells me if you only see one pass, then you don't know the distance. You got to see at least two to be able to gauge a distance to even be able to do math, man.
That's what we're arguing. That's what we're arguing, though, is that Halley saw it once, but he knew that if this comet is just a physical object, then it's going to have an elliptical orbit just like the other objects that are circling the sun do. So he took the comet, used data that he had about how fast it was traversing the sky, and extrapolated how fast and the angle that it was approaching the sun. I don't know exactly how it was done.
You don't know how fast it goes if you don't know how big it is, bro.
No,
So,
that's
okay,
not true.
For fuck's sake, you'd have to transit something, dude.
No, you don't need to know how big it is. The center of it is all you need. It could be huge or it could be small, but you can tell by its speed. It has.
How long do we see helis coming for?
Brian, people.
You see an angular position change every day.
I'm asking you, how long do we see it for in the sky when it comes around?
People study these
I
things
think
for
like a week or
years,
two.
Brian.
How long do we see it for? I'm just asking.
I just
you guys.
said, I just told you.
Yeah.
Couple
How long?
weeks.
I didn't hear you.
A couple. Just keep on talking.
Okay, a couple weeks, and it's not me; it's everybody else. I'm asking a fucking question. Okay, a couple weeks, and where do we first see it?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, you'd have to know that, wouldn't you?
So hold on, I just looked it up. So he observed a transit of Halley's Comet, and using that, he extrapolated its speed, right?
So he's what you call it. Just said we didn't need a transit. Zanuck just said we didn't need a transit.
I didn't say you didn't need a transit. I said you didn't know how big it is. There's a difference.
What about the center?
You didn't need a transit, so you just
Then you said you need the center of it.
Yes.
You can use Kepler's 3 laws to determine it, man.
How can you?
Look, what did it transit? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious about this. What did he see it transit?
Let's see.
Weather balloon.
Look it up, Brian.
You don't need to know the size of something to be able to see where.
I'm driving, man. I'm driving.
No.
Look, I got this guy to go get information. We can all learn something.
Look, I dropped a link that you can check out in the chat.
Then pick it up.
Also, I mean, you could just Google it, man.
Why is this constant denial of trigonometry? I'm just curious.
Because you need to know the size of it to know the center of it, don't you, Tootsie Pop?
You want to go with me? You want to go at me again?
Yeah, you're Gobstopper. You need to know the size of it to know the center of it.
There's not one body in your fucking model that works. The trigonometry works on, man.
Hold on. One at a time, boys.
I'm telling Zanuck, there's not one body in the heliocentric model except maybe the moon that trigonometry works on. Show me a star that trigonometry works on, Zanuck.
Venus. Trigonometry works on Venus.
Hey, knowing the size helps you know
without
the
assumptions.
distance, but if you don't know the size, then is it something big or is it something far away going fast, or is it something closer going slower? How can you answer that?
That's where parallax.
Well, all the Kepler's laws were all the Kepler's laws were fucking built on the assumption that the initial assumption that Venus is the same size as Earth.
No.
It's all horseshit, man.
That's not true. Come on.
It's all scale and variance, man. If you change one thing, it's all scale and variance, bro. You don't listen. If you change the size of one thing,
scale, dude. That's something Kepler didn't have. He knew.
You're just making things up again.
He knew.
No, listen, man. It's all scale and variance, dude. If you change the size of one planet, then you just change them all, and then you change the distance. And then all the gravity changes, bro. And they're all fucking related. It's all scale and variance. So if you figured out that Mars was a wrong size, you throw out the whole model? No, you fucking just upgrade all the sizes.
Brian, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with what Kepler came up with. Kepler didn't come up with a distance from the Venus to anywhere or the Earth to anywhere. He came up with
Murray Curie came up. I didn't say he came up with it. I didn't say he came up with it.
What he came up with was a relationship between the distances. So
there's
no telling how big Venus is or how far
You'll
away.
never learn or listen or hear anything if you keep on talking.
Well, he's saying that I said that Kepler fucking
you said it has to do with knowing the size of Venus and knowing its transit across the sun, all that stuff.
I said they applied Kepler's laws with fucking with the assumption of Venus's size. That's how they fucking modeled the solar system. Murray Curie is the one who fucking made the guess that Venus is the same size as fucking Earth, dude. I didn't say Kepler. I said they used Kepler's laws. All right, if I did say Kepler, I didn't mean to say it was actually him. They took Kepler's laws and made an assumption. Okay, then they updated it with watching the fucking moons of Jupiter and shit and timing that out and it's pretty much scale and variance
Brian,
from
you
there.
are all over the map. You are all over the map, Brian. Just so you know.
You say Mary Curie, dude?
Murray Curie.
He said Mercury. He said Mercury. Dr. Mercury.
Yeah, Dr. Mercury. What about the elliptical orbits or the orbits, right? That supposedly happen and you get closer or further, or like things appear different, and like space is supposed to be shrinking or growing.
That
I
has
can't
nothing.
remember which one. I think they're supposed to be doing both. So where do we go from that? with
Better
science?
step aside. D-Mike, this also includes math. You don't know math, so
No, don't do that. That's just gonna
because
reverberates
that's what he
back,
likes.
bounces
So.
back at you. You do that. It's easier just to agree with them.
Zanuck, I'd love to see you do some math that wasn't anything to do with any made up potato head shit that you got parroted to you.
Okay, so use math that hasn't been created or invented.
They can't make new math, dude. All they can do is
Oh,
fucking
you have new math.
that they were taught.
I remember new math. I remember that.
No, you
They were
have
teaching that
made
when I
up
was a kid.
math.
Wait, the gentleman was reading something about predicting Haley's comet, and
Oh,
it
yeah,
got
shut up. Yeah.
predicted.
Well, if you read it, you might learn something. Actually, why don't you try reading it?
Come on, guys.
See what you either disagree with or agree with.
I've learned that if you insult Democ or someone else in here, they're just going to insult back, and this other guy's not going to be able to finish what you're saying about Haley's Comet. So,
who?
Osho and I had a very civil conversation because Koso decided not to be a jerk, right?
Kosho?
We can
Great
talk.
decision,
Oh
but-
yeah.
Yeah, Zanuck, let him talk.
They were talking. I was just interacting when other people were interacting.
That's Kozo. That ain't Joho. That's Kozo.
The point is, though, I think with Halley's Comet, and I'm not 100% sure.
Where's Trulon? Was Trulon still here?
Who? I'm not sure, but it's not. Yeah, so it was never cyclical before that. There was no cyclical idea of comets before that. And I'm thinking there was other comets that you only have to see it once, because if you use Kepler's laws and you observe it well enough, you can determine its because Kepler's law tells you if you can determine its speed based on observations, and you can determine how its speed is changing, especially throughout some range of time, you can figure out all the other you can figure out the distance, you can figure out the eccentricity, all this other type of stuff.
And you can predict when it's going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, whoa. Slow down there, cowboy. That's a tall order.
Come on.
That's a tall order.
If you know its eccentricity, you know it's
cool your jets there, tough guy.
Yeah. You're going to know. Yeah.
What, you mean math and models have predictive qualities? No, come on. You guys are way out of bounds now.
Correct ones do, yeah.
Zanuck, your troll ratio today is just way too high.
I thought I'd try a new tack. It wasn't working. Whatever I was doing before wasn't working. I figured I'd try something different.
The full-blown troll tack? That's what you're trying?
Yeah.
Zanuck impresses me. That's why if I had my own server or something, I'd give him all the leeway in the world,
I try to get right to the edge where George just goes. Gio just goes, nah, that's not going to work. And he mutes me.
I've got something good. I just remembered when I was hanging out with a friend from college this weekend, and he's working for General Dynamics now, and they make tanks. They make the Abrams tanks, and he was like speaking of math, he was like a very big math guy in college, and he's working on the targeting systems of all things. And I mentioned Flat Earth to him because I said I'd been hanging out on the servers recently, and he knows I've been into Flat Earth, and he said that in the code for the targeting systems, and like you can believe me or not, but if you believe me, he said that there is code in the targeting systems that incorporates Coriolis effect. So he's my only in, but I gotta bring it up.
You would have to, sure.
I wanted to throw this one thing out there real quick. The Hale-Bop comment.
He's one of the sources.
If on YouTube, and then I gotta say something.
Okay, look, the Hale-Bop comment is you say 76 years, and Haley's comment is fucking in the Oort or the Oort cloud or whatever on its fucking away stage, aphelion or fucking whatever you want to call it. But Hale-Bop comet is fucking over 2,500 fucking year cycle. So show me how far the sun's gravity could possibly go to where nothing else pulled it. It's passing all that shit. Right. It's fucking it's tough, man. It's the
nearest star is
fucking tough on the model, bro. It's definitely these meteor or these comets are definitely tough on a model, bro.
No, it's not, dude. The nearest star is 4 light years away. Okay, so
I'm not talking about Hale-Bop comet, dude. That was
it doesn't
fucking,
matter. It doesn't matter.
That
though.
shit's charted. You saying Haley's comet wasn't charted till Haley.
Brian, if you cut me off in the beginning of what I'm saying, then I guess you would have no idea what I'm saying, right? But you're saying how far does something have to be before Earth's gravity is overtaken by something else's?
No, the
right?
sun.
Yeah, the sun's gravity, right? The sun's gravity. Well, if this closest star is 4 light years away, and let's just assume, just for the sake of it, it's got the same size, just for the simplicity of this argument. If it's the same size, then it would have to be more than halfway to the object. Otherwise, it'd have to be very close to a smaller object.
I'm not
right?
talking about
Otherwise,
stars,
Earth's
Kushner.
gravity,
I know
otherwise
how
the sun's
far your
gravity is
stars are
going
away,
to
bud.
be the major gravitational effect on it.
You just wasted your breath, bro. I'm not saying another star should catch it. I'm saying these little ass comets are spewing fucking dust and shit in their through their trips, and they're only some of them are just a few miles in radius. It's like if they're that small, if they get near a fucking planet, dude, they could get caught. But my point but another point is a 2,500 year cycle, man. So this shit's it's been charted, man, in the fucking past, and some older civilizations have records of fucking meteors and shit like that, man, and fucking they drew it in caves and shit.
Yes, they have records of single events. But I told you is they don't have any idea of them being cyclical. That's one. And two is I addressed what you said about the being closer. I said it would have to either be halfway between us and that star, or it would have to be significantly close to some smaller object. And not only close, but moving slow enough that it's going to actually be overtaken by it. Because if it's not moving slow enough, it's just going to swing right past it anyways. But yeah, without those two things, the sun's gravity is going to be the major gravitational effect on it.
So how far does Hale-Bopp get from the sun?
Who knows? I don't know.
Because these elliptical orbits you're describing, so Halley's Comet goes fucking 76 years before being seen again, and this bitch fucking gets close enough to the sun where it fucking starts lighting up and fucking leaving and melting it, leaving debris and shit. That's a hell of a fucking elliptical orbit. If that bitch does Halley's Comet get closer? Does it cut between Earth or Mars?
Yeah. It says it's closest. It's about half. It's about 50% of AU, so about half as close as Earth is, and its furthest is about 35 times further.
So that bitch gets close as Earth almost, and then swings all the way out to the fucking Oort cloud, and then cuts back in fucking half the distance of Earth to the sun.
That's
dude.
what a comet is.
You believe that? You believe that?
That's what a comet is, dude.
That's what comets do.
That bitch must slingshot like a rocket. I mean, like a fucking rocket on steroids, dude.
But that's the nice thing about
What do you think is
ellipticals.
coming off of the comet? What do you think that cone?
If you drew that on paper, bro, that would be a
what is the cone of stuff that's being illuminated by? What's that big cone coming off the object that we can track moving? What do you think that is?
No, I'm just saying it'd be a straight line if you drew it on.
Well, the nice thing about ellipticals, is that we can.
Wouldn't even be oval. It would be a literal straight line.
What we can use, that's why ellipticals are useful, is like we can use the same way of drawing an ellipses as like a same way of drawing a really long ellipses like the comets one as we do for any of the other orbits. We can use the same method to draw these things.
That's not an ellipses, bro. Draw that on paper. If the
somebody post like one of the comment.
Yeah.
If when it circles back, it takes the same ellipse as it turns around the sun, that would be a straight line on paper. You would not be able to distinguish it from a straight line just going back and forth.
It's not a straight line. It's just a really long ellipses. It's still
I know,
ellipses,
but it would look like one.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter for our model? Why does that matter for our model if it looks straighter?
You see what I'm saying though? If you scaled it, you see what I'm saying, where it would look like a straight line.
I see what you're saying. I just don't understand how that makes it less accurate, or like why that makes it less believable.
How can gravity let it go billions of miles away, something that small, something just a few miles in radius, and then all of a sudden take a fucking sharp turn back toward the sun? It's a stretch for the fucking.
So it's
for the mouse,
when you throw something. when you throw a ball up, it slows down over the course of the time that it's going up. And this ellipses, this comet, think of it as like as it's going away from Earth, gravity is acting on it the whole way, slowing it down bit by bit. And when it reaches the peak, it's like the ball reaching the peak of its path. It's slowed down, and then it's going to fall back towards the place where it was. But because it's an ellipses, it's going to fall, to the left or to the right of the sun, and then it'll get pulled around again. I just don't see how this is an issue for the model.
So you see the graphic I posted, whatever your name is, Entmonk?
Talking about? Yeah. And I was also gonna, let's see, just like a picture of the Halley's Comet.
Pass.
Yeah. I can find one.
I mean, it's going to be exaggerated. Trying to find one that's accurately sized, or?
Yeah, I mean the ones that are shown up here seem to be consistent. It's just like a top-down view, and Halley's Comet goes underneath. It's like underneath and not aligned with the rest of the planets.
It's on a different plane.
Yeah.
It's like Pluto. Pluto's almost a comet. There we go. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you posted it.
No, my point was he just described it as a baseball being thrown up in the air. That's not an orbit, man. I would agree that you can make that claim. But
He's trying to show you why the elliptical path speeds up at the areas where there's the most amount of change of direction.
So that's what comets are doing. They're especially Hale-Bopp that travels for 2,500 years. It's just going up in the air, basically. When the sun doesn't catch it, it slings it almost straight up, basically, and it makes a little tiny turn and falls back down like a baseball toward the sun. That's a stretch.
Just like that's just how.
Not saying it
that's
ain't
just how the
possible, but
model
it's a stretch, man.
Why don't you explain to Brian why that happens? Why something speeds up when it's closer to the body and has a tighter turn, and then goes out wider and wider.
I understand. You save your breath. I understand. It's just
why don't you explain to us then?
He just did with the fucking baseball, dude.
No, I think you need a different analogy.
Oh, okay. What about Hale-Bopp? Okay, you're talking 2,500 years. Okay, how close does that get to Earth?
What's the difference between a year orbit and a 2,000-year orbit? Like, what's the meaningful difference?
The sun has to have limits, man. It's got to have limits, man. I mean, you can't just claim the sun's gravity on every fucking thing and give it unlimited reach. And you're pretty much going to label its limit on the longest comet period. I mean, that's almost what you got to do.
I mean, that's what our model of gravity is, though. Like what we're talking about right now, it's a what would the heliocentric model predict? And
so that's not a prediction, bro. It's not a prediction. That's the whole point of all this. It's looking at shit and then determining the fucking model.
I don't want to go back into this whole single pass argument.
Yeah, all right. I'll retract my last statement.
But this is, we're just talking about what is gravity in the heliocentric model, and it does have limits, in the sense that gravity's strength decreases with space, but it's not but we know how much it decreases over space, so we can incorporate that into the model. It's not like there's just a distance at which gravity stops to act.
There's no distance it ever stops to act. Exactly.
Right.
Zero. It can get so small, and actually, what ultimately happens is it gets smaller than some other gravitational source.
So we could compare it to the Earth. So if the Halley's Comet is 3.5 miles in radius, Okay, and it goes to the Oort cloud. So and it's pretty much got a straight line, pretty much a free fall ellipse. Like I said, on paper it looked pretty much like a straight line that maybe got thicker by the sun and then by the Oort cloud. But let's say this. So let's compare that to the Earth. So what would it be about? So that'd be like throwing a baseball up where? Like what size ball or whatever would scale to if we were going to use the Earth in comparison? How high would it have to go?
It's 60 times further than it is at its closest. So it's 60 times the closest it is to the sun. It's 60 times further when it's at its furthest. But there was a satellite once that it got fucked up. I think one of its something happened in the second stage. I don't remember exactly what happened, but basically it was supposed to have one function, and it ended up being useless for a little bit because it created this eccentric orbit where it was really close at one point and really further away at another point. And I forget how much further away, but they ended up using it for relatively.
Okay, so it doesn't go to the Oort cloud then.
There's satellites in our system that are orbiting the Earth with eccentric orbits like this.
So it doesn't go out to the Oort cloud then, right?
Huh?
I still think you need to explain why. Like, what do you think of the velocities of the paths? Do you think it changes as it gets faster as it goes around the
It'd
sun?
have to, man. Yeah, it would have to, right?
Yeah.
Go there. See, that's why I knew we had to bring this up.
Well, we were talking about this earlier.
Would it be
But I don't think he
velocity?
understands how elliptical orbits work.
I know about.
Would it
Kepler's
even be
law.
velocity, Zanuck, if it didn't accelerate? Would we even be
Well,
able to call
no,
it a velocity?
the angular momentum is conserved. So you can have a bunch of different paths of elliptical orbits, and all of them will have the same, what they call the apex. I forgot what the name is. What?
Aphelion or whatever.
No.
Helium. Even the
No,
fucking
that's not it. That's
Earth
not it.
speeds up,
That's
bro.
not it. That's not it.
Even the Earth speeds up, and it's almost a fucking perfect circle,
No,
man. It's only fucking a couple
What's it
percent.
called? It's
Oh, you're talking about in an ellipse, the part in the ellipse where the
yeah, the top of the ellipse.
Oh yeah, that's the
when they're all in line.
focal point or focus.
The Berry Center. About the Berry Center, they same period about that common Berry Center. Is that it? No, that wasn't it. Anyway, they all have the same period, but they can have different shapes of orbits. One could be circular, and the rest could be, and they could be altered different types of ellipticals. But the velocity, to conserve angular momentum, that velocity is constant, doesn't change.
Yeah, which means it's almost a dead circle, then, right?
No. It just means.
How can it get closer and further away?
Well, it's
from when it's
exchanging
orbiting and remain constant.
Well, that's the answer you need to learn about. So that'll help you in your mind how to grasp what we're talking about.
Well,
Because right now, without understanding that, you have no ability to understand the concept.
You're just giving me artillery against your model because that's horse shit. If something,
it's just how
even the Earth speeds up, bro. In your model, the Earth speeds up.
Fair enough,
fucking, when
it speeds up. Dictated by Kepler's second law. Kepler's second law. It tells you what the speed is based on the eccentricity and distance of the orbit.
Right. So equation tells us. Right. Equation. I get it. Equation tells us. We can write it on paper. We can write down and figure and get the numbers for it. I get it. Okay.
Right, and then make predictions and then find them out to be true.
But look, man. What I'm saying is, he's saying that the comets aren't doing that. I mean,
no,
so
he's not
what is
saying
it, selective? Okay, the Earth speeds up, right, and it's elliptical orbit. Is he saying that it's an elliptical orbit or not?
Yeah, he is saying that. Dude, ask him.
And you said that the fucking the Halley's Comet comes half an AU. Okay, so let's say this. So that's about, let's just call it 40 million miles. Okay, and it goes 60. It's got to go more than 60. It's got to be going real slow, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not even fucking out past Jupiter, man.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, what is that? Is it past
580,
Pluto?
I think that's right around the range of Pluto.
Yeah, and how fast has it got to be going if we see it for only that long, and we see it, making a circle? I guess when it gets in range, maybe the math does add up on that, but if it's getting that close to the sun, like I said, if you drew it on paper, like in a program, if you zoomed out, it would almost look like a straight line. It'd just look a little thicker. Maybe not that, but a hail bop would.
Have you seen? We've posted. I think these are to scale. The ones I posted, and I think also Antmach
Yeah, I'll
posted
check
to
it out.
scale.
I'm just got done driving, so let me check.
I just posted the equation how to calculate the velocity of an elliptical orbit.
Dude, I'm not arguing against the fucking equations, man. That doesn't prove shit.
Well, if you look at the pictures that we posted at 8:23, it'd be 9:23.
You don't prove shit. You can use those equations and then predict where these objects will be based on the
I don't use other people's equations, man.
He does make his own equations. That's true. But both Antmach posted one at 8:22, and then there's two more after that one, and you can see how like you're right. I mean, it's definitely not circular. It's a very long ellipse, which is for most of it relatively straight.
You're talking about what Dimmock posted his fucking
9:22 for you. Sorry.
You talking about what Dimmock posted is supposed to be Haley's
Antmach, and then me, Kosho, 9:22 for you, your time.
Wow, that's an ellipse. Okay, that's what I picture when I picture an ellipse. So I thought you said it was going fucking like way out to the fucking Oort cloud.
No, I mean it's going out. I mean this is for Neptune. Neptune is that biggest circle.
All right.
So it's going further than Pluto.
I'll check it out. I got to get out of this car anyway, but I'll be listening. Keep it honest.
Actually, in the one he posted, Earth is Life posted below the one I posted, I believe that's Pluto is the biggest green line, and so you can see it's just going further than Pluto.
Okay, now do this. Highlight the part of the line that we could see it in yellow or a bright color. And then you don't got to highlight the other 75 years because I'll know that that's the part of the orbit that we can't see it.
I'm not going to do that, dude.
You can't do that, bro.
No, I'm not going to do that because it's arbitrary. Listen to
the percentage there. No,
it's part of
Kosher,
that.
That's the whole point. Hold on, Kosher. That's the whole point. You're gonna 2 weeks out of 76 years is gonna be about what? About fucking 0.0000 fucking whatever percent. It'll be a dot on that fucking line. I'm asking you to draw a yellow line. I'm being sarcastic. It's gonna be a dot that won't even be able to be seen by the human eye. It'll be past the Rayleigh criterion, dude. It doesn't. I mean,
that's not what you meant. I mean, the diffractive limit is what you meant.
I was just joking with throwing that in there.
It's about, let's see, rough numbers here say that it's about 1,800 times. It's 1/1800th of its orbit. So 2 week period would be about 1 out of 1,800ths of its orbit. What's your point there, though, dude?
My point is, man. So it's only 1/1800. So 2 weeks. Okay, yeah. So basically, you just figured out. Okay, so 2 weeks. There's what 52 weeks in a year. So that's 126. 126. And how many times AU?
I did 72. I mean, it's 76. So I was 4 years off. But yeah, same thing. So
what is it?
What I said. So it's actually about 2,000. It's about 1/2000th of its orbit.
So we can see it for 2 weeks, which is 1/2000th of its orbit. So if you multiplied 2,000, if you multiplied 2 weeks 2 times, 2,000 times, you get about 75, 76 years.
That's right.
Okay. All right, and you think we'd see the dot on that line? I'm just curious. It's close. We might. It's right on the cutoff.
I mean, we can't even, and on all these maps, I don't even think Earth's orbit is shown on these. Well, they are, but they're extremely close, yeah. The one I posted, Earth's orbit's not even on there.
I'm curious though about Hale-Bopp every 2,500 years. That's a hell of a predict there, man. That's a hell of a fucking journey. I can't think of any model really that could predict that, man. I mean, I guess you might be able to come up with some prediction, man. But
There's no eccentricity.
2,500 years, that's a long time, dude.
There's no eccentricity that is outside of the range of being capable. I mean, I guess there would be one based on the
It's unfalsifiable, right?
No, you can come up with a limit based on the speed of light or something like that. But if it's going fast enough, then when it gets close to the sun, it's going to pass by it, but then still be caught into its orbit. So it could be extremely eccentric. I think there is definitely limits to eccentricity. That's true.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. These comets got to be pushing the limits of some of this shit, man.
I'm looking at the path for this Hale-Bopp one. It's not. I have a game called Space Flight Simulator, and sometimes I make really eccentric orbits just to see what they look like. And it's kind of like what these look like. It's like they're so eccentric. You can't see a full path on any of these images.
Is that one of the ones that looks like a straight line or something?
No, it's the one that you asked about, Hale-Bopp.
Does it give the distance that it goes? I cut out for a second.
Let me find out. Okay, so it's about 2,500 years, and its closest. Oh no, so its closest is just a little bit closer than Earth is. So it's like 90% of our distance to the sun, and its furthest distance is about 370 times our distance to the sun. It's pretty far. Yeah, I think that's about 30. That's about 30. What's about 30 or 40% of the light year? So it looks like it was visible to the naked eye for a year and a half. Isn't it funny that the guy who found this one was named Hale, and then the other guy was named Hallie? What's the odds of that? Wow, dude. It says the guy Bop, the other dude, he didn't even own a telescope. I don't think he was an astronomer. He was just a dude. And like his friend was using his telescope. He just looked through the eyepiece and saw it. Like he wasn't even looking through the telescope part. Now his name's gonna be known forever.
What, some random dude discovered Hale-Bopp?
Well, the Hale wasn't a random dude, but Bop was, yeah.
Cool.
It says that he was just he doesn't even own a telescope, but he was looking at his friends through his eyepiece of his telescope, and then he noticed something there. What do you say? M70. So there's a galaxy at M70. He noticed there was an object there that he like was looking at the charts that he had, and it didn't say there was anything there, and so he alerted somebody through a telegram. It says he alerted them with a telegram, and this was in 1995. And anyway, so he noted these people with a telegram, and yeah, now his name's on the fucking comment.
There's a while we're just sort of talking about astronomy history, there's an interesting story about Newton's, like when Newton's mechanics. You might have heard like the famous fact about how he in when he was in college, there was a big plague, and he goes and takes like all of his books, all of his like science books, and it basically is alone for like, I don't know, more than a year. I think it was more than a year in at this place because he had, rich ass parents. And he developed this system that we now know as his mechanics. But in his school books, he didn't have the book that had the like values, the values for the size of the sun or like the size of the Earth. So he was just like going off of memory. So when he plugged it into his model, he gave like the predictions were bad. They weren't accurate. So he basically took all his work he did and put it in a drawer and forgot about it because he thought it was inaccurate. So eventually he became a professor, and somebody came and asked him about a related piece of work, like a related piece of astronomy stuff. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I did some work on that a long time ago." And he pulled it out of his like some drawer somewhere, and the guy saw that he had the wrong like value for the size of the Earth, and when they plugged that in, the model worked perfectly. And that's just an interesting little fact about,
Yeah, I always thought that was crazy. That I was thinking about that a couple years ago. Whenever he was, because he went there like you said because of the plague at the time, and that was kind of like where we were like 2 years ago. So I was wondering,
Yeah.
I was like, I wonder how many people are in similar situations, and then maybe they'll discover something. Who knows?
Yeah, I hope there's a Newton somewhere that was holed up these last 2 years and built something cool. Although now we've got cell phones, so there's more.
Yeah.
Maybe our Newton is addicted to TikTok. That's probably what the situation is.
Yeah, exactly. It said that he was only there, I think, with like there was like maids and servants or something like that.
That's nice. A quarantine, yeah. I would be down for a plague with some. If I had just maids to make me food and shit.
I always thought about that too. Back in the day, like I think about Aristarchus and kind of the insights he had. And
who's Aristarchus?
Well, Aristarchus, yeah, like from fucking a long time ago, because he's one of the first guys that showed why the moon and the sun were different sizes, and then determined how much further the sun would have to be than the moon and stuff like that.
Oh.
And But
Kosho, hold on.
It takes
hold on. Can you explain the 108 ratio then, where it comes from?
Yeah, I will in a second though.
Did this guy just say who's Aristarchus? Clearly, you've never met.
He did say that. He did say it. But anyhow, what was I saying? Right. So I had the thought that for people like him and I guess people like Newton to come up with some of the stuff.
They didn't come up with anything, Kosho. That's a lie. They're using ratios from a triangle. Where does 108 come from? And where does 108 come from? In the mathematics, in Aristarchus mathematics, he requires a 108. I want you to tell me where that 108 comes from, please.
Aristarchus determined the distance or the ratio of the distance between the Earth. I mean, the size of the Earth and the Moon. Determine this from the eclipse. Okay.
So again, the way that we're
from the moon.
Again, it's a ratio from a triangle. So the 0.003 degrees or the 0.3 degrees he got from the shadow being off. Whether it's you're going east or west from the position of the moon to measure the shadow angle was off by 0.03 degrees, right? That's the claim to get the measurement. But Aristarchus was wrong. He measured the sun to be 1 million miles away, and he measured the moon approximately 200,000 miles away.
He said it was 400 times. He said it was 300 times further away. No, you got to stop. Aristarchus got the ratio. You got the ratio
where
of
did the
the
108
sun to
come
moon
from? Where
to
did the
Earth
108
distance.
If you take
Ratio,
a triangle,
not a distance.
if you take an equilateral triangle and you have a 108 ratio, what are the other two sides? 36 degrees, right? It's a ratio. They started with a ratio first. It's not an actual measurement.
No, you got a near 90 degree angle. You got a near 90 degree angle from the moon to the Earth to the sun. That means using basic trigonometry, you got a 300 times further away sun than the moon. And talking over me is because you're very weak. You're very weak and soft in your intellect.
Yeah, these particular numbers that are chosen are ratio based. So, for instance, they used a coin originally to measure the size of the moon in the beginning. So they put a coin up and to hold it. So these are just ratio based from the length of the arm to the size of the coin, and you can use these ratios to determine a distance. Of course, if you change the size and you change the parameters, you're going to change the distance. This has nothing to do with actual physical, tangible stuff. This is just ratios based on observations and using triangles and taking a 180 degree.
Can I make my comment because you got it all wrong?
No,
nothing you said was correct, and nothing you said was fairly representing what I said. Can you please, Gio, can you please mute him for a second because he's just talking over me? Thank you. Fuck, Data, you're out of control.
One at a time.
So
please,
yes,
man,
doesn't make any sense to keep on talking when someone's trying to talk with you, Data. So no, Aristarchus was able to develop a very relatively accurate measurement of the angle between the sun and the moon and you standing on the ground. All he did was measure the angle when you both can see a half moon up in the sky, which is really a quarter moon, as you'd like to look at it. You see half of it, but it's really a quarter. And you're able to see that half. It means the sun's directly opposed to it by 180 degrees. If we know that, we know the 90-degree angle exists between the sun, the moon, and us. And then we measure us to the sun, and that angle is very close to 90. It was 89.8, 89.6 degrees. Very difficult to measure with those kind of instruments they had back in the day. But even if they got it close to 89.5 or 89.4, it was close enough to say that the Earth was either 100 or 300 times further away. They didn't get a mileage, has nothing to do with the arm's length and your thumb covering the sun or the moon. It only has to do with the angle representation of the ratio of the U to the moon and the moon to the sun. So get it right.
Zanuck, you're exactly.
Yeah, you don't have it right at all. So the way that the observation was done is that he observed the moon on the east and west side, and it wasn't a complete 180. It was off, like you said, 89.6.
That's not the moon. That's something else.
The point is the measurement. The point of the measurement. It was
That's
wrong.
not at the moon.
Estimated. The point of the measurement is it's wrong. The point of the measurement, it's wrong. That's it. That's all you need to know. It's wrong.
Why
he
is
made
it wrong?
a wrong assumption. He was wrong in the measurements. And why was he wrong? You guys don't know. You're full of shit. You don't even know where the 108 ratio comes from.
That's all I asked you.
You don't know the math. You don't know the history. There's a guy on YouTube who will teach you. There's a guy on YouTube who will teach you. His name is Michael Van Biesen. He will teach you the formulation, but even he himself will not tell you where the 108 ratio comes from.
Flat
There's
Earth
only
data.
one guy that I've come across that teaches you the 108
mute him,
ratio, and it's
please.
Where do
Ken
they come
Wheeler.
from, then?
Flat
Just a
Earth
freaking
data.
nightmare.
I'm trying to ask you, Flat Earth
It's an
data.
equal.
The
It's an
180
equal
wasn't
lateral
the
triangle.
error. The error was in the
Again,
89. The error was in the
it's a
89, not the
wrong
180. Can you stop
measurement.
talking over me,
It's
please?
a wrong
I'm asking you very
measurement.
nicely.
Let,
Stop
I'm
talking
trying
over
to
me.
say something to you too,
let
Zanik.
someone respond, Data.
So
Hold
the
on, Zanik. Data.
89.9
Hold on,
or
Zanik.
81.7,
Data, you gotta let somebody
89.6,
respond to
that
it.
was.
Data, Zanik, what the fuck?
Well, I thought you were shutting him up for me.
Data went to talk, they jumped all over him. The
I am
very second
shutting
he
him
went to
down
talk.
for you, but you're not. God, guys, people finish their shit, please. Don't interrupt.
And
I think
Zanik,
you're
when you're done,
lagging.
I'm just trying to say something to you. So, but, yeah.
Well, I thought he was opening the mic for me so I could tell him that the 180 was not
Go ahead, Zanik.
the error. The 180 was not the error. We all agree that the Earth being a sphere, I mean the sun being the moon being a sphere, if it's half gone from our vantage point, that means a quarter moon. That means that sun is directly 180 degrees opposed to it. That was not the inaccuracy. The inaccuracy was at your feet, measuring the line to the moon and measuring that line with respect to another line going to the sun. That angle is 99.5 degree roughly, and that was the error in their measurement.
And Zanik, what I was trying to say to you was, Fred, you said something a second ago, but the measurements that he got, that you're right, his technique was correct, but the measurement he got, I think, was like 87.3 or 87.4, and that difference of angle between that and the 89.86 is the difference between 19 and 400, and 19 times the distance to the moon is how they estimate the distance to the sun.
Correct. I was going to finish with that. I don't want to get too far down that hole because they're just going to deny. But you're absolutely right. And that little teeny 1 degree angle difference using trigonometry, if you understand the ratios, which are basically these sine, cosine, tangent functions, is a huge difference in this ratio. As Kocho said, between 15 times versus 300
Do not
times difference.
listen to Zanik. Michael Van Beesen on YouTube. Michael Van Beesen. Type in Aristarchus, Michael Van Beesen. He will teach you the math. He will teach you the measurement. He will show you what he did. But
I just
what
told
he
you the
won't
measurement.
disclose. Shut up, Zanik. You don't know what you're talking about.
Zanik knows the math.
He will even tell you. He will even tell you that he's wrong and explain how he's wrong. You're full of shit, Zanik. You've always been full of shit.
The insults aren't necessary. After Zanik's done, I got something to say to you, Flair.
Let her rip.
Unless Zanik's going to say something right now. Well, then, Flatter Data, when you bring up the 108, that has nothing to do with Aristarchus whatsoever. And
Again, you're full of shit. Go look at the calculations in the formulations for
Flatter Data. I just explained why that number is not affiliated with, because he's not going to have determined the size of the sun because he had the incorrect distance to the sun. So he's not going to know the ratio between the sun and the Earth because he doesn't know the correct distance to the sun. So that 108 wouldn't have even been came up by him.
So again, Michael Van Beesen, go look at the mathematics. The 108 ratio is in there. It's not disclosed where it comes from. There's only one other person that I've known that discloses where the 108 ratio comes from, which is a unilateral triangle, which is you have a 180 degree, and then you have two 36 degrees. This is a triangle, a sacred triangle, according to Ken Wheeler. If you look at the earlier mathematics, a lot of these calculations were based on sacred numbers, not actual physical measurements. They were based on assumptions, based on geometries.
There's 60 degree angles on a sacred triangle.
Your fucking full of shit stuff. It's all philosophy based on sacred geometry shit. Bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Bullshit. Well, it's not bullshit if it's found all throughout nature.
That's okay.
Fucking bullshit. It's a guy standing on the ground. Guy standing on the ground measuring lights in the sky.
I got Michael Van Beesen up. What presentation from Michael Van Beesen will he address Aristarchus?
Type in Aristarchus, Michael Van Beesen. He'll give you the whole rundown. I think there's actually 3 or 4 videos you can watch about it.
Why don't you post one that actually
Why don't you
describes
stop
your error
being
in thinking?
lazy?
If
Said
you
you're
post it, I'll watch
knowledgeable.
it.
You said you got a good education. You should know Michael Van Beesen. You should know
I
he's
know
a
Michael
highly.
Van Beesen. I don't know anything he said about Aristarchus.
He's a good educator. He doesn't teach you horse
misunderstanding or your
shit like
confusion.
Zanik does. Zanik teaches you
Guys,
horse
You
shit.
have an education.
Guys,
I've made millions with my education. You have not. So there you go.
Is that what I got to do?
Zanik, you don't have a fucking clue who I am. Not a fucking clue.
Guys, you're
You're a
devolving this
troll
place.
that doesn't understand mathematics.
You guys both are bringing the room
You
down.
don't know who I am, Zanuck.
I
You
don't
have
need
not
to know
been
who you are. I
fucking.
know what you say. I know
You're a
how you think.
full-blown
Your logic
religious
is flawed. You don't know what you're
retard.
talking about.
You are a criminal to humanity.
Why don't you guys not engage in that, huh?
Yeah, man.
Everything I have learned,
Come
I've
on,
been able
guys.
to contribute to engineering or society. You have challenged everything, yet you have not contributed to society or engineering with
Zanuck,
anything
if
you
you keep this
think
up, I'm going to just
correct.
mute both of you guys.
If you thought it was correct, you should be able to create something or
Zanuck,
fix
if
the
you
error
keep
that I
this up,
made.
I'm going to mute both of you guys. I'm just letting you know, Zanuck.
You're bigger than Zanuck. You're bigger than that stuff. But anyways, I don't remember what we were talking about.
108.
The 108 thing. I mean, I just got to tell you, it couldn't have come from Aristarchus. I don't even think it's accurate. I've always heard 108. I've always heard 108
Geometry. It's
before.
rooted in like. Are you?
No, I know, dude. I know. I understand that, but I'm going to tell you my thoughts because I'm going to hear yours. I know that, but I'm going to tell you mine first, okay? Because the 108 is not a consistent ratio because of the the ratios of the sun and the Earth or whatever. The size of it aren't consistent. So the one that I actually get from the average radius and the average radius of the sun only gives me like 105. And the other thing is, a second ago you said these are the ratio between the distances. I mean, the ratio between the diameters or whatever. But you used them as angles also. You said that you know if you have this angle, then the other two angles are 36. But I totally missed that. But I don't know why you
No, go look at the math that Michael Van Beesen shows you. The 108 is necessary in the calculation for the 1 million mile distance sun. Okay, meaning they didn't know the sizes of the places. They didn't know distance. All they had was ratios at the time, which is an observation. Fuck, man.
108 is a canonical.
Yes, they had a
number
ratio.
that comes up a lot.
Yeah, you're right.
So I think that
they had a ratio. They didn't know the differences.
We accept like the Globers would accept that Aristarchus got a bad number, that he got an inaccurate number. But I guess the argument we're making.
Listen, it's not just him.
But it doesn't matter.
The argument that we could make though is that if we used the same procedure he used, but with modern instruments and the modern like numbers for these distances, then we would get an accurate number.
Precisely.
Exactly. That goes to show you math doesn't prove
Hold
nothing.
on.
You can use different
I was
math
talking.
and get the same shit.
Hold on. So it means
And
the
that is
ratios
not true because you need to know a distance or a size.
Why are you talking when I'm talking?
That is
Both you guys.
that's a
And you jumped in
reality. You can
afterward,
film an
Rakia,
object in the sky. You can film an object in the sky with an apparent size and an apparent distance to
Why does
it.
he have
Unless you can go and verify
a trump card to
it,
blabber
you have
on?
an assumption of what it is, and this is the perfect error that comes along
The
with angular
ratio
resolution.
being
It's
15
not an
or
accurate
300
measurement.
still disproves a flat Earth, because if the sun or Earth or moon are 3,000 miles apart, then why is it 15? Why is it not?
Yeah, you're muted.
Why don't you
You're
let him
muted.
finish?
I don't know what's going on. I didn't let him finish because he's talking. He's constant. I don't know if you've been here the past 10 minutes, but he's constantly talking over people. Like, it's constant. These guys can't control themselves.
And flat Earth
Bringing the
data
room
is-
down. We've been having nice conversations going.
Jeremy,
We've been
and
having
flat
good
Earth data isn't
conversations
doing the
going
same
all
thing.
day.
And flat Earth data isn't doing the
He's
same
muted.
thing.
He's muted right next
Okay.
to him, B-Ball. You don't need to concern.
All right, just
Concern
want to make
troll,
sure
is
it's
that what
level
it's
playing
called?
field.
Well, maybe they're trying to have a debate, right? Those two.
Well, I mean, the whole room is engaged in a conversation more
True,
or less,
true.
and what they're doing, what both you guys, because you guys can be. I know I've seen you guys be cool. You guys don't be like that because I mean, this makes it incapable for anybody else to even follow what's being talked about.
So that's why I advise us to
engage,
take turns.
We can't do anything.
And let's take turns.
Can I
Why
unmute
can't
you?
you just do that?
Started talking over me.
No, he
Second I
no,
unmuted
I didn't hear you
started
still
talking over me.
No, it's okay. Don't be a what. We can talk and still. If you hear someone talking, you can back off and say, "Yes, I didn't hear you." And
And I
Data
was
can
saying,
say a sentence and stop. He doesn't got to continue on for endless sentences over, strung on top of over, to go over people's voices. It doesn't have to happen that way.
Shut up, since.
All right, listen. So we have the ratios. If the ratios are there. They
Zanuck.
still show you have a
Zanuck, you
15
unmuted?
times. At the worst, Racky,
Hey,
now you're
Zanuck,
doing it.
are you unmuted?
15
you know how I can tell
times.
you're unmuted? Because you
15.
haven't
Are you going to
stopped
keep on
talking
talking?
since
God damn
you
it,
I was talking back
Racky,
to Jeremy. was talking to Jeremy.
Rocky, I don't.
So Jeremy, we know these ratios, even if they're close, still disprove a flat Earth because we know that from your perspective, you said that the sun or the moon is 3,000 miles away. If so,
I've
it's
never
15
said
times.
that.
You don't think it's 3,000 miles away?
Jeremy wasn't in this conversation, dude.
Okay,
I wasn't even in this
but I was just
argument.
telling you what
I've
else.
never
I
claimed
don't want to talk
the
to
sun is
Data about it because he's just going to
3,000
say,
miles
"No,
away.
you're a liar," and he's just
You're
being
straw
ridiculous.
manning me in a conversation I'm not even in.
I'm not straw manning
What are you
anybody.
doing?
We're not even having an argument. I'm just telling you something. Jeez, you guys are weird.
Nick
said the sun's 3,000 miles away. I literally never said that.
How far do you think it is away? To bring you back into the
I
fold
don't
here.
know.
Take a guess.
But you got to remember, it was Flat Earth Data. It was Flat Earth Data we were talking to, Zach.
All right. Anyway, we have three. So we have a 15 to 1 or a 300 to 1. Either way, it wreaks havoc on the things that you're saying. Because even if it's 15 times further away, we don't see that in the movements of the sun and the moon.
Zanuck, let
The
me
things
ask
we
you
can
something
measure,
real quick.
angular size change, etc.
Or not. Zanuck, let me ask you something real quick. Do we see things happening in the sky that aren't actually happening?
Everything we see is actually happening.
So stars are actually converging and diverging at the equator?
Do you see that?
You're the ultimate shit
Yeah.
stir in here,
Zanuck,
dude.
we went over this the other day. Zanuck. You know we see that.
I don't know. I haven't seen it myself, so why should I believe you? Have you seen it? You haven't seen it either.
Jeremy,
So you're going back on this? You're going back on this now, Zanuck, are you?
No, you're completely off topic now. You're just trying to shit
This is
stir.
so
as Coach
disingenuous.
said.
I'm right on topic. We're talking about what happens in the sky, what we see happen in the sky. I'm right on topic.
No, you're not.
I'm wondering if we ever see
you're,
anything.
You're trying to create a straw man.
Zanuck, you got to remember the
No,
conversation.
I'm just wondering if we ever see something happen in the sky that doesn't actually happen.
Everything we see in the sky happens.
I know he's talking
Stars are
about
converging and diverging at the equator.
Depends how you're looking. It depends on perspective.
So are the stars do we see stars converging and diverging at the equator?
We may see it, but it doesn't mean they're actually doing it.
No, but now he's going to
things that aren't actually happening.
I know. That's why I'm saying that.
So we do see things that aren't actually happening in the sky happen.
That's actually how we see it. It's actually how we see it.
Yeah, we see stars converge and diverge, but we know that's not actually happening.
Yeah, they are not actually converging to each other. They're not changing their distances with each other.
Yeah, so we see things happen in the sky, but they're not actually happening.
It is actually happening because angles and perspective does describe what we see and how we see it.
You guys are, dude.
I'm not going to go that
did
way
this.
with you, right?
Zanuck
Jeremy,
did it.
come on.
B-Ball did it. You guys all do this shit because this shit is like scary or something. I don't know why you guys do
the
that.
language is like I said, it really is kind of like Abbott Costello, man. But yeah, it doesn't matter. You Jeremy, you know it doesn't matter, man.
Maybe you're not asking the right question, Jeremy. Let me try with Zanuck.
Yes, he's right.
Hey,
yeah, you're gonna get through to him.
Let me try, bro. So Zanuck, at the equator, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have what we call we see a straight line of stars, correct? At the equator, traveling straight.
No. What do you mean a straight line of stars? What does that mean?
Well, when you look up at the equator, right? You're dead on the equator. You see like stars straight above you, because in your model, in the south, they're turning one way, and in the north, they're turning another way, correct?
No, they all turn clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
I know, but by stars, by
How
stars.
about in the northern hemisphere? How about
They
in the north? Which way
they rotate? They rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere.
So let's get this straight now. In the south, they rotate clockwise, and in the north, they rotate counterclockwise.
Correct.
There you go, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm. That
So the stars on the equator that are right above the equator, they're going in a straight line above your head, right? Right on the equator,
Yes.
you look up, stars are going in a straight line. Then the other stars on either side of that circling around a pole, right?
The way you could imagine it, hold a ball in front of you.
That's not going to help.
No, that's not going to help. He said that
I got
they
him right
turn
where I want him. I got
clockwise
him right where I
in the
want him.
south.
All he needs to do is acknowledge this.
Yeah, we brought him
So
right there.
Zanuck, are you going to acknowledge that or no?
He already did. He said the stars in the south go clockwise, the stars in the north go counterclockwise. So all he has to say now is the stars in the middle appear to go straight. Zanuck, you on board?
That's not what Jeremy's talking about, though.
Yeah, but that's
Yes,
what I'm talking
that's
about.
exactly what I'm talking about. No, that is exactly what I'm talking about. The stars at the equator go in a straight line that are directly above the equator. They go in a straight line. That's what you see.
I found a GIF
stars.
that I think explains. I'm not so familiar with this argument, this like star trail argument. But like
an argument, it's just not,
what is the
argument?
argument?
It's just an objective thing we observe.
And Monk, I brought this star trail argument up to you many times when I was showing you my friend stuff. E1, I was just talking about this a little bit earlier. Two adjacent star trails in the sky above the flat plane, and they go parallel through the celestial equator, which isn't directly above the equator. It's a different placement altogether than the equator. There's a celestial equator and an equator; they're not the same. And then there's two adjacent star trails above us in the sky. That's the only way it seems like it works.
Zanuck went quiet because we got him. He went quiet because we got him.
That's what I was going to ask. Zanuck, what's up, bro? You didn't like
How did you guys get him? To answer Antwerp, whatever, not Antwerp.
Why are you answering for him,
Because
Kosho?
Zanuck's not answering, dude. But Entmock asked a question. He's trying to figure out what you guys are arguing. Oh, Zanuck's back now. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Yeah. I just posted a GIF.
Here.
I just posted a GIF of what you'd see.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So Zanuck, for clarity,
that's what it looks like.
Look at that, guys. That's
what it looks
Zanuck,
like.
Can we clear this up for a second? Can we finish this?
Yeah, sure.
We have clockwise rotation in the south, you said. Then you said we have counterclockwise rotation in the north, correct?
Right.
So the final question is, you agree in your model that the stars in the center appear to be going in a straight line. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
In this,
that's not the answer Jeremy's looking for, but I have an answer for him still. It's in the GIF. The answer's in the GIF.
This GIF that I just posted, like it's a wide angle lens, and you can see that in the north, like this is it's a wide angle lens. You can see both the north and the south in this GIF.
It's like panoramic.
Right? Yeah, and you can see that when you're looking north, the stars are rotating one way. When you're looking south, they're rotating another way. What's the problem?
He's talking about the divergence. Are they diverging?
In the globe model.
Yeah, we just
in the globe model. Am I roboting?
Do we ever see them diverging? Is that what Jeremy's going to ask?
You, Jeremy.
Okay, in the globe model, their own model dictates that the stars have to be appear to be converging and diverging because at the equator they'd have to be going in a straight line, and the ones on the north are doing a circle, and the ones on the south are doing a circle, so they can't be going a straight line. So they would have to appear to converge and diverge in their own model, regardless if it's a fisheye lens or not.
Are the ones in the middle going in a straight line in reality? Or are we just saying they appear to be? Because this is the same thing we say about a hula hoop. If you're holding a hula hoop dead in front of you, it might appear straight, but we know that it goes all the way around behind you.
We're just talking about what we see in the sky, guys. That's it. This is just what we see in the sky.
Right. I'm well aware of that bit. But what I'm suggesting is all of them describe perfect concentric circles.
Okay, do we all agree that we see this convergence?
You're not listening, Jeremy. He gave you the answer.
Zanuck, don't. Jeremy's making a different argument, though, guys.
By the way, the thing that Zanuck posted, we already posted earlier, and we talked about it. The stars would have to be closer for it to work that way. If they were
clearing the air for Jeremy.
It doesn't really work that way.
Why would they have to be further away from
close every time? I can't.
Because the one you've posted, I think he's taking it literally as if the stars are all,
Yeah, it only
No,
it would only seem to converge and diverge if they were close.
Okay, so we definitely see the stars appear to converge and diverge at the equator, right? The star trails. That's not a question in anyone's mind anymore.
Do we?
No, I think they stay the same angular distance from one another the whole time.
So you're saying I'm talking about what we see. We see them appear to converge and diverge at the equator.
I don't know
Star
about that.
trails.
Do we have evidence of them doing that?
The model dictates it, dude. The globe model
Stellarium
literally
shows it too.
dictates that this is what we would see.
He's strictly speaking about an image taken from like a star trail image taken from the equator. He's not saying that he's not talking about the actual movements that you're seeing. It's kind of like the train tracks thing. It's like you see them converging or diverging or whatever, but and you would say that that's what you see in the picture, but you know that's not happening. So he's talking about what you see in the image.
To see it, the globe model dictates that this would happen. That this is what you would see.
I would suggest that you see that. And I don't know, I told you yesterday or day before yesterday that I don't know for sure, but I think that's what I would see. I think because of the positions of you on the equator and the celestial bodies in the sky, that as you watch them rotate, if they're, you have a
The
counter
stars
rotating.
know the Earth is positioned, Janet. The stars know that the Earth is curving, so they diverge for
That's
you.
brilliant. That's brilliant.
It's measurable,
Thank you
too.
for that. Thank you for that.
This is the trick
Xanax.
question now, right here.
So I
Let
think
me
their
ask him.
positions do not change. The angular positions do not change. But I think between the right and the left, if you're looking up at the equator, like it says straight at the equator, you'd see some stars that start at the horizon, they would diverge and go to their counter rotating directions.
Do you mean the angular
let me
distance
ask him a
between them would
question, if
change
I may.
from sunrise to middle of the night? Sorry, sunset to like middle of the night, Zanuck?
Yeah, I think if you saw ones on the south and ones in the north, that after a few hours, their angular position with respect to one another might be larger. And I don't know this for sure. I'm just kind of guessing.
I don't think that's the case.
It's literally what the globe model dictates. If you don't know that this would happen, then you don't know the globe model. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me get a question into Zanuck, if I may. This is the key question now, Zanuck. Are you ready, sir?
All set.
We're at the equator now, right? And we look up and we see what you say, a straight line and a circle on one side and a circle on the other side, one going clockwise, one counterclockwise, correct?
Well, I know you see that with wide angle lenses. I'm trying to bring it down to a 50 millimeter lens where there's no wide angle lens. It's just a direct field of view as you would see. And would you see this? That's the question.
So,
well, we have
pictures.
We
could solve it for you, Zanuck.
Well, hold on. Don't interrupt, please, eggshells. Don't interrupt, please.
No, I wanted to talk to someone who actually thought about it more than I have.
Yeah, but my question to you is this:
I come with some fairly simple questions, get you to see what I'm saying, Zanuck.
Yeah, but I don't want to hear what you're saying now because I want to ask my question. If you don't mind, don't rudely interrupt me, eggshells, please.
Where you go, sir.
Just let me get one question in. I know you're dying to get in, bro. Zanuck, what we see, sir, what we see, is it an apparent? Are we seeing an apparent movement of a straight line of stars, one counterclock on the left, one clockwise on the right? Or is that actual movements? What are we seeing?
Everything is apparent. And as Kosho mentioned earlier, we see train tracks converging. Doesn't mean they get closer together, but it means from our perspective, that's what it looks like to us. That's the apparent conversions.
So the stars
aren't
actually
also could be convergence too if they were.
Okay, but they're not actually converging and traveling in different.
Well, they're actually converging. They're actually converging. They're actually convert. Like I can prove that they actually converge, but you can measure them and say they don't. How do I prove this? Hold on.
I knew he was going to say that.
You're going to ask me questions. I got to be able to finish. You can say, do they actually converge? I'll say yes, they actually converge. I can show you with measurements from my field of view that these train tracks are in different angular positions that are closer together as they go further away. But then you can say, I go out there 5 miles. Stop talking, please. I can go out there 5 miles away and actually measure it, and they show that they didn't converge because I've measured them. So who's right? They both are apparent conversions.
Two things, bro. Zanuck, you just said two things. You said they're actually, and then you said they're not. Which one is it?
Don't act like you don't know the difference between like
I do. He doesn't.
and actual.
I've explained to a T what I mean. He's not explaining to a T.
When we talk about the stars' positions, we are only ever talking about where they optically appear to us. We are not creating.
Eggshells is going to come in and save him.
No, I want to know. He's got some
anyone
questions for me to make
arguing?
me.
Yeah, so Zanuck, let's take it this way. You know the idea of right ascension and declination, right? Being the sort of
Yes.
latitude and longitude of stars.
Yes.
So let's pick one star that's rising over the equator and we'll just make it 0.0 for simplicity's sake. And then another star to its south is 0.10, let's say 10 degrees south of that star.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If they are diverging, then that number should go from 10 to plus something bigger than 10, right?
Correct. I get it. You're right.
So what that would mean is the right ascension and declination of some/all stars are changing depending on the time of night it is.
Right.
Which would throw out right ascension and declination.
Would you like to change your answer now, Zanuck?
Yeah, we get it. They're not actually
we wouldn't see it.
diverging.
We wouldn't see
know, but they.
No,
we
I
get
guess
it. They're not
it.
actually convert.
Hang on,
fucking
let Zanuck finish. So Zanuck, what are your thoughts now on whether they?
Yeah, I got it.
appear?
I got it from the. You had me at hello. Can I say something? I get it now. Thank you. Yeah. So what he's saying is that if we use the sextant, for example, if we use the sextants and what you say is true, that there's divergence, that we'd be all over the map. Literally, we'd be all over the map because we wouldn't know where we are because of this convergence or divergence of stars. So it doesn't have. It doesn't have. I told you yesterday I didn't know. Now because he's mentioned that, now I get it. It kind of clicked.
Okay, can I get 2 minutes with Zanuck, guys, or no? If not, it's fine. I'll back off. If yes, then let me get 2 minutes with him. What do you think?
Good luck, bro. Go for it.
Okay, so Zanuck, do you understand that the globe model dictates that you would have to see stars appearing to converge and diverge at the equator?
Only with a wide-angle lens, as I mentioned 1,000 times.
Okay, so only with a wide-angle lens So if I don't look at it with a wide-angle lens and the stars aren't doing circles around the poles and moving in a straight line above the equator?
They don't change their position with respect to each other. Their angular position their angular distance between one another does not change.
I realize that. I'm talking about what we would see and what the globe model dictates that we definitely would see. Don't worry about what's actually happening right now.
So you're saying if we could speed up our day,
about what the globe model dictates,
I know what you're
that we would
saying.
definitely see.
No, so you're going to speed up our day. So we don't just see these really slow moving. We're going to have our Earth move so fast that we can see the entire horizon of 12 hours happen in like 10 seconds.
Or
would we see these stars, these star trails, or the actual stars? Would they actually change their angular position with respect to one another? And the answer is no. That was my answer now.
Stop, man. We're not talking about what they actually do. We're just talking about what the globe model dictates we would see. We're definitely going to see stars north of the equator doing circles around that pole. And we're definitely going to see star trails south of the equator doing circles around another pole, right?
That's the direction that they do rotate. Yes, but from your perspective, for wherever you are on the surface, you would not see that actually happening.
Jeremy,
they can't change.
Just fucking forget
Those stars
it, man.
can't
I don't know
change.
why I even bother with you guys. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I posted a picture, Jeremy, that should help
Give
your
me 1
argument.
minute with him, bro.
Okay, let's say
1
we have.
minute, you guys.
Listen, okay, how about? Can I have 1 minute back? Real quick.
I'm next.
Say we have-
I'm
hold
next.
on. Okay, yes, you are. Yes, just a second. Say we have a constellation. Let's say we have the Big Dipper, and the Big Dipper, just hypothetically, is right in the middle. The two middle stars of the pan, where the pan handle hits the pan. There's 3 stars that come off of it, and we have the pan handle, which is 4 stars. The pan and the pan handle. And let's say the equator is right up and down the middle of those 2 stars, which are the beginning of the pan. So you're saying that at night, as we watch the sky move, that the pan will get larger. I mean, the handle will get larger further away from the pan, and the pan will elongate also. And what we're saying, and what Excels has told me, and that kind of resonated because that made sense, is that's not going to happen.
Only on the horizon.
That constellation will stay the exact same size as we travel, as the Earth rotates or the sky rotates, whatever you want to pick, around us.
Do you see the picture I
Zanuck,
posted?
listen, man, let me try one more time, guys.
Does that not make sense?
Doesn't make sense. Listen to me.
Okay.
Zanuck, one more time. The stars directly above the equator, are they going in a straight line, the star trails?
Zanuck, just use my picture for a reference, dude.
Stars at the equator are doing a circle.
This is too good, man.
Stars above your head going in a...
Yeah.
Stars above your head at the equator, the stars that are directly above the equator, are they going in a straight line?
They would go in a straight line.
Okay, and can the stars north of the equator, can they be going in a straight line also, or do they have to be going in a circle around a pole?
Well, they'll all make that circular path.
They're all making a circular path. It's a straight line, but it appears a straight line. But we know it's not a straight line because those stars will appear to pop up in the same position they were yesterday. So what we know is they've done a circle. Definitionally, a line does not meet back up with itself. A straight line does not meet back up with itself. There is only one thing that does that, and that is a circle. So it's not really a straight line.
But he understands that. I don't think he understands.
That's the answer right there.
This is fucking amazing. If anyone's listening, I hope they can hear what's going on right
around you.
I knew he could. I knew eggshells couldn't resist. I knew
it. You guys aren't even hearing what Jeremy's saying, but it's not because you're not listening. It's because you guys weren't here when he started this argument. But he's not talking about what the stars are actually doing. He's strictly talking about what it appears to us in a single star trail image. That's why I posted a star trail.
You think you're fooling us?
I posted a line at the equator, and I posted another star that's not at the equator. And it does appear that then later on in the night or whatever, at some other point, it does appear that they changed distances. But this is only due to perspective, as you said earlier, Zanuck.
Because of the wide angle lens, yeah.
No, not because of wide angle lens. Even if you took a snapshot of a single portion of the sky, it would only be closest at one point, and they would only be diverging from your position, as viewed from you, in that image from that point.
See, what's going on right now? Right now is Kosho knows how the globe model works, and these other guys don't, and he's teaching them.
Do, man. They don't know what you're saying. They think you're
now eggshells is going to come in next. Let me ask him one question, if I may. That might have clarity. Kosho, Zanuck, is it a visual effect, or are the stars actually making those movements? One counterclockwise, one clockwise, and one straight. Is that a visual effect? Or is it are they actual movements?
It's a nature of a sphere. It's all truly rotating in one direction.
Is your name Zanuck?
But when you look at it from a top-down spatial perspective, it appears one way, and when you look at it from underneath, it appears another way. But in reality, it is one direction.
Thank you, Zanuck. Who was not Zanuck?
I thought you were asking eggshells, but okay.
No, I was asking Zanuck.
They said the eggshells too. You said eggshells.
So Zanuck, can we pick up where we left off?
No, hold on, man. You guys gonna burn me like this? Let him. Zanuck, are you gonna answer or not? Zanuck, are you gonna answer or not?
Oh, answer. So you say, is this an apparent deflection?
I didn't see a deflection.
What we see.
Is it actual? Are these actual movements, or do they appear one counterclockwise on the left, one clockwise on the right, and a straight in the middle? Is that actual movements, or is it just
that's apparent because they're all going they're all going one direction, because the Earth is rotating a certain direction, and everything's moving with respect to the Earth moving or rotating.
Okay, so you got the answer right finally, because these guys saved you. But before, you were saying there was two motions.
No, I've always said that.
You said that before. But anyways, okay, I'm
with
done.
With respect to you on the Earth, they rotate clockwise or counterclockwise.
Well, in their model, the globe is supposed to be spinning within this huge vacuum of outer space in which all the stars, even though they say the stars are actually moving because they're light years away, essentially they're stationary. So in their model, all the stars are just out there. And then it's the Earth spinning that causes these rotations and all the visual perspective.
Yes, Gio, exactly.
But which is actually it is an interesting point, because on a stationary, flat, planar type Earth, the stars actually are moving above us and actually are doing those things, and it's not just some perspective from some infinite universe with stars all out there. So it is a point of difference.
So, Zanuck, did you understand what Kosho told you?
Then how would you have these diverging paths or counter-rotating stars if it was stationary? How would that work?
Yeah. Jeremy's asking you a question.
Go ahead.
Well, because let's just say for a moment that the stars are like cars in a racetrack above us, then they actually are doing that, rather than on a heliocentric model where it's all happening just because the Earth is rotating.
Mm-hmm.
So it's different.
So what he's saying is there's two actual rotations, which why not? Why not? If the creator can do one thing, why can't they do another?
Let's see Jeremy's question, though, Zanuck. He's asked you a question.
Did you understand what Kosho just taught you about your globe model, about it not needing to be a wide angle lens? That's literally what your model dictates.
Bad movement. I didn't teach him anything, dude. He said the same thing earlier.
He thought it was a wide angle lens. You told him it's not because of a wide angle lens. That's what would happen regardless. Do you understand, Zanuck? Go
So you're
quiet
saying
on me
that
now for 5 minutes.
no,
I know.
without a wide angle lens, are you going to see angular difference between a star? And like I said, you have the Big Dipper. You have Big Dipper at sunrise or at Big Dipper rise, and then a Big Dipper at top of the sky, straight up, and then when a dipper sets. So do those stars get further and further apart as it sets?
Dude, what are you talking about the Big Dipper for?
Because I hypothetically put it at the equator, so that it was bisecting the whole constellation. So you're saying that these stars, the pan will get larger and the handle will get larger, but the two stars in the middle will stay the same.
Just
we don't see
fucking
that.
forget it, dude. It's worthless talking to you.
That's what they do, bro. He's a pro at it. Shout out Zanuck. He's talking about the Big Dipper stretching. I mean, come on. Got to give it
That's
to
what
him.
you're saying. You're saying that any 4, 5, 10 stars that are on the equator, straight up, your GP, let's say it's a GP at one point in the night. You're saying by the time it sets, the GP next to 5 or 6 stars either side of it are going to be further apart angularly. Is that true?
Dude, I'm talking about star trails at the equator. Okay,
That would be a star trail.
No constellation, Zanuck.
Kosho, why don't you answer that?
I'm not talking about no Big Dippers, fucking constellations. I'm talking about star trails at the equator.
Yes, and I'm talking about star trails as well.
At the equator.
I am talking about star trails as well. You keep on thinking their lines are straight. They're curved. They're circular paths around us.
Just fucking.
That's the problem.
Hey, Zanuck, I have to tell you, dude. I think you're right. Never mind. It goes without saying, though. But he's gonna be more and more irate if you don't let him finish, man.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not even gonna do it anymore. I know I keep saying I'm gonna stop, but it's fucking pointless with this guy.
Well, I think Zanuck. I think sometimes you think that because you want to add stuff in and you think that if you just add it in, they can continue. But sometimes people can't continue once they've been interrupted. You know, I know. I'm like that too.
Before you guys came in and white knighted, you and Eggshells, he said we have 2 separate rotations that are actually separate. And then I handed it over to Jeremy, and he asked him about the ones in the middle, and he went silent.
Yeah, these are
and then you guys came in and saved him. I mean, come on, it's obvious.
We look, if we're in Australia, we see the sky rotating clockwise. If we're in the northern hemisphere, we see the sky rotating counterclockwise. No one would disagree with me.
We see him going in a straight line, right?
So the question, are those stars going in a straight line or are they actually curving?
Or do we see them go in a straight line, or are the stars right above the equator circling around which pole? Questioning? This is
everything circles around the pole because that's the axis of rotation. North and south.
The stars above the equator are circling around the north and south pole, you're saying? Did you really just say that?
If you could see, if the Earth was like made out of glass and you could see through it, yes, everything would be rotating counterclockwise as you looked up toward the North Pole.
Is anyone interested in how flat Earth would demonstrate this reality here?
I am. I'm very interested in it.
With a single pole and everything spinning in one direction. I want to know. I want to see demonstrated how we observe it in reality.
Gio's got a description at least.
Yeah, Gio just gave one 5 minutes ago.
I don't know why this question is so hard. Zanuck, if you're at the equator, do the star trails appear to be going in a straight line, or are they curving? The stars directly above the equator, do they curve left to right, or do they go straight?
Again, you're going silent. Just like the last time.
They can't change their angular position from one another.
Maybe.
Why can't you answer this very simple question? Jeremy? Why can't you answer this? Yeah, you can ask me a question. Maybe I'll keep doing to you what Zanuck keeps doing to me. Go ahead.
No, I'd like to know your answer for this question, We've all seen Latin long, right? The
No, I-
grid that has a two
like
poles and then
to
latitude
know.
lines equidistant down it. If you were to be inside a giant sphere that is just made of, like, let's say wire or something like that, and you were bang in the center of it, would it appear to you the same way that we're talking about, where there'd be a sort of straight line that we know is a circle that loops all the way around you, that would be the equator, and all the latitude lines, longitude lines, I guess, would also do the same. But then the different latitude lines north and south of that would, in what you're saying, appear, as you say it, if I accept that for the moment, to diverge and converge.
So just so we're straight, just so we're clear, you're saying the stars above the equator would go in a straight line.
I'm asking you a
and
question.
then the ones to the north and the south of it. Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify the question you asked. You're saying the stars above the equator are going, we see them going in a straight line, and then to the north and the south of that, we see them circles around two different poles. Right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. So like, if I show you the stellarium thing,
I think I get it. We see star trails. It's fine. Let me see if I get it. So we see
roboting
trails going in a straight line, and then we see star trails right next to it to the north or south, not going in a straight line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we're at?
Like I've
right
posted, I've posted the picture.
Eggshells. Is that where we're at, bro?
Yes, I think so. You're roboting a load, but I
He's
think
got it
basically
delayed.
what you're talking about is the same thing. What I've posted in the picture is stellarium from my location. What you'll see there is one line that appears to be straight, right? That's the equatorial line. And then the other ones appear to be moving away from that line, converging and diverging. And I'm just saying, if I made that whole thing a physical structure out of wire, is that catching what, would that be catching what you're talking about?
The convergence, the convergence and divergence that we see. So this isn't in contention anymore. We definitely see that because that's how it would work on a sphere,
ask you
right?
questions, mate. Like you're jumping to the end. I'm just trying to ask you questions. If you could answer them, that'd be great. If I made it such that the parallels, the latitude lines were parallel, and you were sitting bang at the center of a sphere, would that create the convergence and divergence you're talking about with the stars?
I don't know. Would we see convergence and divergence with the star trails if we were on a sphere?
No. I mean, you get the effect from fisheye lenses, but no.
Jesus Christ. Kosho, you want to tell them again about the fisheye lens? Or, I mean, you got people that are repping your shit that don't even know the model.
I think it's a
this ain't a good
semantical
look
thing.
for you.
I'm not sure exactly.
I get the point of the thing you posted, Kosho, but like Zanuck said a few times, and I've said a few times, I'm quite confident that is only the effect of a fisheye lens. And if you actually zoomed in on those ones, the lights throughout the night, they're not going to get closer and further because, as I said, which made Zanuck change his mind on the issue, that would mean their right ascension and declination was moving throughout the night, which would make them useless for navigation.
Eggshells
This
is
ain't a
playing
good look
cleanup
for you
man
guys,
tonight.
Kosho, this ain't a good look for you. You better get your people.
The question I've asked that you still haven't answered, Jeremy,
Kosho,
is if you're in a wireframe that is made of Latin long such that the latitude lines are parallel, would they cause this effect that you are calling convergence and divergence?
I don't know. Is that what we should see on a sphere?
Are you able to answer questions, or you're just unwilling to? You seem to have an absolute shit fit when Zanuck wasn't answering your questions,
but
and
I
now
don't
you're just
know
flat
it.
refusing to.
Answer it, but are you saying this is what we should see on a sphere? The apparent convergence,
I'm not saying anything. I'm seeing if you can answer a simple question. If the answer's no, then just you're not able to answer a simple question.
Yeah,
but
I don't
ever
know.
Get upset when other people don't answer your questions.
Here's your answer to your question. I don't know.
Okay, good. Then that'd be a good answer to come to about these star trails.
The only difference is your globe model. The The only difference is your globe model. This is what your globe model dictates on how it,
Only with
what we would
you
see and how it would
seen it.
work.
You've seen it
I
with
do
a
understand the
fisheye.
globe model.
You've seen it with
I
a fisheye
understand that
lens.
it
You show
dictates
that with
that
a
we should
non-fisheye
see.
lens.
Danik, you gotta let him finish, man. Yeah.
Get your
I thought he-
people straight, bro. They don't even know how the model works, and they're repping it, bro. You gotta set them straight or something. I don't know what to tell you. I'm having this
It's
argument
so
every
much
other
fun
day with
talking
these
about this, Jeremy.
guys.
All you need to do is show by what angular amount, without using a fisheye lens, they do diverge. Right? All you do is spend your time in here working yourself into an absolute frenzy, shouting at people about it. Just show it. You break the whole globe model in one go.
Yeah, I don't need to show anything. Your globe model
Not able to show
literally dictates that this is what would happen because at the equator. I don't need to show anything. Your globe model dictates this is what would happen because at the equator you would see them going in a straight line, and then they're on the either side of the equator. They're circling a pole, meaning not a straight line. So you would have to see convergence and divergence in your model. You don't know how your own model works. It's not my fault, bro. Not my fault.
Right, but you're not able to answer a simple question, nor are you able to describe to me what it is I think, but you think I'm wrong.
Change the fact that you don't know how your model works? No, doesn't.
I've been pretty fixed on the point that they stay fixed in their relation to one another. The angular distance between them remains fixed at all times, which is why they are given in angular, a grid in angular space, a Latin long, essentially, right ascension and declination, that they do not change. The only way to get that effect is with a wide angle lens, which would also show train tracks warping.
Eggshell.
I can show you,
What are you talking about? Let me give you an extreme
that
example.
makes the road appear to get fatter as I ride over it and skinnier as it disappears into the distance.
Let me give him an extreme example of where he's wrong. Eggshell. If you're by, hold on. If you're by,
are you able to fix this Kosho and teach these guys how the globe
let
model
me
works?
let me shut him up real quick. Eggshell. If you're by the North
let
Pole,
Kosho do it because they're more. Listen, Brian,
I'm
they're
gonna
more
let Brian
apt to
go
listen
first,
to
man.
Kosho than they are to one of us. They're not going to
just
listen
hold on,
to us.
man. Yeah, but
You're
he's
just
saying
dumb
something.
flat
That,
earthers.
Hear either of you.
he's asking how they
He
diverge,
gave a
man.
real clear description.
Deep breath, guys.
He's asking how they diverge. I'm about to tell you. And fucking celestial navigation. Okay, if you're at the North Pole, close to the North Pole, you're gonna have one set of stars going one. This is an extreme example. This is away from the equator, so you just see a little bit of divergence at the equator. That's only on the horizon. Okay, if you're at the North Pole, you're gonna have one set of stars going one way and another set going the whole opposite fucking direction, dude. What are you
No,
talking
they
about?
won't.
There's no
That's not
divergence.
true.
You're full of shit, dude.
Any more
They do not travel together, bro.
Right.
Or any less accurate.
Kosho, can you teach these Kosho? Can you teach these guys how the globe works or no?
If you stop framing it like that, then I'll give my 2 cents, maybe.
Yes, please explain this simple thing to them.
Isn't it funny? I got it when Eggshells gave me a couple words
You
out of his
didn't
mouth
get it.
about what I had to think about, and once he said it, it made sense and it clicked. For some reason, it's not clicking for you.
Yeah, he saved your ass.
You're still hung up. Can I finish? Can I finish? You're still hung up. You're still hung up.
No, because
with
he's
the wide
saying
angle lens
constellations are going
pictures.
to go the same direction. He's not true,
No,
bro.
I'll give you two. Can I? Hey, Jeremy, can I say a sentence? That's somebody talking over me.
Yes,
So
and I want Kosho to
can I
connect,
please say one sentence and I'll
After
be quiet? One
Zanuck, then
sentence.
Kosho, yes.
Thank you.
Zanuck, then Kosho.
So okay, so he gave me 3 words out of a 10-word sentence, and I got it on the 3rd word, and it made that click. The light went on. Okay, and
Great.
what you're doing still, and I'm kind of speaking for you, but I could be wrong. Is that you're caught up with the wide angle lens, the fisheye lens, and the fact that in concept, yes, hold on, I'm almost done. In concept, from the South Pole, southern hemisphere, we look out and see the stars rotate in a clockwise direction. In a northern hemisphere, they rotate in a counterclockwise direction, and therefore, in your mind, you're thinking at the equator we have to see divergence, and that's your error. I'm just saying that's where the error is, and you're gonna die on that cross. I know it. Until you really understand
the further you get north and
Guys,
the further you
let
get south, the
Kosho
more or
go,
less
Brian.
divergence there
So you
is.
didn't hear anything I said. Okay.
Let Kosho go, please. Kosho's going to try to explain this to him.
Yeah, go for it, Kosho.
Yeah. By the way, I hate it whenever you do this, Jeremy, but because it's not teaching anybody anything. But I think what Jeremy is talking about, just like in the picture I showed, I know you said that was probably due to wide angle lenses, but you'd have to consider. You can consider anything. Like consider the sun on the equinox at the equator. If you took a still shot of where the sun is with a rectilinear lens At sunrise and then some time after sunrise, it'll go straight up your camera. Like the sun trail, I guess, would be a straight line that went straight up your camera. And if you did it on any other day when it was north or south of the equator, it would be doing a slightly curved and more curved view from your camera. It wouldn't matter what kind of lens you were using. And that's what he's just talking about. He's talking about just the trails as they're viewed from a single position. That these lines, one line will be going in a direct straight line up and down the frame, and any other line north or south of that is going to make a curved line, which is going to mean that it's closest at one point and further at some other point.
Right. They arc and anarc. They diverge, and it gets more extreme the more closer you get to the poles. That's what I was trying to say.
So please let them acknowledge what Kosho just said, please.
Is it your view then, Kosho, that if I shot that star, like in the one that you show the 138% D thing, if I shot that star and I just used the sextant instead of to measure from the horizon, just to measure star to star, that in reality, that's what I would observe is standing where that photographer was taking their photo?
You mean the angular distance? Like
yeah,
what
so
they appear to be angular?
Let's say it's star A and star B is the line distance you've drawn as D, and I get that line distance D, and then I measure it later in the night. Is it your assertion that I would get 138% D as
no, but from one position, you would get the rotation, bro. You can't.
Right,
let Kosho answer, please.
Yeah, let these guys sort this shit out real quick, Brian, please.
Yeah, I would say yes to that. Yeah, I mean, you don't think that you could take this image without the stuff on the side? Like, imagine it's just a smaller version of this image. There is a little bit of curve.
The closer you get to rectilinear, the closer you get to representing reality, the less that divergence will be until it gets to zero, which is actual reality. If you just make a measurement like you used a sort of astrotheodolite or whatever the fuck they call that thing, you would find that D remains the same throughout the night. Otherwise, it throws out, because I mean, what you're measuring is declination, right? Because that's the distance it is, the angular distance it is from, is it the North Star or the equator, whichever.
Bro, the tighter you get to the pole, the tighter the circles get, bro. You can't stand in one place and not see deviation. It's not possible. Think about it, dude.
Brian, really?
Think if you had 5 sons. Think if you had. I'm the one who brought this up the other night. I told him this the other night.
They're not going to listen to us, Brian. They are not going to listen to us.
Especially when you cut me off every time I get a chance, bro. This is my argument, bro. I invented this argument.
You haven't had the chance. You've been talking over everybody that's trying to talk.
Yeah, if you were to take that picture, let's say how like it was in a movie, and suddenly that wide angle, which is basically 180 degrees on one 2D image, and you were suddenly like cartoon-ish to straighten out those poles so they were to the sides of you. You got to envision what all the lines would do, and eventually they would all be parallel. They wouldn't have a divergence.
Of course.
So that's why he's saying
are making parallel circles.
Right. So that's why he said. That's why it made sense to me at the third word out of his mouth, because I didn't think about that. I was too caught up in the dissimilar directions, clockwise versus counterclockwise, to understand what really was happening, because we're on a spherical surface. When you straighten that whole thing out and you have a pole on the left and a pole on the right, and you're in the center of the sphere, for example, everything is going in straight lines.
But this is the part that I don't get when you guys say that, because I understand them to be parallel circles as well. I also understand that if they were parallel circles and they weren't star trails and they weren't stars, they're just parallel circles, then
they're not parallel because they have a wide angle lens.
Circles are parallel, just because they follow single latitudes, and those single latitudes are consistent throughout a day. So they would all be parallel. If those star trails were actually physical, just like in Geo's GIF and the one that you posted as well, there's like parallel circular paths around the.
Yes, they're all parallel.
So they would be parallel circles.
The distances don't change.
I know that. Right. The actual distances between them don't change.
No, the angular distance doesn't change either.
However, parallel circles or parallel lines even do change the distance in the frame in your frame of view, but
only if they're going further away from you.
Right, and these that's what I'm saying. In parts of the
they're not going further away from you.
Wait, what?
Okay. I think it kind of clicked in my mind, like more simplistically, to think about this picture morphing into from wide angle to standard 50 millimeter reticular view. So if you picture what those lines would do as the poles went left to right, I mean, from the center to the left and center to the right, and you had the poles on, next to your ears, what would these lines look like? They all would be parallel. That's the point he's trying to make.
Yeah.
There would be no divergence in the angular distances between them ever. And that's the answer to Jeremy's question as well.
Yeah, but
the other way to look at it, Kosho, is if you see that like fully fisheyed stellarium that I posted, then you do get this divergence and convergence of the lines of latitude because it's all the way zoomed out such that the horizon is a circle that fills the whole frame. That's how you get it. And then they do, the angular distance between the lines is thinnest in the middle and widest towards the edges. But because if that angular size was changing between them, like on your D line with 138% D, say one of the stars is fixed, that means the other one's moving. If I'm taking a star site from that star, but it's moved 40% of its, well, it's not really 40%, it's moved in its thing. How do I know where to draw that line of position?
Yeah, but we're strictly talking about the lines in your frame of view. And as I said with the sun, it's known, and you can see it with the star trails. If you take your frame of view with something that's going directly over the equator, and you're directly over the equator, and you're looking directly east or directly west, that line, that object that you're talking about, or whatever that is, whether it's the sun or the star, it's only ever going to be on a line that's in the center of that frame, and that's the only place it can ever be, no matter what part of the night it is or what part the duration of your star trail or whatever, and it can only be there. However, no other object is going to behave like that. So anything north or south of that is going to be an object that is not taking a single straight path that's directly up and down in that frame in that same portion of time. It's going to have some degree of curvature.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be straight one side, appear to be straight, but again, it's a circle, and then there are all those equidistant circles away from it. I get what you're saying about it, and I think it is a confusing issue because at times my mind does bend that back that way, going like, how do you have a point one place and a line the other and curved lines in between without them diverging?
Dude, it's not confusing. You're the only one that's confused. You and Vanek are the only ones that's confused.
All you need to do is go out and show stars moving in their position.
Yeah, I can. It's not Orion. If you put Orion at the North Pole,
you're the only one that's confused. Hello, Brian. Eggshells. It's not confusing to me or Kosho. You and Zanuck are the ones that are confused. Me and Kosho know what's going on. You guys don't think that there would be this apparent convergence and divergence without a fisheye lens for some weird reason.
I'm going to repeat again. I hate it when you do this, dude.
Well, what's the argument? I mean,
I'm sorry, Kosho, but I mean, what do you want me to do?
Fight George, and then I got to fight Bob, and I got to fight Zanuck, I got to fight Eggshells.
So
let me make my point.
Okay, even lower bar then. Tight photo with a zoom or rectilinear lens, like a proper astrophotography photo that's showing two nearby stars, tracking them through the night and showing them getting further apart.
We ain't talking about tracking through the night. We're talking about star trails. We're talking about star trails and what we see the star trails doing.
Yeah, but it's not even just star trails. It's not even just star trails. It's specifically star trails in reference to stars that are star trails that are directly over the equator, or star trails are on opposite sides of the equator. But it's not right. He's right. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen to stars that are on the same side of the equator or the celestial equator.
Yes, we're talking about
make one point real quick.
Go ahead, Brian.
Let me ask you this question.
Right, let me make one point. I've been waiting long enough. Or two quick points, and I'll just back off. One, he was saying that the constellation is going to be going exactly with each other, and this is at the equator, but it starts getting more extreme and more extremely wrong the closer you get to the North Pole. If you put Orion the Hunter at directly over Polaris, you'd have the head going one way and the feet going a complete opposite, so they don't go together on a globe. But the fact that the sun arcs on one side of the equator and anarchs on the other side of the equator, and if you're standing at the equator, you shouldn't see that. You should see what you're describing, Eggshells. You should see the shit going straight over. And it's only on the horizon that we see the fucking deviation in the star trails.
Why are you saying this?
It's a globe killer, in my opinion. To me, it's a globe killer.
So, Kosha, the question I had for you is this. If if on that photo, your photo with D and 138% D, if that person were to rock their camera back, so rather than pointing horizontally, they're now pointing dead vertically, would you agree that, well, where would you put D then, and where would 138% D be in relation to the frame?
I believe that's a good question. I'm only going to make a guess.
My proposition is D is always going to be center of the lens. And if you rocked it back, you would find that actually the star trails are diverging towards the horizons, the east and west horizons, and closest in the middle. So
I'm agreeing with that because I was
towards the top and the middle, but also furthest towards the top and the middle. Do you get what I mean?
I do. I agree with that actually because when I was thinking of like this picture, when I drew this in the picture, I was thinking about how I was like in my head, I thought that the ones above your head would be the closest, but actually you're right. It depends on where your frame is. If your frame is looking straight up, then yeah, on the horizon, either going towards the horizon on either side, it'll appear to be diverging. It depends on where the center of your frame is, like or the center of your line of sight. I mean,
yeah. So it's a function of a lens. That's what I conclude from that. It's a function of a lens and where you point the lens, not a function of what the stars are actually doing.
Well, yeah, it's not. It's definitely not a function of what the stars are doing. But I don't think the lens, like you said, with the rectilinear lens, I believe the same thing would occur because, like I said, the sun. I'm thinking about this, the shadows that the sun makes, for instance, if you have it on a plate at the equator. On the equinox, it'll make a straight line on a plate, and so that tells me if you had a picture, no matter where you put the camera, as long as it was in between the two poles, the sun will always be straight line, whether you put it on the horizon or straight up or either side. And the same thing with stars above the equator. But the sun and any other day would be making a curved path, just like it would make a slightly curved shadow path in the same way all the other stars would. But I agree with what you just said, though, that I think they're closest in the direction of your line of sight.
Yeah, closest at wherever the center of that lens or that frame.
Do you guys not understand that your model literally dictates this would happen with star trails about the convergence and divergence at the equator?
I mean, I get you keep repeating it. It doesn't mean I'm going to become more likely to agree.
Osho just explained
I think it's a perspective thing.
Yeah.
Osho just explained to you why it would happen.
What's the argument, though?
It's not an argument. It's fucking what the globe model dictates. Should be a globe argument. I don't even know why I'm arguing it.
Okay, cool. So now where do we go from here? I mean, it's so pointless.
It's not pointless. There's definitely a point to this. As soon as everyone agrees how the globe model works.
Oh, so there is an argument. You're just waiting.
Yeah, it's going to lead up to an argument. Yes, but this should not even be an argument.
My point is there's measurable separation. Therefore, the stars are deviating away from each other. So there's more than one rotation, literally.
Yeah, but
my point remains: if there's measurable separation, measure it and break the globe model.
You can. How about go to SunCalc? Go to SunCalc, bro.
You won't do that on Discord by us debating one another. And
yes, you will. I can do it. I can. Go to SunCalc and go to SunCalc and look at the way the sun bends up to the it follows the stars let's say it's over Tropic of Cancer. Okay, if you're staying on the equator, you're gonna get shadows. Okay, you're gonna see the sun arcing toward the north. Okay, just like the stars that are at that latitude, and the shadow is gonna also show you that it arcs, and then it's gonna anti-arc if you're staying on the equator when it's over Capricorn, bro. SunCalc shows it, bro, and so does the shadow of the sun.
It sounds like rhetoric.
SunCalc's not a measurement, bro. Is SunCalc not a measurement, H.L.?
No, it's not. This is you talking at me about what you think a website will show me if I choose to go there. It's not you measuring the angular distance between stars throughout the night.
No, I'm referring it to the sun. Okay, I'm just trying to get the image in your head. The shadow is not a legitimate measurement.
To measure it.
Is the shadow of the sun not a legitimate measurement?
Not what we're talking about, as far as I can tell.
Well, you changed it actually, writing. You changed it. The argument actually was the appearance.
Yeah, we're talking about
hold on, Jeremy. They appear to converge and diverge, right? And you have very sneakily actually tried to turn the argument on its head, right? Where the angular position is of these stars in relation to each other. And that was never the conversation right from the get-go. The get-go was the appearance. Hold on, had I finished? Can I finish? Righty? I had not finished, right? I know you want to hold the mic, but just hold on because you've had more than your fair share. The argument was, right, the appearance of them, right, and what they appear to do, not what they are actually doing, right, just what the appearance was, just like train tracks, right? You can stand at an end of a set of train tracks and look down them and they seem to converge down the end. You don't need a rectilinear lens to actually be able to see that, or any sort of lens. You can actually see that with your eyes.
So angular measurement is a measurement of appearance. So testing their angular distance from one another throughout the course of the night is measuring their appearance to us, to the observer.
That ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about star trails and do they appear to converge and diverge at the equator with or without a fisheye lens?
They literally diverge.
Yes, they do.
Then the angular distance.
The answer is
Wasn't
yes.
that perspective? Wasn't that perspective? Things converge at the fucking.
No, they diverge.
Sonic said, for perspective to make things converge, like train tracks, that requires distance. According to the globe model, certainly according to celestial navigation, you just treat them as all infinite, which means that you are definitionally at the center of it. So they're not getting further, the stars aren't getting closer and further to you throughout the night. That would also explain it. Yeah, if you were sort of like in the ball that somebody's posted a bit up where the stars are like barely off the surface, then yeah, they're diverged by loads there because they are getting closer. And as they get closer, those train tracks will get further apart. And then as they whiz past overhead over your zenith, they'll get further apart again. But that's not the reason that this is happening. The reason this is happening is fisheye lenses. They're saying that
the reason it's happening
from one another.
The reason it's happening is because on the globe model, if you're standing at the equator, the stars right above the equator will appear to go in a straight line. And then the stars that are north or south of the equator, they can't appear to go into a straight line because they're circling around a pole. So they have to. They have to be going not in a straight line. So they have to appear to be converging and diverging on the globe, with or without a fisheye lens. It doesn't matter.
Jeremy, on a globe, they would have to appear to take a straight path. He's right, but they don't.
No, he's not. What do you mean he's right?
They're all circles.
Dude, if you're only moving in one direction, how can the stars, if you're only moving in one direction, how can the stars move apart? But I would ask him this.
I'm not saying they're actually moving apart. No one's saying they're actually moving apart, dude. We're just talking about what we see.
They're literally moving apart, bro. If the moon and the sun follow the star trails night for night, then you can measure it.
There's three different conversations going on.
Sounds like it now, doesn't it?
I'm strictly talking about what the stars would have to appear to do on a globe. And they would have to appear to do exactly what I'm saying, which is appear to converge and diverge. I'm not saying they actually do. And I'm not saying you need a fisheye lens to do it. The model literally dictates that because on the north and south side, you have them circling poles. And in the middle, you have them going in a straight line.
Yeah, that's actual separation. There's no fucking perspective with their stars.
Not actual separation. What the fuck?
Bullshit, bro. Listen, if I'm standing at the equator, I can measure it with a shadow. If you just put the sun everywhere the sun is at when the sun's on the equinox, it's a straight line. Hold on, Howard. Hold on, man. I waited long enough. When on the equator, okay, the sun always follows the star trails depending on its latitude, okay? But the sun and the moon always follow the star trails. On the equinox, the shadow goes in a straight line, okay? Now, anytime other than equinox, you know, the solstice, both solstices, Capricorn and Cancer, I can measure the fact that they're fucking separating, bro, and they always follow the stars. So if the sun's shadows are fucking spreading away from each other, that's measurable separation. I can measure it with shadows. I can measure it with pictures. They're stuck, bro. There is actual separation. There are literally more than one star trail in the fucking sky.
You'll have to show that.
Go to sun count.
This is Brian's
and look at the shadows.
This isn't my argument. This is Brian's, a whole different argument from Brian. Okay?
this sounds very different
I'm not
to what
getting
Jeremy's
mixed up
saying.
with this.
So,
This
Jeremy,
is
then there's
also
a chance I'm
Suncalc's
misunderstanding
argument.
what you're saying with this. They don't actually, but they do appear to. When you say appear, could you describe what you mean by they appear to without just?
No, don't
saying
try and
it?
jump on his boat now, buddy.
I'm not.
He's trying to
what you're
save
talking
your
about,
ass,
Brian,
bro.
but
Now,
Brian,
it's too late.
If
You
you
done
could
made
do
it
two
perfectly
things for
clear.
me, and one of them is don't jump in, and the other is
No,
don't
I'm
jump
just
in
saying,
and
don't try and
shout.
jump on his bandwagon now, bro.
I'm not jumping on his bandwagon. I'm asking him to define what he's talking about. I don't need you
Okay,
shouting at me.
I'm talking about how the globe model works. On the globe model, if you're looking at the equator, if you're standing at the equator and you look straight up, or sorry, if you have a fixed position camera at the equator, the stars above the equator will appear to go in a straight line. They have to be, because that's how the equator works on the globe model. Right?
Sure.
You with me so far?
Yep.
Okay, and the stars north or south of the equator, they can't be going in a straight line because they have to be circling poles, right? You with me so far still?
Yep.
Okay, so we would appear to see convergence and divergence of the star trails, right?
So that's what I was trying to get at when you're saying they appear to, with the question I was asking, if you were standing inside a wireframe of the celestial sphere, the Latin long, with parallel latitude lines, and you're dead in the center of it.
Yeah, I don't know about this chicken wire with your latitude lines. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I'll describe it again. You make a ball where it's a wireframe of latitude and longitude. So longitude lines all converge at the north and south poles of this ball you're making, and then parallel circles from its poles from pole to pole. So they're concentric circles are your latitude lines, and they are all definitely parallel circles, right? Would they, if you were bang in the middle of that, appear to converge and diverge as you looked at them?
Not if they were infinite distance away. No, they can't. Your globe model does not predict that, but the sun calc shows it.
Dude, I don't know. You're losing me with this chicken wire latitude thing, dude. All I know is on the globe model we just went through it, dude. We just went through it.
But this is important bit for me to try to understand what you're saying about this appearance business.
The stars to the left. Listen to me. You're at the equator, right? You look straight up. You're looking in a fixed position. You don't move your camera. One of the star trails directly above the equator are going to appear to be going in a straight line. Stars to the left and right of it, the north or south, they have to be curving because they're circling around poles.
Right. So they have to know you're living on a ball and moving in more than one direction, bro. Their model doesn't dictate that. Every time you say this, you're giving them an out. Next thing you know, you're going to have them all agreeing that, yeah, the globe model dictates they should move away from each other physically or apparently.
Nobody's saying that, bro.
Brian, what you're saying is so far from both what Jeremy's saying and what the Globers are saying. It's virtually a whole different conversation about a whole different thing.
No, it's not, bro, because I understand that your model doesn't dictate that. So you're right, Eggshell. You are right. Your model does not dictate that.
Brian,
but listen, I can measure it with this. I can measure it with the fucking sun, dude. This is my argument from 5 years ago.
Great.
And,
you can continue with your argument, Brian. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, if I take a stick in the ground, okay, first I need them to agree that the sun follows the star trails and the moon. Would y'all agree? Night for night, the star and the sun and the moon follow the star trails. Would you agree with that, Eggshells?
No.
For the most part. I mean,
it's not about the sun, and I'm disinterested in getting into that conversation because you tend to interrupt and shout at me.
Okay.
So have it with somebody else.
You know you're trapped. I don't blame you.
I'm just not even talking about the sun, so I just don't understand why you're shouting at me about the sun.
Well, I'll make my point without you, man. Okay, the sun and the moon do follow the star trails pretty much, for all intents and purposes. Okay, night for night, you won't see any deviation from the sun and the moon from the star trails. Okay, so if you take a stick and you stand on the equator, you're going to get a straight line. Okay, and that represents the stars over the equator. Okay, as the sun and the moon, either one, take your pick, they're following the star trails. They deviate toward Capricorn, and they're going to converge. They're going to converge and diverge to the left, and the shadows will show it. And the stars that are at that latitude will follow that path. Okay, and the shadow, you can measure that shadow. Okay, it gets up to a little over 20 degrees away from the equator on the horizon. Okay, I'm talking about azimuth, not up and down, not declination. It'll show them measurably separating. Okay, now when the sun and the moon, take your pick, is with this lined up with the stars at Cancer, and if it's the sun, I can measure the shadow the whole opposite direction. They are measurably separating from each other. The shadows are dictating it. It's not apparent. The shadow is literally showing the measurement and showing the separation. That's why they say that Arctic and Antarctic. That's what the sun does in the north and in the south. And since they follow the star trails, then they represent the star trails at any given time. So they are literally deviating. The globe model only has us moving in one direction. And it can't be perspective in the globe model. I love it when they say perspective because the stars are zigadillion miles away. If you're moving over backwards in one direction, you're going to see the stars going in one direction. If you turn your head, then you're going to see them circling Polaris, doing a half circle. If you turn to the left, you're going to see them doing a half circle over the Sigma Octantis, the hole where Sigma Octantis is. But the sun's shadows prove physical separation, not apparent. Thank you.
No.
Brian Leakey for president.
Yeah, there's no way out of that one. That's why I'm trying to get Jeremy not to give them, because next thing you know, they'll all be agreeing. No, it's fucking what the globe model predicts. No, it ain't. Eggshell told you what the globe model predicts.
It is what the model predicts. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really understand what the hell you're talking about.
I'll just remember in the future when we have this argument. Don't let Zanuck say that. No, that's what we're supposed to see on the globe, because him and Eggshells they'll change their whole entire argument. And remember earlier they were saying that the constellations, remember, it's the same declination and azimuth. They won't separate at all. Remember that they said that because they're sneaky and they'll just drop all that and try and say, no, globe model predicts us seeing that. That's how they are.
So let me get this straight. Your argument is that the sun's shadows dictates what, like the stars?
No. He thinks because the star trails look the way they do, that they're actually separating from each other.
Yeah, the shadow will arc and anarch at the equator. Okay.
What are you talking? Which shadow are you talking about?
I'm talking about the shadow when the sun's over Capricorn and when the sun's over Cancer. It'll arc. It'll do an arc and an anarch. You can measure the separation. Go to SunCalc and move the sun. You'll see how it arcs and anarchs depending on what hemisphere you're in.
You're saying that the movement of the sun says that the stars are deviating.
It follows the star trails almost exactly. I mean, there's a teeny bit of deviation, but it's not the sun, obviously, because the sun is fucking in the day. But
I would say you could pick a star if you were on the equator. You could pick a star that comes up at 90 degrees, and then you could pick Ursa Major, and you could put a line between that, and you could look at that at 9 o'clock at night and at midnight and at 3 a.m. And that line that you put between the star you picked at the equator and Ursa Major is not going to show that there's any difference in the distance from that star to Ursa Major throughout the night.
Yeah, maybe in one night. No, what I'm talking about is that
this is what Jeremy's talking about.
Well, I'm representing the ecliptic from one end to another because everywhere they're at represents what star trail they're a part of. So if they're if they're at the far north of the ecliptic, at the far north during the solstice, they're over Cancer, and they're going to follow. Well, you won't see the stars in the daytime, but you would also agree that the moon follows the same path, just quicker through the season. I mean, quicker through the month, but for any given one night, it follows the star trails. And So they're, I mean, we're only spinning in one direction in your model, so they have to.
Ryan,
But what?
so do you know what Lahaina noon is? And I'm sorry, I'm about to get off topic. I know you guys are talking about something, but just really quick because I'm about to get out of here. Do you know what Lahaina noon is?
No, what is that? Is that the
So
eclipse?
no.
What is it?
So the only place in the United States where the sun will be directly overhead is in Hawaii, right? And that's between I think May and June. So today I took a picture of these poles. It's in the chat, and there is absolutely no shadow on these poles. So that means the sun was at 12:25. The sun was directly above me.
Yeah, cool.
Yes.
Wait,
Now,
there
since
ain't
we,
no. There's. You mean the Tropic of Capricorn doesn't cross down past Miami? By Miami?
I think it's a little bit lower than that. Is it or not? Is it
Keys?
not?
Like Key Largo, Alamorada, maybe Key West.
Cancer is the one closer to Miami.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
saying that the sun doesn't go over
No, I didn't.
any other place. You might be right, but I thought that because I'm 5 degrees off, about 5.5 degrees off of Capricorn. I mean of Cancer, and I thought it went over Miami, just south of Miami.
Could be, but so let's say we live on a flat Earth, right? I know you guys love talking about the flat baseline of a triangle. It has to be on a flat baseline. So what angle, if the sun is directly above me, what angle should the sun be over a flat Earth from you?
I don't know, man. There's no difference with the azimuths. I mean, you don't use octanus for azimuth angles, do you? Even stars in the southern hemisphere use
No, we're
Polaris.
not talking about the stars. We're talking about the sun.
It's the same as on a flat Earth, bro. Like I said, they use Polaris for azimuth angles,
Okay.
even on.
If the sun is okay, remember this, right? You and I are 4,700 miles apart, roughly. What
Really?
angle should the sun be? Yes.
That's too close.
Over a flat plane. No, I've already measured. Well, I took it from Google Earth.
No, I was
So we're
just
about
joking, bro.
4,700 miles. So the sun, what angle do you think the sun should be? If we're 4,700 miles apart, and let's give a number a height of the sun of 3,000 miles.
Hold on, let me know. I know we're gonna use my model. Let me use my model, and I'll tell you the angle. Hold on. I'm gonna use my model.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my model. I have the sun closer to 4,000 miles. I'm gonna use my model, and I'll tell you what angle it should be to me. Hold on. What's the distance between you and me?
4,700 miles from Florida to Hawaii.
Okay, about 68 degrees.
At noon, so it's noon for me, right?
So it'll just be 4,700 divided by 69, which gives you 68 degrees.
So you're saying it should be 68 degrees, right?
But as we know, vision is not perfectly geometric. So that's a rough approximation.
Hold on.
22 degrees, right?
So it should be 68 degrees, right?
Let's see. 68 degrees. Let me
It's
refer to
4,700 divided by 69.
Hold on.
Yeah. 68. Yeah.
69 miles per degree. 4,700 divided by 69 miles per degree gives 68 degrees, roughly, supposedly.
Yeah, and that's pretty accurate, I'm sure.
But that don't. But hold on, that would be distance. Hold on, that's on a globe, though, man. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. So at
Just the rate. You can get a similar rate over a flat surface. It's just like looking at the light in the flat ceiling. You see the rate at which it dips when you go away from the light. You can do it over a flat surface too. It's just a rough approximation. It works flat or globe. The globe isn't necessary.
So, no, it should be. I think your angle is about 40 degrees.
Bro, I didn't know. We were way far away from you. We are way far
4,700
away from you.
miles. No, 4,700 miles, right? So the angle should be 40 degrees above the horizon. So at 12 noon, for me, what time is it for you? I think you're about 5 hours behind,
What
ahead of
numbers
me.
did you use? Hold on. We used 4,700 divided by 69 miles per degree. What number did you use?
So the base, all right, so the base distance is 4,700 miles, and the height of the sun is what? 4,000 miles? You said, Brian?
Hold on, I can't hear you, Kosho. You're hot micing, I think, man.
Oh, so you're using the tangent. You're not using 69 miles per
Yeah.
degree. You're using the tangent.
No. We're using that flat baseline on flat Earth.
Yeah,
The flat baseline, remember?
If you're going to
60
use the tangent,
doesn't
it's
work
h
on
over
a flat.
4,700 miles to give you the angle. If you said 3,000, it's 3,000 divided by 4,700 miles
No, it's
equals the tangent of the
4,000.
angle. You do the arctangent of that, and that would give you an angle if you're going to do it that way with a triangle.
Yeah, the height will be 4,000 miles, and the base
I
should
thought you
be
said
4,700
3,000.
miles.
It would be the height divided by the distance. The height of 3,000
Okay,
divided by the distance of
so
4,700 give you an arctangent.
the angle from Hawaii. I mean, not from Hawaii. The angle of the sun from Florida should be 40 degrees above the horizon.
How am I hearing Kosho, man?
I don't know. That's me. Kosho's not talking.
Kosho's
Yeah, I'm
talking
not.
right now to left lane.
No, he's
Is
not.
he? No, he's not.
That's a weird glitch. Anyway.
So if it's noon for me and you're 5 hours behind, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. So at 5 p.m., the sun should be 40 degrees above the horizon in Florida. You can test that, Brian.
Say that again. Kosho's he's quiet now. Say it one more time.
I said if it's noon, if the sun is directly above me at 12:25, right? The sun should be 40 degrees above the horizon in Florida.
Why do you say that, dude?
Because we're on a flat Earth, right? And we're
He took
using a
the
flat
arctangent
baseline.
of 4,000
Dude, now
miles.
the guy's talking, man. I can't hear shit, dude. I'm got two channels going on at once. Now Kosho's buddy's talking.
He
Never
took
mind.
the arctangent of 4,000 divided by 4,700. Put that in the calculator, took the arctangent, and got 40 degrees.
If you can't hear me, man, just forget it.
The problem with that is that treats light rays like a line that you draw on paper. As we know, light rays spread. So trying to treat light as geometric triangles that reach the eye is a little off, since light rays do spread and are not like lines that you draw geometrically on paper.
Yeah. With the sun, I can hear you now, man. It was actually fucking. Or I had Earth Awakening just started playing out of nowhere. It was them talking earlier, I think. So sorry about that. But I'm gonna say this. So if you take a like a yin and yang, and but you wrap the tails a little bit further, that's pretty close to the time zones, man. I mean, the Flat Earth Clock app, fucking Flat Earth, it shows time zones better than a fucking globe. It shows exactly where the sun's at overhead is what time of day it is, man. I mean, they changed the clock, I think, because of that. Why would they change the clock to 12-hour days? Because the 24-hour days shows us our map, or close to it anyway. There's a few adjustments that need to be made.
Well, that would assume that the time zones are 15-degree slices over a flat plane. There may be missing land sections, and some of these time zones may not encapsulate all of the land that there is.
No, the
So
yin
we
and
need
yang,
to modeling.
Lemon.
Here's the question. That 15 degrees at the equator is a particular distance.
Assuming we have all the land, yes.
Okay.
But there may be arbitrary pie slices cut out by the lying governments. We'd have to
I'll tell you what, the globe's time zones, they have a 4-hour time zone change from in Alaska to Russia. I think at the point I'm talking about, I think it's like a 50 or 60 mile separation from a 4-hour change in time zone. It's like whatever, man. Their time zones aren't exactly perfect when you get further north. You know, it's tricky.
I think there's more discrepancy and skew, especially as you go further out toward the south.
The reason that happens, by the way, between Alaska and Russia is because that's where the international date line is.
Ah. Or they're, hiding land that's not on this 24-hour configuration. Ideally, each pie slice would be 15 degrees of the whole flat surface, the whole flat pizza. But there may be missing sections that are not accounted for.
You done, Brian? Brian, you all done?
Yeah, I'm done, man. Sorry, I wasn't trying to butt heads with you, man, but I've had this argument. Well, I had this argument for a long time, bro, and their model does not predict it, bro. You can't have divergence when you're only moving in one direction. It's not possible.
Yes, no, it predicts it.
Well, basically saying that these arctangent formulas, like what B-Ball was saying, is not working, okay? Just because it's not perfectly mathematical doesn't mean that you get to invoke a globe. Your globe has a huge error bar, and it doesn't really have any sort of real, thing going for it without curvature. Just because you're like, oh, the perfect math says it should be the type of the sky, it's not working out mathematically. Doesn't mean that you get to say, aha, globe. The globe is just sloppy and lazy.
If you're talking about the star trails, Brian, just like I told Jeremy earlier, I mean, if you're just looking at the celestial sphere, and that's exactly what we would expect on something that's rotating.
Well, first and foremost,
it wouldn't even have to be
turn in two directions.
It could be a cube, or it could be a fucking three-dimensional cone or something. But if that object is rotating, that's exactly what we'll see.
If I'm moving in only one direction, I can't get two separate directions, bro. It's not possible. If you're only moving in one, the stars don't know it's a sphere, bro. They don't know which way to curve because of what we're standing on. If I'm only moving in one direction, they can't separate.
Not true. When I was younger, I used to When I was younger, I used to spin around in circles really fast, right? Because I was stupid, right? But I was spinning around really fast, and I would look at my feet, and I would see one rotation. I would look above me, the ceiling, and I would see another rotation. All right, so that's not true. I could rotate.
Yeah, but now I'm talking about infinite direction, like pure geometry, which the stars have to follow almost pure geometry because they're light years away. So you can't say perspective. They don't use perspective in nothing. Celestial navigation, any of it. Like they said, the fucking constellations stay in sync. Okay, so if you're only moving in one direction, then you can't have multiple directions of movement due to perspective of something like that.
Brian, I challenge you to try and recreate this, right?
Yeah, that's another thing. I want to recreate this because I bet he's not going to come up with anything because you literally can't do it without.
Do it for the globe model though. See if you can recreate what we see on the globe model using.
It's already been done, dude. It's already been done. And let me tell you something else. The only place that you'll get.
I want you to do it though.
I'll post you something, people. I'll post you something. I don't need to do something that's already been done. Look, this guy did it. I forgot his name, but I'll pull it up. He's one of my I'm subscribed to the guy, but he put a camera on a table, and then he rotated the table, and he had the camera in the center, and it works if the camera is dead centered. Only dead centered do you get like what we see in real life. If you try and move the camera away from dead center and angle it, it doesn't work, bro. It's not what we see. The star trail we see in the sky would only work at the North Pole.
Well, can we see it?
But Brian, no, I'm asking you to do it. I'm asking you to do it. Just do it for the as we know it for the globe model. Get yourself a ball, hang it from the ceiling, glue like a fucking GoPro to it, and then I don't know, put some lights around, like some Christmas lights or something, and then rotate that GoPro.
Do I sound like Sam Sausagehead, dude? This dude's already done this shit. I'll post it.
No, I don't want you to do it on a flat table. I want you to do it for the globe model.
It don't matter if it's a flat table, bro. It doesn't matter. It could have been a
Brian's
fucking.
getting that demonstration for you, B-Ball. Can we get back to what Jeremy was being wrong about?
Well, sure, but Brian, post it, all right? Don't you gotta post that shit, all right? Anyway, go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll find it. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, so if I'm wrong, so is Kosho and the whole globe model. Okay. So if you're at the equator, the star trails have to be going, the stars above the equator have to be going in a straight line, straight up and down. If the stars to the left of the equator, they can't be going in a straight line.
Bro,
they have they have to be appearing a curve because they're circling around poles on either side. So you would definitely see an appearance of convergence and divergence of star trails at the equator, whether it's a fisheye lens or a rectilinear lens. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Jeremy, the example that you guys gave, the stars aren't actually doing it. That's based on, well, really the camera you're using. I just posted a star trails of a all sky camera, and this example that you guys have apparently stumped the Globers with doesn't exist.
Nobody's stumped, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, Jeremy, what I just explained, you could mimic this. Just get a ball, get a fucking camera, tape the fucking camera to the ball, hang it from the ceiling, and rotate it, and see if you can't see exactly what we see in the sky.
He posted a picture of
and
Star
what do we
Trails
see?
under
Star
like
Trails
Polaris, dude.
Oh my god, I thought you were done, Brian. My bad.
No,
Go ahead,
I'm just
bro.
commenting. I am
Finish
done,
it up.
Jeremy, but I'm commenting on the shit he posted. It's crazy. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
So, B-Ball, are you saying you want me to replicate what we see, meaning the star trails appearing to converge and diverge?
Yes. You can do it with a ball and some light.
That is
right.
Yeah, and that's what we would that's what we would see, right? On the globe model.
That's what we see.
So you're with me on this. Fine. Is it because of a fisheye lens, or is it because of that's what the globe model says?
No, that's what the globe model says. That's what.
Okay, you're with me. We're on the same page then. I don't know. We have no argument. We're on the same page.
No, because what I think is that you're saying it can't work because the stars don't actually diverge.
It's not what I'm saying, dude. I didn't even say that. We're not even past this first point yet. I can't get anyone to agree on how the globe model works. I don't know why. We're not past the first part.
I think you're wording it differently.
Observation. I'm not wording it differently.
I think the wording needs to be clearer. That's why I was trying to get you to clarify it, Jeremy. Because appear and actual is a confusion in terms. We only really, for the purpose of what we're talking about here, we're only ever just talking about apparent position in terms of angular size or where it is in the sky.
I think there's a confusion
right now we're
between...
just talking about what we. Right now we're just talking about what we see in the sky. That's it. And we see the star trails appear to converge and diverge at the equator. Not saying that's actually happening. Okay, don't get your panties in a fucking bunch. I'm just saying that's what we see.
Jeremy, my panties are in a fucking bunch. God damn it.
I think what we're trying to see, or what we do see, what we're trying to conceptualize is two different things.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of confusion about it. There's like Zanuck was, in my opinion, on the wrong team. Maybe I'm on the wrong team and I brought him over somehow. But to me, it's
I'm on the sideline, just waiting for the ball to come my way so I can kick it back in again.
You influence panic
to me because the latitude and longitude, or right ascension and declination, basically the same thing for two different coordinate systems. Are doing the question I asked you, Jeremy, which is if you were sitting at the middle of them, would they be parallel? And they are definitionally the same angular distance from one another, because that's what a line of latitude is, or the declination is, and that is its angular position with respect to its center.
The problem
So
with what
10
you're
degrees
saying,
must always be 10 degrees. It can't sometimes be not 10 degrees because it's later in the night. Its apparent position must remain the same. If you photograph that with a fisheye, I think is where the problem is.
yeah, the problem is you think it's due to a fisheye lens, but you don't realize that the globe model, in the globe model, you have to have this apparent convergence and divergence of star trails.
I disagree.
So I just dropped a
I
little
know.
quick video that I made. If you guys can check it out, a little short little video I made.
Trying to find one I made as well with a 360 lens, which I think shows the apparent convergence and divergence of a road.
So is it flat?
It's concave.
How about towards it?
Yeah, All Glory's got a different solution to this.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I didn't say that.
I don't understand what the point of contention is. We all agree this the stars right above the equator would be going in a straight line, right? The star trail would be going in a straight line, right?
Oh, I think it's going in a circle. The center
You
point of
think
that
that-
circle being either of the poles.
Good
Yes,
argument.
but it would appear to be going.
Apparently,
the star trail line would. The star trail line would appear to be going in a straight line, right? I'm
that's a
not saying
great
it
circle.
actually is going in a
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
line. I'm saying
If
it
I
would
was-
appear to be going in a straight line. Holy shit,
Yeah,
man!
if I was on the equator, the equatorial line, or the line of declination that is above the equator, will appear to be straight to me. Sure.
Yes. So the star trail, we got one star trail going in a straight line up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it appears. That's what it appears to be doing, going in a straight line, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad we're clear on that. Okay. The star trail to the left and right of that, meaning the north or south, do you think that can be going in a straight line also?
No, that's going to be curving.
Okay, so we're definitely going to appear to see convergence and divergence.
Well, I think if it's 10 degrees away from it, it appears 10 degrees away from it at the start of the night. It will stay 10 degrees away from it. It will appear to remain 10 degrees away from it the entire night.
Listen to me. How could one line be going in a straight line and the other line's not, and there's not going to be convergence or divergence? You don't even make sense in your own paradigm now.
Same question I'll ask you that I asked Kosho. At what point is it closest?
You literally don't make sense in your own paradigm. You said, yes, the stars above the equator will appear to be going in a straight line. To the left and right, there will appear to be curving. You understand that you would have to have an appearance of convergence and divergence based on what you've said.
Convergence and divergence means getting further or closer. At what point is it closest? Is that dead overhead? Is that on the horizon? Is that somewhere in between them?
Dude, I don't know.
That's an important question, Jeremy. Just rolling your eyes at questions you aren't able to answer doesn't mean that you do know the answer and you're cleverer than me. Answering the question and showing that you do know the answer is what's showing that you do know the answer.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going to appear to be the closest or farthest away. I do know that just based off what you said about the straight line and then the curved lines, there would have to be an apparent convergence and divergence just based off what you said.
But what
you can try to twist this in any weird way you want. However, just based off what you said, there would have to. Just based off what you said, there would have to appear to be convergence and divergence because you have a straight line and then you have a curved line.
My assertion is going to be that the circle that I'm standing inside of that looks like a straight line is clearly a circle and loops around the whole way. The star that is 10 degrees to the right of that, let's say the south of that, is staying 10 degrees south of that. That will appear to be quite close to a straight line, but will show that what I'm looking at is a circle. At all points, those will be 10 degrees from one another, such that if I got 90 degrees from that, it would become a single point. They will always remain apparently equidistant from it, unless I shoot it with some weird lens that warps things and makes them curved.
So you're going back on what you said, and it would, and they're
don't
all
understand what I'm
doing
saying
straight
from
line.
one moment to the next, Jeremy. You've got no fucking clue what I'm talking about. You don't bother understanding it, and then you keep thinking I'm changing my mind. I've said the same thing to you for weeks now, and you keep being like, "Oh, so you're changing your mind now? Or you're changing back now?" You don't fucking understand it because you don't ask questions. You shout. Now I'm doing it too.
So 2 minutes ago, you just said that the line at the equator would appear to be straight, and the other lines would appear to curve to the left or right of it, right?
If they're diverging, at what point are they closest, and at what point are they furthest?
Did you not just say that? Did you not just say those words 2 minutes ago?
That's the point that stumped Kosho, because if you tilted your camera back, if you're watching those equatorial star lines and you tilted your camera back such that it's pointing bangs azimuth at 90 degrees, then suddenly at that point they would appear to be closest, whereas in all of the other photos you've showed me, that's the point at which they're furthest. So which is it, closest or furthest, or is a fisheye lens a shit way to do this? Pick one. Closest,
Did you not
furthest,
just
or a
say to
shit
me?
method?
Yeah, I don't know. Did you just not say 2 minutes ago that one of the lines would be straight and the other ones are curving, appear to curve? Did you not just say that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. And
Yes.
yet remain equidistant
So if you have a
on that
straight line, so if you have a straight line and then you have a curving line next to it, you don't think there would be a convergence and divergence? That's fucking dumb, dude. I can't. We're done. Me and you are done.
get a convergence and divergence if you
No, we're
move
good.
your
We're
if you
good, bro.
moved your
Me and you are
perspective
done.
closer to that thing. But I mean, like, it's really simple, mate. Declination is a measure of what you're talking about, which is how far are the stars from one another. Stars don't change in that. The only evidence you have for your case, again and again, every time you're asked for it, is just one thing: fisheye photos. Every time you talk to somebody who's right about this, they say fisheye is a bad way to do it. And you go, oh, I can get it with rectilinear. But don't show it. You've never shown us a picture of a rectilinear photo of the stars diverging. You've never responded substantively to the claim that this would throw out all celestial navigation or the right ascension and declination system. You've never talked to Chronic about it, who does know these things. You just berate and shout at people and don't understand what they're saying and think they're switching sides because you're not following the conversation.
Dude, I'm not saying the stars are actually doing this. I'm just talking about what the star trails appear to be doing.
Times I know.
So you keep going back to moving the lens up and down and shit. It's just a fixed lens. It's a fixed camera. It's not moving up or down. It's in a fixed position. Looking at the star trail.
Right, but they're going to be closest at the center of that lens. So it does matter where the lens is pointing, doesn't it?
No, you could have it pointing straight up, horizontal, whatever you want to do.
And
45
if you pointed
degrees.
it straight up, those star trails would appear to be closest at straight up at zenith. How can they be diverging at zenith and converging at zenith unless it's an artifact of the lens?
Well, the fisheye lens is going to create an illusion of converging and diverging, even on a linear.
Dude, this has nothing to do with a fisheye lens. This has nothing to do with a fisheye lens. The globe model literally dictates that this is what you should see in a star trail on a globe. Whoever's arguing against this, whoever's arguing against this just doesn't know how the globe model works. I don't know if we should even continue this.
I'm trying to figure out which way is.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to figure out why we're trying to argue about something that you can conceptually imagine, but our eyes don't see in that field of view at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have to be like a chameleon and see the south out of your left eye and the north out of your right eye. And
if you're a cow, if you're a herbivore that had like eyes that pointed different ways.
Yeah.
Not all herbivores, but it's.
Yeah, but the reason why we're even having this argument, or whatever you want to call it, is because Jeremy's trying to build up to a point, like a really silly point, where basically whatever happens in the sky is like, I don't know if he used the word illusion or something, but he's basically saying whatever happens up there is, like not reality or something. I forgot the exact words he said though, but that's the point he's trying to get at.
Yeah, we can draw this on a piece of paper with the two rotating holes with the central equatorial star rotation. Yeah, we can see how things in perspective diverge and converge, but not out of our own eyes.
I think some of the other challenge with this is when you're taking, like, that's why I keep saying if you're sitting there or if you were there in reality, because I think what you're saying there, Terry, you'd still end up with this convergence and divergence, and that's because that's what you end up with anytime you convert something that is spherical, like the dome or the sphere of our vision, onto something flat, right? You've got to warp it or tear it or do some weird shit with it that then you go, oh, look, it's converging and diverging, not realizing that fisheye has captured a fair chunk of a sphere.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's. I mean, as I keep saying, if they change in angular distance to one another, you would destroy the globe model instantaneously with a camera, with a phone camera. You could take it. You could go, look, Orion's belt is changing in apparent distance to one another throughout the night. Bye globe model, because globe model requires that they stay. Reckner was pointing this out, and I think this is fair enough. They do actually somewhat slightly tiny amounts move, but what we're talking about is they're not moving by any amount that mere mortals would recognise.
I sort of put this in the category like pareidolia. If you can't understand that, and you don't understand how train tracks don't converge, that's in perspective. Same with corpuscular rays and anti-corpuscular rays. Yes, it's what you see, but that's not what's actually happening.
Hey, I'm not arguing that that's what's actually happening. I'm arguing that that's what we see, and these guys are fighting it.
Yeah, but it's such a silly point, though. You were gonna say like, oh, it's like a parent or something. Like the sky is a parent. Like, what does that even mean? Like, that's so
Don't
silly.
worry about what my upcoming argument is. Don't even worry about it. We can't even get this first part straight.
No.
Jeremy, I
Okay,
think you might have to come back with nothing. Come back tomorrow.
Yeah,
with
Jeremy.
something else.
So we all agree with you. This is what we appear to see. It's not what's really happening now. What?
No, I don't agree.
Like-
It's what you appear to see.
He doesn't
I said
agree.
it's only what you appear to see if you convert something spherical to something flat. The closer you're getting to rectilinear, you just take a smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller section until it's getting the difference between sphere and flat becomes negligible. But
All right. So
in the
what
things that
would you
Kosho is showing, for example, in his is just like what happens when you try to put Latin long on a rectangle.
All right, so eggshells. If you was at the equator with your actual eyes looking up at the star trails, what would you see?
Stars staying the same distance from one another throughout the night. One would be, I mean, the confusion I get where Jeremy's at, right? Because you're going to see this line go straight up over you, and it's going to go around behind you like you're standing in the middle of a giant hula hoop, and you go, oh, that line's straight, and the one to its right and the one to its left appear to be curving left and right. So I get what he's saying with that and going, well, therefore there must be a divergence. But it's just, if you're standing in the center of it, when that one is 10 degrees south, let's say, it's 10 degrees south at when it comes, well, refraction, put all those things out of it. It's 10 degrees south when it rises over the horizon. It's 10 degrees south of it, dead overhead, and it's 10 degrees south as it sets. It's always 10 degrees south. But if I shoot it with the lens, dead center of the lens, pointed anywhere, at that point at the dead center of the lens is where you're going to get the closest to straight and parallel, and everything outside of that towards the edges of the lens, you're going to get it all pulling away from there, making that divergence seem really extreme. What do you think, Kosher, about the question I was asking about what about if you tilted the lens back? Does that make you more convinced that this is just an artifact of a spherical transformation onto 2D?
Were you asking me or yes?
Yeah, you, Kosher.
Oh, sorry. Say again? Sorry.
What did you think about when the question of if you tilted the lens back 90 degrees so you're looking dead up, does that make you more convinced that it is an artifact of something spherical to something flat?
Well, no, I mean, it tells to me at least it was helping me see how this why this is happening or whatever, why you would get this observation, because like I said, for a second I was when I was making that picture, I was like, wait a minute, I thought that they were going to be closest when they're right above you, but that would only be if you were pointing the camera right above you. So that cleared that up, but I still think that with rectilinear lens you still get that. And actually, I'm trying to make this image right now in Stellarium with star trails. It's going to take a second, but I'm just not sure that the part that might make the difference here is the because in Stellarium you can change the what do you call it, like whether it's perspective view or orthographic or ortho, whatever. Would it be fair to use perspective view or no?
I mean, I think you're going to get this problem anywhere you're looking at something spherical on something flat. That just, when I keep saying rectilinear, I don't mean it'll go away completely. I just mean like it'll be less. It'll be less and less the closer you get to a smaller chunk, or represented on something spherical is the other way to do it. That's why I'm trying to say about this sort of thought experiment for Jeremy. If you're sitting inside a wire ball, or just get like another way to do it is just get a bowl or something that has concentric circles around it. Like I've got one of those, what do you guys call them? Like frat party kind of plastic cup.
Like a red solo cup?
Yeah, anything like that where you go, okay, like if my eyeball was dead on the rim, then yeah, the ones, and dead in the center, then the ones that are towards the base of the cup from that, if I took that as a photo and converted it to flat, would appear to diverge. But in reality, if I could be small enough to look around, no, they're all staying the same distance from one another, both angularly and because we've got reality in the case of a cup in reality as well. But I know that.
If you know any program, if you have 1,200 images, how to overlay them all on one another?
1,200? No, I've got no idea.
Fair enough. Yeah, because that's what I did in Solarium. In Solarium, I simply went to the equator, went to 0, 0, longitude, latitude, and centered it in my frame. Took everything out, all the names, everything, just the stars and the sun, maybe. Anyway, and I've taken a screenshot every millisecond. I'm sorry, every 10th of a second for actually it jumps ahead so what it's doing is basically gonna end up taking 1,200 screenshots, which are gonna be an hour worth of images, and I'm gonna try to see if I can overlay them from one another.
Man of concessions / consciousness is now showing the.
So, I mean, but let's just say that we was all on the same page, because I just want to get to Jeremy's main point. You know, let's just say, Eggshell, in an ultimate universe, you agreed with Jeremy on this, right? Jeremy, what would be your next point? Let's say we all agree with you, Jeremy, that they appear to diverge and converge, even though that's not what's really happening. What now?
It's a good question to advance the conversation.
I'm not gonna give that to us.
Yeah. What now, Jeremy? Like, what are you trying to get at? If you're still there, bro.
I mean, he said it earlier. I mean, like hours earlier to me and Kosho.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Y'all don't have the concept of the moon shadows arcing and anarching at the equator.
Yeah,
and
it's very weird,
they
Brian.
follow the star trails.
What did Jeremy say?
I couldn't find that fucking video of the star trails, man. It's pissing me off. I got so
Because
many
there is no
fucking
such video, Brian. Let it go.
He didn't answer, bro. He didn't answer. Okay, I feel dead air.
What did Jeremy say?
If I'm correct, if I remember correctly, his argument was something around the lines of, if perspective is causing, or whatever it is.
Who cares what he said? Y'all couldn't agree. Y'all couldn't even agree. Why would you want to go to his next argument? You can't even agree.
Brian, mate.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so his whole
you
point
cut
was
me
that,
off to say this shit, dude. You know.
Armo was talking. You cut him off.
I know, dude, but I was talking in the middle of saying something when you fucking cut me off. I was feeling dead air, bro.
I was asking Armo a question, and you came the fuck out of nowhere.
No, I was feeling dead fucking air when you asked Jeremy something, and then you interrupted me. And then he started.
No need to get mad.
By the way, not to interrupt, but
dude, I'll back off, but dude, I was feeling dead air when you asked Jeremy a question, and then you interrupted me. Then he started talking. But go ahead.
Okay.
Maybe you're just louder. You came in louder. Maybe that just threw him off.
Yeah,
Jeremy can't be seen right now, so that's why he's quiet.
Let's queue up. Who was talking? I heard something about Arma, then Brian, then Mother Dude.
It was your mama. What's up, Lynn?
So Arma, Brian, and Man of Conscious. How about that? Go.
All right. So if I remember correctly, Jeremy's whole argument was, I believe, that because there's like perspective or something going on with the star trails converging and diverging, according to him, that basically what we're seeing is what was the word he used for like the railroads? What did he say?
Perspective, convergence.
No,
I don't know.
no, there was another word for it. Shit, I forgot it. It's apparent. There you go. Because he was basically saying that more or less the sky is apparent or some shit like that. I don't know where he would go from there.
The whole entire sky?
What?
Is he trying to say that the whole sky is apparent and we don't really know what's going on up there?
Maybe. I just remember him saying something about it being apparent, but I think that might be what he was leading up to, though. If I remember the conversation earlier correctly.
Okay.
There is an
Brian,
apparent element.
Brian, go ahead.
Oh, I'm very glad that y'all don't agree with him because I've been arguing this shit for years because we can see and have to see the stars deviate due to the fact that the sun and moon follow the same path. The moon just does it quicker, and they, for the most part, they follow the star trails. So when you see the moon, when you see the moon from the equator, toward the north, you see it arc. When you see it over Capricorn from the equator, you see it anarch, and you can measure it. The shadows show you the measurements. The shadows deviate. Okay, it's different times of year, but like I said, they follow the star trails night for night. So they represent the stars over that latitude and any given night. So I'm glad y'all don't agree with it because it's bullshit. If you don't, I agree with y'all. If you're spinning in one direction, you can't have separation. But in reality, we do. It's measurable. That's a globe killer. Thank you.
What?
Okie dokie.
Oh, Brian's not really understanding what we're talking about at all. So
Yeah, Brian, you're having your own conversation, bro. And this is like the 8th time
well,
someone's told me.
I'll give Brian some fairness because Jeremy can't talk right now. Brian is talking about the fact that we have two. So okay, Brian, I'll just tell you blankly. Okay, the rotational directions, the ones that are called counterclockwise and clockwise, these are just like up and down and back and forth, and forward and backward. They're relative directions. Because counterclockwise, because you can be looking at a wheel going clockwise, and then you can go to the other side of the wheel and it'll be going counterclockwise. So these are just rotational directions due to perspective.
But Kosho, we see the contradiction with something like a train. When you're on a train and you're seeing the scenery pass by like you would be on the train of the rotating, moving Earth, you see the scenery go by in more or less a lateral direction. Take this same train and wrap it around the equator of the Earth, going in a perfect circle around the Earth, and you would see the same thing. Lateral scenery passing by, straight left to right, but not in an arc. So if you're anywhere other than the poles, why aren't you seeing anything other than a straight sky passing by straight left to right like the train? That doesn't make sense. To have an arc up and an arc down, that has to be deformation from perspective or the solid structure of the sky with light flowing through it and being warped by the shape of something like a firmament dome. Otherwise, we have a problem here.
I mean, if you're ignoring your position on the globe.
Yeah. Just like the train that is wrapping around the equator of the Earth, you should see the scenery go by laterally, straight left to right, not in an arc up and down. That doesn't make any sense.
Unless you were on a globe.
Right. The only reason it does that is
because you've got a good point. If
yeah,
you're
the only reason it would do that on a globe model is because you're on the globe. Like if you're in the northern, hemisphere, like you're up in the United States. The reason that the stars are circling at the North Pole essentially is because in the globe model is because you're on the globe that's actually moving, and therefore you're creating those circles. Like your actual body is creating the circle, even though you're technically seeing just a field of stars. That's why they make a circle. So I agree with what Levin's saying. If you're at the equator on a globe, they wouldn't diverge and converge. They would just be a straight lateral because at that point you're just moving straight through space and you're just looking at a field of stars.
But they would have to converge at a center point of rotation because otherwise, if you just have these straight lines of stars, if you look left or right at the poles, whatever, what would happen to them? They have to at some point meet, right? I mean, you can't just have straight lines indefinitely. They have to meet at some point.
But that could be deformation off of the solid glass firmament. Whenever you look through like sheer curtains that are halfway see-through, you see the light go through the curtain, and then the curve of the curtain warps and distorts the light that's coming through the curtain.
That's
It's the same thing by shining a light through a dome, a hemisphere, or something else. It appears to be a curvature from the curvature of the glass as opposed to from motion or spin.
Lemon, that's fine, but I was talking about your argument about it destroying the globe or something. Like I want to focus on that strictly.
But the thing is, we can have these.
What do we see, though, right, guys? I mean, what do we actually see?
Most accurately represented
measurable
in,
separation.
The most accurate interpretation, Mr. Grimm, is deformation from the glass firmament, from the sun, moon, and stars shining through a glass firmament and reversing their trail as you get further out due to perspective, warp
Even the
of
best
the
alternate
atmosphere, stuff
Are you
like
saying
that.
that's the best alternate explanation?
As far as I can tell, yes. Otherwise, what is it? Magnetic fields warping the light like the Faraday effect or something? I mean, something else is going on here.
You don't need that for the globe.
I don't know.
Don't need any of that on a rotating planet.
Well, for a rotating planet, you need movement. And all of the optical experiments from Michelson Morley, Michelson Gale, and other stuff appear to be pointing to the Earth not moving at all or moving much more slowly than they say at 66,000 miles per hour. Even Airy's failure goes against the movement of the globe. So you don't have evidence for this proposition.
It just goes.
Let him finish, you guys. Chopping him up.
No, people keep doing this where they keep changing like the thing. Like let's focus on the one thing, you know?
We are focusing on one thing: the evidence for movement. You guys
no.
without evidence for
no, we weren't talking about evidence of movement. We're
Well,
talking
he's just
about
trying to throw in coherent arguments like the other things that lead to the same issue.
No.
Okay, movement of the stars then. Movement of the stars due to a moving globe. It more or less reduces to the same thing. You're saying that the star trails are from the movement of the ball that's moving. There's no evidence that it's moving at all.
But that's so. I want to attack your argument from earlier, saying that it doesn't work on a spinning ball or whatever. I mean, fine. If you want to move on to like you know whether or not the Earth spins, fine. But like, I feel like you're just sort of moving from topic to topic. Like that's like, what is this? You guys like doing that? I mean,
let me ask you a question. If me and you are standing at the equator and we're looking out straight east, and we had laser beams coming out of our eyes, are they looking parallel? Right. Yeah. You got to say yeah. Right.
That was a funny image that I just pictured. But
yeah. Me too.
Okay. If we go, let's say if I go 5 degrees to the north and you go 5 degrees south, we keep the same angle. And we have the same laser beams coming out of our eyes. Are they still parallel?
Am I cockeyed in this scenario?
No. We're standing shoulder to shoulder at the equator, and now we spread up one longitude. You go 5 degrees north, I go 5 degrees south, and
are you sure you want to use
our laser eyes still, or the laser beam still parallel?
Oh, laser eye. I thought you said your lazy eye. My bad. I was laughing at the wrong
It's
joke.
a question. Is the laser beam still parallel?
Okay.
Anybody want to answer?
Jeremy's got a glass eye, but he's not here, so we can discount that.
Stop it. It's quartz.
Anybody? Can anybody answer that?
No, it's unanswerable, dude. It's amazing. It's one of them.
What are you talking about, dude?
Are you
What are you talking about?
standing on a sphere, or are you standing on a
Yeah, we're on your globe, model. We're standing on your globe model. We go 5 degrees.
And you and I
one goes 5 north, one goes 5 south. And we don't change angles. We just stick to the ground, a flat surface, or a flat local surface. Let's say.
So, okay, so we're standing on the globe, Brian.
Yes.
Okay, this argument is over. Brian concedes it's a globe.
It's a question, bro. It's not an argument, man. I'm just asking a question.
I'm kidding. Of course, I'm kidding.
Would those lines be parallel? Because the way I see it.
Yeah, if we had lasers coming out of our eyes, and one of us moved north, one of us moved south, the same amount, and would the lasers still be parallel like they were at the equator?
Well, because you're on a ball,
because basically
parallel to great circle.
You could see these lasers as lines of longitude, right? Going.
Well, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just asking if like from a God view, like from straight up above the equator or whatever, way up above. And I see the two lasers,
They would be
right next
parallel.
to each other,
They would be
right next
parallel,
to
bro.
each other, parallel. And then I see them
They would
start
be
to move
parallel.
away from each other, one 5 degrees north, one 5 degrees south. And I'm asking, are
They would be
them
parallel,
lasers?
Brian.
Okay, they would be
Wait.
parallel. And if I went up to 30 degrees north, this is the last question, and you went up to 30 degrees south, so still parallel, right?
Are we talking about without an atmosphere?
No, man,
Oh,
there's
these
no
would be
trick
longer.
here. No trick here.
These
I'm
would be longer.
just making
No
sure.
longer.
Well, I mean trick. I'm just trying to work out variables.
Here's
and I'm
why
like,
I
well,
asked.
with an
This is why I
atmosphere,
asked.
Yeah,
I'll just
they
go
would
ahead
be
and
parallel, Brian.
they would
They would be
bend.
parallel.
okay. I'll go ahead and get to the point. Point is anything due east or due west, any 90 degree from north or south pole is a great circle. Okay, so
Right.
basically, but anyway, besides
But
that,
not a laser.
but I'm asking if they're parallel because if we look, east, everywhere east during the equinox is the sunrise for everybody, and you're saying that they're parallel, but if you draw a straight line east from my location at about 30 degrees north, I converge with somebody at 30 degrees south just before I hit Africa, right off the coast. About I think it's either 40, maybe 4,000 or 6,000 miles away. I forgot. But so that kills the parallel sun rays, because if our lasers are parallel hitting the sun, if they're 2,000 miles apart here on Earth and parallel, when they hit the sun, they should hit 2,000 miles apart. But when we're both looking east, on Google Earth or a globe, on Google Earth, basically, they converge. East converges for us over Africa. So you got issues, man. Y'all don't like to acknowledge them, but they're there.
All right, cool. So, Kosho, do you agree with whatever point Jeremy's trying to make, or are you siding with riding on eggshells?
Sorry, he misspoke. He said, "Are you agreeing with Jeremy, or are you correct?"
Yeah.
It was a little joke. It was a little joke, everybody. It's okay.
Yeah, true.
I could be wrong about it. To me, what he's saying about divergence is that would be their latitude, their declination would be changing. If you're tilting the lens back means that the point of convergence is also tilting with the lens, it's obviously the lens to me. Yeah, sorry, the question was for Kosho, and I just went to continue making my point.
You do see the constellations converge to Orion's belt goes straight over the equator, and the top of Orion's belt deviates from the bottom of it at the horizon. You were mentioning that earlier, just so you know.
The thing that's interesting about this is that on a globe Earth, if you have the stars that are all, far away, light years away, then it's the movement of the globe that's causing all of these star trails. Meaning if the globe was shaped like a dodecahedron, you'd have totally different type star trails. So because it's a sphere, and then you have sort of the quote unquote celestial sphere, even though that's like light years, whatever, then you're getting those star trails. However, on a stationary planar Earth, the stars are perhaps actually making deviation, convergent, circles, all of that. So it is a difference, and how it would actually constellate on a globe versus how we actually see it. Is there actually some discrepancy here?
I would correct that, Gio. It's I would agree with the first half. The star trails are absolutely caused by the rotation of the Earth, but not at all by the shape of it. So if we lived on a dodecahedron, you would get exactly the same star trails, because
yes, you would.
Around a single point of rotation, you're going to have two poles, two points rotating.
Well, agreed. You couldn't get deviation either. I agree with you on that too, eggshells. You couldn't get deviation on a globe if you're only moving in one direction.
What?
Yeah, spinning in a circle.
It would be different if it's different. If the Earth was a triangle, and up at the top was one pole, and then at the bottom you would not get the same star trails.
I think you would.
Why
You
not?
would still be rotating around a singular axis, and that would be the 2 points at which you get the trail. The thing that would change it would be if the stars aren't infinitely far away or a finite distance away, and a significant portion of that distance was taken up by the sort of size of this triangle, let's say, or pyramid,
Yeah, I meant more like a pyramid. Yeah.
Yeah, like a triangular prism. Then, as you were on a corner that was rotating towards that star would get bigger, and the distances between them angularly would diverge, and then they would converge again as you move away. But in the globe model, at least for celestial navigation and most mortal purposes, we treat them as infinitely far away. So if you're on any outlying point versus the center versus, a different point in your orbit even, they don't change any difference. So adding the radius, the diameter of the Earth or the diameter of our orbit still doesn't even change much.
It's one of the reasons they don't use stars on the horizon to navigate, because they deviate. Like I said, Orion, you could see at the horizon, you could see the belt of Orion going straight over the equator. The top of Orion starting to deviate to the north, and the bottom deviating to the south. It's at the horizon, and that's why they don't use shit on the horizon. And it's not even that much, but it's there, and it disproves your globe.
So like I just posted this. I know I posted it earlier as well, and I'm not saying this is exactly what the stars are, but I'm saying on this kind of layout, those stars actually are making curved pathways. Like cars on a racetrack, they actually are moving along magnetic flux lines. Whereas on a globe Earth, that would not be happening. On a globe, you're actually on the globe. The stars are all very far away, and that's what's causing the trails. So these two things that we're discussing are different. Now, whether there's an observational difference or a way to verify just through this or not is another question. But it is different in terms of like in the kind of conception I just put, the stars actually are making curved pathways. That's what they're doing, and that's how we see them. On a globe, you guys are saying no, they're not doing that because they're all these infinitely far away or whatever, and we're only getting that because of the way the globe is spinning.
Well, yeah, anything spinning will create that. Assuming it's infinitely far, the stuff is effectively infinitely far away, I guess. Because I mean, if it isn't, it's still going to take like a spherical kind of. I don't know. It's whatever.
Yeah, but Arma, if you model a ball, a sphere, and then you put the stars, I guess, as far as you can away in your model, and then you put the camera at the equator, and then you start rotating it, are you going to get diverging and converging, or are you just going to see a wall of stars that's moving by?
I mean, at least in terms of Blender, because unfortunately I don't have the stuff to make a real life thing. But in terms of Blender, yeah, I've gotten that.
I think you would just get a wall of stars because you're just moving on a sphere on the equator, moving straight. The only way you'd start to get the circular stars like around Polaris is then you're up in the northern latitudes, because now you're on a part of the sphere that's actually making smaller circles, and then you're looking up at the top of it. But if you were at the equator looking directly out, I'm not saying you're not looking up at the pole. If you were at the equator looking directly, up basically, why would there be converging and diverging stars?
Well, I mean, logically, we would assume they would have to meet at some point. Like I said, if you have, the stars moving, in a straight path in front of you, they can't be doing that to the side of you too, right? I mean, otherwise you'd get like a weird tunnel like effect or whatever. I mean, that doesn't really make any sense. Is that what you're saying? We would visually see like a tunnel effect? Because if they're all moving straight in front of you, they would also be doing that to the side of you. I don't know. That's really weird.
I know it is hard to kind of comprehend or hard to think about. But if
you did post a good GIF when we were talking about this a while back, Gio.
Yeah, the one on the globe that shows like the local stars on a globe.
Yeah,
but even with far stars, though, at least in my Blender model, in terms of Blender anyway, I've got it to where you still get diverging with near infinite distant stars. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean the one that GIF that shows the close and local stars. The thing is, those are making curved pathways because they're around a sphere. It's like a celestial sphere in which those stars are actually making, different size circles. They're making different size circles kind of in relation to the size of the globe. Whereas in their model with the stars all way, way out there, it's not really like a closed sphere like that. Like they're just like basically way out in space, and then we're the one that's on the sphere. So it is different than that, but I see why they could think that depending on that GIF, but that would really only be if the stars were local. This idea of the stars being so far away and then just being on a tiny little blue marble is kind of another idea.
Well, if we're going to use 3D models like that GIF that was sent, then I think it's fair to say that I could also use a 3D model to go against that argument. Is that fair? That GIF was a 3D model, so I should be able to also use a 3D model to counteract that argument.
It's a cartoon.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a cartoon. Yeah. So I mean, if we're gonna say that GIF is valid, then I should also be able to use, my own 3D model. If we're gonna be fair, but with things. Is that fair with you guys?
Oh well, the GIF I was talking about actually just helps visualize it in the globe way. So it's not.
Well, my 3D model helps, my argument where it works with infinitely far.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That
Basically,
GIF actually does help the globe a bit more. That it's not like it was something that was killing the globe. So
Yeah, I
actually
just
get on the defensive.
posted it again. I posted it again. Yeah, if the stars were local like that, then that would. I mean, the way that they show it here makes sense in terms of that, but they're not. They're like supposed to be light years away, and then you're just on a tiny little sphere, so it's quite a bit different.
Yeah. Well, it checks out though. In the model that I did, it works. You get the diverging, star trails.
I mean, the correlative to this, like if you were I'm trying to think, if you were like in your house and you had stars on your ceiling, like local stars, and they were moving in a certain way, that would be one thing, like what you would see. But if you then took those stars and blasted them thousands of miles away, are you going to get the same effect, or are you just going to more see like a wall of stars?
I mean, I think so. I mean, because once you have the stars or anything infinitely far away, they pretty much just represent like an angle at that point. Like basically, it doesn't matter how, if you, because the thing is, okay, how do I explain this? I don't know, but if they represent an angle at that point, and so if you were to rotate or whatever, I mean, you're just, getting a different angle to a different star that's at that angle or whatever. So I personally do think it still works on with infinitely far stars or whatever, or effectively infinitely far. Let's get that cleared up.
Yeah, you can model it physically. You can model it with computers.
Yeah. And in the model that I did, I do have them effectively infinitely far, and they still converge. So.
Oh, that's an animation.
Yeah, I should.
That's CGI. Can't use it.
Throw it all out.
I need to make a GIF of it so I can just, post it in chat. I'm too lazy for that, so yeah.
So we're never gonna get to the bottom of all of this till Kosho lets us know if he agrees with Harry or Jeremy. Really?
I mean, in my view, this is basically.
I think he's working on an animation.
There could be some minor discrepancies, but this fits in mostly, I think, into a category of works on both models. Although I think there are some minor differences, but
yeah, single. If the south has a single point or multiple points, it would be a differentiator. Because many/most flat Earth models explaining the southern star rotations either have them ducking out of view, or your one is that they're sort of four permanent south poles. Yeah, some people are like, oh no, the Southern Cross is visible to Australia, and then it goes over to the other side of the plane and appears there.
I just went into SunCalc and double checked. I can't make a video this quick to post, but anybody wants to go to SunCalc, you'll see the sun makes a frown just south of the equator, just barely south. Further you go, the bigger the frown, but just a few degrees, it starts to make a frown, and then so does the moon, so do the stars, and then if you go just a little bit north of the equator, only at the equator, on the equinox, whatever, really most of the year, it goes straight overhead, but you get the smiley face and the frown, and any time lapse you do, you'll see the moon follows the star trails. They diverge, and you can show it with shadows. People don't think this far ahead to correlate the fact that the moon, it has to follow the star trails if it's us rotating, or close to it anyway. So the fact of the matter is, if your model doesn't predict if the stars are that far away, gajillions of miles away, then perspective's out of play. We're only moving in one direction. They can't separate, but I could demonstrate it just by using sun calc, showing you the frown and the smile, and how the sun that matches the moon, that matches the star trails, that frowns and smiles and separates.
Yep. Yeah, like a rainbow kind of shape, like when you're saying frown. Yeah, like a rainbow, like an upside down smile. Well, then, do you think that this is a discrepancy on the globe model? Then, do you think, Brian?
The globe killer, bro. That's why I can't believe they ever bring up star trails and shit, dude. It's a globe killer. It can't happen on a globe. We can measure it with shadows.
Globe killer
sticks and shadows.
I think you'd benefit from being able to describe it better because you've had a couple of cracks, and I'm
yeah, I don't think none of us are really getting this. So yeah, just explain it to us in detail.
If you go to SunCal, you don't have to describe it.
Say with as few words as possible, make it as clear as possible.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, on their globe model, like the reason it would frown, like that, make a rainbow shape, is because of the curvature of the Earth, and that you're at a part of the Earth that's curving and making a different size circle. Because like if you're on the equator in a globe model spinning through quote unquote space, you're actually making a circle. Now I know they say also the Earth's going around the sun, but let's just take that out of it for a second. You're making a circle. If you're at a different latitude on a globe, you're making a different size circle. Therefore, you're going to get that different declination effect because at different latitudes, you're kind of looking, your up is at a different angle. And because you're making a different size circle, you're going to get a different tracking, like that kind of declination rainbow type frown, shape of the celestial objects.
Right. And since we know the stars don't care about latitude, they don't know what we're standing on, they can't deviate, but they do in every model of the globe, and they shouldn't. I mean, SunCalc, you asked me to sum it up. Just go to SunCalc and it's just one little slide button. It lets you slide the sun throughout the day. Do it out on the equator. Do it a little bit above, a little bit below. It just represents the star trails. You can measure it with shadows. This ain't just some perspective deviation. We can measure it with sticks and shadows.
Well, hang on. So sticks and shadows is a good way of measuring things to determine the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I didn't think we were allowed to use sticks and shadows.
Well, I can't believe when y'all bring shit like that up, bro. You're just bringing up a model killer.
Oh, okay,
almost
so
everything
that's
y'all
how
bring
it
up
works.
one way or another kills your model.
You can use sticks and shadows, but we can't. Okay, got it. That's fair.
Well, he wasn't really using them assuming a distance of a sun to then assume a shape. I think he was using them more to describe the way that the celestial objects map onto the ground.
I cringe when I hear Jeremy trying to talk them into saying that their globe predicts that, because I'm like, cringe, dude. I've been using this argument. It's a solid argument against them, and luckily they didn't agree with Jeremy, because because then I had to show them their own damn argument about the fucking azimuths and all that shit.
Well, I don't know technically. I didn't ever hear that Jeremy was saying that he confirms that it would do that on a globe. He's just saying that's their globe model. That's what they say, or he's trying to get to the
Yeah, that is what their model shows. Yeah, you're right. Like SunCalc. Exactly. It's what their model shows. But you can't just think of the sun. They have trouble correlating the star trails, and they've probably never seen the moon in a star trail to even know this. But if they've looked into it enough, they'd know that the moon follows the stars, pretty much damn near exactly. You could say, well, it ain't exact but it's damn near exact. And we know that the sun follows the same path as the moon as far as day for day. In a 12-hour span, you're not going to notice much difference. And they'd have to follow the same trails, because if it's the Earth spinning. So yeah, their SunCalc shows their star trail pictures. Even Stellarium shows the deviation. It's there, but it shouldn't be there, is my point. But not for the stars. They're too far away. It should be like the tunnel did, and it should be like the chicken wire that Eggshells described.
It shouldn't be like what tunnel? Why would there be a tunnel?
You're only moving in one direction. How could they physically separate?
You won't get a tunnel from that. The rotation doesn't matter the shape. If you're rotating and the things are effectively infinitely far away, you're gonna get like a sphere, like rotation. I mean, like I said earlier, when I was young, I used to spin around like crazy. All right, and I would look down at my feet, spinning in one way, and then look above me, the ceiling spinning another way, and in the middle, obviously, it's just moving straight. I mean, that's just how.
Yeah, I'm good with that, bro. I would agree with that, but I'm talking about the stars deviating on the horizon. measurable deviation, and measurable with sticks and shadows with the sun.
I'm really not getting the sticks and shadows argument. I'm being honest with you. Maybe I wasn't listening, but
well, if you really think about it,
if you're going to measure the stars in star deviation, you need to measure the star deviation and show it.
okay, well, I can show you that every time the moon is at 23 degrees. No, I'm just going to put 2 and 2 together and see if you can follow me, because he didn't understand. Okay, every time the moon is at 23 degrees, we get a smiley face every time. Okay, and then if we put the sun at 23 degrees, we get the same smiley face. Every time the moon, it happens sooner, but every time we see the moon at 23 south, we see a frown. And then same thing with the sun. We see a frown. And so they represent the stars at that latitude. Okay, they're only there for one time of the year, one part of the month or whatever, but they're doing exactly what the stars are doing for their location. So you could, so you just use the sun and measure the shadows at 2 different times, opposite times a year. You'll see the frown, and the shadows will dictate that, showing the separation on the horizon.
That doesn't mean that the stars are deviating.
Well, I think I followed what you were saying there, Brian. Because the path of the sun is like a big star, basically, in that analysis, and you're just able to track it, and you're able to get light from it that you can measure. Sorry, I was coughing.
It's no different than
that you can measure, right? Because you can't really get like star light. But how does that not work on the globe, though? That's and what you're
because you can't have deviation, because the stars follow that same path. So if they were giving off enough light, they would give the same shadows, the ones at that latitude, and then we could measure the separation. So depending on how far they are apart, away, or how big we wanted to assume they were, but no matter what size and distance we assign them, we can do the math and tell you how much exactly they're deviating according to that size that we attribute to them and distance we attribute to them. But no matter what, it's measurable. It's calculable too.
I'm not really sure where I'm still not quite sure where the shadows come into play. Like what are you saying? Like that's what's I don't know. I feel like
you go to SunCalc. Just go to suncalc.com or .org and just hit the slide rule at the bottom. That's all you got to do is slide and it slides the sun according to the time of day. North of the equator, it'll show a frown and a smiley face. And south of the equator, it'll show a frown. And so the shadow, it shows you the shadow and the sun. It literally has a stick coming up to the sun. So you get to see the sun so it shows you where the shadow's at according to where the sun's at. And you could do a whole day in 2 seconds, or you could slide it back and forth like a disc jockey.
What was it called again? Sun what?
SunCalc.
SunCalc?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then why would the shadows not, how would they be different on a globe? Because on a sphere Earth, there's all the curvature at the different parts of it. So are you saying that if you're at the equator,
well, the stars
then you shouldn't get those angles?
You could say the stars know we're standing on a globe and know to deviate, but if we're only moving in one direction, forward or backwards, let's say if we're moving backwards, and it's not them moving. You remember they say we're moving. So if we're only moving backwards, there's nothing in the world that should make them separate. It shouldn't even happen with the sun, if you ask me. But they can say it does, depending on where you're standing. But if you're only standing in one location, because the sun is always, in its own single spot. But I put the 2 and 2 together. The fact that the sun follows the moon and the moon follows the star trail. So I just put 2 and 2 together, thinking deep on the subject. And so from any one spot, this shouldn't happen. It should happen. SunCalc should happen if you're for wherever you're standing at that particular point. But at the equator, for the stars to do it all at once from one spot, that shouldn't happen.
Let's see.
Because they can't, if you're in the south, then yeah, you'd see everything turning a certain way. And if you looked the other way, you'd see something turn the other way, But you shouldn't see deviation from the center of rotation. If you're in the center, if you're on the part that's going straight, if you're on the equator, you're going straight over. You're flipping over backwards in a straight line. How could things deviate away from each other? If you're a little bit north of the equator, then yeah, you can explain the deviation from that perspective, and then a little south from that perspective. But all at once, no. From one location, no. It's eggshells probably described it better than I am earlier of why we wouldn't expect to see that on a globe. So I'll defer to eggshells.
On which bit? What have I missed?
Can you explain? You started to explain a wire cage, or why we wouldn't expect to see deviation from the equator earlier.
Yeah, just like if you're inside a wire cage that has lat and long, the central line is singular. Like the central line, if you're at the dead center of that, moving your head around to look at it, the line that is the equator will appear to be a straight line to you, and then the lines of latitude north and south will be circles. The point I keep making is that they will remain the same angular distance from one another. But if you took a fisheye angle at it, whatever you've pointed the center of that lens at is going to appear to be the closest and diverge further from that due to the
Right. So we wouldn't expect shadows. We wouldn't expect shadows actually diverging. If we measured a shadow one, and then 6 months later, we measured the shadow once over Capricorn, once over Cancer, we wouldn't expect to see actual deviation. But that represents stars in one night. I have to go 6 months later and use the sun to correlate that with the fucking moon, just to show that they do follow star trails for their perspective latitude. And but the shadows show you that if the stars were bright enough to give shadows, just one from 23 4 north and one little star 23 south, you'd see a smiley face and a frown, and you could measure it.
So in Australian summer, in December, the sun rises south of east, and at noon it's actually north of your zenith, and then it sets south of west. Do the stars move in that same track across the sky? Do the stars move in the same track?
If they don't, then you got another problem. Because it's us spinning, right? If it's us spinning, how could they not follow the stars, Howard? You're trying to mind fuck yourself out of this, bro, but there's no way out of it.
Right.
It's the mind fuck, all right.
Do you see the image in the back, or I mean, what, can you see or not? I mean, what? You don't see your globe model in the back, in the chat, in the back chat? Shows you the lines, man. What, you can't see that? Is that not what your globe plastic model says? If your plastic ball says anything different than that, let us know. Howard?
What?
Does your plastic ball say anything different than that? Does your plastic ball model say something different than what Geo put in the back?
No, my plastic ball says that to measure any deviation of two stars, that you would need to measure the deviation of the two stars. That's all.
Are you measuring the deviation from your screen of your camera lens? Is that exactly what you're doing right now?
If I close one eye and squint really hard, it actually rises to eye level.
What does?
My screen.
Your screen does?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means, buddy.
We're in the same boat.
Yeah, we're in the same boat that you don't have a globe, too. Have you ever been walking towards the horizon on the edge of the earth and been hit in the face with hail from the horizontal way?
In the face with hell.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be so cool on a globe around with those spherical clouds around it to hit you that way? How come we don't see that anywhere? How come hell can't hit you from the clouds coming down at the ground horizontally from the horizon like it's supposed to?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. What are you talking about, Glover?
What are you talking about? Science fictions?
No, I'm talking about real life hail that comes and breaks your car windows out, and the car dealer's got to replace their cars. Hail.
Oh, it's not like you said. It's not like you said hell, but you were saying.
Yeah, I thought you said hell too, bro.
Oh,
I was picturing hell coming up and around.
Come in from the horizon.
I did see
hit your face and hit you in the face while you're looking at.
I was literally picturing hell coming up and around and smacking somebody in the face.
Fire, dude, like fucking fire.
I think one of Demok's names, he changed his name to it was like horizontal hail with a question mark.
Yeah. Yeah. Because look, I mean, think about it though. If hell can only come from down to up, and if they're ice balls, if you're surrounded by a cloud of spheres, shouldn't they come from different angles?
No.
Surrounded by a cloud of spheres.
I see what he's saying though. I see what he means.
Work like a globe physically, right? That's what you're telling me right now, Armin?
T-Mark, that doesn't make any sense within our model. That's not how it works.
Doesn't?
No, I mean it does if you make the ratio smaller. It does if you make the Earth smaller. But I think what he's saying is that if you're on like a ball and there's clouds all around you in the sphere, then there would be hail coming from the clouds on the left would be coming. The hail would be coming at that angle.
Yes.
The only thing is, I think the Earth would have to be way smaller for that. I think in their model it's so big that it would all just be coming down.
No, somewhere it would have to hit somebody in the face from the horizon. Somewhere.
Yeah, from the ISS. Hold on, from the ISS, we'd be able to see like 15. We'd be from the ISS. They should be able to show us like 15 or 18 degree converging hail. He's right.
Do hail trajectories diverge?
They're supposed to all come to the center of the globe from the outside, like a pie, like a piece of pie, like the angles of a pie. And if you got quadrillions of them, you tell me.
I know from 120,000 feet.
No space left behind.
From 120,000 feet, we get like between 7 and 8 degrees, and that's just from like 22 miles, I think. So yeah, at 250 miles, we should see plenty of fucking converging hail. They should be able to show that. Good point, D-Mob.
Yeah, if you could zoom in on that, I mean, that's how hard that's going to be. Hail is literally not that big, okay, compared to the entire Earth. You're not going to pick it up on a camera. Come on, get out of here.
We got hail bot.
No, he wants us to get footage of hail from the ISS coming at different angles. Like that's not gonna happen.
Hail from the ISS, hail like from the fucking shit that comes out of the sky.
Yeah,
or even rain.
Dude, if the Earth was a globe, like with the images we get of the globe, like I mean, you can fit it in one camera shot. So it's obviously like when you're out there.
Seriously,
I was just saying.
Go ahead, Gio. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I think someone else, Demok, was saying something, but well, I guess what I was saying is that the globe, like the way that they show it when you're out there with a camera, you can fit it in one camera shot. So yes, it's large or whatever, but in their conception of it, like you can, boom, you're up in the ISS with that kind of proportions of the size of it. We just get these very like. There's no third wall kind of Hollywood pictures of it. Just one little like weird still frame or like the Himawari thing that's just like this weird animation. That's all we really get from it. Where are all of the actual live, active, 360-degree views of this globe? Like we live on this thing. We have thousands of satellites up there. I know that there's satellite images, but those are just sort of directly down. Where are all of the 3D pictures and high definition of the whole globe? And what Demok's saying, I agree with. You should be able to see. You should be able to get multiple angles of storms, and you should see hail going at different directions. You should see airplanes that are flying upside down. You should be able to zoom into cities. I mean, if this thing was real, we would have actual real footage of the whole thing in all directions, and we could see people clung underneath it. With the amount of zoom cameras they have, you could absolutely get huge zoom in, zoom outs. We don't get that though. We just get these weird, like one layered composite photo things, and they say, "Oh, here's your globe. Believe it."
There's I think it's either a Veritasium or Smarter Every Day that basically says The title of the video is
What
how
is it?
much
Crow's Law?
of the Earth can you
Anybody
see?
ever heard of Crow's Law?
Hold on, dude.
Yeah,
Extremistus was
smarter every
speaking, you
day
guys. Hold on.
is not right.
You
He's
guys,
he's done.
hold
He
on.
said plastic.
Extremistus, go ahead, man. Try not to cut people off. Go ahead, Extremistus. Wait, you
Well,
got to cut off.
there's it's either a Smarter Every Day or Veritasium where it literally says, how much of the Earth can you see? And then basically he zooms out at, 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever. And obviously you can never see the other side of the Earth.
Extremists, I had you muted, bro. I'm so sorry, man. If I've cut you off earlier or any time, usually I'll yield, or I'll either keep going or yield. But if I hear somebody and they keep talking, I'll usually yield. I'm very sorry if I interrupted you any previous, bro.
No problem. You're good.
Yeah. But yeah, what Extremis said is legit. Like, if we were at an infinite distance, the most we would see is 50% of the Earth. So one
okay,
side.
so that's fine. If his point was we only see the, is that what you're saying? You can't see around the other side?
Yeah, when you say you want to see planes flying upside down, you're never going to see that because you're only seeing the top quote of whatever you're looking at.
Well, you could get planes flying upside down, but you'd be like, it's just an upside down photo, right?
Okay, so we have a globe Earth. We're supposed to have tens of thousands of satellites out there. There could be so much that it could be the top level camera equipment, which they claim is even on some of them. Could you not get? Yeah, you don't need to see the whole globe around the other side. You should be able to have a plane that is flying, let's say over a city. You should be able to get individual camera shots from all angles. The guys at NASA right now, they're like writing this down. They're like, "Oh God, we got to do this CGI."
They're definitely writing it down.
They're like, we got to make this shit up. But anyways, you should be able to see fucking from multiple cameras shots, one from the north, one from all different latitudes, and you should be able to see the city at all those different, either stuck to the side of the ball and the airplane flying. And when you're looking at the camera up from one side, it's going to look like the side of the city with the airplane flying sideways. If you're looking down the pipeline of it, it's going to look like, the back of the airplane in the city. If you're looking, any angle you're looking at, you should be able to see that whole thing clung to the ball.
Sure about that?
Compare the GoPro vision, right? The GoPro vision, going around the ball, to a GoPro vision over a flat surface, like moving. You get what I'm saying, Gio? And then also airplanes, crop dusters, and all the other stuff, they're close to the Earth and close to the sky. So they should definitely be hitting the face by some hell horizontally.
Dude, that's funny what Gio said, dude.
Gio said. You guys going to add to what Gio said?
No, listen to what Gio said, Joe. He said that they're going to be giving us a composite with airplanes over different cities. But because the last time we were talking about how there are holes in the ISS, and then a couple weeks later there's a fucking pin on the ISS. We were talking about star trails for a couple weeks. We talked about star trails from the ISS. Why can't they show a star trail? Then a couple weeks later they gave us star trails from the ISS. Like everything we talk about, they fucking come out with a couple weeks later. That'd be interesting to see if they come out with a composite of sideways airplanes.
Yeah, we're giving them their to-do list. We're literally giving them their to-do list ahead of time, and they're writing this stuff down. And they're we got to cover that.
Yeah, I'm trying
it's been happening for years. I'm not saying just me or anything. I'm just saying in general, the entire community. I mean, they've been. How many times have they responded like directly to what Jaren has been doing? They've been tracking Jarenism's channel. They've got guys watching every one of his, especially in the early days, like 2016, 17, and they were responding directly, and to a lot of other people they have too. And like you're saying, yeah, they do that often.
I'm trying to respond to your last point though,
so why don't we have that footage? Why do we have nothing like that? Why do we only get?
I don't want Demok to say anything real quick though, so I'm just gonna get into it. Demok. Get into it, dude. So
there's a problem there.
Yeah, it is a problem.
Around the world should match the ISS's view. 100 million.
I actually understood Gio's question in like a split second after he said the couple of words. There was just so many other words that anyways, it doesn't matter.
Okay, hang on. Well, I spoke, and then Demok said something, and then we were talking about NASA taking notes. So if you want to respond to what I actually said, go ahead. Because why don't we have anything like that? And why do we only get these weird, like just single, still composite images of the globe that don't look real?
Yes, that question.
Because you think the globe's not real, so any photo of the globe you're going to disregard as not real.
All right, you guys answer. I'm going on mute. I won't. I've said enough. Go ahead.
It's like me saying, why don't we see any proper photographs of unicorns? If you show me a photograph of a unicorn, I'll say that's not a real unicorn because unicorns aren't real. That's why you've got no photos that you consider to be real photos of the globe because you consider them all to be fake.
The answer I was going to say, was you said from the ISS, okay? So from the ISS, you can't see the whole globe. You see 3% of it. 3% of it means what, like 1,300 miles in any direction.
I never said ISS.
I know. I'm not just getting there. They're 1,300 miles in any direction, and that's going to only be somewhere around 10 to maybe 20, 70. Doesn't matter. Yeah, but maybe 20 degrees, something like that, maximum. So you may see that sort of tilt if you could see something that small, which you're not really going to be able to. And if you want to see something that's upside down, like on the side of like if you're looking at the Earth straight on, and the object is basically it's not going to be upside down anyways; it'll be sideways. But yeah, if you do want to see this object, you're going to need to be 5,000 miles away, and you're going to need to be able to see something that is within the range of things that you're going to be able to see at that distance, which is not going to be an airplane. It'll be something much larger.
No.
So seeing things upside down is just an unreasonable request because things that are upside down are on the opposite side of the Earth. So
all you need is a video.
The NASA guy just scratched it off his list. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a second. All you need is 4 cameras on the airplane. One on the top of it, one on the front, one on the back, and one on the bottom. And you put your cameras on there, right? Your own, right? You can even pay the camera people or pay the airplane people. Hey, here's $500. Can I put these cameras on here for science, for class? Yeah, sure, go ahead. So now you take those home and you play them back in fast motion. If they don't match the ISS, something's wrong.
Can you repeat what I need to say?
So what I said originally, what I did say is satellites. I think I did say that the ISS is part of what they give us for the kind of high altitude shots of Earth in terms of the quote unquote Earth from space, but through the ISS. But what I really was saying is that if the Earth really was a globe, with all the satellites in particular is what I said, because there's supposed to be tens of thousands of them at all different distances with all that equipment. So I wasn't really saying just about the ISS. I hear what you're saying. The ISS is at one particular latitude and it has its own equipment, whatever. But I was just saying, even from the satellites, we should have like thorough, like how much real footage do we have of New York City? Tons of it. You can zoom in, zoom out. There's cameras everywhere. So I'm just saying everything that's real, we have tons of footage of from all angles in every direction. We have cameras everywhere. Why don't we have thousands of cameras on these satellites that are actually giving us detailed footage of this whole globe, not just Google Earth, because Google Earth, that's kind of my point, actually, Google Earth. Google Earth shows you a cartoon and then you zoom into it and it gives you satellite footage. So where's the in-between? Why can't we zoom in with real footage the whole way and see the whole thing and see airplanes upside down and people upside down, etc.?
I did respond to that, though. That was part of my response. I said the ISS, and I said if you wanted to see what you were requesting, then you would need to be 5,000 miles away. And you need to be people aren't taking pictures from that far away because, except for the Himawari maybe, because they want to be closer so they can actually see stuff. If you want to see the whole Earth, then you go much further away, and you're not looking for small things because you can't see that from there. So it's just like a give and a take. If you want to see the whole Earth, you need to be further. You need to be closer up. You want to see further away. If you want to see detail, you need to be closer up. And then the sort of detail that you're asking for, we do have. There's somebody says about storms, and there's certain weather patterns and the climate things that you can only see from the ISS, and we don't even you can't really grasp the magnitude of certain things except for when
the ISS bro.
Exactly, yeah.
The ISS looks like altitude balloon footage with a fisheye lens, bro. The clouds are right up under it. It's
basically
not real.
excuses, bro. We can't see our Earth because excuses.
Yeah, like Kosho, this one I'm just posting. We've seen all kinds of stuff like this. This is from the ISS National Lab. You're telling me if they have that kind of shot, look at that. You can see shadows from the clouds. You're telling me that you couldn't have cameras that are showing planes flying upside down?
Where would the upside down plane be? This is 1,300 miles in either direction, in the furthest direction you could possibly see. The plane's not going to be upside down from there.
Well, well, that's just a camera shot. I mean, that's not even showing all of what's left and what's right. If the Earth curves that much, it should keep curving down to the right, and you should be able to see an entire city and an airplane flying sideways.
The furthest distance you can see is 1,300 miles. So it wouldn't matter which direction it is.
Here, Coach. Let maybe this can help you.
So if there is no absolute frame of
upside
reference,
down.
Exactly.
Ooh.
I've just flipped
Upside
Geo's image, or All Glory's got one. There you go. Now you're looking at the underside. What is
1,300 miles?
So should an airplane be upside down in that image?
Yeah. Now zoom in and show us that fucking upside down plane.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you need to do is zoom in. And so instead of just seeing the Earth as this weird like pastel thing where you can't see anything on it, just zoom in and let us see the actual shit on it.
Well, real fast, do cameras can you even have a camera that zooms in that far, or do the cameras have built-in like lenses that just automatically like are at that zoom? Like I want to.
Depends.
I'm sure. Have you seen what you can do with Have you seen what you can do with a P900? I mean, the moon is supposed to be 236,000 miles away. With a P900, you can zoom in. Oh my! You can zoom into the tiniest little,
but that's not gonna...
features of it. So this ISS thing is supposed to be only 250 miles, not even 236, 250. Or whatever these satellites at a couple hundred, couple thousand at the most, they would be able to zoom in. You could zoom into your house. Now they can. There is Google Earth, which they do have that, but that is a local layer. You can't, like I said, you can't zoom out from looking at your swimming pool in your backyard, zoom out and actually go out to the whole Earth. That doesn't exist. It literally transitions to CGI every time.
The moon is not. You can't count that because the moon is its own light source or whatever it is. So even if you can zoom into it, it doesn't prove it.
Well, my only point is that we can get tremendous zoom. If you can see something in the sky, you can zoom into it to great detail. And if there was something flying on the moon, you could zoom into it.
I don't understand what the difference is the upside down is doing to this conversation. If the ball doesn't really have an up and a down, but it's all relative, then all you really need is a photo of a city or a photo of a plane.
The relativity.
And then choose to orient that on your screen in a way that it's upside down to you. So the upside down doesn't really make any sense to me.
Well, the relativity is based on how humans experience it, where it's right side up. But in actuality, there is someone upside down in relation to someone to the other person on the other side of the world.
They've already done live streams showing the ISS shit's not fucking real. Okay, they showed their day with no clouds anywhere in fucking around their city. They're on opposite sides of the fucking city, and there wasn't a cloud to be seen. And Google comes by. I mean, the ISS comes by, and it's fucking showing washed out, cloudy fucking garbage, dude. They've already proven that it's not fucking real, man.
And I was going to say, it's not really about I was going to say real quick to write it. It's not really about upside down or right side up per se. I mean, I'm saying that it's just the airplane clinging to the sphere at the end of the day. Because whether you're whatever angle you turn the camera, I get that. But the point is, it should be clinging to a sphere. And if you have the camera angled into what would be sideways, quote unquote, or upside down, because plumb lines are not parallel on a globe, then essentially you should be able to get those angles, and you should be able to see these things happening on the sphere, on the side of the sphere.
A co-show, is there a single shot image from the Himawari 6, Himawari 8, any one of these Himawaris available for people to look at? Not a photo that has been stitched together or a composite of any sort, like just the actual raw single image itself. And if so, do you know where it is, or where would I look to find these things?
You can request it from the Epic, at least. You can request their entire data set, any range of it, and they'll send it to you.
Walter Bislands evidently has one as well.
It's not something you can just Google and find and get one. These are things that you have to request.
No, you can get the single shot images too, but it's just that the data sets they're actually they have high resolution or whatever.
Well, I don't want the data sets. I just want the image itself. I just want to look at the image. So
Yeah, well,
where do I go? Where do I go just to view the image itself?
the same thing from Himawari's website.
You go
don't
to
have
Ron Simmons, bro. It says on their website on the Himawari, and we've already showed the connections to the Epic too, man. I've got videos on this shit, and it says on their fucking website that it's fucking that their shit's fucking posted over the composite the Blue Marble composite.
I don't care about what is composited over what. All I'm interested in is in that single image before it has been.
That's the Blue Marble, the 2014 Blue Marble, bro. That's what the single image is. That's what they'll give you.
What the hell are you talking about? That's not true whatsoever.
All the data. It's a computer, man. It's like a supercomputer almost. A Himawari. It's
No.
fucking. It takes all the fucking the weather data from NOAA, the fucking what you call it data from it's mostly NOAA, but it's a different organization.
That's not.
And
That's
it's
not
fucking,
true.
and they post all that shit on the Blue Marble.
That's
The
not
weather
true.
patterns. It says it on their website, dude. I've showed you this twice, Howard.
Yeah, well, the Epic Discover, what it does, it takes a picture almost the same way your cell phone does, or P900, or well, not your cell phone, but P900 has the three different the CMOS sensors and all that kind of stuff.
Devil's always in the detail, people.
Yeah, but that's not one of the devils or the details. That's just what you described is not happening. Let me tell you something. So the way that hold on, Brian, let me stop you there because I was in the middle of talking. When weather data is in America is obtained, right, for your city, for example, it's not obtained by a single source, and it's not obtained by they don't get it's in order to get the data to you, right, in America, they have to be each location has the meteorological whatever it's called, the weather people fucking of America, let's say that's what they're called, okay? And they collect this data through the Air Force or whatever, and they drop these fucking beacons, and they go through the fucking thing. They collect the pressure and temperature and all that kind of stuff for different regions, and then they compile it together, and then they also give that out to their specific weather people stations so they can display it to the people. But it's a long process, and what they do in Japan, because of this station, they have a single source that collects this information, and then they use it in conjunction with that thing. The way that this data is presented is not presented in. There's not enough time. There's not enough time.
Let me cut you off.
That they take to present these pictures to do the other thing first, and then give it to this giant collection of data, and then give it back.
Yeah, there wasn't until they come out with them supercomputer. Listen, I just posted a video
thing.
Live stream. Come on, I listen to you, man. Let me just say one little quick thing. We put the Epic photos in photo forensics. Okay. Now just go watch a video and see what you see. It's not fucking real. We ran Epic through photo forensics. Okay. It shows you the Himawari website where it tells you it's fucking overlaid over the Blue Marble, all this shit. You can say everything you want, but the devil's always in the details. Okay, so if anybody wants to see that, go look at my video on in Livestream 1 when you get a minute, or now.
Do you know what the Himawari website is, Kosho? I'm having trouble finding it.
Yeah, does it take to NSA, doesn't it?
I don't know. I typed in Himawari and whatnot, and it takes me everywhere else but a real-time web, blah blah blah.
Check out that video I just posted, Banzoff. It shows you the web.
On that. All right then, mate. Cheers, man. Thank you.
I like the Epic Discover much better, anyways. So it's not selfish about their pictures.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at, Kosho, but that doesn't show you a single shot.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Not that website. It doesn't. I was just on it.
Wait, the one you're talking about the Epic Discover?
Hold on. I'll just check to make sure it's the same website. Hold on.
No. Are you talking about the one I sent you, or the one I'm talking about?
If you watch that video,
Yeah, you're right. The one I sent you, it doesn't give you the photos directly.
No.
I hadn't searched around to find out where you get it from, but the Epic Discoverer does.
Sorry, Brian, it's in your video. The link is it?
it's no, I don't. I'm not sure. I don't think there's a link, but it'll show you the website. I mean, it'll show you the actual website, and so if you want to see the name of it, it'll be on there. But I mean, it'll probably save your time, and you'll see Epic put through photo forensics. I believe it's in that same video, and you see they don't hold up to scrutiny, bro. They're not real. I mean, they're real, but they're like supercomputers, bro. They fucking put together information and they overlay the shit. A lot of different information, man, and they do it quick. It's fucking, you can't just use any old shit to do it. It's good shit, good technology, but it's just computers. It's not fucking actual pictures. Okay, you'll see. Put it, scrutinize them a little bit, and you'll see if these people would apply a little scrutiny to some of their beliefs, they know why we're here.
You're making me miss my beer, dude. Right here is the page right here that describes what the Epic is and what the sensors on it are and how the pictures are taken, and they are real pictures. They use
it don't matter how they've updated it, bro. They've already been busted.
P900 uses. They use CMOS sensors the same way a camera does. So that
Kosher, they can update shit all they want, bro. They've already been busted.
Kosher just dropped a NASA smack.
But if they can change their shit all they want, dude, the fact of the matter is we already got them cold, flat out busted. They can update it and make it better and take down the fucking fact that it's the overlays, but we've already got it. We've already documented it, recorded it. Well, now it's real. It wasn't real 2 years ago, but now it's fucking legit.
Show explaining how they take the pictures, right? Where the pictures are taken from, what lenses they use. Like, this is all this information on this NASA website. Image sizes, technical schematics of the Epic. This is all this information, but there still is no one single image, like that first quarter of the Earth. Here is that raw image, bang, and this is what we connected to the second image, and this is what we connected to the third image, so forth and so on.
Are you talking about from the Epic Discoverer?
From any of them.
No, the Epic. If you from the Epic Discoverer, if you request the data, that is exactly what they give you. I've done it.
Well, I mean, dude, they can build whatever, and they can hire people to build them things, and then they can have all these schematics. But I guess you just have to believe that it's actually out there snapping pictures.
So basically, even if you get it, it's not true anyway.
What's that?
Even if you get the data, if you request the data from them, they send you the one image that he keeps looking for. It's not true anyway.
Correct.
Yeah, so the entire conversation is pointless.
Well, if the conversation is what the truth is, then that's the point.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. I'm not getting beer now.
The conversation was, how do I get one image? And if you get that one image and it's fake anyway, then the conversation is pointless.
Oh, well, I mean, Bandsaw would have to respond to what because I kind of jumped in. I was, maybe I didn't hear the entire thing, but I mean, Bandsaw would have to, because I heard he was asking for that. So I guess he would have to respond to that himself.
Yeah, all I was asking for is that one singular image that hasn't been enhanced or doctored or stitched together or anything. And see what they do with that image.
The one I just posted then.
Yeah, I just posted this. This one is claimed to be from Epic as well. That one looks a little oblate.
It looks really oblate. I don't think that picture is legit.
It says Epic. This is from NASA's website. It says Epic image of Earth from Lagrange 1 taken on July 6, 2015.
Yeah, but the one I've just posted, I downloaded it from them. It came directly from them. I didn't change anything. I think this picture that you have possibly. I'm not accusing you of doing it, but I'm just gonna say I think it's been shrunk in one direction. Not that you did this purposely or know about that or
it's
something.
from that website. So
yeah,
it's
I know,
not
but that is
NASA's.
not even. There's no picture from Epic Discover where they make it that oblate.
Well, then what is
Yeah,
that?
well, listen here. I just posted a picture of one from Himawari, one from Epic Discover, and they're the same exact picture with the same exact cloud pattern. Okay, they're in different regions of space. They're not right next to each other. It had to have been taken at the exact same time from the exact same angle with the exact same focal length, and they're in different orbits of Lagrange. And I mean, just that on its face, just that on its face shows you
the sources you
that
just described?
But that Earthrise picture is an admitted composite image. They took the second image and inserted it in the first.
What are you talking about?
To create an impressive Earthrise image. It is not the original Earthrise.
Oh, and you're right, eggshells. I mean, because you just told us it was a Himawari and Epic. The picture on the left is obviously not Himawari because there's a moon or something at the bottom where it's supposed to look like Earthrise.
It's one that is by NASA's claim what you would see from a lunar orbiter, but it is an admitted composite image. And they did, like Dave Weiss or somebody like that did a thing on it where you like if you check.
Anyway, that's not me. That's not.
You can find that the
so they got caught and admitted it. Okay, good enough. If they got caught and admitted it, I like that.
They didn't get caught and admitted it. Speak more accurately, Brian. They
got caught and admitted the fucking
image, and some flat earthers said, "Hey, look, we caught them at it. It's a composite image." There was never any point in time where they said this is a real image. They say that about the original Earthrise, which isn't quite as cool because the Earth is way above the horizon.
What makes you think that's the Earthrise? What makes you think that's the Earthrise?
Because the moon is there.
That's not the Earthrise. The moon fucking comes in between Epic and fucking Earth. That's not the moonrise, the shit he's talking about. Okay. See, he's going off on a tangent. Look, hold on. You're going. I listen to you now. You listen to me. You're going off on a tangent about the Earthrise from the moon and shit. And that's not what that is. That is a picture. One from Himawari, one from Epic. Okay. Now, watch the video I posted, man. You're just making shit up, or well, not making it up because I do.
Image. All you need to do is show me where in the first image they say this is a real image. If we
it's
show
the fucking Himawari and Epic, bro. What do you mean? Why should they have to make that claim? It's the Epic Discovery, bro.
So
and Himawari 8.
Now let me speak, Brian. If the first image of that Earthrise is claimed to be a real image, just show us where it is claimed to be a real image.
Like I said, one of them's Himawari, one of them is Epic Discovery.
Y'all are talking about two different things.
Yeah, he must be talking about some other picture. I just posted one from Himawari and one from Epic Discovery right next to each other.
He's talking about Earthrise.
Yeah, the Earthrise image. So the one that Brian posted at 58 minutes past the hour.
That's not the Earthrise image, bro. That's a picture from the Lagrange point.
The first image appears to show a moon in the foreground. That's why I'm calling it Earthrise.
Okay, hold on, you guys. I found it. Hold on, I found it.
Okay.
I'm posting the image and the link to this. This is from Time Magazine, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Bang.
Right. So the explanation of it says NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter (LRO) recently captured a unique view of Earth from spacecraft's vantage point around in orbit around the moon. So this
Time Magazine got it wrong then, according to me.
Well, and that's the one in Brian's image, right?
Yeah.
So this is claimed to be taken from the moon, and this is claimed to be real.
By Time Magazine, sure. If they got it wrong, that's cool.
Okay, now you're saying they got it wrong. They're just reporting about NASA's thing here. You're saying that that they have it labeled incorrect, that it's not NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter?
In my understanding, that is an admitted composite image.
Okay, well then could you find anything on that?
Sure, let me find it.
So right quick, just to point out, Brian, that Earth image is the one that's on the left of the two images you posted side by side. That's the image that's on the left. It's not from Himawari or Discovery.
Yeah. What about the one
It's
on
not
the
at
right?
a Lagrange point.
Hold on, I posted the wrong shit. My bad.
Oh, hang on, they are claiming this one's real. Maybe I've got it mistaken. What's the fake moonrise one?
Well, they're all fake, but this one's this one claimed to be real as well.
But I mean, you've got to understand the point, Geo, to go, I'm frustrated that there aren't any real images, but they're all fake, is like, it's silly.
Can I suggest something? And this is without evidence.
No, that's
or
the point.
anything.
there should be, if it was real ones. That would
Why
show
would they
all
ever post anything
show
fake?
all angles of the sphere. It should be all angles of the sphere, but instead we get these weird like side shots with like fake composite moon surfaces pasted in there.
If they're getting pictures every 10 minutes, why the fuck would they ever show us anything fake? They admit shit after they get caught, after it's proven. The only times they've admitted it is when we've proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt, like Jupiter's, what you call it, almost 2 years, like a year and something, almost 2 years apart, where they just added a freaking, on the 4th of July, they added the damn aurora to it. And they got caught cold busted, and we matched up the damn clouds and storms, and they were identical. So then they come out and they shrunk their little ad. They changed their fucking thing to and it admitted it after they got busted, man. That's not honest. But it's better than, well, you know, if they admitted it, that's still, you know, I'm a forgiving person, man. If they can admit it. To me, they were trying to admit everything when Buzz came out and said, because we didn't go, and then that guy, Kelly something, said, you know, we're trying to break low Earth orbit. The president told us, all the astronauts told us we're trying to bring humans past low Earth orbit. You know, they were trying to be honest with us. Everybody, even the president, the astronauts, fucking Orion capsule. I mean, everybody was trying to be honest with us. Y'all wouldn't accept it. Y'all wouldn't accept it, you know. And
I know they didn't go because they made it back alive. Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. And if you ask any other astronaut or any of them right now when they come down to the ground, say, hey, we got some stuff for science for you to do right now, but there's a chance you could die. Is that cool? Let's go do it. I got a check for you when you're done. They're going to say no. So why would they be able to risk their life for one time or for every day for a year, like that lady, 666 days in space or whatever, right? If she comes down and you say, hey, we got something else for you to do for science. You don't even got to go to space. Just walk through this hole. But there's a chance you could die. But it's for science. You know what I mean? Do you think they're going to do it? I highly doubt it.
Probably not. But look, my point was that guy.
I don't know, Brian. I don't know if they're necessarily trying. I don't know if they're trying to tell us the truth, but I mean, yeah, it is interesting some of the polarized language that some of those people have used, like you said. I just want to.
Well, he said straight up, these are problems that need to be achieved before we can leave low Earth orbit. And this was one of the technicians, a technician, and then every astronaut. We've all seen the videos where almost every astronaut, fucking every popular one in NASA said, you know, we're trying to leave low Earth orbit, And I mean, they admitted it basically, but these anti-flat earthers won't accept it. They still haven't accepted it. We're not even arguing with NASA no more. They don't even respond hardly. They update shit. Their public relations apparently nowadays. But you know, if the people would have just accepted it, man, we could be progressing. We could get a lot of disclosure on what's going on and find out a little more of what's real. You know, because I know they got some cool badass shit up there.
All right, so Brian, I just reposted the one that just to go back to that for a second because I just reposted it. The one that you said. So what is the one on the right claim to be? Because we just found the one on the left.
That's a great question.
Can I just clarify?
Because they are hold on, let me just finish. They are the same.
Epic discovery, man, at Lagrange point.
Epic Discovery didn't take pictures when this thing was taken.
I didn't read the second paragraph. The LRO recently captured a unique view of Earth's vantage in orbit around the moon. In this composite image, it says, start of the third paragraph.
Right, exactly. I posted this from NASA's website, what they described, what they had to do. By the way, this was, I don't know, half a year before the Epic. It was just half a year before the Epic Discover had ever taken any pictures ever. They're not claiming this. They're in no way claiming this from Epic Discover.
All right. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm wrong.
Might be wrong, man. Yeah.
Ryan, let's
okay, but even if I am wrong, hold on. How can they make a composite the exact same weather patterns if it's a composite, bro?
We'd have to find out
what does composite mean? Because they go on in the next paragraph to say that that they're just layering images. So are they admitting to literally posting a fake moon thing in there?
No. Saying
Okay,
that
so what? Yeah,
they have two separate cameras. One of them takes
exactly. It's like two cameras that snap it, so it's still claimed to be from the moon. That's supposed to be the moon. My question to Brian is that what is the one on the right? Because you're right; those are the same, with just a slightly different, color filter and a slightly different contrast and brightness level. But the one on the right doesn't have the moon underneath it. So if those are the same, then that is a good catch because we know they do this. They use the same.
It's Epic Discovery, bro.
They use the exact same ones, and sometimes they just flip clouds upside down, or they just flip the globe upside down, or I've got a couple of those as well. We've caught so many of those. So if that's the case, then they definitely just CGI reusing the same one. But so how could any globe earther kind of rationalize this? Because the one on the left, we do have it's claimed to be Earthrise, claimed to be real, and there's supposed to be the moon underneath it, and then the one on the right doesn't have that.
Yeah, all the information Brian has given us has been wrong, dude. What do you mean? How do we?
Dude, well, how are you saying that, bro? Prove that.
Well,
Prove
hold on,
it, bro.
Brian. It might be. You even said you're not 100% sure the one on the right.
No,
is
I'm 100% that one of them is from the Lagrange point. 100 because that's the whole point.
Oh, okay. Well, then where did you get that? Do you have any further source? Of that?
All on the plane, man.
So maybe he has the source of where it originally was claimed.
Yeah, I'll try and get the source, man. I'll try and get the source.
Nice. Yeah,
because all this shit live every week, He pulled up the fucking websites and he didn't hide nothing. It was all in the open. Everybody got to see what he was doing, how he was doing it. He posted links and all that shit. But when they're saying that I'm just saying wrong shit, I might get some shit wrong, but it ain't all wrong. Because one of these is from the Lagrange point for sure, from what I understand. But let me double check.
Oh yeah, see if you can find more source of it. The one I just posted shows the exact same. These are from 2 different years. NASA claimed that they got this one in 2002, the other one in 2007, and it's the exact same star pattern. They just flipped it upside down.
Fast forward, dude.
So cut and paste. So yeah, that's another one where they use the same stuff. Yeah, they use a lot of the same globe, like cloud patterns and even some of the same globes, and they just change the color and they claim it's from a different thing, different equipment. Like these where they've got tons of these little layers.
I'd like to cut those out and overlay them.
All right, so Brian, you posted a thing for. Oh, go ahead, Howard.
No, they look very similar, but I see quite a few differences in them in the cloud patterns. But anyway, go ahead.
I think it's the same one. I know. Yeah, you're saying if you zoomed in, I mean, it has that swirly part on the bottom. It has.
Yeah. Kosho was saying, look, that's from Lagrange. That's Epic Discovery. And Kosho was saying that they didn't have pictures in. So I just posted that real quick to show him he's full of shit. That's got the date on it.
Say it again.
But they do look a little.
Hold on a second. You're telling me that the Epic Discovery, because October 14th is what we need, is what we're looking for. October 14th. You're telling me Epic Discovery was taking pictures back then?
I don't know what date we're looking for.
Okay, well then why are you saying anything then? Why'd you bring me up?
Okay, so show me the first shot of Epic. Don't show me no composites. Why would you ever show me a composite from a fucking satellite, dude?
When did I ever do that?
I'm just saying, y'all are claiming that they're showing composites and shit. Why? What?
No, they're claiming that they're showing you the composites. That's their claim.
And you're good with that, though?
But it's pictures that you're sharing with me. If anybody should be mad at anybody, it should be me at you. Because you shared that picture with me. I want to get that clear.
Dude, what you're saying that ain't from Lagrange point, you're wrong.
Right.
Hold on, let me prove it.
Well, I am looking at a bunch of ones from Epic, and I mean, they do look similar to the one Brian posted. So I guess we just have to see where the source is of that's the one, because that does match the Earthrise one, which is definitely shady.
Yes, that one does match the Earthrise one, but you said the pictures from Epic, all the pictures from Epic Discovery look like the same picture because it's the Earth.
Well, I just typed in Epic, and I mean, there's a bunch of them. I don't know how many they claim to have released. I'm just trying to find the one that has that exact cloud pattern. But if the one on the right is claimed to be from Epic at a Lagrange point, the one on the left is claimed to be an Earthrise from the moon, then that is a big catch, a big find in terms of their CGI work.
Yeah.
Would you even admit that, Kosho, that would be strange?
That would be telling. If anything like that ever existed, that would be surely telling.
All right, Brian, then the heat is on. You got to find the source of it before NASA hears us and deletes it off their shit. They're going to delete it,
man.
It's a challenge that the moon is too small.
I just posted it.
The AI is already going through all of the places they post that. It's either changing or deleting.
No, check my last post, Gio. I just showed the same one.
Is that
what you're obviously this is how we know Brian is lying.
Is this?
I'm trying to send him proof, man. I need him to look at it.
Question: is the problem that the moon is too small?
No, Zanuck.
What's the challenge?
Listen for a minute, Zanuck.
This is like out of what's that movie?
Gio, is that what you're looking for?
The Big Lebowski. You're out of your element.
Is that what you're Gio, is that last one I posted? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, yeah. Is this it though? Is that the same one as
There's details on it. I don't know if you can see them. I'm having trouble seeing them.
Is that the same one? I guess I need to maybe download both of them and then have them both up.
Can someone please explain the challenge?
All right. So basically, Brian posted a picture here. You'd have to scroll up, or I could see if I could repost it, of two Earths. One of them is supposed to be from the LRO Earthrise from the lunar orbiter of NASA. And it's got this very fake-looking, weird digital moon thing. You've probably seen it. It's like one of the famous quote-unquote Earthrise ones. And the other one is supposed to be, Brian is saying, from Epic. And they are identical. Same cloud patterns, exact same thing. All they did was just change the color and the contrast a little bit. And the one from Epic is supposed to be from like Lagrange point. And the other one's supposed to be from the moon.
Let me apologize to Brian real quickly because I do have to tell you that when I told you it hadn't been out, I was thinking of 2014 because I thought that the article I was reading was written before the October that they mentioned. So it wasn't October 2014 where I was looking. It was October 2015.
Well,
so this picture is legit.
It looks like the Lagrange point one. The Lagrange point one shows that we're not seeing all the land mass. Like we have Africa, and we can't see anything north of Africa except a couple clouds. That looks like it'd be a Lagrange. I can see that being Lagrange point, where the pictures from the moon looks like you can see more of the land masses. Is that
yeah? But these are the same. Why do they look? Why?
Well, it was supposed to be taken from.
Yeah, but it's the same focal length at the same exact time.
I see. Yeah.
Wait, so now, Coach, are you trying to say that they were flying a probe around the moon, snapped that one, and then also Epic took that at the exact time?
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to see if it is even possible. My first guess before was going to be that they used the composite imagery to make that picture on the moon, and part of the data they used was from the Epic, but they never claimed that. So instead, I'm looking at these pictures to see if they're truly identical. In which case, it would be coincidental that it was the same.
So one of those moons is from Moonrise on the moon.
Earth.
The moonrise from the moon was definitely composite because you can't see the moon.
That's not the moonrise. That's that's not the original.
It is a version of Moonrise, but yeah, and it is a composite, but the composite is taken from cameras that were on the same craft that was orbiting the moon about 80 miles. I think 80 miles.
Yeah, but if you put these fuckers in photo forensics with the moon in them and shit, I'll let you see for yourself. I'm not even going to say it. It's not real, dude. It's all computerized shit. They're not real pictures.
I'm going to post a couple links in. Hold
on. Okay. I got them both pulled up now. I'm actually comparing.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, these are the same, bro. These are the same. The exact same wisp up above Africa. Everything I'm seeing here, these are identical.
And identical is a stretch, not too much of a stretch, but they are basically the same time. But there are some differences. But
look at them side by side.
Look at the edge. You have to look at the edges to see if it's exactly
those,
the same.
Geo posted two exact same Earths. Those are
The one
no
on the
question about
moon,
it.
if
Those
the
are
LRO, hold on, if the LRO was to zoom in to get the same focal length as Epic, you wouldn't see the moon, bro.
Yeah, so here, I'm going to post them both for everybody who wants to look. You can open them on your browser or whatever and compare. So these are what we have so far. The one on the top is apparently from Epic's website, so that's the one. Brian found it. The one on the bottom is supposed to be, on the left is their what they call the Earthrise, whatever that thing is. They claim it's from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and et cetera. Now, if it is somewhat of a, if they claim it's a composite, I don't know what that part means. Did they just layered a couple images over each other, or are they admitting that they added that like CGI moon thing at the bottom of it? Probably they're not admitting that. So, but I mean, it is supposed to be a real shot from the moon. And then the one on the right, and then boom, that looks like that matches the one from Epic. So why are these the exact same with just a slightly different, brightness and contrast and color? If one of them is supposed to be taken from the moon and the other one's supposed to be taken from some other entire equipment that's out in space somewhere.
I have an update. And the update is, hold on.
They forgot to shift the cloud layer.
Good point. Look, they're the same. Those are the same picture now. How'd they get in the same? Two different examples.
When they loaded the cloud texture on the sphere, they forgot to shift the cloud layer. Go ahead.
Is there a different cloud layer? I'm still matching them. They all look pretty same to me. Like it looks completely identical. It's just like the color and the brightness is a little different.
I can't get any more than 18 minutes of live footage of any kind of videos from a rocket or anything like that going directly up. You know what I mean? To be able to get any footage of like what the Earth would actually look like on that from that point of view. I don't think anybody can, not even rocket scientists, not even Zanuck.
Here's a question: if they just literally use the same one, why would they do this? Are they doing it on purpose, or are they really that bad at doing their CGI?
We're about to find out, but you gotta let me show you my evidence now. I've changed. I've changed.
Where's the different angles of the globe? Why do we keep showing the same base, the same front surface? Where's the different portions?
Yeah, Kosho's fixed to come in with an elbow drop.
That's right. And then I'm gonna sedate you guys, and then I'm gonna tuck you in, and I'm gonna be nice, but I'm gonna elbow drop you.
Ooh, I'd love to see some uncut footage of a rocket going to space live from start to finish. That would be so sweet.
So are these photos, Kosho, taken at exactly the same time? Or if not, what is the time difference between the two photos?
We're about to find out, my man. You know what? We're about to find out. Because I admitted that that this, at first, when I found out that Brian's right, this is from the Epic Discovery, that second picture. I wanted to imagine that maybe that's what they used for their composite, and maybe partially they did. But what I'm about to show you is gonna that's not going to be needed. You'll see.
All right.
You don't need to bother. Don't bother, Kosho. It's all fake.
Cue the drum roll.
It's fake. Space isn't real.
Okay, so I think Brian already knows this, but
they got us.
He's not going to say.
Kosho, they got us.
So what's about to be loaded is 4 images from the Epic Discover from that day, right? So this is how frequent their images are taken, right? So as I told you, the images aren't exactly the same. They're pretty close to being the same. And to be pretty close, all I would have to do would be to coincide with or be close enough to either the last picture I posted or the second to last picture I posted, which it's, like I said, slightly in between those images. So it's not that remarkable once you realize that, of course, if it's taken at the same time, the clouds are going to look the same, right?
So basically, you're saying the 2 pictures were taken at the same time?
Roughly the same time, but you can see when you look at both images, like if you look at them side by side, they're not exactly the same time. They're slight. If you look at the edges, that's what I'm looking at. The edges of the picture, the first one Brian posted, it looks like they were taken at the same time, but if you look at the clouds at the bottom right, there's like a swirly, looks like a Z or something like that. The cloud that's right bottom left of that on the picture to the right, it's closer to the edge, and the picture to the left, there's a gap between that and the edge.
So,
So
Kosho, Epic is 1 million miles away, bro. How could Epic capture that picture without getting the moon in it? My point is how could Epic, being 1 million miles away, get that picture without the moon in it?
And the sun.
Are you crazy? Seriously? Because the moon is very far away from the Earth.
No, it's not. You want to see what your model says?
Now, if it was in line,
hey guys, Kosho.
Rather than Kosho thinking and actually questioning his belief, he takes the question seriously and tries to give you an answer to it.
That's all right. He can go. Just go ahead, man. What were you saying?
Me?
No, Glory.
Glory.
No, I'm saying rather than take your question seriously and actually think about it, he tries to give you an answer like you're unable to think about it.
Well, what I was going to say,
he does this for everything. He does this for everything.
He called me a liar, bro. Hold on, just because I'm giving him a reasonable fucking
Apologize
question.
to you, Brian. Don't
I know
bring
you
that
did,
up,
but
dude.
I'm just defending myself, Kosho, and I thank you for that.
No, I wasn't. I was talking about Kosho, not you.
I know, but Kosho said I was being. I mean, he caught whatever, man.
Well, I was going to say one thing that Kosho does have going for him and what he just brought here is that I just looked up. So at least from what they give us, NASA does claim right on their website that the image was taken on October 12th, 2015. And on the image you posted, Brian, from the Epic on their website, the date is 10/12/2015.
Right,
so,
here's my point. If the LRO wasn't able to get the picture without the moon being in it, Danik, don't do that. Let me finish my point at least, Danik. Fuck, man. If LRO is not able to get the picture with the moon being not in it, okay, you're talking about something over 4 times further away, and you got to at least admit it's the same angle, okay, it's the same focal length.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no way for them to capture that picture without the whole moon. Look at how much space is around it. That's not possible. From 1 million miles away, the moon would be in that image.
Same distance, same size, same angle, same focal length.
Well, no, they're both outside the range of where the Earth is. So they're both one's 4 times further than the other. That's true, but they're not taking any sort of like weird optical images of it. So that they're both them looking the same is not that remarkable.
Well, then the ratio for the focal length to distance would have to be the same.
And the only difference between those two photos that I can see briefly is the color enhancement. And the color enhancement on the one on the left seems to be protruding through those clouds a little bit more than the one on the right. That's why the one on the right, those clouds look, like Kosho said on the bottom right-hand corner, like they look like a little bit denser type of thing. It kind of appears that they've kind of moved. But the one on the right, where the color is more brilliant, that color actually seems to be protruding through those clouds and giving the appearance of maybe something slightly different.
Absolutely. The one on the left is more crisp. It seems like that one is the original high-resolution images, and then they probably like re-encoded the ones on the right from it.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of their like putting out images, they know that these look the same, and they're trying to claim that they were taken on the same day, and they're claiming that they look almost the same. So like that is their official. Like it's not like in this case, it wouldn't be that they just like goofed up their CGI. It's that they purposefully used the same one and claimed publicly that it was taken on the same day and basically caught the exact same shot of the Earth.
Well, they got to stop taking pictures that are close to similar on any same day, because this causes a lot of crazy and mayhem in the for the public.
Yes, let me make my point. Let me make my closing arguments real quick. Okay, they are obviously from the same line of sight. Okay, now here's the problem. If they're almost 1 million miles apart from each other, okay, they have to from the continent to the edge of the Earth, from the edge of the continent to the edge of the Earth is the same. So it had to been different focal lengths because they're way far apart. So it would have to be different focal lengths, and also from the globe, from the edge of the globe to the edge of the frame, is also the same distance. this is not possible from them distances. So yeah, it'd be the same
I
time.
understand your logic there, Brian.
It would have to be different focal lengths because they're
Why is that?
way far apart.
Brian, the first thing you said was the most accurate about the moon, because if it's the same angle, you would expect that you would have the moon in the shot for the one that's 4 times the distance. You would expect that it would be in the shot, but it's nowhere to be seen.
Bro, but the fact that it'd have to be different focal lengths. There's no way they could have the same size Earth with the continents to the edge the same size, the edge of the Earth to the edge of the frame the same size, without extremely different focal lengths, and that it would be impossible. Think about it. I mean, it's game over with this evidence.
Yeah, it's the same camera for sure.
Game over, right? Yeah.
They show you with just a little bit of a difference. They show you the different continent sizes from just small differentials of distance away. That's one of their proofs of how shit's different. You know, look, we can show you different size continents from just from a different distance.
This is the lunar reconnaissance.
Massive different distance. Bro. We're talking from 1 million miles away.
Which one? You're not talking about the lunar reconnaissance orbiter. You're talking about other pictures.
Here's my question. We have the sequence of images from the one on the right, right? Is there a sequence of images or like a video for the one on the left?
And they're all taken from the lunar reconnaissance orbiter, correct? So why is he saying it's 1 million miles away?
The other one is the Epic.
You guys hear my question?
The other one's from Epic Discover.
It's a good point,
I don't know percentage. I don't know the answer. I do have an interesting theory if anyone wants to hear it. I have a theory about this. What if the 2 separate images were taken in a completely, innocuous, inconspicuous, completely separate, independent way that don't connect either to each other, and then later on, this potentially maybe a nefarious bad actor, flat earther, had this idea of maybe going to these 2 databases and maybe potentially pulling up an image taken on the same day to maybe mislead some people into thinking that there's CGI that are overlapping the same cloud layers on an image.
Bingo!
Just a theory. Flat earther hack NASA servers and upload the image.
Theory of mine. I'm not claiming it's true whatsoever. Just an interesting theory to consider. That's all.
So this flat earther hacked NASA's servers and uploaded
his image? Public databases?
Well, I guess the only person you'd be referring to, if I'm following what you're saying, would be Paul on the Plane, because Brian did mention Paul on the Plane but I don't know what the full source. I've seen a lot of Paul on the Plane's videos, but I haven't necessarily. I don't remember the one that is this one. So is that who you're talking about? You're claiming that Paul on the Plane did this?
I have no idea.
Well, then your theory doesn't really correlate with anything. We'd have to see the original Paul on the Plane footage to see what he's actually claiming.
Yeah. Sure. I think my theory doesn't rest on identifying the unknown nefarious bad actor person who purposefully misled some people. It doesn't hinge on identifying that person. It's just that person does exist by product. The reason that person exists is because this conversation is happening right now.
Yeah.
Wait, what about the sequence of images that Kosho posted?
What do you mean?
What about the sequence of images that Kosho posted? He faked the one on the right. He didn't fake the Earthrise one. That was straight up released by NASA. So if he faked the one on the right, then he had to also fake a lot of the sequential images, right?
Wait, who's faking the...
Brian said he saw this in a Paul on the Plane video, but Brian also had his own arguments for it, so we have to also realize that. Brian had his own take on it all, but these images come from a Paul on the Plane video. So I would like to know what Paul on the Plane originally said, but none of it has been validated yet, though, Chronic, and that's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, it's all speculation at the end of the day.
No, my point is the images that Kosho posted.
I see them. The four images in a row. The 4 consecutive images. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're very similar to the Earthrise one, especially I think it's the second one, with that little Z wind and all the other wind patterns.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah.
So, since they're sequential and it's showing the wind patterns moving, what's your claim exactly? That he took one that was already legit released by NASA and re-uploaded it to It doesn't make sense.
How does it not make sense? What do you mean? So okay, maybe to be more clear, I'm going to put myself in the shoes of this unknown, mysterious bad actor who wants to plant this this misinformation about the clouds being the exact same or whatever. I see the Earthrise, the famous Earthrise image. I see it. I read all about it. I learn everything about it, when the data was taken, when the image was taken on LRO, and I have an idea that I'm going to go into into a completely separate database of images from Discover Epic, and I'm going to look up an image as close to the timestamp as the Earthrise image, and then I'm going to pull that public image also, and I'm going to put them next to each other in a YouTube video with a crazy, mysterious, soundtrack over top of it to make you think do 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 do, and then say that look at the cloud layers, they're exactly identical. That's
okay. So are you just making up? Are you
just
just
the argument though?
Are you making up a story here? Like, I've never heard a video or anything like that. This apparently was on a Paul on the Plane video, but like I said, what he actually said about it. I mean, are you just making up an entire fantasy?
Yeah, I'm just theorizing.
It doesn't address the actual argument, which is
complete theory that could be true, could be false.
Distances, same angles, same focal length, same
What do you mean? I didn't claim any of that though in my theory.
I know, but we're saying that the only difference is one has the moon, and for the other one, if it's all the same angles and stuff like that, you would think the moon would be there. So
I'm not too sure about. Are you sure about that?
Yeah. What about that? Where's the moon in the other one?
I'm not too sure. It would be there, would it? Are they exactly the same focal length? They're definitely not the same distance. Didn't Brian already say all this stuff?
They look like they're the same distance / focal length.
Okay. Does that mean they are?
Can you prove they're not?
Yeah. If I went into the specs and pulled up the specs of the instruments,
they can't be the same focal length. That's the whole point. They're not the same focal length. They're a million miles apart. Almost.
Exactly. So Brian is arguing against you percentage.
Brian,
he's arguing against. All right, we got flat earther against flat earther here.
Chronic, he's saying from your model, they would have to be different focal lengths because they're saying it's 1 million miles or whatever farther.
And that's exactly what Brian just said.
I know, that's what he's saying. He's saying, according to your model, they would have to be different focal lengths, but they look like they're the same focal length. So something's amiss.
Okay. Can someone pull up the GIF that's like the video of the changing focal lengths and how the basketball.
Yeah, I'll do that real quick. I'll have it in a second.
Yeah, get it.
I mean, I need a third grade elementary GIF for percentage here. Come on, man.
Well, that disparaging comment is not helpful to anything.
No, it's all right.
But it's insulting that he has to
land
ask.
Masses will change size.
But you already understand all of this.
The third grade GIF he's about to pull up is going to make him look like a fool because the fact they are different focal lengths and the continent edge is the same distance to the edge of the planet, and the planet edge is the same distance to the edge of the frame means it's fucking bullshit, bro. So your GIF is just going to make you look like a fool, bro. Quit making up shit about Paul on the Plane, dude.
All I'm simply
Larry,
saying,
get half of this shit live.
All I'm simply saying is that it's no more surprising that the moon is not in the Discover images than it would be surprising if it is in the Discover images. I don't see the huge discrepancy.
Okay, it's going to be take a third grader to see the basketball from different focal lengths, okay? It's going to be different, okay? So look at your little GIF.
But Brian, you agree with me.
From different focal lengths, you won't get the same image.
You agree with me. They're at different distances. The instruments are different. The plate scales are different.
Not. The same exact camera, bro.
All right, man.
My point is, from different focal lengths, you're not going to get the same distances from edge of continent to edge of ball. Okay. Correct? Correct?
Yeah, I'll concede the stage, Brian.
Is that what Paul on the Plane originally had said, Brian? Is this what Paul?
Yeah. That was my point. Was the moon? His point was the focal length, which is a better point.
Yeah, so
a better point.
Chronic, do you want to take back what you originally said, which was that this idea of some quote unquote flat earther making with like eerie video bullshit? Because it's not that. It's actually Paul on the Plane that is on point, grounded, very intelligent, very solid, bringing something that's a very legit.
Wait. Sorry. My ears are playing tricks on me. So now that Kosho brought evidence and other things were discussed, now there's no issue whatsoever with the matching cloud pattern. Is that correct?
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you confused, Chronic?
I don't know. Maybe I am. Unconfuse me. Like, set me
The
straight.
issue is you guys are claiming they're two different cameras, 1 million miles apart, and everything about them is the same except the quality of the image.
I'm actually going crazy. Okay, I'm wrong because it was nothing. So there was never a word or question raised about the cloud pattern ever. Am I in a simulation right now? I'm hallucinating.
Bro, why are you grasping on those bullshit arguments, bro? Can you admit that from different focal lengths they would look different?
Of course. There's all types. Ryan, we're on the same page. There are all types of differences in the instrumentation, the plate scales, the focal lengths, the distances that the cameras are. That whether you think that's true in reality or not, we're on the same page there about the differences. Yes.
Well, the claim differences. Yeah.
But man, when y'all start claiming deception, man, without unfounded claims on deception, even Kosho was calling me dishonest and shit and fucking saying that and just coming up with shit. Well, they weren't even taking pictures in 2014. When y'all are pinned down, just realize this, okay? And he apologized, okay? So and that was cool because I do the same when I say something and I'm wrong and not intentionally lying or something like that. I will apologize. But just know this. That's where y'all's brains naturally go. You start thinking deception. When we got you pinned down, we're just showing you evidence, man. That, it's pretty obvious to most people. And sometimes there is a story or whatever, an explanation, but sometimes there isn't, dude. And sometimes, and it's enough to point out their deception, even with the Jupiter clouds and all that. And just to point out psychology, man, y'all's brains go to a bad place where you start thinking deception and lies and shit like that. Bro, we're showing you evidence that they're full of shit, man. We're not against you. You're not your enemy, bro.
Well said, your enemy. Well said. My final point is that my theory did not intend. I didn't intend to trigger anyone, to upset anyone with a theory, because anyone here has an equal right to bring about whatever speculative theory or idea they want to claim.
Fair enough.
So my claim was that I think that there was some nefariousness going on there, and that's all.
It's useless because that's just an appeal to motive.
Of course, I'm not saying it's useful.
These two images were taken straight from NASA, and they're basically the exact same. Save for some resolution and color. And
there is nefariousness going on. It's from NASA.
Oh, maybe.
Whether this guy that found it did it because he wanted to get people to I don't even know what your point is. Whether he wanted to, how can he
mislead
people or
you don't
mislead
understand
people when it's actual factual things? Doesn't make sense.
Huh?
I don't
care
about them. He didn't make upload a fake image or anything like that. So they're factual things, actual evidence taken straight from NASA. There's no misleading. All he's doing is pointing you to it. Whether his intention was to act as a distraction for whatever reason, who knows? But that's pointless.
For sure, we're not going to agree. It's not worth repeating again. But you're arguing that my theory wouldn't be the definition of misleading when it would.
I'm arguing that your theory is futile. It's useless. It has nothing to do with the conversation. The fact of the matter is, the facts don't change. Your feelings change about it, but the facts don't change.
Well, let me get this back to reality here, or back to the topic. So we got this picture that Extremists regurgitated and Geo posted initially. Both pictures are supposed to be taken the same day. However, one has the moon in the foreground, and the other one's supposed to be taken from 1 million miles away. One's orbiting the moon and taking a picture. The other one's 1 million miles away at the Lagrange point and taking a picture. Yet Africa is the same size angularly in the picture. Is that the gist of it?
Yes.
Yeah. And if it's 1 million miles away, it would be naturally expected that Africa would be much larger in that field of view.
Yes, if you have the same size globe.
Unless, of course,
you hold up.
There's no difference between.
It wouldn't be larger. That's horseshit.
Hold on.
Horseshit.
And you expect
let him finish.
Hold on. So, but my point here is going to be, what if the picture of Africa and the Earth in the picture taken by the orbiter is far enough away to where you see the same borders around the outside of the Earth as we do with the Himawari. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying, what if you're far enough away at 250,000 miles that there's no difference between that or 1 million or 5 million for the picture of the Earth?
Why wouldn't there be?
All it would be changing the focal length, but it wouldn't be any changing proportions on the Earth itself. Not enough for you to see. In fact,
I don't think they followed Zenek.
No, I follow, but I think that's a claim that you'd have to prove.
Well, we could. Well, I guess we could show
demonstration.
Okay, so where's the Himawari photograph or movie? I have it somewhere of the moon transiting the Earth. That would probably give us at least an idea about some of the proportions here, right?
It would be better if you just had a small scale demonstration, like with a basketball or something like that.
Well, that's a big problem with scaling. That's a big problem with scaling, right? You'd have to take the same proportions as
Yeah, I mean, what are the chances that those two camera equipment, the one on the lunar reconnaissance thing that's supposed to be, orbiting the moon, and then this other one that's, the epic one that's supposed to be 1 million miles out. What are the chances that those two, all of the equipment, everything on it, would snap a picture that would look identical with all of those differences in the distance, the amount of space between it, the camera setup? That seems very odd.
I'll tell you, Gio.
About
0%.
the same chance, Gio, as the moon being 1/400th the size of the sun, but being 400 times closer. Probably about the same.
Well, the chances are, I'd say, what's the chance of them being in the same position around the Earth, right? That looks like a pretty similar picture. They have to be almost in line with each other when they took it.
Right. So where's the moon? Where's the moon on the one that's further away? If you're 1 million miles away, if that one's if that one's 1 million, if the one is on the moon and it's orbiting the moon, if it's 236,000, so 250,000. If you then go out 1 million from that,
I see what you're saying.
In the exact same angle to the Earth, why wouldn't you see the moon?
Right. Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, this is a good point, Gio.
I guess you could be. How far would you be off angularly to have the moon?
Exactly, Zanuck. You're going right down the perfect thought process path, Zanuck. So it is a good question. I'm not saying it's not it's a valid question. But like I said, I would be no more surprised if the moon, the position of the moon on the Discover image was, let's just say, just off frame, above, just off frame or something. I would be no more surprised if it was there than if it was center frame on the Discover.
Right.
You could technically work out the angles in the map if you wanted.
You got to look. Yeah, think about the distances and angles, and he's exactly right.
The plate scale of the cameras.
You're so far away, and you would see that. Now the moon's gonna be pretty small because you're now 1 million miles away. You crop that down, the moon is not even seen. And you wouldn't have to be very far off for that to occur. That's the answer.
What's the threshold for the line of sight angle that the moon, because the heliocentric model claims that the orbital axis of the moon is like 5 degrees tilted above or below its plane that it orbits. But anyways, so you could do the math if you wanted. I'm a bit lazy, but maybe you could do the math there.
Yeah, keep on speculating, guys.
I mean, that's what anyone ever does here, but
well, the thing is, though, it's the same angle.
Up, it's fake.
It's the same angle of the Earth. Like you're looking at the exact. So
is it though?
We could be a few degrees off, and it would make Chronic's point very clear. If you were just a few degrees off, you could do the math and show that with this field of view, the moon could be way out of frame.
Is the GP of the sure percentage? Is the GP if you took the position of the LRO camera when it took that image, the GP on Earth, how far away is that GP position from the GP of the Discover when it took that image on the right?
Here's a question: in the sequential images from the Discover ones, how come we don't see the moon in any of the in the ones that Kosho posted?
I'm pretty sure it's been seen a lot, has it not?
No, I'm saying in this specific set. Where's the moon?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe just off the frame above or below.
For
I don't
all
know.
of them.
No, it's not the case for all of them. The moon absolutely transits the Earth from the point of view of Discover. Zanuck was just trying to look for that, the moon transiting Earth from Discover. But in this specific sequence of 4 images that Kosho posted,
Well, I
don't
imagine
know,
these
maybe
4 images come
maybe
from
just below frame or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I imagine these 4 images come from a set of more images, right? So where's the moon in them?
You want me to go dig into the images on the website?
No, I'm speaking to the room. If you feel like you want to, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It could be just off frame, left, right, up, down. I don't know.
Not interested in speculation.
But that's all we do here, percentage.
Nah, we poke holes. This is a good hole. This is the same exact camera. The Earthrise image is like the higher quality, probably the original, and then they like encoded it or
how many times you use
copy-pasted
probably
or
in
whatever.
your
All
sentences?
they did was for the Earthrise, they just like put in that little bottom part of the moon, completely photoshopped.
Probably.
Right. Well, you have to admit, Chronic, even that looks like a digital composite layer. Like, do you really think that looks like the surface of the moon? It's like a black box that's clearly just been inserted in there.
I have no idea. I have not been in that exact position to see what that angle looks like with my own eyes. I'll concede.
If they had more,
So you guys all
like
are
a
like
set of
insinuating.
images. Go ahead.
What was that?
So please examine this
You guys
picture.
are insinuating because these two telescopes took images that look exactly the same. One of them must be fake.
Hold on, guys.
it.
Guys,
Okay.
this will clear, Chronic. This is the kind we're looking for perspective, and they'll probably short holes it. But this is a picture of the moon and the lander and this Earth in the background. Now you envision yourself on this lunar reconnaissance orbiter, and you zoom in to the Earth, but you also leave a little bit of the surface there. That picture going out, 3 times as far, 4 times as 3 times as far backward. And you got the moon, and you got a little teeny dot, right? You all acknowledge that there'll be a little dot instead of a big dot of the Earth, right? Everyone with me so far? And the moon would be a smaller arc, or a more dramatic arc. So think about this for a second. If you were to zoom in on that little dot, tiny little Earth dot from 1 million miles away, that moon, even at the same position, won't even be near it. There'll be so much black between. It'll be a dot, right? And the moon will be even a smaller arcing ball. And now you're going to zoom in on the Earth to get that picture like you got. Of course, the moon's not going to be in the frame. You see how that works?
I mean, percentage will say you're just speculating.
No, but you're wrong, bro.
No, that's not speculation. That's basic angle. I can ballpark that right now.
Far away
Hold
from
on,
the moon.
hold
The
on.
moon would be
I can ballpark
small.
it right now. If we're in the exact same spot right now,
Why
picture
are we
the Earth.
arguing?
Well, let me finish, please. You don't need to interrupt it. That makes it more chaos. Percentage. You would agree that dot, that is the Earth in this lunar, it's hypothetical image, but let's just go for the sake of argument. If that Earth image in this moon picture with the orbiter in it becomes 1/4 of the size is what it would be, it'll be a very small dot. Would you agree?
Sure.
And there would be a lot of black between the little dot and the moon, even if the moon stayed the same size.
Yeah, I hear you. You're making a mistake.
Okay. Now, if the moon becomes now has 1/4 of the radius of this moon, which it would because you go back 3/4 of the distance, then there'll be even more black space between the moon and the Earth. And if we zoom into that black dot
Zanuck,
and have it
you're
fill the
attacking a
frame,
straw man.
there will be no moon to be seen. So there's
I'm
your
with you.
basic,
I agree
hold
with
on, basic perspective, basic geometric analysis. Now, you could have questions like, what if it's lower? What if it's higher? Why, like Chronic said, there's just a chance to be right smack in the middle.
All right,
Okay, I'm wrapping it up. So you have to agree now that if we are exactly where we are in this particular picture, or even the picture that has been shown, that if you back out, that it'd be very easy to zoom into the little dot of the Earth with a greater focal length, and you would have the moon to be nowhere to be found. Would you agree?
No, I would not.
Okay, well then you're not looking at
the image that you're
basic
presenting is very different than the image that was presented. Okay, this image that you're presenting, the Earth is on its own. It's already, you can maintain the same angle, move away, and you won't, like, the moon is nowhere to be it's not touching the moon at all. Whereas with the one that we're talking about, the moon is right next to the Earth. Okay, if you're zooming out and you're moving away from the moon, that's still going to be, it's going to get smaller too, and it's going to stay near the Earth because you're maintaining the same exact angle. It's not the same. There's no gap that you can take advantage of.
Okay. So you're basically level. You're level with the moon on the level line. There's a tangent point, right, on the moon that you're making contact with because it's shown because part of the Earth is gone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go back from that. So we're going to stay level with that. And then in that case, you'd be right. That will always be a point that will be touching the Earth, no matter how far away we go. And I think we all would agree. But now what we're saying to you is that you're guessing that the other picture, that particular view, is on that exact same tangent to the moon.
It looks like the same angle, does it not?
Well, my God, we're talking about vast distances and vast sizes and distances on the Earth itself.
We have empirical evidence that more or less the same angle.
Small angular change.
Observably the same angle. Whether it's technically
it doesn't
different,
look like this.
That's a positive claim that you have to prove.
I don't think you can say that it's the same angle. There's no way
like
without any other. Hold on, bro. There's no other way to determine whether that angle is the same just by what you see in that field of view, in that picture.
The only way to determine it that we have available to us is by looking at it and observing it.
Yeah, but you're not getting. There's not enough information there to determine
that's an
a small angle change. That would be. You wouldn't need much of an angle change. What I'm saying is that, hey, percentage. There's not enough angle change in those two pictures to determine one way or the other.
Yeah, so there's not enough angle change, meaning they're the same angle. So you
not enough result in the image change to tell us that there's an angle change, whether that would be the cause of this or not.
So basically, you're just pleading ignorance.
No, I'm saying that if I look at carefully, I mean, I could say that I think it's up to the right a little bit. Looks like there's more on the right image than there's the left image. Wouldn't take much left or right either, by the way, to make that moon leave the frame.
You're saying there's an angle change.
Why are you guys like this is a stupid argument? You guys are both arguing off of something that, from like a point of speculation. You both just speculating. It could be this, it could be that. I don't get why Yannick is defending this so hard.
They're two images.
No, I'm just saying it could be. I mean, I don't think that's definitive. I think it's more. I think it's more. It's more interesting to think that this picture was not. That was someone put the wrong picture in it, or maybe they get the mix. In their data files, they used the same one and said, "I know I was going to notice," and they just did it. That's probably more likely than anything else. Because to me, it looks like the same picture. That's why I think I'm agreeing with you to that point. Yeah.
So the issue, Nate,
but
is
what's the
significance
significance of it?
There are two images. One's the Earthrise. One's from the Discover satellite. That are both released from NASA, right? Like actual images from NASA, and they claim that the Discover satellite image, which is the one on the right in the image that Geo posted, that it's like 1 million miles farther than the Earthrise image, which was taken from the moon, and yet they're
maybe they had another picture that was
same size, continents, and
maybe they had another picture that was the same thing as one on the right. It
let's say they were taken from the same satellite and the same distance, and okay, cool. They lied about where one of them was taken from. Oh, it was a mistake or something. So what?
I wouldn't go that far, because for the Discover ones on the right, they have like a set of images, right? Whereas the Earthrise one, if it's the same exact image, same camera, that means they photoshopped the bottom part, which is the moon, into it. And
okay, so they photoshopped the moon into it. Now what? Now what?
Now what? What'd you say?
Yeah. So let's say they photoshopped the moon into it. Now what? Let's say it's the exact same image.
Yeah, it shows they're liars, man, straight up.
Okay, they lied about something. Now what? Is the Earth flat? Like, I mean, you guys have been arguing about this
as long as you recognize that NASA's lying and releasing fake images, that's cool.
Okay, so that's the end of the argument then, because you guys were stuck on one point for like an hour. I'm just trying to like go on to the next thing. So that's all.
What do you want to talk about?
No, I mean, I was just hoping we could progress the argument, because you guys were stuck on this one point for almost an hour. And now it seems that's all the argument was, that one point. Is that all?
Yeah, that was the point, that NASA lied and released fake CGI images. If we're all good with that, then
and Zanuck was defending that with his life? Like, do you work for NASA, Zanuck? Jeez.
Oh, I was just giving possibilities. It always speculation.
Yeah,
They're kind of like
yeah.
defense. They're like a defense attorneys for NASA, unpaid.
Yeah, that was a bit weird to see, Zanuck. Like you guys were like on NASA patrol, you know? It was crazy.
Sick'em Rex.
I do get where the flat earthers come from now when they say that it sounds like some of the ballers work for NASA, because that was some crazy PR, Zanuck. I mean,
Get a bonus check.
I just feel
Okay, here, you just go back to that image. So you're about to look at the image and saying, "Oh, but you got a tangent on that surface of the moon." In fact, because you got some of the Earth eclipsed by the moon. But think about if you're in that orbiter right now and you went up, several hundred feet, then it wouldn't be on the same tangent. It wouldn't be closer. It would be 1,000 feet, or 10,000 feet, or maybe 30,000 feet. You would see the exact same Earth there. Yet if you backed off 750,000 miles, that moon would be nowhere to be seen.
You think that
So you wouldn't change. So your logic about it's the same Earth and it looks like the same picture would not change one bit going 100,000 feet above the moon where that moon picture is right now. So now you know you're wrong. The question is they're so similar and so close that it looks like they're the same. So I'm kind of on both sides, but you have to concede that argument is fairly weak because it wouldn't have to be very high off the moon.
Raised 100,000.
Why do you feel compelled to talk over when I'm
You're
speaking?
very long-winded, man. Come on,
I'm not long-winded. It was a very concise point.
Be conciser.
No, I don't have to be conciser. So you can be up, 100,000 feet higher. The moon wouldn't be anywhere to be seen. Yet the Earth would not look any different than it is in that moon eclipsed picture.
I hear you, but you have a small-scale demonstration proving that claim.
That's strictly mathematics. There's no claim, no actual proof needed to be provided for you if you
could
if you
even do it
understand
like through
geometry.
modeling,
but I mean, Zanuck, it sounds like you were open to the idea that one of the pictures could have been forged. Even Chronic sounded open to the idea that there's some sort of skullduggery going on.
But to think that they're the same picture
we
because
leave
the
it
moon.
at that? Can't we meet each other in the middle? If you're
Well,
open to the idea
we can.
of forgery going on, then come on, man.
We can meet because I'm saying, but I'll concede that this could be a forgery or that could be the wrong picture. But you got to let go of the fact that because the Earth looks the same both pictures, and that moon is a tangent on the line of sight, and if we were high, if it was not in the picture, then the Earth would look different. That's baloney. Because like I just gave you the example. Finally clicked on me that if I was on the moon and I was up 100,000 feet, there'd be no moon in sight and the Earth would look exactly the same. So that's and the chance of it being exactly on the line for the orbiter versus the other what do we call it, the Lagrange point view discovery is 1 in a billion. It would never be in the exact same spot in that position. So it's got to be higher or lower at some point. And if it's higher, then you wouldn't see the moon. So it's probably more likely that it's higher. But I'm also open to the fact that it could be forged or it could be a mistaken, picture that was thrown in there saying, you know what, no one's going to know. They look the same when you're zoomed in. One has the moon, one doesn't. Same picture. Boom, done.
Yeah, it looks like they went to they already were doing the epic things. They already released all those. So they've already done the work on it. It looks like they went through that, picked one and said, let's paste one together, call it a composite, say that it was taken from the moon and call it another Earthrise.
Yeah. That could be it too. In fact, does it make sense? The shadows make sense? That doesn't look right to me. The way the Earth is illuminated and how we see some illumination on the moon.
Bro, that moon surface, click on Geo's image. Just look, it looks so fake.
Because it has to be.
Yeah, that layer is unbelievably fake looking. It's just even beyond.
I can't tell which way the shadows are going. But I don't know if that. And then what's the black between the last little mountain range and the moon?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
It's why would the sun suddenly stop for that little band?
That one's just beyond the pale. It really is.
Oh, they dropped connection. They ran out of bandwidth. Who knows?
Well, that's on the dark side. Doesn't make sense either. It's still online.
I mean, do you think they just figured that people would never find it, or just figured if they do, who cares? They've already got enough people convinced.
That's it.
It's
like the
for
second
people
one.
to
And
find.
like the constant
I think they just like making a
reinforcing it.
life magazine image that's very look at how beautiful that is. Let's post that. But it's not what it is. That doesn't matter. People like it. Just put it in the magazine.
If they're claiming it's an actual photograph, they're straight liars. If they're saying it's a composite, as in like, you know, this is what it would look like, and they just used an old Earth from a different set of images, that's fine. But it seems like they're saying that this is the Earthrise. You know, this is actually what was seen.
Oh, very deceptive.
Well, because I got the
Extremely
Earthrise
deceptive.
there. That's an Earthrise that I showed.
Yeah, that one's more believable. But even that one, I've seen like, you know, images of how they changed the contrasting, and it was like one square.
Now you're looking at the one that's on the surface where that couldn't be possible for it to be that low, and that they definitely put the Earth there to be lower to make it look good for the picture. That I think we all know. All heard about.
Anyways, as long as we know that answer is bullshit.
Yeah, like oh my gosh. So the two competing things is that the one is on the actual moon, and that ridiculous looking CGI thing is the real moon, and that one just happened to be snapped right there with the exact same camera equipment, exact same focal length, everything as this other epic satellite thing that's supposed to be a million miles away, can't see the moon in the middle, and they just snapped them and they're identical. Or they just needed a fake Earthrise for the news, whatever else. They went through their already catalog of their epic things, pulled one, changed the contrast a little bit, put the little moon layer, call it a composite, and called it another Earthrise.
Yep.
Boom. You're onto it, Geo.
I want to see a picture of the Earth with no color enhancing, no fancy monkey business. Just does it look that blue, or does it look nothing like that?
Fancy monkey business.
Yeah. Well, they
I
always
wonder
do
what they need
color
to do all that
enhancing.
stuff.
It's make it look pretty, you know. Maybe that blue is people are attracted to that color of blue. That blue is very.
Is that like what they do with the farm salmon? You know, dye it pink so people actually want to eat it. Yeah.
Red dye
It's
number
like
17.
Yeah. It's almost like they've got to do things to make people believe it. It's almost like you just agreed to that. I wish they wouldn't do things to make people believe it.
You gotta make it look pretty.
Yeah. First impressions, that's all it takes, us goldfish, isn't it? As long as that first impression's good, sweet.
People like things that look pretty. They don't question things that look pretty.
Doesn't matter about how it digests, just the way it tastes.
My girlfriend doesn't question me when I'm out late.
Nice. Probably because you service her well enough, right? My missus never questions me.
But yeah, Zanuck, I imagine it would look like the high altitude, like weather balloon coloring, except just
just kind of gray.
Yeah, kind of like washed out. More of a royal cobalt type blue for the water instead of like bright navy blue.
Did that spacecraft have a video camera too? They have any motion video, or is it all just JPEGs that it's sent back?
Which one, the LRO? Are we still talking about that?
Yeah, does that have a video capability or no? That probably just has a picture, snaps pictures and sends them back.
Well, it says here, the LRO was launched June 18, 2009, and has collected a treasure trove of data with its 7 powerful instruments. Yeah, you can read about it.
Enjoy the story. Enjoy the story.
I mean, I imagine it would have video. I mean,
well, let's get another LRO. Let's get another LRO picture and see what the percentage or portions of those continents are, and see if that matches up to what we just saw with this alleged picture from the. No, not the lunar reconnaissance. The other one. The I can't remember the name of it now. The orbiter, the Lagrange point orbiter. What's that called?
Do you reckon Mr. Musk has fucking spoofed a camera onto all of his Starlink satellites? And by spoofed, I mean, snuck on. Because it's not in the actual design of any of the satellites. There is no camera of it.
Isn't Himawari
How fucking easy would it be just to add a camera?
Isn't Himawari farther or the same as this our version of this image? No. What's the name of the?
So dude, check this out. Okay, this is from this other one that this guy Yassi posted. It's from this article. So this is what has to be identical. The fact that the other one from Epic is like a million miles away. Listen to like what has to all line up. This is what they say. They say this image was taken when LRO was 134 kilometers above the far side crater Compton. Capturing an image of the Earth and Moon with LROC is a complicated task. First, the spacecraft must be rolled on the side, in this case 67 inches. Then the spacecraft slews with the direction of travel to maximize the width of the lunar horizon in the NAC image. All this takes place while LRO is traveling over 1,600 meters per second, faster than 3,580 miles per hour, relative to the lunar surface below the spacecraft. As a result of these three motions and the fact that the narrow angle camera is a line scanner with raw image geometry is distorted. Also, because the Earth and the Moon are so far apart, the geometric correction is different for each body. Reconstruction of the Earth-Moon image is not a simple matter, and that is just to get the black and white image. That's what they say with an exclamation point. That's just the black and white image.
Then they've got to dress it up.
So they go on and on about how this is all dressed up and altered and all different color spectrums and stuff. I mean, I'll post this link, or did I already post it again? Yeah, but so you're telling me that all of that happens to coincide with this other Epic one that's a million miles away that just does its thing?
They should at least give us the original, don't you think? Like, here's the original, here's what it actually took, and here's what we've done with it so it looks pretty for you. Do you remember that pixelated, dodgy fucking picture we've got of the first black hole? Do you remember that? No. Right.
Yep. I was following you.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I was just commenting. Why get that original? Because we've got fancy images of a black hole now. Yet we don't get the original of these other photos where all we get to see is the dressed up version. It'd be great to see the original.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely do a lot of I mean, they even admit to it, all kinds of alterations to these things. It's kind of a perfect cover, if they kind of admit like, oh yeah, we do a lot of alterations on some of them and then other ones are real, it kind of blurs the line between reality and non-reality. Or at least what they're trying to purport as the reality in the first place.
Do they have any images that are labeled photos, or fucking actual image or anything? Or are they all, graphics or fucking composites or... I've never really looked.
Well, that's a whole point of contention as well. I believe that... well, let's see. I pulled up the blue marble because that's the one that they usually will, say was actually taken with a camera, like an actual photo. So, okay, they do call it a photograph. I mean, the first line of the Wikipedia article says, the blue marble is an image of Earth. However, there's a whole paragraph called the photograph, and it does call it a photograph. So this one they do claim is a photograph. But I would
even
say
though the guy that put it together admits that it's not.
Well, I think what they actually claim is that the blue marble is a real photograph taken in 1972 when they were coming back from the moon. So they do claim that that's just literally a photograph. But from my understanding, it seems like about 98% of all of their other globe kind of shots are, maybe not 90, I'll say maybe not 98, maybe only like 90%, are claimed to just be images. And then with those, like, who knows? Like, and then there's a whole other category of which they do claim to be taken from these things like, Epic and Himawari, and which use like different types of equipment, and they claim to be at different Lagrange points and stuff. So those they do claim are real from that equipment, of course, that proprietary equipment that nobody can verify. They will claim that it's, radio telemetric data or whatever. In the case of like, Himawari, and to where they're not even like necessarily, lenses that are taking images.
That's right, yeah. Back in LA. If only we could trust them. If only we could trust them.
Do
we trust SpaceX anymore, or Virgin, or the European Space Agency, or is anyone more trustworthy than NASA? Hey, buddy, how are you?
Well, there's parts of NASA that are trustworthy. Probably mostly just like a lot of the real people that work there are probably, there's good people, I'm sure, that work there and that are honest and so on. So there's some good parts of it. But yeah, in terms of like what they're actually doing and the kind of propaganda and all the deception, then yeah, like that entire part is completely deceptive, in my opinion. Like if they have people working on equipment where they're building, like satellite type equipment or whatever it may be for NASA, those are like real engineers that are doing a good hard day's work. They're designing things, they're engineering things, but they're not necessarily directly connected to the part of NASA that's telling everyone the Earth is a globe and releasing these images. So it's like that part is more like the PR arm, and that's what most people think of as NASA. And then there are real people actually building things and doing data analysis and things like that.
I just posted an image with a couple of issues with this fake image of theirs. One, they have like an outcropping of rock past the horizon of the moon. So like it would have to either be like a really big kind of type of mountain or something like that to give that appearance, and then the fact that there's like that band that's missing before the horizon.
Yeah, I was zooming into that too. Like, what is up with that? It's crazy looking. There's like a flat line, a black line above the last mountain layer.
Yeah.
What would that even be?
It's just a bad job, honestly.
Like if that was the edge of the Earth or the moon, wouldn't that be lit up by the same light that's lighting it up? That's lighting everything else up. Like why would those mountains just not be lit?
You would think.
And then you're right. There's one on the left that is lit. That is strange.
And just like looking at the ground, it looks like a video game. Like it looks like this was straight up CGI. Just like the texture of it.
Yeah, I actually zoomed in on it because when I pulled it up on my browser, I could zoom, and And some of these other links that people had posted about it actually have like zoomable ones too. Especially that last link I put. You can actually zoom in. Did you see it on here? I'll repost it. On the bottom of this link, at the bottom there's like a
Oh, I see it, yeah.
one that you can zoom in on it. And I did that. Like I zoomed all the way in, and it does look like a kind of pixelated digital little environment.
Well, looking at the shadows are correct, and I think if the shadow in the back could be just a lower area, because you do have a higher mountain on the left-hand side that is illuminated by the sun. So it seems like the shadows are in the right direction.
Is there
But it's
a
not a
geo
lower
on that?
area because you see the ground behind it, like
I don't know
blocking the
about
moon.
that. Geo, on the last image in the link, is there a caption that they put for that image?
It says, look, well, under it, I don't know if it's a caption, but there is the last sentence of this whole article, which I don't think is this done by someone at NASA? Mark Robinson. I don't know if this is like actually considered NASA or if this is more like a reporter guy. But anyways, it says, so what he wrote, the last sentence is, look at that spectacular limb! Exclamation point. The sharp black outline is from mountains still on the right, on the night side of the Terminator. Sorry, I'll read that again. The sharp black outline is from mountains still on the night side of the Terminator. That's what it says.
Then why is the one on the
Typical
left
story.
showing?
There's no way that's true. That's
No,
typical.
why is the higher ground on the left showing if it's past the Terminator line?
Because it's fake CGI? Question mark.
Well, why would there be a black? Why would there be a black Terminator line that's like not around the curve? Why would it be coming up higher to look like? You know what I'm saying? If it's on the night side of the Terminator, then that would be on the other. It would be curved to be around the other side because that's what the whole Terminator is. But instead,
Is LRO on the surface of the moon?
I think they say it's flying. Let me see what the distance is. Yeah, do you remember what the distance is above it? I just read it a minute ago, I think. It claims that they're going 3,580 miles per hour, and it was taken at 134 kilometers above the far side crater Compton.
Yeah, we could try to work this out logically, and where it might make logical sense, but it might be easier to just claim fake CGI for the sake of the not wasting breath, maybe. Probably fake. That's a good catch though, percentage. That lends some credibility to the fakeness of it. Yeah, you do see that thing over there on the left is higher than what they claim is that sharp edge.
Well, in terms of what's true, that discussion is what it is. What you
that
decide
doesn't
to be
look like
true.
no. Look at the bands of darkness in the foreground and in the background.
Xanac's he's gonna do his Xanac thing. I'll take the floor, Xanac.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that would be a really too strong of an argument. If this is you're at the top of the moon now, and you see how scant the light is, and it's coming from the right direction to illuminate the Earth as well as these little hills, and you can see the direction of some of these hills where the shadow is exactly behind them. And yeah, at a certain point, these hills, everything behind it might be lower, and they wouldn't be getting any sun. Because it's coming from slightly from the bottom. You can see even with the Earth, it's slightly from the bottom.
So just to get this straight, the Globers think these pictures are real, right?
This one, the more I look at it, the more real it looks to me. You guys are looking and saying more fake. So we're both looking at it from different perspectives.
You're lying out of your mouth, Xanac. The more you look at it, the more real it appears.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the more you look at something or do something, the faker gets.
No, but how do you, I mean, those shadows are all just too perfect.
Too real, huh?
Well, they look real. They're in the right spots and for the angles that they need to be to illuminate the earth behind it.
Bro, even the word real, if you kept on saying the word real, it wouldn't sound real.
Real.
Smiling,
Super real.
smiling.
Super real. It's super real.
He's smiling right now, I can tell.
They're so real, they gotta be fake.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the earth
Look
lighting
what
up the moon.
NASA
Maybe it's moonshine or earthshine.
Yeah. At the end of the day, if those pictures are fake and all, we really don't care because we don't need NASA to prove the Earth is a ball. NASA isn't the reason most globalists believe Earth is a sphere. You know.
Amen, brother.
What do you think? What actually, I would have to contest that. What do you, if you went on the street and asked people why they think the Earth is a sphere? Do you think NASA would be the first or second thing out of their mouth? And I would say it would. Pictures.
It might be the eighth.
Did you,
It might
Gio?
be
Let
the
me
eighth.
ask you something.
Okay.
Most
Okay,
is
Gio,
first,
what
'cause they
people
don't
would
even
say
know
is
anything.
maybe pictures from space. I don't know
Wait
if
a
they would
minute,
say
wait,
pictures
wait,
from
wait.
NASA, but definitely people would say pictures from space. It would definitely be
Well, hold
top
on a
three.
second, guys.
They'll say
Gio, did you look at? Did you look at the link, Gio? Gio, did
Yeah,
you look at the link?
satellites or something.
Most of them don't
Gio,
even
wasn't
know
gonna say
much
NASA.
about the globe Earth at all.
Yo, Zanik, we're having a totally different conversation.
I know, but before you get,
we're
I don't
moving
want you
on.
to change. Joe, did you check the whole link that you posted? Did you look at?
I think people would probably say that they
talk
totally
about
feel
the
like
they
they're
talk about the
spinning
shadows of the
and
mountains
they see
beyond the Terminator
curvature
line. Okay, you're just
everywhere.
gonna talk over me. Go ahead.
You
Everybody's
guys,
just
yeah,
Perspective Zanuck was talking, man.
So, Gio, did you look at the link you posted? Because it does have a whole area section and a really detailed picture of that Terminator line and the mountains beyond it and why they're black.
Yeah, dude. That I told you that was one Yasi.
Yeah, we
Yasi
went
had
over it.
posted it.
Yeah.
Yasi linked that one, and then there's
Yeah,
actually
but
another one.
did you read it? Did you actually
Yeah,
look at the
yeah.
pictures?
I made him read the caption that says it's the mountains on the night side of the Terminator. I mean, I asked him to. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah. He read that, Zanuck. You were here, I thought.
Go ahead, new perspective.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say?
Link. So that looks that seems pretty reasonable. Looks
Yeah,
pretty
it
real to
looks
me.
so,
I mean,
looks so fake. It must be real, right, Zach?
Hold on, real quick. Sonic, you don't think that image has been altered? Wait. I have a question for Sonic. You don't think the image has been altered in any way?
Oh my god.
It's
Guys, we
admitted
had
to
this
be a
convo.
composite image. It's admitted to be that. These articles go over all
the
the
composite
ways-
image doesn't mean the image itself.
And,
It means the color.
Zanuck is open
RGB.
to the idea that these images might be fake. Now can we move on, guys? Come on. Like, I don't know why we still arguing this. Zanuck said the pictures could be fake. Even Chronic said there could be some skullduggery going on.
He's
You
going
know,
back
we're
and
open to
forth.
the idea.
Gotcha.
It's not really
we
what the
open to
discussion is,
the
though.
idea.
The discussion is not
Oh.
about whether Zanuck thinks whatever he thinks. The discussion is what is true, and all these different angles of it.
I hear you,
Did
but
you
there's no
download
way
the-
we're
did you download the
gonna
high-resolution
know
version?
with this brief back and forth whether or not
Oh
these
my
pictures
God!
are
Just
real.
because it's
You know,
composite,
we
doesn't
need to
mean
get
it's
the
fake.
actual.
Could be fake, yes, but look at the high resolution version too. Then it becomes less fake because it's high resolution.
Come on, Zanuck.
Yeah, but you sounding like a NASA Shilzana. You sounding
Yeah.
like you work for
You
NASA.
need to send me your
Really?
pay-
Why
send
wouldn't
me
you
your
want to look at
paycheck,
the more
Nick.
high resolution picture?
Dude,
Why
send
would
me
that
your
be more
paycheck.
valid?
But the
It's a
thing
big.
about
It's a
Why
big.
does it matter, Zanuck?
It's a big. It's a
Zanuck,
big.
the point I'm trying to make is if those
I have
pictures
another
are
minute
fake
left
or
before
not,
download.
it doesn't matter because we don't need images from NASA to prove the Earth is a sphere. You don't need to defend those images so hard because at the end of the day, they don't matter. You know, we don't need NASA for
I
Earth
think
to,
for
to,
one,
to
I
be a
think for
sphere.
one,
It's
I think for one,
783
Zanuck
megabytes.
is not
Downloading.
being
Fucking
100%
it's a gigabyte
serious.
picture. I'm just downloading. Why don't you download them?
Zanuck, I think you're just
He's
talking. You're
clowning.
not listening to anyone. Nate just said a whole thing. I had to mute you just because you were talking
Wait,
nonstop. And even at that, I don't think you're even hearing him. I think you're in like
Glory.
robot mode.
Zanuk's not listening.
Robot mode.
I was
Zanuck just
gonna
wants
say,
to argue.
Well, he may have wanted a response. So Zanuck, did you hear what he said, or did you want a response?
Oh, I like they already said it wouldn't talk over me. I was saying I'm downloading a huge file picture.
You're wasting
Yeah.
1 gigabyte on your hard drive.
I know 1 gig. I gotta freaking dispose that thing. That's not good.
Yeah, all I said was that it just sounds like for once you're not being 100% serious. So. You're just joking around.
but the bigger point is
I
that
can't
this
be
is the
serious
norm.
all
This
day
isn't
long,
like,
eh?
there could be some black swans like swimming in the little area there, maybe with pareidolia or something. But this is not like the black swan of pictures from space. This is like the norm. They all look this fake as fuck.
Yeah, I guess. But Gio, to answer your question, yes, I think people would say one of the top 3 proofs would be pictures from space, and I think they would say pictures taken from satellites and telescopes. I don't think people would say NASA. I don't think if you ask somebody in Iraq, you know, they would just say pictures from space. They wouldn't say NASA. You know.
Well, who do you think's getting
how
those
does that
pictures from
happen?
space? Who do you think's who's getting those?
I don't. A lot of people are
How
getting
do
these pictures
globers
from
think that
space, not
happens,
just
then?
NASA.
The
yeah,
pictures
how
from
does
space-
it-
the only people that have been to space are government space agencies. Period. And those are the only ones that have claimed to be out there to be even taking pictures. So whether it's NASA, JAXA, it's one of the space agencies that they're going to be referring to.
Or one of the satellites.
Yeah,
that
but
rolling around.
So is there no industry for private space satellite? Is there a private space satellite industry, Geo? I agree. I agree when you said any human that's been. I agree, but simply sending up instrumentation and cameras and things like this is not government controlled. It's not only government controlled. No, it's not.
Is. Anything that certifies this going to space is definitely done through a government contracted agency.
Yes, but what you're saying, meaning
that you and I can't launch up a satellite and get it to go into orbit. They will not allow us to do that.
Yeah, I've heard this argument, but my point is that there is a private industry that is growing and pretty robust around the world. That's not only U.S. based. That is that sends private instrumentation that regular old folk can pay to get some instrument up in orbit.
Okay, so right. Who's first of all, who's actually launching it? That will not be that will be
private companies.
Companies contracted through the government and is certified through the NOAA and other agencies that allow them to do that.
Okay.
So there is not.
Do you draw issue with that?
Yeah, because that's basically coming through the same governmental control.
I don't know. We're going to agree to disagree on that one, but.
Wow, I just have a list here of all of the 2,084 satellites in orbit, and it has the name of all of the entities that own these satellites, and some of these are not government institutions, Joe. I'll post it. But there's
I think Geo
Global Star.
Yeah, I don't think Geo argues that. Well, I mean, maybe he can correct me, but it is known and very clear that there are private, non-government affiliated corporations, industries, businesses that have built and launched instruments into orbit. What I got from Geo's argument is that the regulations that govern how they launch and if it's safe and all the check boxes that give them permission to launch are all government run or controlled or whatever. That's where the deception is or something like that. You're roboting hard.
Breaking up.
Yeah. Respect is roboting hard. Yeah, but God, Nate. Yeah, I think it's Nate. Like Nate just said, you can. So these different industries and companies, they, I mean, sure, there is a chance that their instruments that they built that were launched, that they witnessed and worked on the launch and everything, that were launched by private industry vehicles, non-government affiliated vehicles. All of that happens, and then somehow they're privately owned industry pipelines that downlink the data and all that are. So somewhere in there's a deception, and I if I'm being honest, I don't see where it is.
Well, you laid it out pretty well there. That was well said. Yeah. There are definitely privately contracted companies and organizations that are actually doing the quote unquote launching of anything into space. And yes, those are all run through the NOAA certification regulations, et cetera. So if somebody works for NASA and they're building some equipment and they're working really hard on it, they're a brilliant engineer, they show up every day, they do a great great work there, and they're developing that. They are not involved with the actual full launching of that equipment all the way into space. And in fact, they're not verifying it and they don't have any way to. It's literally sent off, like you said, pipelines. There's various companies, subcontractors, in which that is claimed to be taken and then launched up into space.
Okay, so I have a serious question that I'm very, very interested in what you think the answer is, in your opinion. So I see a list of private industry companies that own satellites and stuff. I'll pick a random one. Planet Labs, number 3 on that list. So a non-government affiliated private industry corporation that has 188 satellites orbiting Earth. So let's just say they contracted for the launch vehicle to deliver those satellites. They contracted with, let's say, Electron, a rocket company based out of Australia or New Zealand, I forget which country. And so they contracted with them. They put their satellites on these payloads. They launched them. Their partner corporation, whatever, Electron, whatever it's called, launched them, deployed them, and Planet Labs themselves, they own, operate, and run their own servers, their own everything to downlink the data, the telemetry, all the in real-time data that they're getting from these satellites, and look at the data and analyze it. In that entire scenario, in your opinion, where is the deception? Where are they getting tricked? And what step of that pipeline are they getting tricked, in your opinion?
Well, are you implying that the idea of them being tricked is that the things are not up there, or that they're not in space? Because they could be up there, but not in quote unquote space around a globe. Because there is a lot of equipment that is communicable at high altitudes where they're getting signals and reading data. That doesn't mean that it's in space, though, just because that equipment is up there.
Okay, so you're thinking that their telemetry data that they're reading, that gives information on the speed, distance, trajectory, all that stuff of these satellites.
That part can be faked, yeah, but part of it can be real, like some of the high altitude imagery and things, and the temperature readings and some of those factors can be. Yep.
So where in the former case, where's the fakery happening to trick the scientists and the private industry scientists and engineers, to trick them into thinking that their satellites are orbiting this globe at this speed and distance and altitude? Is it did government hack into their pipeline possibly? I'm giving you maybe some ideas of how the fakery could happen, unless you have your own.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I guess one question: are you talking about like one in particular, or just in general? Because there's probably a lot of different things going on. Like different data being sent from different pipelines and agencies that's claimed to be different things. So, like, I
just gave one specific example of this Planet Labs Incorporated, private industry company.
So you're talking about the people at Planet Labs that are working there, that think that their stuff is in space, and giving them data that it's in space around the globe.
Exactly, yeah. What are some theories of where the fakery deception could be tricking them? If you need to think about it, we can come back to it.
Well, what is the what data in particular are you referring to? What data are they getting? Communication with other towers? Like what data?
So any type of radio data or data that's received that they think is being transmitted from their satellites, that is being received and downlinked onto their servers from whatever instruments they want to use, dishes that receive the radio signals, things like this, that also have this weird Doppler shift thing in there. That, anyways, there's a pretty sophisticated things like that. But yeah, so it's all their own equipment and their own data they're receiving from their instruments that they have up there, that appear to be all the telemetry, all the attitude, the altitude, the speed, all of this seem to imply that their own private instruments are orbiting this thing that they're on.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, obviously, I'm not in that company or in their back rooms or whatever is all going on there, so I don't even know that much about them. I mean, I just looked at their website when you posted that and you were talking about it. But there's two main possibilities. Number one, they're being fed data that comes from a simulation that is already a computerized mathematical model simulation.
So that implies there was a hack somewhere, and some bad people are in their pipeline feeding them fakery stuff, correct?
Well, I guess
what other way would it be?
Well, it would also come down to what's actually up there. So let's say that there actually are a lot of communication devices up there. My understanding is that at a certain altitude up, that they can get balloons they're not even visible to us here. Like we cannot see them. And so they could have
naked eye.
With the naked eye, yeah. So they could have anything up there. Now, let's say they have a real network of stuff up there, whatever that is. They are the ones controlling that because they're the only ones going to that altitude, like through the NOAA and NASA and these different, especially the NOAA in particular. They control that airspace, so they and so on. They know what's up there, and they're the only ones that are up there. So whatever actual equipment they have up there, they have, and can do whatever data pooling they need from that. And then, since they're the ones that have the equipment up there, they therefore are the controllers of the information and the data at the end.
But I know that's not. But I know for
these guys. So these guys might be getting some things that are real signals, but then that's mixed with a simulation. So there's many options. I mean, I'm just laying out some of the possibilities.
I can tell you, I know for a fact that I think when you were saying you were referring to NOAA government-run, government-owned stuff. I know for 100% fact that in a lot of these cases, private company that are part of industry, not non-affiliated with the government, there is zero intervention on any of their pipelines or data that are downlinked, intervention from the government in a lot of those cases. So there would have to be a hack. There would have to be the government would have to be secretly hacking their shit and not letting them know, and feeding them the fake, telemetry data and things like that.
Yeah, it's like they're feeding them a video game, based in that conception of it. Yeah.
Okay, interesting theory. Yeah.
In a sense, it's like a simulation that isn't real, but they think it is. And then they actually control the upper area up there and the actual equipment that's up there and the signals that are actually being sent, which of course they would want.
Yeah.
Because I mean, in a sense, I know what you're saying. Like even like the idea of the moon landing and like those control rooms at NASA, when they're landing stuff on Mars and all that. Like, okay, so let's say you built a rover and you just built this amazing rover, right? And then you hand it off to another actual company that another pipeline that claims that they launched it. We put it up there for you guys. It's up there. Here's like some like. Here's like a real footage of the rocket, and then after that, it's kind of just a CGI thing, and then you just get data from then out, right? How does anyone in that NASA control room actually verify that thing is actually out there and that they're not just being sent more or less a computer game of data, and then they think it's real? So all the calculations, we're going this speed and it's going up around the curve, and we just hit escape velocity, and now we're going 23,000 miles an hour, and the trajectory. And those guys in the control room, they are doing something. They're looking at computer screens. So unless they're all just completely actors, it looks like they're at least looking at something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
of course, yeah. Once they hand off, it could turn into a complete simulation. Yeah, could be.
I think it was Gene Kranz, and he was in an interview. He was like one of the lead kind of guys in the mission control room, and they're in the moon landing. And it was in a documentary. He wasn't even talking about the moon landing being fake, anything like that. It was actually a documentary on it being totally legitimate, and it was like a mainstream thing. And he said that when the actual moon landing was happening, they didn't have any way to know in the control room whether it was a simulation, whether it was just a simulated version.
Yeah, I've heard that.
A test run or the actual real thing.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
So that was pretty interesting, like right out of for him to say that.
Mm-hmm. Suspicious.
So at least at that time, they wouldn't have had a way to know, which makes sense. I mean, how could you? Like all you're doing is sitting in front of a computer. You see a rocket go up, and then you're just sitting, looking at a computer. How would you really know? But I do know what you mean, that if they're doing a big hack like you're talking about with all the satellites and stuff, it's a much bigger operation than just one little Mars rover.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's happening every day, and there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people working in the industries with the signals and the data and so on. So yes, that is the case. Like geologists, weather, all the information that comes about the weather, all of it. Yeah.
Huge cover up. Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
Huge.
Big enough to set us free from these guys. As long as they lied big enough that people will figure it out. I guess that's how it goes.
Yeah. True.
Well, if they use this lie and others to get into their power position, does that mean that when this lie is known about, then their power dissolves with it?
It should. I mean, if people realize they're being lied to, I'm sure they would be very upset about it and kick these people out of power, right? I don't know. I don't think people like being lied to.
Yeah. I don't know. It's such a huge, it's such a global, it's such a huge global cover up with dozens of countries now that have, what is it, a dozen countries that have independently, sent stuff into quote unquote space and stuff. Probably even more than that by now, but.
Yeah, well, it seems like after World War II, they had control over the whole world, and the United Nations that came along with that. It seemed like before World War II, they only had like a lot of the major countries, but obviously the whole deal with Germany and whatnot, everything that went down. It seems like right after that, they came out of it with like after World War II, they came out of that like United Nations, NASA, all these government agencies, and then the big bank structure really got put into action after World War II.
I mean, before World War II, wasn't there the League of Nations? Weren't there colonies and colonialism and all of this stuff? I mean, I think there was already a global sphere of influence before World War II. It just didn't become ordered structurally. There was a global sphere of influence, but there were countries fighting to be at the head of the table. And then after World War II, you had this weird world order where half the world was split, between capitalism and communist lines. And then after that, like after the, Russia fell, you have this brand new world order where everything is, capitalist and like American. But I think this whole global control that the West has had over the rest of the world, I think it's been around for a while, Gio. Ever since colonialism started.
Do you think there's any final? Do you think there's any last countries that are like a holdout? Like if all the countries are in on it, obviously, the conspiracy is
maybe just North Korea.
Yeah, I was gonna say North Korea might be the last holdout. But I mean, they're launching stuff. So like,
no, I think that's one of their most focused regions. Wait, I see it the opposite. No, that's one of their areas that they are testing as how much can we lock people down, control them in the most insane ways.
Oh, interesting.
That's like the hot seat of what they're trying to do. And yep. In a sense, that's like
North Korea is like a test bed for what's coming.
Yeah.
Well, or at least what they want in terms of an NWO type deal. Yeah. Total control
over
they do
their VR missions.
Yeah, they want total control
to the point where. Yeah, total control to the point where you can make people believe that the life they live in is better than the life people outside are living. Because apparently that's the idea in North Korea. A lot of North Koreans don't really know what's happening outside of their borders, and they are under the illusion that the life they live in, as shitty as it is better than the life we live.
Wow, that's dark. That's dark. Yeah, that's some dark cult stuff. Like when they do that, like you heard about cults that like convince people that theirs is the best, and therefore that's why they have to stay there, and then the world out there is much worse, and you won't be protected and stuff. Even to the point that some of those cults, like they would actually like hide in the woods and like scare the children if the children kind of got off of the reservation, to try to convince them that like they had to stay.
Isn't that a movie? There was a movie
so.
Like
Yeah,
that, right?
I'm thinking of
The Village.
The Village.
The Village, yeah.
But I mean, that is like a thing that has gone down in time, So like, yeah, they're already doing that with the lockdowns and stuff. But I think they're not really getting much leeway right now. So I think they're kind of finding roadblocks.
But I mean, if you guys believe that's really what's happening, how do you carry on living life? Like I don't know if I would be able to go to work if I believe that we were like in a village type situation, Like how do you just carry on with your day, knowing that all of this is like some stage play?
Well, at the end of the day, we all have to, get along, go along in life. So
yeah,
I think at the end of the day, that the truth of it will set it, like that concept of the truth sets us free. So if knowing the truth will set us free, then we only have good things to look forward to. There could be some challenging, hurdles along the way, as it were, and challenges, especially if these guys start waging war. That's going to get and then if they do a fake alien invasion, unfortunately, they may have a lot more 9/11 type events planned. So the quicker we can wake up, the better, because people are only going to suffer more.
What does knowing the truth entail, though? Like, I mean, the truth is already out. We know that they're lying about most things, right? So, like, why would it? What defines it as the truth is known now? What they tell us?
Yeah, well,
what they admit to?
In the grant, in the time scale of a single human life, I mean, what are any of us actually going to do? Not to be a nihilist, but
Yeah, not that you could do anything about it. But what's that point that we all decide? Okay, the truth is out. What has to happen for that to be the case?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, Chronic. What if money was involved to the point to where you've got unlimited funds to do stuff, testing, experimenting, everything you'd want to do?
Me?
Does that then change the situation of what can we do? Yeah.
I would. Oh, if you're giving, so you're writing me, I have a blank check, unlimited money. I would.
Then could you make a difference?
On what scale? On a global scale? Probably not. No. On a flat Earth Discord scale, yeah, I'd pay for all of us to take a round trip, a couple orbits around this glorious globe.
Nice.
Yep. But on a global scale, no. I don't.
You get an orbit. You get an orbit. You get an orbit. You get an orbit.
Yep, we all get orbits.
Yeah, but I'm sure someone would be like, "No, it's CGI."
Yeah, they're
fisheye lens.
The inside of our like spacesuits on the face shield is a LED screen or something.
Yeah.
I think most of us. I think if most of us really thought it was possible, we wouldn't go. Nobody would go. Nobody would launch into space. Everyone here is sane. They would, even if it was possible. I don't think many of us would do it.
That's why I was asking. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Chronic, if you had unlimited, that finances were no hurdle, no blockage at all, that you had more or less funds, what then could you do? Because we were talking about, especially even the idea that there's a group that are, lying and deceiving and doing this. What could you do to? I mean, there's so many different categories, like either actually advance things or.
Well, my first answer, I still stand by it. On a global scale for all of civilization on Earth, probably not much, because people like that already exist. I'm not denying that very wealthy, influential people exist, and there's corruption. Obviously, there is. But on a global scale, I probably wouldn't be able to do much. But on a smaller scale with my nice friends and Flat Earth Discord servers, I would offer them as much money as they wanted. So I'd pay whatever their price was, and we take a trip and do a couple orbits. And if money was, if they said no amount of money would make them do that, then either that's that and they don't go and keep being flat earthers, or I don't know. But on a global scale, not much.
Well, okay, but
wouldn't you just build a big physical straight edge, like a massive, 5 kilometer straight edge, like physically pure straight, and then show curvature?
I don't know if
that would change things on a global scale, wouldn't it?
An infinite amount of money cannot change the laws of physics. So I'm not sure about that one, but it can launch people into orbit, which seems much easier, more efficient.
I'm not saying try and string a fishing line up. I'm not trying to say deny physics with money. No, that's not going to happen. But you could build a structure, definitely.
I don't know. I kind of like my idea. It's more fun and and we all get to experience it together, like a field trip to space.
Well, we could do both for sure.
Yeah.
And even view the 5 mile straight edge curving around the Earth from the space orbit journey.
That's true. That's true.
So, I mean, okay. So, how would we launch ourselves into space? So, Chronic, we got all the money. So, build our own rocket, build our own capsule, and then is the government going to let us do it or what?
Yeah, why not?
They are. They're going to say, okay, go for it. Go head out into space. Don't worry about any of our satellites out there. You probably won't crash into them. If you do, we'll have to ask for your insurance numbers. Otherwise, have fun. Just go up there and just bang around. And so are you telling me that if we wanted to go to the moon, just kind of fuck around, you don't think the United Nations would be concerned with that? They would say, head out there. Don't worry about it. You think they're going to let us go there?
Whether or not you accept it or believe it to be true, we're living in a time where this has already occurred. An entirely civilian crew of people have orbited Earth like for 3 days straight already. That's in the past tense. That's not even a future thing. That has already happened in human history. Whether or not you believe it, I'm claiming that it has happened. So, of course, yeah, it wouldn't be with infinite money. Of course, we could build the rockets and stuff already exist. We don't all 80 of us have to cram into one capsule. We could, take a bunch of different trips and stuff. Maybe get a spacewalk or two out of there so we can experience, being outside the capsule or something. Something cool.
Got a link for that.
Yeah, it's called
citizen.
Inspiration. Yeah, Inspiration 4 is the name of it. I don't have a link on hand, but yeah, you can just look it up. It's called Inspiration 4.
Yo, Chronic, what are your personal biggest globe Earth proofs?
You broke up a little bit, but I think you said what do I personally think are the best globe Earth proofs?
Yeah, what are your personal best?
Top
3.
Top 3 favorite ones. The Black Swan for sure. I'm not even trolling. Not even trolling. I'm actually not even trolling.
All right.
The Black Swan. I don't know, Blackpool Tower. Just from this community, but the things I've experienced and discovered just from this community, I'm sort of sticking on. And then I don't know, what's the third one? I'll go with Southern Celestial Pole.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was covered today a lot, by the way.
And
I think the best flat Earth proof is pictures from space.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why in my top 3 I didn't list what the masses of the sheeple of the world would list. All the the citizens would just say they would just say a pretty NASA picture. So kept away from that one.
Yeah, but those are good ones, especially the.
What are
Black
yours?
Swan. My personal 3, definitely Schumann resonances. Gegenstein or Afterglow, and
all right, you're going exotic.
Lunar eclipses.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. The last lunar eclipse. What was that? Last week or something? It was very recent. While I was watching the lunar eclipse, I thought to myself, what I couldn't remember. Maybe I've never heard it, or maybe I have heard it, but I just couldn't remember what actually is I know that there's no agreed upon explanation, but what are some of the only flat Earth explanation that came to my mind during that eclipse when I was thinking about it was what was it? The moon needs to recharge or something. Like it's the batteries are low on the moon. It's emitting its own light, and so once every once in a you haven't heard that one?
No.
Yeah, well, once in a while the moon needs to recharge its light up or something like that. So that's why it goes dark for a little bit.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
I was surprised to hear Schumann resonance on your list, by the way.
Oh, why? But before we talk about the human resonance, Dave, could you explain this moon needing to recharge its batteries thing?
Yeah, the idea is that it gets in, as it passes through by the sun, then it's like this time where it like powers down and then gets recharged, and that's the idea, at least. Yeah, there's no proof of that. I don't know. It's just the idea. But what about the Schumann? Why is the Schumann resonance a good globe proof?
Because of the field lines it generates, and so basically there's a cavity that the Schumann resonance exists in, and this cavity or this waveguide, it's between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, because the Schumann resonance, it's a very low frequency type of wave, so it can't really penetrate the ionosphere. So within that waveguide, it resonates and constructively interferes with other frequencies of a similar type, so it becomes stronger, it becomes reinforced. And the pattern it takes is the pattern of a sphere. So I mean, it's irrefutable proof. It makes no sense on the flat Earth, because if it had to happen on the flat Earth, I don't know how you would picture a waveguide containing this resonance. It would leak out on the edges, unless there's
Could
a
it be a
dome.
toroidal
then-
sphere?
A toroidal sphere?
Yeah.
It may be, yeah. If it was moving within that toroidal, but then the toroidal sphere would be the cavity, and we would be living inside that, in the center of this toroidal sphere.
On a dielectric plane, yeah.
I don't know about dielectric planes, but I'm just thinking of a toroidal sphere, just the toroidal shape itself. So you would have your that would be your waveguide, your cavity, and your Schumann resonance would be traveling through that. So that's a nice spherical circle shape. But then we don't live where the resonance is. We're right below it. So we would have to be in the center of this toroidal.
Yep, that's what it
But
seems like.
no, yeah, it wouldn't work on a toroidal sphere. I'm just trying to entertain your idea, Dave, but no, it wouldn't work.
Oh, it sounded like you thought it would work the way you were describing it.
It's a nice hypothetical idea to think about, but in reality, it's not going to work out, Dave.
Why is that?
Because you wouldn't get the same. What is it called? The same. Is it the wave nodes or whatever? So I think with Schumann resonance, they amplified by electricity, lightning, and they hit a specific node of, I think, 7.8 hertz. And you're not going to get that if you don't have, this Earth spherical shape with lightning strikes around the sphere, Because now, if you want to have it with a toroidal, you're going to have to explain how lightning happens, on a toroidal shaped thing. Like, there's so many other things you need to now start explaining in order to get to the Schumann resonance. The Schumann resonance is a result of Earth shape, lightning, this waveguide cavity, all of these other things create this. So it's not just the cavity you need, it's all of these other things, which I don't know how you're going to explain on a toroidal donut.
This cavity he's talking about, by the way, is the first glass layer in concave Earth kilometers, which is the exact height.
Welcome to concave Earth, Nate. Welcome.
No, that's all.
First layer, yeah. Concave Earth has I don't know if they agree on how many layers, but at least 3, I think Lori says. And the first layer is the in between ionosphere and whatever you were describing is like the first layer.
Ground. It's the ground to 100 kilometers is that first cavity that he's talking about. That's where the Schumann resonance is within.
I don't know much about concave Earth, so I can't really comment on all of that.
I just
have to see a model and
DM.
It's you DM.
Check your DMs, yeah. He'll supply you tons, literally countless minute and a half long videos with sick ass dubstep soundtracks overlaid on them. Yeah. They're amazing, man.
All right, I'll definitely check them out. I'm just trying to find an image that explains what I'm saying. Just give me a sec, and then I'll check out your videos.
So how do you Globers use a theodolite to prove the Earth is round?
I just saw Harry jump in. He loves this this debate.
Well, I don't believe in proof, but I mean, it offers a few fairly solid evidences.
Where is the theodolite evidence?
One, you can just do the drop, get above 100 meters, and find that there is drop astrotheodolite, I guess, movement of stars.
Is it basically that you just look at another theodolite and the theodolite's not on the crosshairs or something, or what's going on? What's the theodolite thing?
I think you're talking about the auto level. Auto level does a similar kind of auto level is just to see what horizontal is from local, and if you look across a large body of water, what you should find is that it's bending down, that other one is lower than your current horizontal.
And is the flat Earth explanation for that, Harry? Is it perspectives, the limit of resolution or something?
Yeah, it's usually just a sort of mishmash of words involving optics that each person, I think, conceives of differently, but it's that things should be obscured bottom up because your eyes are closer to the floor than the ceiling or something.
Interesting. Yeah, don't really think that makes much sense in general, but also the how much the dip of the horizon changes as you're.
Tell you that the
Nate, you got a hot mic.
Yeah,
My bad.
The dip of the horizon when you. I think that's the first thing you said, Harry. When you when you increase your altitude.
Yeah. Yeah, increase your altitude.
Because you're no longer near the surface, right?
Yes, yeah.
But
Think
it's still dropping.
Suddenly things are
drastically.
If it's that
dropping.
thing about your eye being too close to the floor, you'd find things get flatter looking the further up off the floor you get.
Yeah.
But the curve becomes more apparent the further off the floor you get. So.
Yeah, it's kind of like backwards.
But that's what I mean. I think many of the explanations for that are sort of long strings of words that involve optics but aren't singular coherent ideas, because if they were coherent they'd be testable.
Yeah.
All right. So I was just reading the abstract of some guy sent it to me. They used a theodolite and they're measuring the elevation angle to Polaris, and they proved that the Earth is round by doing that.
You mean a sextant? You might have your instruments mixed up, Noah.
No.
There is an astrotheodolite.
Oh, an astrotheodolite. Gotcha.
I'm looking at like.
I apologize, buddy. I apologize.
Someone wrote this shit in latex. Like they went the extra mile to like make it seem like an official scientific thing. Like, they have like fucking matrices and like full on Greek equations out here. Like I'm looking at this right now.
What's wrong with what do you got against latex, man?
I just think it's overkill, man. You could have just said. Like I pointed the theodolite at a star, man. I'm just looking. Some Glober sent this to me earlier.
Yeah, but some markup languages like LaTeX are way more efficient and easier to.
Bro, just open Google Drive. Fuck,
No,
you're a child.
Noah, write me a fourth order polynomial equation in Google Drive and
that's what I'm saying.
Count how long that takes versus LaTeX, man.
But that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, why are you writing these fourth order polynomials? Like, just tell us about what the theodolite did, man.
But
I only do this shit if I'm getting paid or I'm getting credits from college. I'm not fucking gonna do this in my free time.
Well,
yeah, they used a theodolite. What does it say?
Yeah, my bad, Harry. Yeah, astrotheodolite.
Yeah, all good.
Does it not work similarly to a sextant, though? No?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. I only found out recently from IB that they're actually used to make datum. You can get very, very, very accurate positions. I always thought that sextants were the most accurate. Oh, got to go to my farewell dinner. But yeah, apparently they use them to like lay state borders and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
they never say celestial theodolite. They keep just saying the theodolite, but maybe it is a celestial theodolite. What they're doing is, what it looks like to me, it's a Eratosthenes experiment with Polaris instead of the sun. Is what I'm looking at here. It seems
How
like.
many locations?
Fuck, wait. That's in a couple pages. They had a lot of fucking data points. It was a lot.
Well, that's good.
They had
It's definitely more than 2, so that's good. Yeah.
it looks like A, B, C. Sorry, wait. A, B, C, D, all the way to G. That's 7. 7. I think that's 7 different. But I gotta look into this. I'm like half looking at this shit right now. Is that it?
Concave Earth is weird as fuck, but it seems to just be globe Earth turned upside down.
It's trippy, right? It is trippy. Yeah.
The only thing they have that's original is this octahedron thingy in the middle that refracts light in such a crazy way. Otherwise, it's just the Earth.
Oh yeah, the
with its
gemstone
guts
thing in
turned.
the middle, yeah.
Yeah,
And like
yeah. That's the
inside
only
that
thing they have.
gemstone is like the plane of the Milky Way and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Apparently, the entire universe is inside there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everything, of course.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, all the stars, the moons, the distant galaxies.
Trippy. You can go on
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, how does expansion of the universe happen within that sphere? Because we don't see that sphere get bigger. Like, how are the galaxies receding away from us?
Maybe it's an optical effect. I don't know.
Mm.
Like I have no idea. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so far it looks like there's only 2 sites. I was wrong. It's not 7. I only did 2. Not sure why. And it's over a period of time. So wait, I gotta read a little more into.
Oh yeah, Chronic, you're the perfect guy to ask this, man. I'm sure you're aware of the axis of evil cosmology and whatnot. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I have no idea what that is.
There's this observation they had. I think it was 2013, 2014, where they saw that it looked like, because of Earth's the plane of our solar system with relation to the cosmic microwave background, it gave off the impression that we seem to be at the center of the known universe.
Isn't
Let me
that
see if I can-
just is that not the Copernican principle? I don't know. I get them confused all the time.
Yeah, that is the Copernican principle, that we don't have a special place, but it seems this goes against it. That we do have a special place in the universe. Let me just post the wiki, and you can just go
Vaguely
through it.
ringing a bell. Vaguely, I forget though.
So I'm not sure if this makes sense, but they took data from 2 points, I guess 2 sites, over as a function of time. I'm not even quite sure what that even means. It looks like they had a bubble in the theodolite. I don't know if that's a particular type of theodolite uses a bubble or not. I'm not too sure.
This does ring a bell, yeah. I don't know. What are my thoughts? I don't know. Interesting. Does it?
Because it seems no one's taking it seriously within the astrophysics and cosmology
Well,
fields.
what if you think about it? What
Seems-
more can you even do, though? What more can you actually do?
I don't know.
You know.
Look into the idea that we might actually be at the center of the universe. I don't know, man. This is in my field.
Yeah, but I mean, my field is observational astronomy, so it's not theory or simulation really. But
yeah, but
it's
I
not,
mean,
it's
yeah,
not
this
even really
was
theory, but it's so like what my brain personally goes to first after reading this is like
Mhm.
it is definitely interesting. However, observationally, what and maybe this is a future like project, like a future proposal or instrument or something that could, help to resolve this or work out some of the inconsistencies or something. What observationally can we think of to try to do? That's sort of where my brain goes to first. And I don't know off top of my head. I'm not a genius, but there
okay.
take some time to think pretty hard about some ideas and see.
Okay. Yeah, because it just seems it's like something, an observation that was just brushed aside. They just assumed it was like an anomaly. They must have done something wrong. Like no one's taking it seriously. Whenever I bring it up to my friends and stuff at work, they're just like, okay, so it doesn't seem to be taken like no, like it doesn't startle anyone. They're like, yeah, so what? It's only one satellite that's made this observation.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's definitely at least two, WMAP and Planck.
Yeah, sorry, two.
What it says here, a study that includes the Planck mission results shows how masking techniques could introduce errors that, when taken into account, can render several anomalies, including this axis of evil one, but are not statistically significant. Huh.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, it just seems like everyone's just like waving it aside.
I think I might have asked you this before, Nate, but why do they call it the axis of evil again?
It's a play on words. It's a play on something. I forgot, man. It came from something. Trying to remember. I don't remember right now, Dave. I'm sorry.
Huh. This guy's paper suggests that these observations could be explained by a hypothesis that the early universe was less random than it is today. Which I could, thinking about it for 10 seconds, that could be plausible. And that it was spinning on its axis. Small scale.
Speaking of random, you know how we get the scares of like a meteorite or a meteor coming to hit the Earth? Like there's constantly like some kind of, oh, we better watch out, it just missed us, that kind of thing. And you could basically say that like we hit the meteorite too, since we're moving, like we ran into it, in the same way. But has there ever been like a scare of any sort, like as far as like our rotation or acceleration possibility because we're coming near another galaxy and the pull of that galaxy, or like, a couple different galaxies collided and now that's thrown off the rest of the universe, and somehow we might expect this wave that's going to like push us too quickly and then we'll all just like everything will topple over, with the acceleration changes. Has there ever been anything like anything near to that as far as like a scare that they might have considered at any time?
On a much on just the solar system scale, not talking about galactic or universal scales, but on a solar system scale, we've identified an object that's called Apophis, and there may be there's a low probability, but it's non-zero, that during Apophis's next closest approach, which is in 2029, in 2029, Apophis may go through what's called a gravitational keyhole, and the size of this keyhole is no more than 800 meters in diameter. If I'm not saying this to scare us all to death and actually like be a fear mongerer, but it's interesting to discuss. But anyways, if this asteroid Apophis goes through this gravitational keyhole, within this 800-meter diameter area, then it could potentially set up a future impact exactly 7 years later in 2036. And as of right now, the best measurement for the size of Apophis that we have is the mean radius is 0.12 miles. So pretty significant size. Don't know if it's an Earth destroyer or not, but pretty scary to think about.
So, are you saying that it would impact?
Yeah, I just put the wiki link on Apophis in the chat.
Okay. So my question
it's
was,
it's a near
besides
Earth,
anything that
it's a
would
near
impact
Earth
the
asteroid.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like besides anything, besides like I think they might have been conflating Apophis with like the 12th planet at one point, maybe, or something of this sort.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, 370-meter diameter, so 1,200 feet in diameter. Oh, sorry I'm still reading this, but
That's all right. But my question was has there ever been a scare that would like throw the Earth into like a faster pace, like the acceleration that we would feel, like anything that might throw like impact the speed of the Earth to cause an acceleration, which would destroy us all because everything would just fly through the air too fast. Has there ever been a scare like that, or has it always just been assumed that it's going to be like smooth sailing no matter what? We'll never feel it.
I mean, are we in the context of like planet formation theory, how the Earth formed? Because there was definitely, well, okay, I should watch my words, I guess. The understanding is that there was likely this period of heavy bombardment early in the solar system, where this happened all the time, and that it basically shaped the Earth into its current tilt and rotational speed and orbital speed and all that stuff.
But he means in the future. Like, do we predict anything that might come and hit us and cause us
to? Or has there ever been anything close to making us get cause the Earth's orbit to accelerate or have a change that might be detrimental, that has nothing to do with like impact of a meteor? It's just like some outside influence, some butterfly effect, if you will.
Then I would ask you to clarify if it's not caused by an impact.
He means maybe like a supernova happens, a star explodes in the distance, and the force wave it shoots out hits us, and then we get thrown off of our orbit, and our rotation increases, and we get flung off of Earth. Something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Has there ever been any kind of like whisper of that kind of thing ever being worried about?
As far as I understand, the amount of energy needed for something like that is not obtainable just through a supernova or some coronal mass ejection from the sun or something. The worst that I think has been predicted is, as I'm sure you all know, is like the power grid just being demolished basically, and nothing extremely physically changing Earth's orbit or things like this. There have been measurements, very, very precise measurements of like what was it? One of the largest ever earthquakes or something in Japan actually like slowed the Earth's rotation by like 0.12 of a millisecond or something crazy like that. But I mean, there's also like ideas and theories that as the our sun evolves to a red giant and it grows larger and sheds its layers, there is potential for migration of some of the planets, some of the close-in planets, to either they may be enveloped by the growing red giant sun, or for some reason may get pushed further in its orbit. Things like this have been theorized before, definitely, but those are on huge.
What about like when they say galaxies collide, or those kind of things? Has there ever been any kind of like composited images of that happening or anything like that?
Yeah, pretty famously Andromeda. I think you, Dave, may have even seen some sort of ideas or animations showing that all of our measurements to date infer that the relative motion between our galaxy and Andromeda is an approaching velocity. So the distance to Andromeda is decreasing, meaning that sometime in the far, 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 far future, there may be a collision.
Right, but nothing. So just to get it straight, there's never been a whisper of any kind of worries that we might be like sped up or thrown off course or any of that kind of like, oh no, wait, we're flying through space, we're hauling ass, and just a little smidge of a bump, like some kind of bump in the road that would just like fuck us all up. I mean, that it seems like that would happen with all the chaos and the irregularities of stuff, or that there would be a butterfly effect from these other galaxies, somehow if it's all connected. You would think like, even if it is a universe, there'd be some kind of like, chain domino effect of some sort of galaxies, collide.
I don't know. I mean, space. We think space is pretty big. I mean, if we're just speculating, maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's huge, Dave. Space is so big that black holes go off at far distances, and we don't even feel it.
I mean, the big
right.
It's nothing. This is fun to speculate about. Yeah, it's fun to speculate and theorize about this stuff, but not to be a fear mongerer, but the thing to actually be concerned about are objects like Apophis. I mean, a 2.7 probability of hitting Earth, like that's not zero. It's not 80% chance, but it's not zero. That kind of is concerning,
Don't worry.
Could we deflect it? Do we have the technology right now to like deflect something like that?
There was what was this project called? A few years ago, there was a project launched to I think it's actually still on the way to an asteroid. The name is escaping me right now, but I think it's called DART, DART. DART mission asteroid. Yeah, it's a double asteroid redirection test. It's like a test bed. It's a test mission to perform a redirection of an asteroid.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when they got that chunk of when they landed on the asteroid and got that chunk of metal that's worth like quadrillions of dollars, was there ever like any follow up on that, or like good pictures taken when it was happening and like proof of it really being the case, or any of that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Aren't they mining asteroids now, like for lots of like really valuable ore?
That's news to me.
You haven't heard those reports?
I've heard of Hayabusa. It's
one of
yeah.
Supposed to be worth like trillions of dollars or something like that. Didn't they say they went to it, like they landed on a meteor and mined it for some shit? You never heard about that? It's surprising.
I've heard of asteroid sample missions, but not a mission that lands on an asteroid.
Samples. Okay, so any pictures of that, getting the samples from the asteroid?
Yeah, and they've been returned. I think Hayabusa.
I think I saw one.
Yeah, Hayabusa 2 returned.
Anything really believable looking, like really like high def, like very.
Well, I mean that's in the eyes of the beholder, Dave.
Right. Yeah. But according to you, pretty good looking. I mean, like you didn't think that moon picture was real, at least. So anything better than
that? What does my opinion matter really at all? But
sure it does. So you're the one studying this stuff.
So
I guess it's just data for you, right? It's just an image you see, so you don't really. What the interpretation is not really up to you, is it?
Yeah, you can interpret it anything however you want to interpret it. Right. If you're asking for my opinion, personally, it all looks pretty real. I mean, there is a sample that was returned from one of these missions in 2010 that appears to be real regolith material from an asteroid. So that scientists have been examining for years now.
What was the excuse for the petrified wood thing that happened? Did they ever try to like respond to that claim of the Russians getting petrified wood from us as moon rocks?
I don't recall. I mean, I recall the claim about the petrified wood. I don't know what the resolution was.
I don't know. Okay, I'm done with my interrogation.
Is that an interrogation?
Was it?
You don't think it's a bit? You don't think it's a bit odd that they brought petrified moon back from the moon? Petrified wood.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, you know, maybe the moon is made of wood.
So, is there like a new thing like forests on the moon?
You're asking me? I have no idea. I'm not well read on the petrified wood idea, so I'll defer not to Dunning-Kruger myself.
If there was trees on the moon, would we see all those trees like stuck to the moon at different angles?
We should, yeah, we should. We should.
I guess so, yeah.
There'd be like a tree on the right, tree on the left, and they're both stuck to the side. And then when their leaves fall, we could see their leaves fall down to the center.
Yeah, I think there's lakes on a moon of Saturn, Titan, that you see at all different locations on the spherical surface of Titan. They're not trees, of course, but they're the surface of lakes that are in different orientations. It's pretty cool.
I looked up Apophis and downloaded a bunch of pictures. I'm not sure if these are all Apophis, but it seems like they're trolling us a little bit. I mean, I know pareidolia is a thing, but there's no way that all of these asteroids just happen to look like faces just on accident. Don't you think they're kind of trolling us a little bit?
What? Sorry, are you claiming any of these are the asteroid Apophis, or what?
These are all the images that came up, and I just downloaded the asteroid pictures that looked a lot like faces. Like it looks like they're doing it on purpose. Don't you think a little bit, or no?
I don't see any correlation.
Those are just random features of the asteroid that they figure, and it just happens to look like a face from pareidolia.
Well, I don't think any of the features that are depicted in any of these renderings are consistent with the actual surface of Apophis.
Right.
So
they're just drawing these things to look like faces on purpose, just to.
Oh, you mean sure? Because it's a scary. It might hit Earth. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
A little bit trolly, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're supposed to be spooked by it, you know.
Right.
I mean, the biggest kicker about Apophis is the fact that we have this knowledge this far in advance, and if we actually, if it goes through this gravitational keyhole in 2029, and all of this time we spent arguing with each other about if it's real, fake, CGI, flat Earth, globe Earth, and then in 2036 it impacts and destroys civilization, when we could have spent that time trying to, redirect it or something.
Right.
It would be like that movie.
Right?
Yeah. What's it called? Don't Look Up. Yeah.
Don't Look Up. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a more recent one. Don't Look Up. Yeah. Where that actually, yeah, I literally just described the plot of that movie where
Don't Look Up. Exactly.
Nobody took it seriously. Yeah.
I heard there's a bunch of flat
that was the chant. Don't look up. Lock her up. Don't look up. Yeah.
Right. I heard there was a lot of flat Earth kind of like innuendos in that movie. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, not flat Earth, but like anti-C word type thing. People not believe in the science and rather listen to politics.
Yeah.
It was basically like the whole lockdown all over again, where politicians were using information to further their agendas, even at the detriment of people. And even though the scientists were warning people that the politicians are lying and wrong, listen to us. Everyone was just listening to, like, to the president and the candidates and the news anchors. No one was listening to the scientists.
Exactly. Yeah. And then
they paid the price.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole world.
I loved the ending because it was so, like, not unexpected, but it was unsurprisingly realistic. It was depressingly realistic how it ended, when literally nothing happened. The scientist got ignored, and the asteroid wiped out 99.9% of. Not. Oh, that's a huge spoiler, I guess, but the asteroid hit Earth.
Yeah, you spoiled.
My bad. But yeah, it was.
But then, like, some rich people managed to get off.
Yeah, there was that. Yep, the rocket ship. There was like Elon Musk type dude or whatever.
Yeah. He was so Elon.
Yeah.
He was the funniest, that guy in that film, man.
He was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he the one? Was he harvesting blood of young boys or something to, like, keep himself feeling young? Or was that
something like that.
Yeah.
Nah, I think there's an adrenochrome kind of reference there.
Yeah. So yeah, that asteroid in that movie could be Apophis if it goes through this keyhole in 2029.
Why do they call it a keyhole?
It's just a word given to this very, very precise, localized periaps position for the object. Basically, it's just a word given to the location where, if the object traverses through that exact location, then it puts it on a perfect trajectory to impact the next time it comes around 7 years later.
Most of us that looked into this kind of stuff, even before Flat Earth, usually ran across Zachariah Sitchin's 12th planet type stuff. Has that ever been like anything that confirmed or actually talked about in any realistic way about 12th planet worries?
I don't.
Or is that just all me?
I'm not sure what 12th planet is. We only have 8. So what happened in 9, 10, 11?
There being like Planet X and Nibiru.
Planet X, yeah, Planet X. Nibiru,
yeah, that one's every couple of years. There's a group of papers that come out on both sides that seem to imply there's an object that's affecting other smaller meteors and comets and stuff near the Oort cloud that could be Planet X. But then a few years later, there's another paper that refutes that and disputes the. So it's basically just been going back and forth for the past 20 years, maybe. I personally have no idea if there is or not.
All right, I'm cooking, so don't expect me to ask more questions right away. Somebody else talk.
What are you cooking up, man?
I'm gonna have a steak. Steak and potatoes.
Nice. How do you take your steaks?
Montreal seasoning, broiled.
Like what temperature? What do you cook it to?
Medium rare.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the sweet spot. Yep.
Medium rare to rare.
Yeah.
Bloody.
We having
a little bit bloody.
steaks. This is a weird time for the steak there.
Yeah, I got a lot of cleaning to do. My parents are coming here tomorrow, so.
So you're making a steak now?
Yeah, I'm making a steak. Making a steak and cleaning, getting my little energy, getting a little steak energy in me.
Is it normal to have a? I was at a restaurant a couple days ago, and I got a salmon, and they asked me the temperature on the salmon. I didn't think that was kind of normal, but maybe like a fancier restaurants or something. She said it was like when I ordered it, she said that'll come medium rare. Is that fine? I was like, sure, for salmon, I guess.
I've asked that many times. Yeah, medium rare. The flavor of salmon is better rare. It's so much better if you go medium rare. If you cook it too much, you just cook all the flavor out of it and it gets dry.
Yeah.
What about raw?
Raw is great.
I just had sushi today. Yeah.
It does really seem like raw is the best nutritionally. Although heating meat, it can help like break down some of the components as well. Like it can soften up, especially some of those meats that are pretty tough.
Well, you're not going to eat raw chicken, Gio. You're definitely
Chicken's pretty sketchy in today's world. Yeah, the feeds are the GMO and corn and wheat and soy and I mean, if it was like legit, like either wild chicken or even just chicken that's actually just fed good, the right diet, and if you handle it correctly, yeah, you could do raw chicken. But just the stuff in the store, just because the way they raise them is pretty problematic.
I'm about to hit my day 7 tomorrow of no meat.
Wow, congrats.
How you feeling?
Less rage.
Unfortunately, the way the animals are slaughtered does create a bit of like a rage energy. Yeah, because they're like in nature, they're not supposed to be killed that way when you're hunting them.
Yeah, but I mean, the way they get killed, isn't it worse than nature? Like they're being chased by a fucking cheetah, and then it grabs them by the throat, and it's just, like, isn't that a bit more traumatic?
Well, there's
basically the idea. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Basically, the idea is that these animals, they're intelligent, and they know they value their life just like we value our life. And when they're dying and when they're getting killed, even in the process, even in lining up to get even humanely killed, they know they're about to be killed and start suffering and panicking. And part of this theory is that this energy that they're giving off, even if it's just energy, it may not even have to be chemicals or whatever, or it could be, is they let it out in the body and it gets trapped in their body. It gets trapped like almost like stagnant energy. And then when we go and when we eat it, on top of it acidifying our body and rotting in our digestive tract and all that, on top of all that, we're not even talking about that. This is the energetic portion. Is you're not taking that energy with him.
Mm-hmm. But what about when lions and cheetahs and leopards eat? Like,
We're not lions. Cheetahs. This is about this is specifically. This is not so much about biology, more about the topic of higher consciousness, spirituality, and things like that. So it's not even a topic for everyone. No, some people they have no reason. Zero reason whatsoever for them to even entertain this topic. They like meat. They know meat is good for them. Their science backs it up. They feel good when they eat their meat. They don't want to hear it.
Well, I actually do hear where you're coming from. So what parts are you saying? Like what I was referring to is like when an animal is put into a small environment, into a truck, they're usually jolted and sometimes they're not treated well when they're kind of gathered up, put into some truck, going to the slaughterhouse, and they're hearing the screams of the other cows. They're kind of in this like hours and hours that their bodies are stressed out. It's not just being tackled in nature. Like it's hours where they're stressed and they're in tight confines and so on. They're scared, and then they go and then they usually do it with like a bullet right through the brain, which is kind of quick in a way, but it's still traumatic to the animal. Like that's not natural. It's not like a natural environment. And so there's one idea that because of that, it kind of that stores in the meat. Now, of course, there'd be a difference between like, more like range fed, grass fed, outdoor open range type animals, and there's something called field harvesting where they actually do it in the field. They like shoot them with a gun, like in the field. And then there's like full on hunting, which is the most like wild. But anyways, I like what I was referring to, and I don't know if this is what you were, but anyways, back to the main thing, that idea that the animal is like kind of scared and a lot of stress going off, actually stores in the meat. And then when we eat that meat, it then kind of affects us in that way. We might have more like anxiety or kind of fear or rage or isolation or like those kinds of feelings.
Yeah. And there could be like a shared consciousness that forms strongly between that group of cows or whoever, like they could actually, even if they don't see the other cows being shot or screaming. I bet there is some kind of like knowingness that they get amongst themselves. And like the example of the cheetah, like think about if you were in like a line of cows that you couldn't get out of. There's no escape, and then you just see like cow after cow being attacked by cheetahs with no defense whatsoever. They're just like coming in from all. Like think about the stress that would be, knowing there's no way to get out of it. You have no hope, and every one of you is going to be killed eventually. Like that does seem pretty traumatic, more so than just one out of many randomly being killed by an animal.
Glory, could I ask you, if you don't mind, why are you? Do you want to share why you're trying to go non-meat? Or
it's a combination of multiple things.
Is it the like less rage thing? I mean, you don't have to get into it.
It's a combination of a whole bunch of, but mainly I've for the past year I've been eating mainly just chicken, so I haven't been eating that much meat to begin with, and I just feel like doing it. That's why I just feel like doing it.
Gotcha.
And it's not like it's not like a traumatic experience happened where I'm just about to hit day 7 tomorrow. It's not a permanent thing. If I start feeling like shit because I'm not like nutritioning myself properly, because I'm still new to all this, I'm gonna go and eat like a chicken or something.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to get out. Yeah.
Are you trying to do kind of vegan as well? Like no eggs?
Not vegan. Just vegetarian. Just I'm right now just doing no meat. That's it.
I got you.
Yeah, everything else, honey, eggs, all that, whatever.
Yeah, you can actually you can get by to some extent if you're at least doing vegetarian, if you're having dairy and eggs. But my understanding, like nutritionally, and from all my, looking into on multiple levels this whole topic, I do think that meat is required for optimal health. So even vegetarians end up having various deficiencies. And however, there's even a deeper thing to that, because I actually don't think that we were designed to eat meat, believe it or not. I actually don't think but we have to now. And I'm trying not to go on a whole rant, a whole not long thing about it, although I could explain why. But basically, I think there used to be different plant species that we had access to that we don't anymore. So now we basically have to eat meat in this current kind of time period until we can get those plant species back that we were eating. So,
Gio, do you know what that sounds like? Like evolution, bro.
Well, the idea would be this, basically, that like there were plants that were kind of like meaty plants. You know what I mean? Like they kind of almost were like ice cream. Like they had the fat soluble vitamins, they had the saturated fat, and then they tasted sweet, like amazing. And like those fruits, like kind of gets into like the idea of like, Garden of Eden and all that. So like we were quote unquote vegan because like in our birth, like not really vegan is not the right word, but we were non-meat eaters as the true human form. But those plants had been removed, I think, even from these people in control right now, had been kind of removed. And then that has forced us to basically have to eat meat. And then now we're
that's like evolution, bro.
Like forced to have to be killers, and like to do all this stuff now, which is not really
that's not necessarily true, bro.
That's evolution in a nutshell. We've adapted to our environment because our main food source is gone. So we've had to adapt our physiology so we can start digesting meat and these alternative food sources. It sounds like evolution to me.
You've got over 1 billion people in the East on some sorts of vegetarian diets, and they're living just fine and living longer than Americans with less.
I have a question about vegetables. So apparently there's defense chemicals in these vegetables. What do we think about this? So
this is
carnivores becoming popular.
The way I'm going about it personally is more of a like a spiritual. I'm trying to like a quote unquote attain higher consciousness. I know it comes from within. It's a within process and not a without. But I agree with the idea of I would rather not take animals' lives to further my own. I do agree with Gio. There could be a chance where we have to eat meat in order to fully be in proper nutrition.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a cow?
I fully agree with Gio.
I'm willing to
agree with everything Gio said.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on, man. I haven't been talking all night. I'm willing to do that, but not chicken every fucking night. It could be a once a month thing to re-up on whatever nutrients you have, but this daily thing is not. I had enough.
No,
Thanks.
I hear you on that.
That's
And
what's
then Vanu brought up the vegetables thing, which is a whole nother interesting conversation. But I just wanted to say, like, my thoughts on it. Like, I agree with what you're saying, actually. Like, so my general rundown, I would say, is that ideally and optimally, our body does need meat, especially red meat, to really get all of the compounds that we need. There's a whole group of compounds called quinones, like CoQ10 and other quinones. And there's various different, like carnitine, various nutrients that are in that, especially the red meat and so on, that we do optimally require. However, like chicken and fish and those still have nutrients as well, and those are good meats as well. And then you have your fish thing. But eggs and dairy actually do have a lot of those same animal nutrients, because I mean, an egg is basically like a whole animal, like the whole chicken. So it's got the saturated fats. It's not meat, but it has like a lot of that stuff, you know? So yeah, like what you were saying with vegetarian, like you can be vegetarian and even get by, you know, for months, years. I mean, some people have even been that way most of their lives. And you will survive. It isn't optimal. So there's certain things that will degrade quicker, like the hormonally and aging and things like that, you know, will be. But I mean, if you do like a vegetarian diet where you are getting dairy and eggs, then yeah, I mean, it's not optimal and there are kind of repercussions for it. But I mean, I know people that have done that for 30 years, in some cases, 30, 40 years, been vegetarian. So, I mean, yeah, they do it. In India, they do it a lot, like you said. So yeah, the vegan one is the bigger issue, but yeah, I think optimally we do need meat.
The modern day vegan, the idea of vegan is fine if people don't want to eat animal products, but the modern mainstream veganism is trash because all it is fake shit. Toys and 3D printed this and like replica meat that. That's trash.
Impossible Whopper this, you know.
Yeah, fucking yeah. Impossible Whopper. Impossible Whopper with a side order of pits. Like, yeah, go ahead and eat that. Fucking toy.
Yeah.
There's like this video.
I've tried one though. It's not that bad.
That just reminds me, there's this video of Eric Dubé, and he's like out like at this restaurant, and he just is eating like fake meat after fake meat. He keeps going back to the, you know, thing. He's like, I'm gonna go get more of the fake meat. Yeah, he eats that stuff.
Yeah. It tastes good, man. It's just it doesn't feel like meat in your mouth, but it tastes like it.
Look, I have
It doesn't
a
have the
question.
texture of meat, you know.
Have you seen the
Yeah.
cow in the field and chickens in their fields? And you ask, what are they doing with their lives? See, I live next to a paddock, right? And I see these cows and they're just staring at the fucking grass and they're eating the grass. They're doing absolutely nothing but eating the grass.
They're living. They're in a state of living like how they're supposed to be lived. They're not stressed out. That's one.
Okay, so that's one thing. They're not stressed out exactly, and it's
They're
in
not
the paddock.
thinking
and
about
it's
what
not
they're going to
stressed
do
out.
once they clock off of work.
And
That's
the only
two.
reason it's living, the only reason it's existing is because of the dairy and beef industry. So you take that away, and then it's not going to live. There's going to be no more cow, and there's going to be no more chicken.
That's not true.
No, they will adapt to the environment.
Humanity enslaved them. That's not true. They were alive and
Yeah,
here
yeah.
before humanity enslaved them.
Yeah, dairy cows need to be milked, otherwise they'll all die. If you didn't know that, they need to be
No, but
physically milked.
Vanu, the point he's trying to make is there was a time when dairy cows weren't tamed by humans; they were wild and they roamed free.
Buffaloes sort of thing. Yeah, maybe in
Yeah.
Africa, but
So
I
it's
think
ju-
today
it
doesn't really work out.
I think all over the world they used to live that way. It's just when we tamed them, they became smaller, easier to control. But if humans die out, I think they'll just go back to being wild animals again. They'll eventually adapt to living without humans.
And regarding they need to be milked or they die, I don't disagree with that. I actually read I can't remember where, but talked about how back when they were in their wild natural habitat and stuff, they would feed other animals that would go up to the They just feed them. Literally,
What?
no. It's in their kind nature to just fucking do that.
Well, I definitely
So
hear
they
where
would
you're.
just let like a. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. So they would just let like a baby wolf come up and suck on the others.
Well, there are
I mean,
animals that
I
will do
mean,
that. Like
I
there's
mean
like
that's
monkeys
like
and
the
stuff
far end
that
of the
will like.
spectrum. We could start off with baby lamb, baby sheep, maybe baby dog, maybe a baby fucking human. Who knows?
Well, see, when you're talking about like not killing animals, like I actually agree with that. Like spiritually for myself, I would absolutely prefer to never kill an animal without any question of a doubt. That would be my ideal, is to never have to kill an animal and even never have to even milk it. Like, why even bother it? I don't need to bother ideally. But I think in today's world, the way that it's set up, like I said, I don't think we have our original diet. So we're in a situation where, in particular, there's a complex of vitamins which are called fat soluble vitamins. And that includes like vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin D, the actual animal-based vitamin D, which is different than what you get from the sun. But there's like a certain complex that's in animal foods. It's in the fat, like it's in eggs, it's in milk, it's in meat. And it's those fat-soluble vitamins that we need. Also like the omega-3s. So there's a whole bunch of nutrients that are only in the animal foods that we need. And so it's just a requirement, in my understanding of it, in terms of nutritionally, that we need that. And if we don't have our original diet, then now animals are the only option to get those nutrients.
My tip for you is, I would recommend, my recommendation, follow your heart as much as you can, and don't let what you just said stop you from making that decision. Part of what's encouraging me to do what I'm doing is because I think this economy is gonna crash and we're gonna have food shortages and famines and shit. I'm getting a head start on fucking eating vegetables and stuff. Because while you guys are out there like animals trying to hunt rats and shit and chase animals, I'm gonna be eating my fucking fruits and tomatoes and all this stuff and thriving.
Well, how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking? Are you like in your 20s?
If
I was just gonna say, because I mean, if you're pretty young, like you could probably do it for a while and not have repercussions. Because when people are younger, I mean, I know, there's people that, like, even like well-known like YouTubers and whatnot. I mean, they were vegan for like years. Some people, but there are deficiencies, and that's what you'd have to be aware of. But they might, depending on your like where you're starting at, you might be able to get away with those deficiencies longer or shorter than someone else. But
people in India for over 5,000 years have been eating a vegetarian diet, having never tasted flesh in their mouths, and they live to the ripe old age without getting sick and all this stuff. Don't let all this crap here. Don't convince you too hard.
Well, you're saying that's vegetarian, right? Because I would agree.
Yeah.
I mean, with vegetarian, like I said, you're getting those fat soluble vitamins in the eggs and the dairy. So
drop it then, bro. You don't have to defend veganism. If you know vegan, drop veganism.
But it still isn't optimal without eating the meat, in my understanding. But you can definitely get by on it. But like if everybody went vegetarian, like the whole world, let's say, there would be, I think, problems eventually in terms of reproduction, the bone health, the health, the structure of our youth and children would start to get.
Bro, why? There's billions of people in India for 5,000 years have been living healthy lives, working in the fields, putting on strongman shows, all kinds of shit. It doesn't compute. It's not true. Maybe in America where everything's fucking fake and your water's fake and your everything's fake, maybe then. But these guys,
Gio's not trying to live like an Indian, bro. Come on.
Well, I think that the way that it's set up right now, like animals in nature, it's not wrong for a lion to kill an antelope. Like that's just literally what it needs to survive. That's how it was designed by creator, by whatever, however one would want to see that. Like it literally is a carnivore. Absolutely. A lion cannot get by eating, carrots and lettuce. So
correct. It's living by its nature.
Right. And so what I think is that because humans don't have our original diet right now, like in this current cycle we're in, I think there's like kind of a grace, as it were, from the spirit world. There's a grace that says you do require the meat and you don't have to eat it. Like you said, you could be vegetarian or you could even be vegan if you want. But I do think there's a lot of deficiencies, especially with vegan. But there's less with vegetarian. So that is an option. But I also think there's like a spiritual grace that says, yeah, we don't have our original diet, therefore it is spiritually okay to kill these animals, just like a lion kills an antelope, for us to do it. However, it's best to do it like, wild hunted in nature where the animal is totally free to roam. And so you actually get that animal the same way a lion gets an antelope or whatever. Yeah. You're actually out in nature. So that's the most ideal. So I definitely agree when it gets in all this factory farming and trapping animals. And yeah, that gets into a whole nother thing that's definitely not ideal. But I still think there is like a grace, as it were, from the spirit world that is allowing us humans to be in that same thing like a lion is, that, it is okay to kill, to consume the animal. But I do think there's better and worse ways to do it.
Why,
I like that.
Why do vegetarians always deny the basic fact that our digestive system is not set up to bloody ferment fucking fiber and shit?
Like, why do the meat eaters always deny that the meat that you think is so good for you acidifies and rots in your fucking tract, being one of the leading causes of cancer? And by the way, I'm not even a fucking vegetarian. I'm hitting day 7, by the way. But one thing I love doing is arguing against my own belief system. I love challenging myself. It's fucking great. I talk like this to myself.
Do you reckon lions have a conflict?
Do you reckon you're a lion? Are you a lion?
Dude, I'm a carnivore.
On the topic of you and your diet, what the fuck does have a lion have to do with anything?
For fuck's sake, why do you think? Do you reckon they have a conflict with their chosen appetite, their chosen dinner?
Do you reckon you're a lion or you're an animal?
Oh my God, I'm a carnivore, mate. In fact, I'm a scavenger, to be precise.
Okay, I'm not judging you, bro. I'm not judging you, bro. I may fucking eat meat tomorrow. I'm not judging you. I'm trying this out.
Your digestive tract exactly the same, mate. You're no different to me. So I don't know why you think you can digest plants. It's fucking strange. You can deny your anatomy all you like.
You don't have to.
Really weird.
Oh, that's fine. There's nothing wrong. Yeah, nothing's wrong here.
No, nothing's wrong at all. Just outright denial of anatomy.
All right. Well, what do you think, Whites, of a vegetarian? Not vegan, but vegetarian, meaning, if somebody's eating, especially like raw milk, raw eggs, getting the real deal, what do you think of that nutritionally in terms of sufficiency?
Well, still deficient. I mean, you pointed out the deficiencies quite well. But irrespective of the deficiencies that are still going to be there, you're putting things into your mouth that your body isn't designed to handle. Like, if you look at what's left of our cecum, which is designed to ferment fiber, right? It's fucking tiny. It's like your little finger. And these vegetarians are stuffing that much fucking fiber into their faces each day that it would overwhelm our cecum by, 1,000 times.
Go say that to the billion of billion Hindus.
Is because they have to eat it all day to ruminate.
You're denying
Do you want to sit there
billion
and eat vegetables all day?
Indians and Eastern fucking food, all kinds of shit that have been vegetarian for thousands of years. You're denying that. You're denying that.
I'm not denying it.
You're over here saying if we don't,
the health has gone down. That's why health has gone down.
You're over here arguing that.
What were they doing before agriculture?
You guys, I want to hear what you guys are saying. You guys, I want to hear what both you guys are saying, but you're talking at the same time. Just can you try to go one at a time so we can hear what you're saying?
What were they doing before agriculture, which is about 6,000 years old now? How did they get to that period? Answer me that.
They've been vegetarian for 5,000 plus years to this day. To this day, eating with the same things they doing before that? And they're fine. Your argument doesn't hold. Change your argument. Say something new.
Dude. What were they doing before that?
Hunting and gathering.
Thank you. Fuck. And how?
That's using evolution-based history. That's also up for speculation as well, and we're not going to get into that.
Decline.
Listen, nobody. If you want to eat meat, you can eat meat. I prefaced all of this by talking about 1 minute on how you can eat meat if you want to eat meat. This is specifically on the topic of human beings for some reason, whether it's for consciousness or they feel like it or their mom's doing it and they think it's cool, they want to stop eating.
But yo, I think you can have a diet that's vegetarian without deficiency if you're drinking raw milk and eating eggs.
Agree. And maybe in order to stay alive, maybe you need a fucking cow or chicken one every other month or to top up on your missing resources.
Well, percentage, what about, because there are certain things that are only in meats that are not in eggs and dairy, although there are a lot of things that are in eggs and dairy. Like you at least get a lot of those, the fat soluble vitamins and the omega-3s and saturated fats and animal fats. There's a whole bunch of stuff you do get. The B vitamins, you get vitamin D, vitamin A. There's not very much vitamin D. There's not very much vitamin A or vitamin D, though. That's one thing. There's much, like compared to liver. Like to get enough vitamin A, you really have to eat liver. Raw milk can have about 10% of what you need, and raw eggs probably even less, like 5%. But liver really is where the vitamin A is at for the animal-based retinol.
Okay, it might not be as like, you know, as effective or condensed or what have you, but what's missing?
It's deficient. It's more than that. It's actually deficient in many things.
Like what?
Certain nutrients that doesn't have at all, like carnitine, for example, and then many things it doesn't have in adequate amounts, like CoQ10, taurine, proline.
There's many.
Aren't those just things that are found in proteins? Why would the proteins of meat be different than the proteins of, you know, of milk and of eggs?
I think they're made up of different, like, amino acid complexes and quinone complexes. I mean, there is certain overlap. There is something interesting about the idea that, like, we are made of meat in that sense. So there is also, like, do we actually need meat?
Yeah, so is a kangaroo. So is a cow, right? That's not really a good argument. But a lot of people forget that cows, although they eat grass, they actually absorb saturated fats, right, through the ruminating process, right? So they're not actually digesting fiber like people think. They're not actually digesting plants or grass. They're eating saturated fats from the bacteria that they colonize in that fiber. Like,
right. They're basically,
the reason I mentioned our anatomy is because that's vital. Irrelevant of whether plants are missing something and meats have something that plants don't, irrelevant of that, we have a certain anatomy. And that is for digesting fats and proteins, animal proteins specifically, because they do have all of those things that we need. So I just don't understand why anyone denies that, personally.
I think the evolutionists should go and study these Indian people and figure out what's different about their anatomy that makes them be able to not eat meat and fucking survive and thrive just like any other meat eater. And we're not judging meat eating. Nothing's wrong with eating meat in this discussion. No one should or shouldn't eat meat in this discussion. This is not about that. We're just discussing
one question
if one wanted to, would they be able to and remain still a healthy life? And the answer, based on the billions of people that are doing it and have been doing it, is yes. Does this mean everyone can do it? No. Some people, apparently, if they stop eating meat, they'll get sick and die.
Define healthy then, mate. You know, that's where we're at. So do you want to live or do you want to thrive?
Let's see. Healthy, mentally and physically healthy enough where these people are coming to this country and taking all your high-end jobs. Good enough to do that. How about that?
Yeah, well, everyone else is eating McDonald's, so that's probably not hard, mate. So, you know, define health.
If you're a vegetarian and you're up against the McDonald's eater, you're going to win.
Like you could be deficient, or you could be deficient in something, for example, and you could still be quote unquote healthy. Like there are people that are definitely deficient in magnesium or calcium or a B vitamin or whatever it may be, and they might still be doing whatever. They might even be an athlete or something like that, or they might just be, you know, in general healthy, but they're still deficient in that thing. So maybe their health is at a point to where the deficiency is not necessarily affecting them as it would someone else. So that kind of happens with veganism, like, because veganism is pretty extreme in that way. And when people go vegan, like from all my years of studying it and knowing people that have gone through it, going through it myself, and studying, especially back in the early 2000s, like veganism was very popular. And then once YouTube came along, there was like a whole solid decade there of like vegan being very popular.
Let's avoid talking about veganism.
No, but all I was going to say is just an example, because I think vegetarian has some similar things to this. People who go vegan, essentially they're new. The first day they do it, they're deficient, and then that just carries on. And so some people, I kind of think of it as like, if you're in a car going down the road and you run out of gas, you might put it in neutral and you try to coast as long as you can. Well, some people can coast longer than others. So some people could be vegan or even vegetarian, and they could coast longer. Like, vegans usually will fall apart.
Let's avoid talking about those that we know are on the wrong path. We know if you go vegan, you're sick. Let's avoid, because what happens is if we do that, we feel good, like we're accomplishing.
Well, veganism is kind of like, that's what I would prefer to eat, to be honest. Like I said, I would prefer to not have to kill any animals, and I don't even see a need to ultimately take their milk and eggs. So like ideally, I would want to, just only eat plants. So it is interesting to think about, but the deficiencies are definitely there. And like, so my point is that, like I was saying, when you run out of gas, like how long can you coast? So some people could be vegan for years and still be even like lifting weights and stuff, like, or doing athletics. Other people within a year or two, they completely fall apart. Other people even fall apart quicker. So my only point was to say that when there's deficiencies, there's a huge variability in a range of how people handle that. And so when it comes to the vegetarian one, I do think there's deficiencies in a vegetarian diet, but those are less because they're still getting milk and eggs. And so, like you said, they could live even a whole lifetime and be okay. Doesn't mean it's optimal. And it doesn't mean that if humans were to do that ongoing, whether reproduction would be sufficient when it really goes, generation to generation. And women who are deficient giving children, how many generations will that get to a point where it catches up with them and they're not having healthy babies? And then we have bigger problems.
I like what you said on deficiencies. I think one thing vegetarians are deficient on is they're deficient on rotting flesh stuck in their digestive tract sometimes, and usually permanently, because you're always eating flesh. I think they're deficient on an acidic body from all that rotting flesh, which that base state of acidity is the number one cause of. That's another thing they're deficient. They're also deficient on an agitated state of mind, having agitated spurts of energy derived from their food that they're eating. They're also deficient on that. They're deficient on, not deficient, but one thing that they're not lacking is having this one thing they have. Okay, go ahead. Just easy, man. For me, it's fucking easy choice. Why not? And one thing I think about this diet, it's a personal thing, and each person has their own time. And now is my time, and I'll try.
Like what you may find, something like a lifelong vegetarian diet. Like, let's say you're in your 20s now, and if you were just to go 100% vegetarian from right now forward, like what I would say is there's certain things like, for example, like your sex drive may get weaker sooner. As you grow older, you won't be able to sustain that. Things like that, athletic ability, muscle strength, certain things like that. But like I said, the deficiencies vary.
Vegetarian?
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah, there's not adequate testosterone.
Vegan.
The compounds required to maintain an optimal level of testosterone are only found in certain meats.
Vegan. And also, if you're past 40 and you're not on TRT,
man. I don't eat too much meat, but
if you're past 40 and you're not on TRT, you're lacking.
Sorry, I was laughing at what Percentage said. What'd you say?
I said, if you're past 40 and you're not on TRT anyways, you're lacking.
TRT is testosterone, like the artificial shit?
Yeah, the real shit.
Fuck that, man.
Why? Past age 40? Why not?
You gotta be natural, man.
What are you talking about?
You gotta just naturally keep your T high.
Past 50, past 60, it's gonna drop. And once it does, you get on TRT.
Well, that's what I was saying. It won't do that if you're eating like our real diet currently that is optimal in my viewpoint, which is especially having like raw meats, especially red meats that are raw. And not only that, but raw organ meats in particular.
Raw meat, bro. You're gonna get cancer and you're gonna die. Don't be a fucking fool listening to these cunts with these liver king cunts and these
raw
raw
meat is
fucking
good, man.
animal diets, dude. Think. You're gonna fuck yourself eating like
meat?
Don't eat like that. I'm not saying don't eat meat. Don't eat raw meat. You're gonna fuck your.
You know, all of this talk on both sides, all of this opposing talk about this vegetarian versus vegan versus carnivore, I mean, it all depends on where you're getting your information from. So if you could post all glory, just post the sources you think are trustable as far as the advice of this kind of thing goes. And I'll put one down too, because I think that there does seem to be good evidence that there's an agenda of some sort to try to get us to get off meat for the very reasons you were talking about. Like they're causing like a food shortage in chicken and beef and all these kind of things because they want people to go vegetarian
The
and
animals are conscious. The animals deserve to live. We're killing 80 billion animals a year to feed
but there's a
people
lot
on
of
a
different
diet that they don't have to eat.
Yeah, there's a lot of
They're getting
opinions
raped.
about why it's not nutritious to
They're
stop
stuck in
eating meat.
cages, and they're
Enjoy your
suffering.
soy, mate. Enjoy the soy.
They've created these slaughterhouses on
Right.
energy
There's a lot
grid
of pure
lines.
porn out there too, and
They're
they're
poisoning the
right about
energy of
everything
the
you're saying.
planet.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I went vegetarian too. I
Smells
definitely
good. It
felt like
tastes
I
good.
couldn't
I know
get the
all of
same
our
energy.
social. I know all of our social things, and this degenerate satanic timeline we're born in involves sitting around a fucking dinner table and enjoying the flesh of a fucking animal that died that it didn't need to die. I know all of
glory.
our.
You said satanic. Are you like are of that mindset? There's like satanic
You
things
are
going on.
living in a satanic timeline to the fullest. The only way you can get more satanic than this is if you go one plane lower to actual hell. You are living in a satanic timeline.
Did I hear you say at one point? Just curious. Didn't you say you're from another planet?
You're from this planet, and you defend this planet and everything, and all the evils it does. And when people like me speak out against it, it burns you. But that's okay.
No.
That's
I'm
all
not
I
at
ever
all.
do.
I'm just asking. Did you say that you were from another planet? Do you really think that or not? I don't know how that works in concave world. That's what I was going to ask. Are there planets is it planets inside? Like I don't get how the planet thing works. If it's are they as big as they're not that big, and that's what I mean. Like for the concave Earth, if all of the celestial bodies are inside the ball, and we're clinging to the outside, is that like what size are these planets?
Is there a mod in here?
Yes.
Is that you, Gio? Who is that?
Wasn't you? Hold up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my friend onto the voice channel. He's in the verify or something text chat. His name is the Zohan Trainer or whatever. He said he talked to someone, but then they didn't let him in. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, you're saying. I mean, most people. Just the voice check-in is usually pretty quick, and I don't think anyone's really turned away unless they're like just blasting.
Is he doing something wrong? He showed me the messages he sent. He was in the text chat earlier, asking for someone to like verify him. Should he tag you or something? Right now, I don't know if he can voice check in right now, but because I was just with him in person, like it's like probably like how do I say? But like he definitely messaged in there. I can't look at it on my phone, but he was showing me on his phone basically that he asked to get in, and he was saying like, "Is anyone gonna VC me or whatever or something like that?" It's called the Zohan's trainer. It was in the voice check-in text or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I see him. He did type 2 messages in there. Yeah, it looks like looking at his roles, he just needs to agree to the server guidelines, and then just once he does that, just let me know, and yeah, I can give him the voice verified. Especially if you know him, like as long as he's got a working mic and stuff, it'd be all good.
Server guidelines. Okay, give me a sec. I'll go say what's up to him.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely an interesting discussion in terms of the human diet and yeah, like all glory what you're talking about. I mean, yeah, I hear where you're coming from with that. I mean, it is kind of it is intense, like what humans are doing to animals. Because if we were living in a more natural way with animals, we would be hunting them in the wild. So basically, if you were an antelope or whatever, you're running around the world, you know you might get eaten by a lion or something, but you know they just do their best. Just to survive, obviously. But that's the way it works in nature, predators and the way that goes down. So if the animals were able to be wild, then they would live their whole life free and wild upon the beautiful earth. And then whether a lion comes and gets them or if a human does, it's just part of the natural cycle of things.
That's why this world's satanic. We're not from this fucking world. That's why
the way it's set up now, this is part of the whole like agricultural conspiracy, basically, like what they've done to our food system and how they've created this. And a lot of that stuff, I'm going to agree with you on, I'm sure.
How it always is. This world by design is satanic. You don't get it. We're not from this world. The very active nature, which is how this world operates, is how it feeds on each other. The circle of life, which is the circle of life today, which was back then, is repulsive to us. That doesn't mean you can be numb to it and just be normalized to it before you can even remember. This is my opinion. I ate meat 7 days ago. I'm not trying to be hypocritical. I'm just sharing ideas. I'm capable of doing that, you know? Not saying like you're attacking me or anything. For someone, for a left-minded, liberal, scientific atheist, there is no reason not to eat meat. For someone like me, who's researching into these esoteric, mystical, raising your consciousness and you exist on multiple levels at once, or the derivations thereof, and you could raise your consciousness and meat fucking lowers your vibration and all that shit. It's more appealing to me, more incentivizing to me. And these little, perhaps I may not be able to get this nutrient is not that big of a deal for me. Because if it fucking needs to be, I'll fucking eat a chicken if I need to, and I'll continue.
All right, maybe we should look into the defense chemicals that vegetables have, and maybe you'll change your mind.
I'm not here to judge people. I'm not judging anybody. But like, it's when someone defends the other side of a topic, we need to, it's sometimes you could feel attacked when you hear these things.
Well, I do hear where you're coming from. I will tell you though, there's actually a lot of spiritual traditions and things around, like actually in the opposite sense, that actually being fully nourished with the nutrition that we require actually grounds you more and allows you to have deeper spiritual connection and deeper spiritual experiences. For example, like shamans, like in the shamanic traditions and so on, where they are consuming animals, and and that's not only, I mean, actually so many different traditions, not only in shamanic work, but even in the original, well, that gets back into like, the Vedics and like I said, there has been some changes in the human diet over time. So, I mean, in ancient times, like people didn't eat meat at all. So we're in a cycle where people are, but I'm just suggesting that there's actually ways in which consuming meat, it's like it grounds you and gives you such full nutrition within the physical body that it gives you more access to the spiritual world through that, by having such optimal nutrition in the physical, sort of can actually bring a capacity to actually go deeper in that sense, because you have the full nourishment you require.
The animal's energy, and you ain't gonna happen. No, because you're killing a fucking in this context, right? So I'm about to say some aggressive words, but this isn't personal. In this context, you're unnecessarily killing a fucking being who's alive and wants to live just like you, to increase the thickness of your own flesh. That's not, in my view of how this whole thing works. It doesn't work like that. In my view, the higher planes above in heavens and the ultimate or whatever, eating meat doesn't happen. Period. Not because they're not in their cycle. It's because they don't fucking kill other beings. Because there's a tree right next door. There's a tree right there. There's a tomato right there. There's walnuts right there. They have all this shit around them that tastes good, that looks good, that smells good, and it's there, ripe.
And it has defense chemicals.
Wait. Ripe, ready to pick and eat. Or they could go and spend 2 hours chasing a fucking rat on the floor. To me, the tree
That's what
sounds
people
silly.
did. For thousands of years,
And then they
people
gotta
did
catch
that.
the rat. They gotta kill it, which that's repulsive to me. They gotta skin it, and they gotta cook. Why? If the pomegranate and the hemp seed and the fucking tomatoes and the herb and that or whatever stuff that I don't know, but if that is enough and it works, why? And if our cycle requires us to kill the fucking, so be it. But that's for you to decide. This is for everyone. This is a personal decision. This isn't a fucking debate. Someone can have the strongest willpower, sit here and argue even harder than I am. 4 shots of tequila later and the smell of meat, they'll fucking break it and they'll go and eat to fucking, because of enjoyment.
What if their willpower doesn't let them drink?
There you go then. Anyways.
You're tripping hard, bro. You didn't catch the drift. Vegan and all this no meat eating isn't bloody. It's not trendy anymore, mate. Carnivore is the way to go, mate.
Yeah, those carnivore is the way to go. So is heart attacks in your 50s. That's also a very popular way to go these days. Especially in the bodybuilding crowd, huh? The most healthiest guys. Lifting and counting their proteins and their macros and Coco look. Dying in their 50s left and right. Think that's natural?
Yeah, I think you fell for the propaganda, mate.
Why? Because I'm able to argue against it? Are you able to do that? I can argue
one's
for
having
meat right
heart
now. I
attacks
can
from
argue
eating.
for meat right now. I could literally go and buy meat right now and eat it. You can't do what I'm doing. And in that aspect, I'm more powerful until you can do it.
That is true.
How could you be more powerful than me for eating bloody
Because
vegetables?
I can do that and you can't.
Discipline.
Anyways, fuck all that. Let's change the topic. Random topic. Did you guys know that when your mouth and your face is like in a state of rest, your tongue is supposed to be pushing up against your palate at all times?
Yeah, you got to be breathing through your nose at all times.
Yeah. So some people didn't know that. So if anyone
No,
didn't
they
know
don't
that,
tell anyone this, bro.
yeah. So some people think, oh, we're supposed to be squeezing with our teeth at all times, to clench our face muscles or whatever. But apparently what we're supposed to be doing is our tongue is supposed to be pushing up against our palate from front to end. And what this does is this applies pressure inside of your mouth in a particular way where literally your facial muscles, even exterior, align properly. Your bite aligns properly, your nose. And people
I
that
don't know
don't
about all that.
yeah. So check this out. So people that don't do this, according to this theory, which I'm going to explain in a
Are
second,
uglier.
not uglier, but like they have like a longer face. Anyways, there's a technique called mewing. Mew, like the Pokemon Mew. It's called mewing, and all that is exactly what I just explained. They consciously push their tongue up against their palate. And there's like a whole community of this stuff on YouTube, and there's testimonials left and right, and before and after pictures left and right, in a couple months, remarkable changes.
You're claiming they actually changed their the facial skeletal?
No, not the skeleton, but like
Well, it does, depending on how you breathe through your nose. It changes the skeletal.
Typically, at least it tends to be more attractive in the after. At least when I look at the pictures that I see. So it's just cool. It's just a cool little idea. And it's beyond just looks. You breathe better.
What happens? You said after a couple of weeks. Like what actually changes?
Yeah. So it's beyond just looks. So forget you look better. So what? People report they breathe better. Some people, one of their nostrils are like permanently closed. Their nostrils open up. Their sinuses open up. Some people, their bite align. Their teeth get more fixed. Crazy stuff. What the idea is, and this is how we're apparently supposed to be. Your tongue's supposed to be pressed up against your palate, and this produces, in regards to the your school at least, a significant amount of pressure where it rearranges the pressure of your muscles, and yeah, so that's all.
Send a pic of your jaw in the group chat.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't eat too much meat, but I probably have the sharpest jaw and the highest T out of all of you.
Yeah, if you just type in Google mewing, all you see is before and after photos. It's incredible, man, especially for the men. This is no
They just
surgery,
have
no nothing.
sharper jaws.
Yeah, bro, I just had it.
Man, my jaw's already like concave.
Wait, this is the idea that resting your tongue like on the top of your mouth, you're saying changes your actual jaw structure? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like pressing against it. Like imagine a high heels that women wear. Reverse that, and that your tongue's to be pressing it from front to back up against your palate. And there's a whole the technique's called mewing and stuff. There's multiple steps to it, but that's how you begin. Mewing. If you type in a mewing diagram in Google Images, you'll see a bunch of diagrams. People, seems legit to me, man. I'm trying it. That's why I shared it.
Show us a before and after of your jaw. Not of your face.
That is interesting. Yeah, you're supposed to have your teeth kind of separated, maybe half an inch, and then your tongue up at the top like that. Yeah. It's like jaw down and teeth up, and tongue up and jaw down. Or at least not the jaw clenching. So it is, yeah, I can definitely see how there's like different muscle groups that are being used in those different ways of kind of holding your face like that, your mouth and all that.
If you start pressing your like the technique says, you'll immediately notice your cheekbone muscles rise up. Your face just rises up. It goes from sagging and falling to rising up. It fills with blood. Literally brings youth back to your face. This is for those that don't already do it.
Add some raw liver in the diet, and there you go. Because the raw organ meats make the neck like really strong, and the jawline and the muscle groups and all that.
Yeah, I believe it. Because the liver, that's I think that's where one of the major locations of life force animals, which are eating. So I believe it. These Satan people, whether it's true or not, with this whole theory that they sacrifice things and drink their blood, it's the same concept. The life is in the blood. So when they drink the blood, they're doing the most satanic evil version of a meat eater eating. It's the same evil, but at a higher spectrum. See what I'm saying?
I think there's differences, but there are some similarities. I mean, I do see what you mean. I mean, if there's like another species that's eating us, like eating humans, like that whole thing, then yeah, like you could say, okay, well, if they're eating us and they're like satanic, and then we're killing animals, like I guess you could say it's similar in some way, but I actually do think there's differences in terms of like the spiritual and the species and the different components.
This thing actually straightens your nose too?
Yeah, everything, bro.
What?
Your nose, your chin, everything. It makes you look different.
That's crazy, man. If that's true, that's crazy.
Because it almost seems like unless you're genetically have a defect, every human technically is like a built from a growth of some kind of template. Some kind of template. And everyone in a perfect world would come out and be this perfect template of perfect ratios and fullness and plumpness, and everyone's lips is nice and plump and all that. But because of the nature of this world, our muscles get tightened. We go through trauma. We remove tension in certain parts of our faces, and this, after years, this is what happens.
So how do people, if they're not doing the tongue at the top, what are most people doing? They just have the tongue kind of at the bottom.
If it's not at the top, they're either clenching at the teeth, which is bad, or they're mouth breathing. Just that loose mouth breathing.
Yeah, it's like a. You know what a mudra is?
Yeah,
This is like a mudra
of the mouth, huh?
with the mouth. Yeah, because there's actually like points on the top of the. There's
Oh yes, yes, yes.
acupressure points at the top of the mouth
Exactly.
and on the tongue.
Yo, so I wonder, besides just physical looks and muscle and stuff, I wonder if it'll have energetic effects like on your mind from doing this.
Yeah, I was gonna say because the thing with like connecting acupressure points like that with mudras, it actually it allows for a certain flow of the electrostatic energy
Shit.
in your body. So it's like connecting the points which allow the energy to flow in a different way, the electromagnetic field through your body.
You know, I was reading some wild shit online. The Indian people and other people that put those lines and stuff on their foreheads and those certain marks and the U pattern and all that stuff, they're like connecting energy meridian, and they use specific spices or whatever that are conducive to that energy flow, according to that theory. Crazy. One of them is turmeric. You get turmeric powder, make it into a paste by adding some water and rub it on their forehead big time. And supposedly that helps like activate their third eye or whatever. I don't know. Or not third eye, cleanse them or some shit. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, turmeric is a amazing medicine. It's nice. It's nice to get it raw as well. If you can get it, it's kind of like ginger, meaning it kind of looks like ginger, and you can kind of cut it up like ginger. But you can
Yeah.
eat it straight like a carrot if you want.
I know the powdered turmeric, you gotta make sure you get the organic kind, because the non-organic kind they mix in sawdust with it.
Ooh, that's nasty. They're cutting your turmeric powder with sawdust.
Yeah.
So what about the rest of the posture with the position of the tongue? Like the spinal alignment and all that?
Yeah, big time.
You think it could change your voice as well?
It would do something because relax versus
I think
pushing
it
your
might
tongue.
even give you a couple inches.
Yeah, pulls up that area. So it'll do something.
For that percentage, you want black seed oil.
Yeah.
Yep. It comes from it's called black seed oil, but it comes from it's actually a type of a cumin. It's in the cumin family, although it doesn't really taste like cumin. They're pretty bitter little seeds. It's not sesame seeds though; it's a different type of seed. But you can get the oil of it. It's actually really good to take like internally, externally for the skin and all that. But it'll definitely make your
Yeah, it's called Nigella, right?
yeah.
You know something? Yeah, no.
It gives a little more size, if you will, if used in that type of arena.
It's called the blessed seed in Muslim culture.
Yeah.
And it's said to heal basically anything.
Yep. Yeah, it has like really like sacred
There's
qualities.
like
that.
one of the sayings of the prophet is that it heals anything except death, basically.
Yeah. Cures anything but death. I don't know if it's quite that powerful, but it is definitely a great medicine. I mean, I don't know if it'll cure anything, but
Probably not on its own, but like, yeah.
well, it is known for having like a really a wide range of benefits. It's really good for the skin as well. It's like considered like a beautifying kind of a compound. Makes your skin like glow and glisten. Even if you take it internally, like if you drink some of the oil or eat the seeds, or if you put it on the outside of the skin.
I didn't know that. I got some, I just haven't used it.
And it is like an aphrodisiac for men and women if used in sexual type in that world. And as like either as like a lubricant, like the oil, or just as like essential oil. It has like aphrodisiac qualities to it.
Damn.
Okay, who's into Kegels and tantric sex? I think that's where we're leading.
Geo is. But he's not the only one.
I hate Kegels. It's the one thing you're supposed to do that I don't. I'm just like, oh, that's annoying. I don't want to do that.
Bro, I do them like second nature now.
Is that why you got so much tea?
There ought to be
Is that
a
why
way
you're trying
to
to
check
compare
your own
teas?
tea.
That's
Like,
why
Is there a way?
that's why his testosterone levels are off the charts.
Yeah.
just kegeling.
You'd think that we'd have like a at-home way just to check your own testosterone, like you could check your own blood sugar and shit.
Yeah, is there like a
If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from low T.
Yeah, what are the signs of low T?
There's a bunch of ads. They're selling that shit.
Fatigue, hair loss.
Erectile dysfunction, I would imagine, to be one of them.
Belief in a globe Earth.
Yeah, belief in a globe Earth is definitely low T.
Your cosmological strength goes down. Truth-seeking abilities are weakened. Abiding by authoritarian rules.
So who's scared of the coming food crisis? Anybody? Anybody think that's going to happen here soon? Like, are we going to go hyperinflation and Armageddon style type environment? Are they doing that? Or is the food shortage going to be something that we all have to fight for food over, or what?
I don't think so. I just think it's going to get more expensive. So those who can't afford it will be in more of a problem, but I think it's just going to go up in price. Which will be their way of kind of trying to take out people that can't afford it, you know?
I was hearing yesterday that this Klaus Schwab guy, he wrote a book or something, and he's proud to say he plans on killing a certain percentage of North Americans and blah blah blah, certain other countries. Like, that's his intent, like outright proud of it in a book, supposedly.
I was gonna say before, like, for real, do you think there's a connection between low testosterone and being in support of the new thing, the next new thing?
And
And just
support of it mentally.
I was kind of joking calling it the next new thing, you know, but like, I'm saying like a link between low testosterone and acquiescing to authority, basically.
The new normal?
Yeah, the new normal. Being
Absolutely, there's a link.
And then in what ways are they trying to lower our testosterone? Through food, the water? Like, I think a lot of the phytoestrogens and the high estrogen content, and I know there's a lot of toxins made of estrogen, which then compete with testosterone and lower testosterone.
Yeah, the soy milk, right? And everything. Lots of estrogen.
Yeah, soy
and beer.
milk. Yep. Soy milk is packed with estrogen, yeah. Yeah, if you have low testosterone, like, you're less willing to be like, stand up for yourself, speak up for yourself, you know, assertive, thinking for yourself, like a lot of those things, because testosterone has that kind of individual strength kind of energy to it.
So if you overloaded yourself with testosterone and estrogen, what would happen?
Might turn the frogs gay. I don't know. That's kind of what we're living in more estrogen dominance right now with the toxins and certain foods and stuff. That's really the challenge, is the estrogen dominance. It's like testosterone is generally not, you know, overly kind of available, other than, I guess, in those crazy drugs or whatever that they give for it.
Mate, I reckon in today's world, high testosterone is actually fairly dangerous. You'll do stupid things, risky things. I can speak from experience when I was younger. If you don't have a set plan, if you don't have this sort of thing, high teas fucking in today's world. You know what I mean?
Aggro.
Well, exactly. Along with other things, like you take more risks, and you don't really bloody.
Yeah. A little more unhinged.
Like back in the day, it would have been when you could murder someone and get away with it, but you were doing it for your tribe, that sort of thing.
Do you think they're actually, it seems they are, experimenting on a regular basis with giving either a higher testosterone or estrogen influence for the babies that are before they're born? Kind of like manufacturing more effeminate men and more manly women. Because in that early stage of development, when your bone structure is being, just developing, you're either a male or a female, I think, based on the sperm. But then the estrogen or testosterone levels can be like upped, or for whatever reason, the diet could be intentional. But there's men that look like women and women that look like men, maybe intentionally, but it's usually because of those early development stages within the womb, from what I've learned. It seems like there's less hairy men now. Not that I would know, but it just seems like men are becoming, you know what I'm saying? Are there less hairy men in the world?
How do you know that?
I mean, people may say that's evolution, but do you think there's like more? I don't know. Like you look at old pictures.
Men shave more, definitely, but to say
Dave has been out there.
men.
Dave has been out there rubbing men's chests and comparing.
Yeah, I can't find a hairy man to save my life. I really can't.
That's hilarious. All these,
But yeah,
all these men I'm coming across, they don't have enough hair. No, I know what you mean.
Because of evolution, we're getting more like, less hairy because of evolution. Maybe.
I just think men shave more. It's not that we're getting less hairy. It's just a lot of more male grooming.
Depends on what country you're from, I guess. What your ethnic background is. Lots of hairy men out there.
I think everywhere men just shave more. Yeah, it's still hairy men.
Well, we've gotten smaller though, right?
Right. About Europeans, we haven't gotten smaller necessarily.
Oh, we've gotten bigger. That's right. Right? Have we gotten smaller on average or bigger on average? What do they say?
Some blokes are still getting taller. I think it's just genes and who's choosing.
Like, if we had to compare ourselves to humans 2,000 years ago, I would say we were bigger, but maybe early type of humans might have been bigger than us. I don't know.
What about, do you think there's more good-looking people now than before? Because I've seen some old pictures, and there's just a lot of ugly people in the past. What is the deal with that?
I think there's more now because I brought up the average.
It's a selective breeding type thing.
Definitely chicks were worse looking in the past than they are now. But I reckon blokes were more, they had the more manly look.
Like, I heard apparently Cleopatra wasn't actually beautiful, but she was the symbol of beauty in the modern world for like the last 2,000 years, but apparently she was ugly. Like, I don't know. Like, have you seen like remodelings of what she apparently looked like? Like, it ain't all that.
Well, also, are there more attractive women now because there's just more people? And so out of that, there's always, there's always going to be some percentage that are very attractive. So now there's just so many people that there's more of those attractive ones. I mean, sometimes I think like looking at how many attractive women there are in the world is like, wow, like just from the perspective of the creator, like the creator is just pumping them out. It's unbelievable how many attractive women there are. Just in the world in general.
Yep.
That reminds me of a video I watched of Mike Tyson. He's talking about, he's basically like admiring the creation of Muhammad Ali. and he's like saying that like God was showing off when he made him.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
You think there's a lot more attractive hairy men now?
What the fuck is up with these questions, dude?
Pretty God.
Well, I feel like there's more. I guess I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say what it was like hundreds or thousands of years ago, though. But I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I feel like there's more attractive women than there are attractive men.
Definitely.
Exactly right. It's because of the estrogen and everything they're pushing.
Like the guys are more handsome than the girls. Like objectively, I'm saying.
Yeah, there's some women that have hips too. Like, you know how there's all this transsexual, trans investigation stuff going on? Some women, and I know for a fact they're women, have just really small hips. You know, like they cannot give birth. Like they have to have a C-section if they give birth.
I don't believe that for a second.
I was just hanging out with one the other day.
A woman
She
or
said 2 C-sections.
or transex? Oh, okay.
Well, that's interesting.
We can't trust anything he says now, hey?
Yeah, it was her and this hairy guy and I. We were all hanging out.
The guy was like, "Why am I so hairy?" And the girl's like, "Why can't I give birth?" Well, that might be an actual issue, like with the hip size thing. Meaning, like malnutrition. Like, there's been a lot of research, like Weston A. Price, who did all that research with going and studying all these ancient tribal peoples and their bone structure and their structure of their face and their bones and their body being so much more robust and solid, whereas a lot of the modern day humans that have been exposed to the modern diet of all these like refined grains and GMOs and pesticides and all this stuff, to where you're just not getting, like, so many people in today's world, for example, are not eating liver, for example, or foods that are really high in vitamin A. And in particular, the retinol, the animal-based vitamin A, retinol, is like very deeply connected with the development of bone structure and development of like the structure of the body when in the womb. And most women are low in it. That's why, like in the ancient tribal cultures and so many tribal cultures, they always would make sure the women would get, the livers and the, the really nutrient dense foods like that for the developing baby. But in our current world, most women are not getting that. Now, maybe they're taking a multivitamin, but that's like a synthetic form of it. Yeah, they might be having some eggs and milk, which is going to have some vitamin A, but unless you eat liver of an animal, you're really not going to get enough vitamin A. It's enough to get by, but it's not really enough to fully give to a fully developing child. And actually, this is connected a lot with the jaw structure. And even people that have like jaw clenching and teeth grinding issues is because they didn't have proper development in the jaw and the womb. But anyways, it just made me think of like women that don't have hips that are, childbearing or childbearing worthy, maybe because of that. Who knows how many generations of like malnutrition and their bodies are not forming, fully.
What percentage of women that turn flat earthers does it need to get to before everybody goes flat earth?
That's a good question. It probably is up to the women at the end of the day.
Yeah, once they start laughing at their husbands and know what they're talking about, it's over.
Well, it's like men will defend stuff, you know, whereas women, they're kind of the ultimate decision makers in a certain way. I mean, only a certain way. I guess men definitely have very assertive decision making quality too, but when it comes to like, I don't know. That's interesting though, and also it makes me think of like Mother Earth and how that connects to women. And if the globe deception was kind of made by men in a sense, like heliocentrism, like the men in the middle, and then they just made the moon this little satellite thing that's supposed to orbit the Earth. So if the moon is the feminine, they kind of minimize the moon, and then they made the sun huge. So it's kind of like connected to patriarchy, I think. So it's like if men are kind of the force of this globe lie, then yeah, like what happens when that shifts within the women?
Yeah, maybe it's supposed to go flat, coming in, or aren't we supposed to be moving into the divine feminine? As far as like the stages of
precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah, there's something about the divine feminines coming up. Like that's why power to women and women are becoming more powerful. That's one of the theories, at least. I'm all about the titty earth, so you know, it makes sense. It's Mother Earth, you know. And plus, we're moving into the you know, we're in the age of Aquarius now. And how are you supposed to lie about water in the age of Aquarius? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's an interesting correlation. The water bearer. So you're saying moving into the age of Aquarius and people realizing that water doesn't curve around a sphere?
Yeah, like you have to tell the truth about water in the age of Aquarius.
That's interesting, actually. And the waters above, perhaps, as well. Like that whole deception.
Like what do you reckon the waters above are? You're going to just salt water or some kind of other water?
I don't think
it's plasma water.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same type of water that we have here. I think it's like a different structure of it. But yeah, I would use words like plasma, superfluid. It's a superfluidic plasma membrane that is less buoyant than air. Or sorry, more buoyant than air is what I meant to say. So like
what if there's a cycle where the plasma water just pours down onto the earth, and that's why things melt? Like that would make a lot of sense. That would be like reason for flood and melted buildings and stuff. Like the water bearer. Isn't he kind of like pouring the water out too? The water bearer, like he's pouring it on us. Almost looks like from up there.
Yeah.
Anybody believe in plasma events? I mean, not that there's anything to. I think that's people make a big deal of it possibly coming around again, but there seems to be some evidence of something of that type of event going on in the past. That would be a great reset, that's for sure. Not that it'd be that great, you know. Be like, great, another plasma event.
What is a plasma event considered to be?
Yeah.
Exactly? Yeah. In this context.
Like Armageddon type thing where there's like Have you guys like gotten into any of that research when like the last conjunction happened and the guy that went by Flat Earth Universe, I think, the black guy, he's been on TV. He's like a flat earther, but he does the cosmic egg stuff. Martin Kenny.
Yeah.
He was all about the plasma event. I was kind of buying it for a little bit. Jay Dreamers talks about that a lot too. And then the guy that was real pompous ass that had a little bit of a following, kind of a cult following, that ended up dying or being killed. His name was oh man, he talked about the plasma event all the time, and that it was about to happen. And I know David Weiss said he watched everything the guy did, and he had like a lot of different. What was his name? Something Lambert 33. David Allen Lambert 33. You can't find his stuff very easily any longer, but he believed that the sun stayed in one position, and it was kind of like a the illusion that it was going around in a circle was all like, you know, some kind of like a projection type thing, but the sun was in one spot, and he had like a whole model worked out. But he's like, I know the whole model of the complete working flat Earth because I've studied it all my life, and that's just it. And he had like a 33 part series or something that he put out. Does anyone remember that?
No.
Some interesting ideas, but he said get in a cave. He's like recommending how to survive the plasma event, and he was found. He supposedly shot himself, but he was in bed next to his girlfriend, who was also dead, and the dog.
Jesus.
And then there's some links I could probably share if anyone's interested. He did have some interesting ideas.
Well, I definitely think that there's different epochs and time periods within this realm, and huge cataclysms can be connected to the end of one and the beginning of another. Where like water comes out of the Great Rift, which they currently they call the Milky Way galaxy thing, but it's actually like an opening in the firmament that water pours out of and floods the whole Earth, changes the water levels, and then changes the land that you can live on. So if it's going up, then you best have a boat, and be ready to float somewhere that is still above water. And if it goes down, then you have access to a bunch more land that you didn't have before. Have you heard of that idea, like the Great Rift? So if it is made of plasma up there, then that could be considered a plasma event of sorts.
I reckon the thing is that the celestial bodies, like the moon, it seems to be very objective. You know, we see these meteor craters on it, quote unquote meteor, but we see that they, nothing acts as objective, but it's seemingly all a lie. It's all a facade, and that's what we got to connect the dots with. I mean, at least with most people, it's seemingly something that it isn't. I still haven't got an answer yet for why the meteor craters don't go on the moon, don't go past a certain depth. There seems to be a solid inner surface of the moon.
Do you want an answer for that or not?
What's that?
Would you like an answer for that?
Yes.
So, what about just wear and tear? I.e., the craters that we see now are the deepest ones that have ever, formed, and the rest of them are shallower just because of wear. So the surface has worn away, leaving what we see now, and it appears that there's an extent to the depth. It just happens to be that we're seeing the deepest ones.
Right, and what exactly is wearing at the moon?
That'd be solar winds, wouldn't it?
And that makes sense. And this works on the flat Earth model. I mean, we can't deny solar winds, we observe them, right?
Yeah, well, I think you'd put it down to the ether on the flat Earth, I'm pretty sure. I think in the flat Earth model, it's more of a plasma thing that probably formed the craters anyway, as opposed to impacts from objects.
Exactly.
Yeah, electric arcing.
That's it.
Sorry, my earpiece is dead. I'm using a piece of shit headset.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it looks like Meteor Crater's done it. But we don't have any observation of moon craters of ours in this channel, and I've only received bullshit imagery. Something that looks like a moon flare, like a flash of a pixel. There's no meteors in the moon. We know this.
Hey G, are you there?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
If you got a minute, what have you found out or researched in the way of, you know, maybe ancient plants or anything like that that may have in fact had, you know, the things that we need now, like you were suggesting?
Psilocybin.
Yeah, you're saying the idea that there used to be other plants that were like sort of animal hybrid almost, where they had like all the fat soluble vitamins and that whole thing?
Yeah, exactly, mate. I mean, unless it's just a thought that you've got. Have you looked into it at all?
I've never found anything on that. I have that just from my own intuition, my own kind of tuning into the origins of kind of within my own consciousness. But yeah, I don't have any like evidence or data for it. So it could be just considered a theory or an idea, but I don't quite view it as that for myself. But I'm saying from someone else, you know, hearing me say it, I wouldn't expect them to, because yeah, I mean, it's an idea that there were other species of plants that basically contained, a lot of the fat soluble nutrients and the vitamins that we need that we now can only get from animals. So yeah, it's just really my own sort of intuitive journey work.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a really nice thought that, you know, at some stage there was just, you know, things growing out of the ground that provided everything we needed. It's nice.
Yeah. And what goes along with that would be like, in my kind of understanding and thoughts of it, is that those plants like wanted to be eaten by us in a sense. So it's not even like we were killing them. Like they actually sort of wanted that. They like enjoyed it, as it were, that when we eat them. And then there's also an abundance of them. And then they're also like the ideal human food, you know, like for our genetics, just in terms of like, you know, anti-aging and healing and all of that, digestion. They were like kind of that perfect food for the human, you know, genetics. Very idealistic in that sense, because it'd be amazing to have a food like that.
I personally think cows want us to eat them.
Yeah, I could see there being kind of a connection between humans and cows like that. But what do you think about, like, see, I guess because when I started thinking about this, it was like getting to the roots of, you know, the human design, the human body. Like, were we really designed, you know, from the beginning to kill animals and eat meat like this, you know, or is it sort of something that we're just doing now and have adapted to? And if so, then what would have had to exist before that if we weren't eating meat? Like, did we just not need the fat soluble nutrients and all the nutrients? You know, we could just live off of, you know, cucumbers and strawberries, or was there something else going on that we were able to get that sustenance?
Yeah, well, I think from you know, anthropological stuff, you've certainly got adaptation phase that they claim to be able to trace. And like I was talking before with the cecum, it seems that used to be a lot larger, and therefore we could ferment, you know, a lot of the fibers and get a lot of our short chain fatty acids from that process. But for whatever reason, you know, whether it be ice ages or just, you know, a meteorite hit us and a big dust cloud went up and killed off, you know, all the plant life or whatever, and only a few animals survived, and forced us to adapt to that. And over time, you know, our cecum reduced to what it is now. It's not to say that, you know, give us 40,000 years of stuff and plants in our face that the cecum won't grow again, but that's not beneficial the whole way. Like, that's forced selection because we don't need to eat plants right now, you know. But anyway.
Yeah, no, that is interesting to think about how that could have changed. Like if we had to adapt in some way to like the different diets. Well, I guess do you feel like at the core of your being that it's like 100% that you were designed to kill animals in that way? Or do you like, cause I just know for me, like, it doesn't really feel like that's actually like, even though I definitely eat animal foods without a doubt, meat and all that, and I don't necessarily, I'm not living in some huge guilt around it either. I mean, I think it's actually sacred and can be beautiful to harvest an animal and circle of life and all that good stuff. But do you feel like at your core that is like foundational to being human, or do you like in your ultimate nature, would it be not to kill animals?
I think that just comes down, I mean, right now we have to eat animals. Unless you want to live a life of discomfort, I mean, really, and not thrive. Yes, like discussed before, you can get through life not eating animals for
whatever reason you want. But you're not going to be optimum you, that's for sure. And for females, they certainly don't have everything on board, ideally, to produce healthy young. I mean, I bet you even through transitional periods, there would have been a lot of people that, women especially, that died during childbirth, just for reasons, abnormalities that happened through malnourishment, with the fetus and things like that. There's lots of common ones that we know mums have to have now on board when they get pregnant, leading up to and through, to make sure that the baby develops properly. And a lot of those are to do with stuff you get from meat. But no, look, we're animals. At the end of the day, we're part of the food chain, and I don't see anything wrong with killing animals. Every other animal does it. As a species, we would have adapted to watch other species do what they were doing, and there's not one other species that goes out and farms vegetables to eat them, and does agriculture or anything like that. It's crazy, and here we are trying to do it and thinking it's the right thing to do. And yet we're all sick, very evident.
Yeah. No, the vegetable conspiracy is a big one. At this point, it literally is a conspiracy to get us eating a lot of these inflammatory vegetables that don't have enough nourishment in them and basically cause all kinds of inflammation and health problems. Like grains? What the fuck is up with grains? Grains are the worst.
Come again, Gio? I just swapped headsets, mate. I think I missed you.
I was just saying, grains. Grains are the worst.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, the seed oils, the grains.
High omega-6.
They are very bad, very detrimental.
Full of anti-nutrients and toxins and high omega-6 levels.
Yeah, desiccated with glyphosate.
And grains have that unnatural effect on the blood sugar levels. Just spike in insulin levels very abruptly.
Yeah, encourage zonulin production, which open up your intestinal tight junctions, which, sends all the good stuff through to your bloodstream. Yay. Which, like that whole pipe, not make. Actually, I've come across something quite interesting which no one else is talking about at the moment, and it's to do with the push towards eating insects, which will not be very beneficial for a lot of people, for what I've discovered. Which I'm sure the powers that be know all about it, but you know how the exoskeleton of insects is. It's called chitin. It's made up of lots of different polysaccharides. When these are blended up in the cricket fucking flowers and shit like that they're putting onto all these products, they don't take out these polysaccharides. And these particular polysaccharides in the chitin that make up chitin, like completely encourage the dimorphic growth of a certain fungus, which most people have within them. And so this fungus, like particularly in most people, stays in a fairly apathogenic form, right? If it overgrows in some people, they have issues with it, but most people sort of get along their average day and not realize they've got this co-host, living along with them. But this particular combination of polysaccharides that's in chitin causes this specific strain to fucking turn into the full pathogenic mycelial form, which is very detrimental to us health-wise. So there's a future fucking pandemic coming once they switch over these fucking proteins to insect-based, I can tell you. And that's all insects with an exoskeleton, not just crickets.
Huh. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Wow.
No one's talking about it. Because I deal with blood and the things that are in blood, including fungus and bacteria, it just happens to be something that I've connected dots to. I mean, maybe there are other people doing it, but no one's talking about it. So I'm heavily researching it right now because it's something people need to know about. Because everyone lives mucorrhacemosis. You can Google that, mucorrhacemosis, and you can see for yourself that it's ubiquitous throughout the globe. It's pretty much everyone lives with it, unless you're like me and other people, you've gotten rid of it. And it doesn't really cause harm in its, somewhat beneficial state.
You just said throughout the globe.
Yeah, I did accidentally, but that's the rhetoric I've been researching, you see. So I'm sorry, I'm on the back of reading lots of research papers.
No worries. Freudian slip.
Sort of Freudian, but yeah. I should send a letter and have them rewrite all their papers and reference the plane instead of the globe. You're right. Yeah, so key message, don't eat fucking insects, people. A, the protein's not complete, even though they'll try and tell you it is. And yeah, it comes with the chitin.
Sorry, I wasn't listening closely. What's wrong with chitin?
It's made up of these certain polysaccharides that feed a particular fungus and get it to switch its growth phase from, somewhat friendly to us to quite pathogenic. So it's pretty important to avoid these particular polysaccharides. Yet they just happen to make up chitin, which is like 10% of what goes into all the insect protein. They don't remove it. This is big news, guys, like seriously. The mycelial forms of mucorrhacemosis within the bloodstream are fucking very detrimental. They're very fibrous.
I mean, I would say I've always had a bit of a natural aversion to eating insects, and I don't mean like some psychological hang up on it or anything like that. Just kind of like a general, like that doesn't, like my body, it doesn't feel appetizing. I don't feel like it would be nourishing. So there is something kind of built in within myself that kind of tells me to kind of stay away from insects as food source. For the most part, though, I mean, there probably could be some worms and some things that might be okay to have on occasion.
Yeah, I think worms would be my go-to if I had to. Earthworms, I think I could do that quite easily. But
there's like these big fatty. There's like these fatty worms, like in the Amazon that I see that they eat. They look pretty tasty. They look like a big ball of butter or something.
Nice.
But yeah, it's the exoskeleton. Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, it's beyond interesting, Gio. It's fucking, it's going to cause problems, big fucking problems in the future for people, because it's going to be the protein I mean, for starters, they're using in animal food right now quite prolifically. So they're going to see an issue with animals first if this is a problem, because the mucorrhizomatosis fungus is found within pretty much everything, right? So it's in the pets too. So we'll start seeing issues with pets if we're not already. Like, I don't know how long they've been putting cricket protein in pet food. You know, the kibble shit, obviously, not the good food.
So you think they're going to do that? Like do a big push towards insects and fake meats and stuff?
Oh, definitely. Insects are the new protein. They're going to try and do obviously cloned meats and all that sort of stuff as well, lab grown meats. But mate, I don't know, you probably don't watch much TV, neither do I really. But when you turn it on, it is very prolific with the propaganda of that's the future.
Are they going to do? Are they going to run a whole food shortage scam thing, like a big event of food shortage, and then roll out some kind of protein, insect protein?
No, it'll be carbon based. So you won't have enough carbon credits to afford real meat, Geo. I'm sorry, but you need your protein. So here's 40 grams for your daily ration of crickets. You'll be right, mate.
Ooh, that's brutal.
Just when you ring up to order a pizza, the pizza guy tells you, geez, I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, you're a bit low on carbon credits today. I can offer you a cricket fucking substitute.
Yeah, well, if they also do some kind of food shortage thing where they raise the prices of everything go up, then meat ends up being $25 a pound or more. And if it gets to that point, then if they have cheap options like lab grown meat or whatever, cricket hot dogs or whatever it is, maybe like you said, it might be people's only option for some people.
I think they'll sneak it into things before that, though, personally. I think, yeah, there'll be a time when they reveal that, don't worry about it. No one's complained about eating this for the last 2 years. We quietly changed it over just to see. I don't know. All the big hitters are investing in it, though. Gates Foundation, they're all pushing fucking insect protein. And back earlier when there was a fella saying that, meat fucking rots in your guts and causes cancer because it goes all acidic or whatever. I was trying to get the message through that it's the World Health Organization that are telling people that. Like, really? Are they trusted? Do we trust those people?
Exactly right, mate.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a different topic, but since we're talking about food, what do you think of sea vegetables? Like, kelp and dulse and all the seaweeds and sea vegetables, because they're very high in iodine. But what do you think of those in terms of the vegetable, kingdom?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have, like, again, plants are medicine, so for medicinal purposes, yeah. Not every day, though. Seafood, for sure, like, the protein, actual things for the face. Definitely.
Yeah, they have a lot of minerals, very high in minerals, and then the things like algin. Algin is this compound that's in sea vegetables that helps like bind heavy metals and removes toxins from the body. So yeah, like in terms of the medicinal qualities.
Yeah, well, I like humic and fulvic acid, right? And that's essentially, all of that shit. Very, very old, broken down. A lot of the minerals and, carbons and different structured things in there, diatomaceous stuff, and it's pretty beneficial, definitely.
The question is, what do you guys think about fasting?
It's medicinal. So if you're going
Yeah,
to fast, you're
you
doing
can
it for a
cure
certain
everything.
reason.
You can make stem cells.
Yeah, like anything, you got to be careful with it. Certain people shouldn't do it. But yeah, it's beneficial. It's just, I don't think you should be fasting every day. That's bad.
What about intermittent fasting, where you only eat your meals, like let's say you eat 2 meals a day, but you only eat them within about a 6 to 8 hour window, and then the rest of the time you're not eating. You do that every day. So it gives your body basically like a pretty long period of time, 12 to 14 hours or more of maybe even 18 hours in some cases. Like let's say 14 to 16 hours, something like that, where you're not eating at all. You kind of do that like intermittently every day.
I've heard something like that.
That's good. That's what you want.
The only thing I would put to that, and that's beneficial, but see, I pretty much do that, Geo, but I'm not fasting. Like, I'm not hungry. You know what I mean? To me, the definition of fasting is if you're withholding food from yourself, even though you need it. That's a fast, you know? But if you're not eating because you're not hungry, that's not fasting. So the meal I eat satiates me well and truly for, 16 hours or whatever. Then I have another one.
Yeah. Do you like, what do you do with breakfast? Do you kind of skip breakfast, or because like one way to intermittently fast is like, let's say you wake up at 8, 9 in the morning and then you just don't eat until let's say 2 or 3. So you eat once at 2 or 3, then maybe you eat again at 7 or 8, whatever your dinner time would be. So sort of like skipping breakfast form of intermittent fasting.
Well, okay, what's breakfast? Break fast. So when you eat your first meal of the day, that is technically breakfast. It doesn't have to be in the morning, right? So I break my fast, technically, if you want to call it a fast, even though I'm not hungry, once a day, about that 2, 3 o'clock window. Sometimes a bit later, but just once a day.
In the Arvo, mate, that's pretty good.
In Arvo. No, I've heard that actually, that's like it depends on, or the thing that's the most important is regularity. Like in if as long as if you're doing the same consistent schedule, then just like you said, like you're not going to get hungry anyway. So it's not. I know I didn't. I mean, I guess you can call it fasting. I wouldn't really. The nomenclature doesn't matter, but I think that I've heard that if you do something regularly and you eat at a regular schedule, then you're gonna have the best results. Of course, as long as you're eating healthy too.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, with the way I do things and the way I perceive the way it works, is that if your brain can see that you have enough energy on board, you won't get the hunger signals. The hormones won't come about that make you hungry because you've got energy on board. If that energy gets low, then your body's going to signal to you to go and eat something. And it's
Not
only going to be
necessarily.
satisfied with what you eat. Well, if your hormones are right, that will happen. That's how it works.
I'll say one thing real quick. Apparently, the gut, if you eat carbs, the gut tricks your brain into wanting carbs and sugar because of the bacteria in there.
That is a component.
So it's not
but the main
necessarily
thing is
energy.
Yeah, but the main thing with carbs is it raises your insulin, and that actually blocks leptin. And leptin is the signal from your fat, your adipose tissue, to your brain that you have energy on board. So there is a bacterial component whereby the bacteria kick up a stink because you're not feeding them sugar, and so you get all upset, you get a headache, you get this, you get that, and you want to have sugar and satisfy the bacteria. But then there's the component whereby it blocks your brain from seeing that you even have energy on board. And that's why you get the 2-hour, hunger after carbs, because your brain all of a sudden goes, fuck, we need some energy, even though you've got a big gut and fucking massive thighs and plenty of energy on board or whatever, man boobs. Your brain can't see that as energy and is looking for carbs. And that's just because your insulin's up.
Yeah, there's also your body. It takes a whole minute to even register that you've eaten enough. So if you eat too fast, I mean, people often overeat because they eat too fast. Because if you just slow down while you're eating, you know, your body's gonna it's gonna have enough time to realize that you've eaten enough. Kind of stop.
I agree with. There's
For
also
me, that
something to
comes. Yep.
satiation. There's something to satiation with eating the right foods as well. But yeah, go ahead, White.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Yeah, for me, it's about what you put in, and again, the hormones and the chemicals that are released based upon what you put in. Because at the minute any fat, saturated fat, like animal fat, gets down into your just past the fucking section where your bloody your bile duct enters in, the duodenum. As soon as it gets into there, your body already knows exactly what it's composed of, and knows whether it's sufficient enough or not. It's amazing how it works.
Yeah. Also, you know, obviously things that are not really like if you have things that are too much carbs or fried food or stuff like that, it's like your body has to really work hard to process. It's usually what gives people like upset stomachs and shit like that, or like it makes people like tired after they've eaten and stuff. It's like something that's gonna put their body to work, and it's not even really shouldn't be worth that much energy. But yeah, exactly.
Well, you could imagine
if you eat healthy, if you eat exactly what you're supposed to, or you eat stuff that's only beneficial, you don't have to feel bad after you eat.
No, of course not. No, you're satiated way before you're physically full. Definitely, you know, way before, and you've taken on board enough energy. Your body's satisfied. Definitely, you're happy.
Yeah.
All good to go.
Good feelings, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so many times I've eaten, dude, so much, and then I mean, actually, I was just talking about that. We were talking about my girlfriend because we went out for a birthday, and I snuck off. I snuck because her family was there, and I snuck off, and I didn't tell her this until tonight, but I went to like down the street. There's like a lot of bars in the street, but there's an ice cream place. I saw somebody eating ice cream, so I just went. I left like her family and everything. I said, I'll be right back. And I went and got this like ice cream cookie. It was like this huge, like ice cream sandwich. It was really good. But I ate the whole thing super quickly because I had to get back. But I passed out in the car on the way back because I didn't even drink that much. I'd eaten so much that day.
That's funny. Yep. Yeah, if you load yourself up with carbohydrates and block that signal of energy stores from your fat to your brain, and you've had a big meal, which requires a lot of energy to process, and your body sort of tends to focus on digestion when you've had a big meal, you sort of, it tends to shut down other things like the brain. Have a time for a sleep, mate. No, we're going to process this food right now. No.
It sucks. I was in the car in her garage, and she was trying to wake me up. She said she was playing animal noises, and she like threatened that she was going to call the cops. But she was just kidding. She said she was trying to get me in bed, but I was in the car till like 3 a.m. I didn't get it because I drink every day, but I don't drink enough to get drunk, and I didn't drink that day enough to get drunk. But like I really after dinner, my stomach was just hurting so bad I just passed out. It's never happened.
That's good. You spiked, mate.
That's what?
You got spiked.
Spiked? Sound like you said
Someone
spiked.
drops something in your drink, mate.
Oh yeah, that's what she was asking. That she's like, I wonder if my aunt put something in your drink. I was like, what the hell? Why would she do that? I had a bunch of pasta and chicken. Like I had like for dinner. It was eating chips all day. I snuck off, got the ice cream, and then I had the like huge pasta chicken dinner and some of her steak. And the steak was good. The pasta it tasted great, but I had every last bite, and it's probably the carbs. Wait, Whites, don't you do like a paleo diet or like what is it, like a carnivore diet or something?
Yeah, just meat. Yep.
I reckon that's the go for ketosis. I don't necessarily follow it, but it's definitely the go. Like the longest I've gone is a couple of weeks with the carnivore diet. It's fucking hard, man. Like your body craves carbs after a while. It's crazy. And
That's what I'm not worried about, but
I think it's the gut bacteria.
I like to
Yeah,
have
well, you can get rid of that quickly. Have colloidal silver. Have a full drink. Go and buy 1 liter of colloidal silver from a health food shop, and drink that within a
That
day.
sounds interesting. Yeah.
Colloidal silver, it will kill all of that bacteria that's causing you grief, like
And it's no
literally, and you'll
worries?
shit liquid for a day out of all that. No, it's no worries. You'll be fine. It'll just kill all that bacteria, not the good, not the friendly, nice bacteria that you want. It'll just kill the stuff that you don't want, the sugar loving shit. And you'll shit through the eye of a needle for a day, and it'll be terrible. But then that'll all be gone, and then you won't have those problems anymore. I promise.
Sounds good.
It's not good for 24 hours, but it sorts the problem out.
Do you ever eat garlic?
You won't turn blue.
Oh, it's
Say that again.
So do you eat garlic to whites?
You just eat it straight.
I eat it straight. Yeah.
I don't. No.
What about honey?
No. Just research Robert Beck and his study into what garlic does neurologically.
Robert Beck?
You can rub. Yeah, Robert Beck. You can rub garlic on the sole of your foot, right? And your brain patterns in terms of the left and right hemisphere connections are fucked up for like 3 days.
Well, I mean,
It's fucking crazy.
I don't do that though.
Oh, no,
How does that
no,
work?
but that's just how sensitive you are to it. You can rub it on your foot and it does that, let alone ingesting it. Come on.
Robert Beck, the painter? Hold on.
No. One of his most popular books is The Body Electric. So if that helps.
Let me see.
Maybe just Google The Body Electric and then go from there. It's a good book, by the
guy,
way.
he looks like a doctor. Or the body electromagnetism. Okay.
I was kind of hoping he was wrong about that one, the garlic, but he also said onions are like really bad for you.
What's the problem with
There's
onions
many
and
things
garlic?
that are bad.
What's the issue though? Like what's
It attracts bacteria more than any other. Like you could put an onion out in a room, he said, like just by itself, like it'll like work as a disinfectant because everything will be attracted to the onion, all the bacteria or all the. Isn't that right? Isn't that what he said, Whites?
It works as a disinfectant because the bacteria.
I'm not sure what he said about the bacteria, but the toxins in a lot of these things, a lot of them have neurological.
Well, that's the reason why garlic is supposed to be good
Yeah.
is because it it kills like antibacterial. It's like it does. It's
Yeah.
like it's like a.
Oh, sure.
What do you call it? Yeah.
Yeah,
use it medicinally, but don't put garlic on your fucking shit every day.
Well, yeah, I mean, I
No.
eat it enough.
That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, I don't do that unless I'm feeling sick or something like that.
Well, if it gets in your bloodstream, he said it's terrible. Like they used to dip bullets in garlic or the arrows in garlic, I guess. And that's also the whole thing with the vampire, the garlic. I don't know.
Would
But
put it
if
in
it gets
their
in your blood,
arrows,
like
or-
you can, like if you can actually like swallow snake poison, like snake venom. And if it just goes through your digestive tract, you're okay. But if it gets in your bloodstream, it can kill you.
Well,
Similar to that.
okay, so I don't rub garlic on my feet or put it in my blood, but I do. I mean, when I eat it, I'll eat it by the cloves. Sometimes, a couple cloves. I'll put the diced stuff in my food. It tastes good.
Sure.
But what are the issues? Like you said something like
I'll link you the whole talk.
I'm looking at this David Beck guy, but I'm just trying to find.
No, Robert Beck.
Yeah, Robert Beck.
Dr. Bob Beck.
No, yeah. I don't know why I said David, but I'm looking for him, and I'm just trying to see. I want to read that book. I'm gonna look for the PDF. That's what I look for.
He's also known for the zapper or the
bug zapper.
It's like two rods that you hold on to, and it sends electricity through your body. And he talks about electrification of the blood can pretty much get rid of like anything pathogenic.
Is that like Scientology stuff?
No.
He's got a whole talk.
Let me see. Hold on. Format. What do you do? File type. Hold on.
Well, there's a lot of information about the benefits of garlic in terms of its antifungal, antibacterial, antioxidant.
That's
all
what
of
I'm
the
talking about.
benefit, immune system boosting, anti-parasitic, like garlic like that, and it's like fresh form, like that it kills parasite eggs, kills parasites.
Definitely. Yep. Just not for daily consumption. Like pretty much anything from the plant world.
Why is that?
The most powerful thing in our body to do all the things you just said is melatonin. And we get that, it's made within each cell, and we make more of it when we're out in the sun, and we make it while we're asleep. So if we're functioning right, we don't need these extra things. It's just when we're not functioning right that these things can be beneficial to help us. Like taking liver supplements and things like that,
What is melatonin so good for? I know what it does basically, but I didn't really I'm not familiar with this.
It's our master antioxidant. Right? It's our master antioxidant. So if you want to talk about immune boosting, that's what you want. You've got glutathione, that comes second to melatonin. Melatonin is the master one. Melatonin.
No, the other thing you said.
Glutathione.
Glutathione?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, it's another molecule made by our liver. Another antioxidant.
Yeah, glutathione is very deeply connected to detoxification as well.
Okay.
Yeah, via the liver. It's one of the
main
detox pathways in the liver. The melatonin though is what protect our mitochondria from the reactive oxygen species, right? So if we've got healthy functioning mitochondria, then we have enough ATP available for all of our functions, like on a cellular level. It's when that breaks down we have issues. So melatonin is the ultimate thing to fucking get going. I'm heavily into infrared light therapy, 880 nanometers. That fucking shit stimulates melatonin like you would not believe. Look into it, people. 80 nanometers, yeah.
And melatonin's crazy
it's not
when
visible.
you take it.
Yeah, it's not visible. It says almost visible.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, no, that's right.
When you take melatonin with a supplement, your dreams are insane.
Yeah, it's the only time I've ever taken it. It's like a vitamin or whatever. But yeah, your body produces sleep and stuff. That's all I know about it.
It's released from your pineal gland, the same as DMT. It comes from the same place, and it makes your dreams extremely vivid.
What's up? Yeah, so if you're losing sleep, you probably don't produce enough of this, huh?
There could be many reasons for not sleeping. That could be one of them. There's a pathway, through the back of the eye, into the pineal, which lets you know that it's nighttime. And a lot of people, the whole blue light thing is about disrupting that pathway. And a lot of people do disrupt that pathway, and their brains don't know that it's nighttime yet to wind down and go to sleep.
Yeah, like your computer.
There's a real yeah, just any sort of screen putting out that blue light, or even fucking the wrong lights within your house. If the light's up really high, like at a high angle, and it's the wrong frequency, it signals your body that it's the wrong time of day. There's a real big shift moving towards lower lights within a house of the evening, and even making sure that they're a warmer color to actually help people transition.
Is that what you're saying about the infrared? That the infrared is like it helps that as well?
No, the infrared actually mimics what the sun does through the day for you. So there's the melatonin cycle, which puts you to sleep, and that's through your eyes, right? And that's triggered by a low sun and warm colors, right? A campfire can also trigger that.
But the skin related one with near infrared, that is purely to stimulate the melatonin within your cells to help support the mitochondria. So you can do this any time of day. You wouldn't want to necessarily do it at night, but you could. It's a different cycle, different process.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting.
But you can't get the cheap, shitty ones, that have like 30 watts of fucking light. You need to get like 1,000 watt or 1,500 watt setup, and so it's actually really punching some energy from those lights into your skin to get the depth of penetration.
Uh-huh.
And you don't need to take your clothes off either. That's the best thing.
You'd only have to worry about it if you have trouble sleeping, like falling asleep. Otherwise,
I do have. I don't ever attempt to fall asleep. The only time I ever find myself sleeping is when I've succumbed to it, I suppose. But I rarely ever get. I don't sleep when I don't get tired because I don't stop doing things.
I think that's called passing out, Kosho.
Well, yeah, but like this morning, I found myself. I woke up and I don't remember. I had beef jerky next to me. I was laying on the couch. I don't remember going out there.
can you guys sleep like a straight 8 hours without interruption?
Longer than that.
Yeah, I can't do that, bro. I got fucking sleep apnea, they call it. I wake up every 30 minutes to an hour, and it's been like that for years.
You don't have one of those machines?
I have one, but I haven't doubled down on using it because it's fucking terrible, man. I'm too young to be using that machine.
If you were in America,
because I have a broken nose and swollen tubes and that. No, I'm in Australia.
I know, yeah, of course. But I'm saying if you were in America, like I was in the Navy, and one thing that I always looked down on them before, but I kind of wish I would have done it now. But people will claim sleep apnea because back then, was it 50%? I think it was 50%. I think if you claim to have sleep apnea, they'll test you for it or whatever. I think they do like a night study or something. And then if you have it, you get 50% of your paycheck for the rest of your life.
What the fuck, man? I need this, bro. I have to work landscape and it's terrible because I can't sleep, man. I'm waking up at 6.
With Australia.
Yeah, bro, that's fucked. Like, I do deserve, I think, some sort of payment from the government right now. Like, as
you should join the military over here, man.
Yeah, bro. Dude, that's crazy.
But people take advantage for that kind of shit, dude. I was pissed because there was this fat
when
shit.
You have it, like, yeah. When you have it, it seems like a good thing.
Yeah, no, there's people, I think there's so many people that go and there's people that just go and they get tested for it, even though they have no, like, evidence that they have it at all. But they say that it's not hard to pass a test or something, or to make it seem. I don't know how to test it.
Yeah, that's crazy that people are abusing it.
How would you test that?
Oh, I've done the test before, and you put all little signals on your temples and all through, and you put it on. It measures your breathing and your heart rate, and if you're snoring, all these sorts of things. And you're gonna pass it if you have it. Like, there's no, you know what I mean? Like, they'll know if you got it.
Is it?
I don't know how people could fake it.
Would you be snoring a lot if you have it?
Yeah, you snore and you do a whole lot of things. You stop breathing, basically, like something like 50 times per hour or something. Like, you just constantly stop breathing.
I actually know people. Yeah, I
know. Fucks you up really badly if you have it for years.
How long do you stop breathing for?
Like 30 seconds at a time, 20 seconds at a time. And you're coughing on yourself and you can't breathe properly. It's crazy, man. And it fucks you up hard. Like, sleep is the number one thing for consciousness. Well, not consciousness, but for being switched on, sleep is the most important thing. 100%.
Yeah, breathing is the number one thing.
Exactly. And breathing while you're asleep. Like,
yeah. Dang, dude. So how come do you think you need to wear the machine?
I need to, 100%. I need to fucking focus on it until I can get surgery on my nose or something.
You're not going to need it forever if
Fuck using it forever, man. The machine's fucked. It's just awful. It's like having a vacuum on your face.
It goes over your head or something?
Yeah, like you have this thing on your nose or whatever mask you have, and it's constantly pumping air into your nose. It's literally just like, it's like having a vacuum face.
I wonder if it seems like something like that. It seems like somebody could design a much, less intrusive way to conduct the same thing. I don't really know what goes into it, but do they stick? Does anything go up your nose?
Well, that's the thing. You either get surgery or there's like these nowadays, like they open the airways with dental appliances and things like that. There's all sorts of things, but they're all uncomfortable. Like.
Yeah. I have TMJ, it's like a jaw thing, and I haven't been wearing my thing, but I have to wear a night guard. I should be wearing it still. But it's not that uncomfortable. It's not as people, but the sleep apnea thing, people would always, they always say it was like really uncomfortable. And I think they can tell if you're not using it or something like that. That somebody said that. So it's like they give you a machine or whatever, but they can also tell if you're not using it. So the people who are like faking it or something, they have to kind of turn it on every night or something like that. But yeah, I guess it's one of those things. If you stop breathing at night for a long time, after a while, it probably becomes a problem. Like after, like it's like
100%. Yeah. Exactly. Like I've had it for probably 3 or 4 years, maybe 4 years, and it really fucks you up. Like I hardly feel like I'm alive every day. Like I'm hardly here.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying.
Probably some of my organs are starting to shut down.
Yeah, put the mask on.
Yeah, bro, exactly. I gotta I can only fall asleep if I drink when I'm using it. It's like,
oh yeah,
I gotta clean it every day. It's like fucking
thing on.
I just keep putting off using the machine. I'm
watch
dying though.
Can you watch?
Have you ever tried CBD? Like edible CBD?
No, I can't get that legally. It's not legal here.
Yeah.
Isn't CBD? Isn't it not? It's not. It doesn't have the what do you call it? The cannabinoid, whatever it's called. So it doesn't have THC in it, right? Is that right?
Yeah, CBD and THC are different things.
Right. But I'm saying, it comes from the same plant, but it's they don't. It's without THC though. The other component.
Well, they're both cannabinoids, but cannabidiol is the CBD, and then THC, tetrahydrocannabinol.
Yeah, because you can grow weed here in Texas now, but only if you're producing CBD. But right, is it true? I maybe I'm remembering this incorrectly, but is it true that the CBD you can get from the male plants, or no?
No.
CBD should be found in all cannabis. It's really
that would be a no.
It's part of the cannabis plant.
Okay, I think that's why. I think that might be one of the rules, the laws here. Is like you can grow it for CBD, but you have to only grow males.
Well, that's a slightly different species. You're talking about the industrial hemp?
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, because I know people who they can legally grow it here, but like I said, it's strictly for CBD. And I think I heard that you can only that they make sure you don't have any female plants. And it's a different strain. Like you wouldn't even use the same kind of plant for both. Is what you're saying?
There's hemp, then there's cannabis. Hemp is what they use for, all the industrial stuff, hemp oil and all that sort of stuff. But generally, CBD will come from the cannabis plant, but they extract the THC.
Okay, yeah.
But there is a big industry now of like the hemp CBD. Basically, it's like CBD made from the actual hemp plants.
Yeah, sure.
Which
Yep.
is
It's not the
oh,
same
yeah.
as the stuff from the cannabis, though. No.
Right, but I think that's what he's talking about in terms of because it's like more it's legal in certain areas to use that industrial or, the hemp version to get CBD out of. It actually does work. I mean,
yeah, if you're in Australia, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that the hemp from CBD it is effective, but it's definitely not the same as from the actual cannabis. Like it is different. The CBD, it's not quite as like full spectrum, and for some people, it's not as potently medicinal for what they need it for.
I heard it's useful in a lot of places.
In a food sell hemp oil. So if anyone does want in Australia does want to use hemp oil, a good quality one, 3 seeds in Tasmania. Other than that, yeah, good luck getting the illegal stuff.
The Chinese brand.
You got to vote the Greens, mate.
Isn't there some sort of like witch doctor out in the bush that like a bunch of farms out there or something?
Get the license.
Do they have rules like that over there? Like if you're Aborigines, then like you can have sort of different drugs.
Probably.
Yeah, they have that here.
Aborigines seems to get everything. You
You
get free money.
Maybe your only way to get CBD is find a way to receive a care package through the mail.
Yeah, dude. You know what? The next time we send a rocket up, so it's just going to go in the ocean or maybe Australia or something, let's put a bunch of fucking CBD weed plant shit. Elon Musk would have done that instead. Instead of sending his car to space, he's like, they had to put some weight on there. They just put like fucking pounds of weed and then just mail it up there and videotape it.
Ballast.
CBD is good for sleep, you were saying.
Yeah,
it is definitely. I mean, but not if you've got other issues that are causing you to be awake. Like if you're having trouble breathing, I was just going to mention before the biggest turnaround I've seen with sleep apnea, and I've seen it several times, is if you've got any extra visceral fat at all, and that is any fat around your organs, fucking get rid of it.
I'm skinny as it gets, bro. I'm 6 foot
Okay.
4. I got a swimmer's body type. You wouldn't imagine me having sleep apnea, right? So that's the thing.
No, well, if
there's
it's
no fat on
a
me.
mechanical issue to do with your nose, then yeah.
Well, that's apparently what it is, right? Like I never used to have it, and I've got a broken nose and swollen turbinates, probably from.
Is the operation
chop? I haven't got a plan yet. At the moment, I'm supposed to be using this nasal spray, and in 6 weeks I'll get an operation planned. But it's a pretty destructive process what they do to your nose, though.
Yeah.
I need to double down on the CPAP. It's just fucking shit, man. The CPAP machine's terrible.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, my brother-in-law was on one for years, but he had the typical gut though. You know what I mean? Like most sleep apnea people have got the gut, and he got rid of that and fucking threw away his machine and was he was stoked.
Lucky bastard. Was he doing well on the machine?
Yeah, but it changed his life. He went from fucking riding off several cars because he just couldn't fucking keep himself awake driving to fucking living life again and joining playing gridiron and doing all sorts of shit.
Sounds good, eh?
You know, I see these. I just never seen it. It does look like it's very cumbersome.
It's like sleeping with a Darth Vader mask on.
Yeah,
it's fucking shit.
But I see another one too. It's like it's one I was kind of thinking of. It's like it's literally a tiny thing. It's a tiny one that only goes on your nose. I don't know.
I saw ads of that. It looks good, doesn't it? I'll have to try it.
Yeah, I don't know how it works, but it looks like just spread your nose out. Nose out. I don't know if it would. I don't know. Your condition and how effective this one is with. Seems like obviously it's going to be less effective. Actually, the thing I just clicked on is a picture of it, and then that article says, "Micro CPAP devices, are they effective for treating sleep apnea?" Let's find out.
You guys gotta make sure you never get sleep apnea, because trust me, it's one of the worst things you can get. I'll tell you.
But I guess the trick is just to trigger your breathing again. Like that's what the purpose is. Is like it kind of forces the breathe.
Yeah, it like pushes air back into you. Like when you stop breathing, it like forces the air back into your nose or whatever.
Before you stop breathing, though, is it doing anything?
Yeah, it is. It's like constantly pushing air, like air pressure into your face, so to make sure you don't stop breathing. And then again, falling asleep with it's the problem because it's constantly pushing air into your face. So you need sleeping pills or something, or you just have to be 80 years old or something. And that's the thing, I'm going to have a hard time getting sleeping pills from the doc.
To do what?
I'm going to have a hard time getting sleeping pills from the doc.
Oh, why?
Because I've got written down substance abuse or...
You get that shit for free though, right?
That doesn't help.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm going to be there, go to the doctor, I'm like, yeah, mate, I can't exactly sleep. You're going to give me some fucking Temazepam.
I've just been reading with them. Just like it's really sucks. I mean, is it? I guess you said it was an injury. Like you had an injury 4 years ago, or is it?
Yeah, physical injury, and then there was like my turbinates swollen up, which is like, I don't know if you guys know what turbinates are.
No. Turbinates.
They swell up. It was probably because of like chopping up shitty parts and shit like that. But I think it was mainly the broken nose. The septum, they call it. Like, have you guys heard of deviated septums? Yeah. You want your septum to be nice and straight.
You were doing, you said landscaping back then too?
Yeah, I'm still doing that. I work today. But yeah, it's easy work, you know, just like mowing grass and that sort of thing. But it's not easy work waking up at 6 a.m. and doing all that and shit.
Did you say that you could have gotten it from just chopping some plants or some kind of plants?
Oh, cannabis. Just like chopping cannabis and breathing that shit in. It swells up your nose and that. It was a magnitude of things that fucking fucked
Especially
up
if you
my
have an
brain.
injury, I guess. Yeah, you can see it's not helping it heal. Especially because it's like your airflow.
Yeah, there's not enough pressure in the nose to fill up the lungs. So like shallow breathing happens. Yes.
Yeah, man, check out this micro CPAP device. I don't know how that works in Australia, but just stick it in your nose. It looks like there's. I don't even know if it makes a noise. It's not plugged into anything. I'll show you a picture of a black guy using one. That's the only picture they have. The biggest procrastinator. Supposed to have done something a long time ago.
Mate, he looks like he's having a good sleep. Look at the smile on him.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
You ever seen anything like that? I don't know what.
Nah, I don't know what that is. That looks cooked.
It says micro CPAP, but I don't know how available it is, if it works, or if it's offered over there. Who knows? I was like, whenever I see something that seems like it's like it could be updated, you know, I always feel like I don't know why it just kind of seems like an easy problem to just solve it. I don't know how easy it is. I don't know how it must not be easy if it's like there's still people using these cumbersome masks. It seems like something like that. There's technology that could update it. A what?
Yeah, I might have to buy one of those things. Fuck it.
Dude, there's like this shit that you can plug into your chest. I don't know if it works though. It's like a microchip you plug into your chest. It's like Iron Man. Man, I kind of want to grow weed again, dude. I was talking about that. I'm talking to my girlfriend about that too. That sucks that Texas is like, it's probably going to be legal soon with all these people moving from California. But it's just weird that it's not been legal already because Texas is already like, we're like a rebel state, you know. We'll go along with the rest of the country. Yeah, I don't know, Gio, where you live at, is there people moving? Are people moving there, or are there people? Does it seem like people are moving away from wherever you are?
Right, we need legal buds. Do you have legal buds where you are?
Legal what?
Buds.
What does that mean?
Cannabis.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's
You
not.
haven't had it. Yeah, it's not good.
It's not. It's not legal here. It's
Can you go like to a state next door and cop shit?
No. You can. I've grown it here. Like
Yeah.
like it's illegal to have it here, but it's also like in Austin, at least it's the officer's discretion if he just wants to just take it and throw it away or to give you a ticket or something if it's less than a certain amount. But
Yeah, what's the amount?
I smoked weed in front of cops here, but it was at Marley Fest. But
Yeah, here in New South Wales, like if you have anything over 14 grams, I think you can get a criminal record. You have to go to court and whatnot.
if you don't have that,
anything under that, like they'll just take it from you.
oh shit. Well, our laws here are fucked up because we have different jurisdictions. So we have federal law, state law, city law, this kind of stuff. And the federal law says that it's a class A or class 1 drug. So it's like the worst. It's basically the worst kind.
Yeah, it's
The
fucking
most illegal
retarded.
kind federally.
Especially since you're in America, like you can go next door and like buy it legally,
No, but
recreationally.
even in states where it's legal, it's still federally class 1.
Really? How does that work?
Well, when Obama was
federally.
president, he said, like it's unofficial basically, but he said we're gonna basically look the other way and not harass people. We're just gonna look the other way, but there's nothing official that says the federal government has to do that. It's just he kind of did that, but I think it's kind of been the same since. But the thing is that people don't realize is because even if people don't federally come after you, they can still federally charge you with it. So I know people like the Border Patrol or something. Let's say cops like to harass people and solicit them to see what crimes they're doing, so they can pin them on something else. And so I know Border Patrol takes advantage of that, and really any other federal agent who wants to get you for something else, they'll bust you for something like that.
Yeah, it's a stitch up. What about Canada? Canada sounds fucking doozy, man. I want to move to Canada, man. You can just fucking cop it there, can't you? There's no rules there.
Well, like I said, it's not hard to get illegal drugs here in America. So just because it's not legal, it's still very easy to come by. But it's just
you get good quality stuff. Like, we get absolute shit here usually in Australia, like terrible PGR. They call it Asian. Like the Asians cook it up. Yeah,
makes sense. It's probably the same thing as like we have swag here, but it's most of it is from Mexico or
exactly. So so the difference between you guys got the Mexican shit stuff, we get like fucking Asian gangs making shit stuff.
But it's usually bad just because of the process of shipping it and preserving it and all that kind of stuff. Because I heard they put like soft drinks into it to help keep it moist, and then they
they do all sorts of shit. They put glass in it. and spray it with yeah. I've bought a batch of shit and it had crushed up glass in it to make it look more chronic.
Oh, what? That's
Fucked
fucked up. Well, I know that JWH18. There's just stuff they put in like spice or K2 or whatever. It's basically just what do you call that? Like what do you call it? The little plants you can buy at the store, but it's like for just the scent, or what it's called. Regardless, yeah, you just sprinkle this like chemical all over that shit, and then they sell it as like K2. So yeah, I wonder if they just put that all over the weed. Regardless, it just ends up being shitty because they don't carefully grow it, and then they don't carefully they're not carefully fucking cutting it. So you probably get some leaves in there, seeds, of course.
And do you get PGR stuff?
PGR, you mean just like
all the buds, like leaves? They're really fat and hairy.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, I don't buy cheap weed, so.
Yeah, we don't really have a choice. It's you get what you get.
It's actually hard to find it sometimes. Because if I'm gonna, like, when I was growing weed, I'd use my shit to make butter. But if I was gonna, make butter, if I was gonna buy weed just to make butter, I would just buy shitty weed. And in that case, yeah. So I remember I was looking for it one time to do that, and it was actually hard to find. Dude, maybe you should move to America, dude. Then you could join the military, get the half of your paycheck for your life, and then fucking just open a weed farm.
Yeah, that sounds fucking good, doesn't it? Man, I wonder if you could just move to America and join the military. You need to be a citizen, right?
No, not exactly. I mean, I don't know about Australia. I know in the Philippines. So there was times where we've had recruiting stations in the Philippines. I think we closed it down, but yeah, the Dominican Republic, a few other places. And I heard something about Australia, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, they have recruiting stations in other countries.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully I don't have to. That's the thing. We'll give it a fucking. I've given myself this year to cure it, so. Because I'm done, man. I'm done with this fucking shit. I just want to go back to fucking. I want to go to Germany and go to the techno scenes, clubbing and shit. There's a lot of things you want to do in life, Fucking sleeps. We go back to the original point, and that sleep's the most important thing in life. I think it comes number one to just about everything. And even science would agree with that. Sleep is number one. If you can sleep 6+ hours at a time without interruptions, you're riding on fucking, you name it. You're having a great time. You're on the golden fucking path, mate.
Well, the 6 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not necessary in that regiment. 90-minute periods. If it was 6 hours total, and like let's say you woke up every 90 minutes for half a minute or something, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Because as long as you get those 90-minute cycles,